World's Best Martial Artist Chapter 1409 to Chapter 1434. Origin. A dark place. It had always been quiet. Today, a voice was heard. Fang Ping left the human world. The kingdom of chaos sank. Over at Chu Wu, Fist, Sensebreaker, and Divine Sovereign Justice were killed. Fist was killed? Someone was shocked. Fist was close to breaking 9. If he went all out, he would definitely break 9 in a life-and-death battle. Dead? Fang Ping did it? Voices came one after another. Soon, someone said, Fang Ping was there. Zhen was there too. Whether it was Fang Ping, Zhen, or both of them working together, we can't be sure. Dark, Skyarm, and Illusion are not dead. Could it be that Dark worked with them to kill Fist and the others? It's possible. After Fist returned, with his dominance, he would definitely not let Dark continue leading Chu Wu. Voices were heard in the darkness. Soon, someone sneered. A female voice. The void was quiet. A female voice said, after discussing for so long, is there still no conclusion? Don't you just want to kill Fang Ping? If you want to kill him, why are you hesitating? Sigh. Someone sighed. Fang Ping is a monster. I suspect he's the seed's backup. If we kill him, the seed might appear. But if we kill him now, and the seed appears again, are you afraid you can't get out? Can't get the seed? Someone sneered. Aren't you afraid? I'm afraid we'll raise a tiger in our bosom. Fang Ping can already cut down the tree. If we keep him, he might become a problem in the future. His Tao disappeared and is not under the control of the immortal source. If I'm not mistaken, Fang Ping chose the same Tao as Tsang Mao and formed his own domain. If this goes on, it might become a second origin. Second origin. As soon as he said this, the sovereigns fell silent. How was the origin formed? Back then, Celestial Emperor's origin star was alone in the origin. It then exploded and formed the origin. Before that, there was only one origin star in the origin universe, Celestial Emperor. Formed his own domain, Celestial Emperor did not take the Tao of origin. He did not exist hundreds or thousands of meters. His starting point was too high. He directly leaped over and created the origin star. Or rather, this star had always been here. Tao was created by Celestial Emperor later on. The end was in the origin. Could Fang Ping's Tao become the second origin? That was possible. If it really became the second origin, what would happen? Even the sovereigns didn't understand. After a moment of silence, the emperor's voice rang out. To kill or not to kill Fang Ping, what is everyone's decision? If we really wanted to kill him, we would have to descend with our true bodies. However, the source is in chaos, and once our true bodies leave, the source will fall into chaos. Then I can only let my avatar do it. The emperor's voice was sonorous. Many of his clones have been killed before this. Fang Ping will not be unprepared. A broken 9 clones. Killing Fang Ping is just wishful thinking. Zhen is still in the human world. Zhen's origin body has broken through to the 9th level, and his beginner martial body has broken through to the 8th peak. He is very powerful. The human emperor spoke for a while, and soon, someone said impatiently, we all know about this. To kill Fang Ping, of course, they won't send one avatar, at least 3. 3? The emperor said coldly, you're underestimating Fang Ping too much. A broken 9 clone was not as good as a true broken 9. It only had the combat strength of a fist. How could it kill Fang Ping? If the 3 doppelgangers worked together to kill Fang Ping, there was hope, but there was no guarantee that they would be able to kill him. In my opinion, to kill Fang Ping, 5 broken 9 clones, intercept town, at least 1, and be prepared to be destroyed. 5? Someone said in shock, 5 broken 9 clones to kill Fang Ping? This was overestimating Fang Ping. 5 broken 9 clones, even War Emperor could do it. Previously, Fang Ping had killed some clones. The key was that there were too many people who participated in the battle that day, including Heavenly King subduing and even West Emperor's clone, who had given up. In the end, Fang Ping had the battle record of killing many broken 9 clones. Now it was a siege, besieging, 3 killing broken 9, killing the tree, that was enough. Could Fang Ping be stronger than the tree? That day, he could kill the tree because he burned his Tao and integrated the underworld god and the others. The emperor said coldly, either we don't move, or we must kill. Otherwise, will we give resources to Fang Ping? If the broken 9 clones are killed, our strength will also be weakened. The divine weapons used to forge the clones may be left behind. They may even leave behind spiritual crystallization. Is the emperor's spiritual crystallization ineffective on Fang Ping? Either we kill him in one blow, or we give up and let him grow. The emperor's words made everyone fall into deep thought. Soon, the beast emperor's voice was heard. In that case, we need 6 broken 9 clones? But not all of us have forged broken 9 clones, and we have lost a few clones previously. The immortal origin needs to be guarded, the 3 gates need to be guarded. The beast emperor smiled faintly. Where can we find so many broken 9 clones? Not everyone could forge 9 doppelgangers at the emperor realm. Many had died previously, and now there were not so many clones to kill Fang Ping and the others. At least 6, the emperor said coldly, then give up. Isn't 5 too many? You can prepare 3, but I won't participate, lest I die. The emperor refused bluntly. If he prepared 3, there was hope, but the success rate was not high. He would not let his clones die again. Previously, he had lost a broken 9 clone. Spirit Emperor spoke again, sneering. I didn't expect you to plot for tens of thousands of years, but in the end, your plan was disrupted by Fang Ping. Ridiculous, the emperor also sneered. Spirit, you and I have known each other for tens of thousands of years. Who is more noble than the other? Who is more kind than the other? Do you want to show your kindness here? Spirit Emperor said coldly, even if I am not kind, I have never sold out my disciples. And the most outstanding disciple? The emperor was very calm, and he was not angry. He said lightly, if I did not sell out Zhan, would there still be you and me today? Hong has already prepared for the joint battle. If Mia and Celestial Emperor join in, will it still be our turn to plot against the common people? The eldest brother did not speak ill of the second brother, who was more kind than the other. All the crows in the world were black. In the past, in the heavenly court, he was the one who told the others that the earthly emperor wanted to rope in Zhan. With the earthly emperor's character, he would not stop until he achieved his goal, and it was very likely that he would succeed in the end. By that time, how many of the 9 emperors would be left? He had died in battle for nearly 10,000 years, and his projection broke through the immortal origin with one arrow. If he had disregarded everything and entered the emperor realm, he would be truly omnipotent. At that time even the god emperor might not be able to match him. You, both of you, let's not talk about the past. At this moment, the god emperor spoke. Interrupting the fight between the two, the god emperor's voice came from afar. To kill or not to kill, everyone, make a decision. If this goes on, the people of the new heavenly court might not be able to escape Fang Ping's hands. By then, everything will be destroyed. Fang Ping is not Zhen, he is young and impetuous, he will not wait forever. With Zhen Wang around, it was nothing. Zhen Wang knew some things he could tolerate. But Fang Ping, he really could not tolerate. He might attack the other powerhouses of the 3 realms at any time. Once all of them were killed, what was the point of scheming? Scheming my ass. Others did not dare, but Fang Ping dared, and he had the strength to do it. As soon as the words came out, everyone fell silent again. Soon, someone said, I agree. Kill. 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 4 consecutive voices, 4 emperors spoke. The god emperor said faintly, I agree too. 5. Do, what do you think? This was the immortal origin, non-origin could not enter. However, the god emperor still asked. The next moment, Celestial Emperor Reverse's voice came. If we kill Fang Ping and the seed of rebirth appears, you and I will not be able to leave the immortal origin. What should we do then? It doesn't matter, even if we miss this chance, there will be another one. The God Emperor said lightly, it's best if Fang Ping can lure the seed of rebirth out. We can locate it and lock onto its position. Next time, it won't be able to escape. Celestial Emperor Reverse was silent for a while. Up to you. Not up to us, the God Emperor said softly, to kill Fang Ping, we need everyone to work together. As usual, the minority obeys the majority. Celestial Emperor Reverse said lightly, if no one has any objections, we will naturally work together. The God Emperor laughed. Then, including me, there will be 5. Hong is missing, Celestial Emperor is in deep sleep, we have passed. The decision to kill Fang Ping was passed. Kill, the God Emperor said slowly, previously, my clone was destroyed. Now that the immortal origin is in chaos, I can still form one more clone. Celestial Emperor Reverse sighed. I can also form one more clone. The God Emperor continued, those who did not enter the seed of rebirth will have to provide one more clone. Who did not go in before? Emperor Nan, Emperor North, Emperor Beast. Emperor Earthly did not go in, but he was really missing. Now, Celestial Emperor Reverse was willing to provide one clone. Together with the God Emperor and these 3, there would be 5 clones. Since the God Emperor said so, no one said no. When the God Emperor was silent, as if he was calculating who would provide another clone, Emperor West said, last time, I lost all 4 of my limbs. This time, I can't do it. Also, the immortal origin ground and the portal need someone to guard it. I will provide one clone to guard the immortal origin ground. How, what about you? The God Emperor turned his attention to Emperor Donghuang. Emperor Donghuang's voice was calm. He chuckled. Is 6 really enough? Can one of you stop it? It's not impossible for me to provide you with a 9th layer clone. Spirit, the clone you destroyed last time was only a 9th layer clone before entering the dungeon. That was 10,000 years ago. Now, provide another clone, and 7 9th layer clones will descend. 7. As soon as he said so, Spirit Emperor said coldly, I am not interested. Forget it. Emperor Donghuang smiled. If Fang Ping doesn't die, I'm afraid the first one he will deal with is Celestial Emperor. Spirit Emperor snorted. He hesitated for a while and then said, Fang Ping is the one chosen by Cat. He will not be Celestial Emperor's enemy, heh. Emperor Donghuang laughed. Do you think Cat can affect Fang Ping? Why isn't Fang Ping the one who's affecting the cat? Spirit Emperor said nothing. Summon a 9 shattering clone. Do you think you can live in peace with Fang Ping? Spirit Emperor was silent for a while and then said slowly, okay. 7 level 9 clones. This time, the monarchs could not be said to not take Fang Ping seriously, extremely seriously. The God Emperor continued, at the immortal origin ground, Celeste will guard it. At the portal, Ji Rang will guard it. In this way, all 9 of them had to provide their clones. The reason why Emperor was not assigned to the level 9 clones was because he had lost the Emperor's sword and a level 9 clone when he descended. He was not much better than Emperor Shi. 7 level 9 will descend into the 3 realms. 2 will besiege the human world and 5 will kill Fang Ping. The God Emperor made some arrangements and said quickly, who, is Feng Yun? Everyone was silent. The God Emperor said lightly, whether it is your clones or not, I hope Feng Yun will not mess things up this time. Otherwise, our anger is not something Feng Yun can bear. If it is Hong's real body, he will not be able to use his full strength now that the origin is in chaos. Moreover, Hong will not fight for Fang Ping. The God Emperor still felt that he had to make it clear so that no one would interfere. If it was the Earth Emperor's real body, it would not be a big deal. That guy's real body was hiding somewhere. However, if the origin was in chaos, he would be affected too, more than them. If his real body did not come back to guard, the origin would continue to disrupt his Dao, making him unable to go all out. At this time, Do chuckled. What if Yang makes a move? That would be best. The God Emperor laughed. He has been hiding for many years and no one knows where he is. If we can lure him out this time, as long as we know his whereabouts, it will not be any worse than killing Fang Ping. After saying that, the God Emperor said again, this time, I do not wish to see anyone else interfere. Gee, since the land realm has informed us, the possibility of them interfering is not high. However, we still have to remind them not to let what happened last time happen again. The God Emperor laughed. Of course. Even if they want to get rid of everything, Fang Ping is a bigger threat than us. Can't they see that? What about Chu Wu? It's fine. Fang Ping or Zhen have just killed Fist and the others. Chu Wu will not help them now. Things were arranged one by one. Soon, everyone came to a decision. 7 level 9 clones descend, the Beast Emperor and the others must have paid a high price to condense level 9 clones. However, at this juncture, they did not care too much. Their real bodies could not leave. The other powerful emperors, in addition to condensing 2 level 9 clones this time, paid an even higher price. Earth. Star Town. Iron Head and Old Manly returned. Seeing that they had returned but Fang Ping had not, the few people who were drinking tea looked at the two of them. Old Zhang glanced at the two of them and raised his eyebrows. Where is he? You know. Old Manly could not be bothered with him. He said impatiently, they all want to kill him. Which powerhouse in the 3 realms does not want to kill him? So many things happen today. If he returns to Earth, the emperors might come to Earth directly to kill him. Can he come back? His tone was not good. Old Zhang was too lazy to care. He frowned and said, if you blame me, then so be it. Anyway, I don't care if one more person hates me. What's the use of blaming you? Old Manly said angrily, I despise you. How did you become the emperor? You're still this strong now. You're almost 100 years old. You're so weak. Don't you know how to work hard? Cough cough. On the side, the God Creation envoy and the others coughed softly. It was about time. Who were you scolding? What 100-years-old person, so weak, who were you talking to? Seeing that the two of them were arguing, Heavenly King Zhen laughed and said, all right, don't look like your parents died. How could that kid die so easily? It was still necessary for him to lure and kill the Emperor's avatar. Now that the Emperor was trapped in the source, if the avatar was killed, there would be some loss of control over the 3 realms. This was an opportunity. Let's see how many avatars come this time. The emperors are not stupid. They won't underestimate Fang Ping if they kill him. A lion will use all its strength to catch a rabbit. Besides, Fang Ping is not a rabbit. Heavenly King Zhen exhaled. A conservative estimate, at least 5. 4 to kill Fang Ping, 1 to restrain this old man. Old Zhang smiled and said, you're only worth 1? How much do I look down on you? In my opinion, at least 3 of them are enough to deal with you. Otherwise, wouldn't that be looking down on you? If one of them really comes, you can smash him and beat him up to 9th heaven to scold them. Who are you looking down on? Heavenly King Zhen rolled his eyes. Did you think that Broken 9 was so easy to deal with? What were you thinking? You said it like you could kill Broken 9 easily, Old Manly said in a low voice, 4 to kill Fang Ping? More or less, maybe more. Heavenly King Zhen exhaled. That kid is too hateful. He might destroy the Emperor's 10,000-year plan. The Emperors won't let him continue. Then isn't Fang Ping in danger? That depends on how strong this kid is. Heavenly King Zhen looked at Old Manly. He fought at beginner level. Can you feel how strong he is? I don't know. Fist God and the others all committed suicide. Fang Ping didn't kill them. Fang Ping can only kill Broken 8 like Staff Saint. Heavenly King Zhen looked at him and sneered. You don't believe me? I do. Old Manly nodded and said, but he really didn't kill Fist God. Fang Ping might have Broken 9, but I think his vitality is 45 million calories at most. He stripped Tian Chen's Dao. It might not be useful. Besides, if he really burned it and Tian Chen died, even Old Cat would turn against him. Old Manly said calmly, don't be fooled by him saying that he doesn't care. In reality, when the time comes, he might not burn his Dao. 45 million should be his limit. He broke 9 himself, not an avatar. It's fine to deal with 2 avatars, but more, he won't be able to hold on. Heavenly King Zhen pondered for a moment. I have to guard the human world. Of course, I can hold back 1 or 2 avatars, but not more. God Creation Envoy laughed. Why don't I go with Zhang Tao and the few of you to intercept one? You guys? Heavenly King Zhen looked at them and said slowly, don't go, it's very dangerous. This time is different from the last time. This time, it's to kill people. The last time the Avatar entered the mystic realm, its purpose was not to kill people, understand, whoever stops it will die, it's not worth it to kill an Avatar and let you die. The few of you have a mission too. Everyone looked at him, but Heavenly King Zhen looked at Old Man Li and said in a low voice, "The few of you, sneak into ninth heaven. Look for the immortal source. If you find the immortal source, see if there's a chance to remove the controlled Tao in the immortal source. You can't cut it. If you cut it, you might be in danger. It's best to strip it, ninth heaven?" Zhang Tao said in a low voice, "We can't go in, nonsense. Just because you can't, doesn't mean that no one can." Sky Subduing King glanced at the Creation God Envoy. The Creation God Envoy's face darkened. "You want me to go?" "Of course." As he spoke, Heavenly King Zhen smiled and said, "Don't worry. Can Hong Kuan and the others endure it?" Right now, they were all waiting for an opportunity. Given the opportunity, would these people be willing to be controlled by others? On our side, we'll create the illusion that we're rescuing Fang Ping, making them think that we've all gone to rescue Fang Ping. These people would definitely make a move. They would not sit still and wait for death. When the time comes, all of you will hide in the dark and wait for them to fight with the Emperor's clone that was left behind. Then, all of you will find an opportunity to strip the Great Tao. The blacksmith definitely has a backup plan. He was the one who created the immortal source. He definitely has a way to safely remove it. Then, he added, "It's best to create some fake paths to confuse the Emperor." As soon as he said that, Zhang Tao was tempted at first. Then, he frowned and said, "What about Fang Ping? I'm fine." Heavenly King Zhen smiled treacherously. How could he convince Han Yu and the rest that someone had gone to rescue Fang Ping? Of course, they had to send experts over. Who? The fragrance of books, an expert who had broken through 9 levels. Once they joined the battle, there would be a huge commotion. It was obvious that they were not fighting alone. Zhang Tao and the rest only needed to go to the Forbidden Sea first. Who would know that they did not go to rescue Fang Ping, but hid in the dark and entered ninth heaven? Heavenly King Zhen exhaled. "Don't worry about Fang Ping for now. The best choice is to free yourselves from the control. Otherwise, when the battle starts, you'll still be controlled by the immortal source. Do you really think you can get rid of it any time you want? Let Han Yu and the rest be the vanguard. They won't be quiet. You guys go quietly. If you succeed, you can still trick the Emperor." As he said that, Heavenly King Zhen added, "Be careful. Even if the Emperor sends his clone to kill Fang Ping, there will still be people left behind, and it might not be all of them." Heavenly King Zhen pondered for a moment, then said, "Go, inform Wan and Sherpa. Let them join in too. The second batch will enter." "No, don't tell them the truth. Just say that Han Yu and the rest are going. Let them seize the opportunity themselves. Li Hansong, you go with them. Let them think that the humans are unable to mobilize their forces. See if you can lure the Emperor's backup. On Wang Jinyang's side, I'll let him walk his own path. Go to the source, add some chaos, and attract the attention of the Emperor's true body. Blacksmith, this time it's up to you and Kid Zhang. Whether or not you can let the powerhouses of the human race get rid of the control without anyone knowing, it's all up to the two of you." The God Creation Envoy's expression was solemn. "Let's make it clear first. There can't be too many people. Otherwise, I can't forge it. And there are too many of them. The Emperor is not an idiot. He will definitely find something unusual. Your own, Kid Zhang's, and Heavenly King Zhen thought for a moment, coughed dryly and said, "There's also Li Zhen's and Jiang Tianming's." 4 is about right. The God Creation Envoy wanted to curse. "You old thing, you only saved your godson and great-grandson's great-grandson?" War King, Li Zhen, Zhang Tao, God Creation Envoy, just 4, Heavenly King Zhen chuckled. "Nonsense, there's too much. Can you forge it? Right now, the humans are slightly stronger. Fang Ping doesn't need it. Wang Jinyang and the rest don't need it either. They're on the true path. As for the others, do you know what's going on with their Tao? If that's the case, wouldn't 4 people be enough?" Zhang Tao said faintly, "Jiang Hao, the Thunder King is almost at the Heavenly King realm. Aren't these 2 going to be saved? Then 6. Heavenly King Zhen's words were not sincere at all. It depended on the God Creation Envoy. The God Creation Envoy did not say anything. She only looked at Zhang Tao, looking slightly troubled. Your Tao is very special and must be very obvious. Of course, it's also very powerful. If I really strip it off, I'm afraid that something will go wrong and attract their attention. Heavenly King Zhen laughed and said, it's fine. They are actually not familiar with the Emperor's Tao. If Zhang Tao could really unify the three realms, the Emperor's Tao would have been stripped off by itself. But isn't there no way to unify the three realms now? The Emperor would not give him a chance either, so he could only strip it off himself. As for the forgery, you are a master, you can do it. Heavenly King Zhen chuckled and said, this kid Fong Ping is very useful this time. He has to restrain these avatars for a period of time, or even defeat these avatars to create opportunities for you and give you time. I still have to create an alibi for you. It's best if you leave all your avatars behind so that you can hide your existence. If the avatar left alive, the Emperor would definitely know that there was a problem. The boy attendant would be exposed, and Zhang Tao and the others would also be exposed if they did not rescue him. Even if the stripping of the Great Tao succeeded, the Emperor would know that these people were out of control. When the time came, they might attack in advance. Old Manly could not help but ask, what about me? You? Heavenly King Zhen laughed and said, you are more useful. I don't know the exact situation on the immortal origin, but I'm worried that the blacksmiths won't be able to get close. Because you are out of control. Old Manly nodded. The God Creation Envoy looked at Heavenly King Zhen and said in a deep voice, what about yourself? Me? Heavenly King Zhen cursed in a low voice, I've been tricked. Now that the Great Tao is rooted in the origin, you don't have to care about me. It's useless to care about me. Don't touch my Tao. If you do, the source will react. After cursing for a while, Heavenly King Zhen quickly said, everyone has a mission. Whether the human race can win in the end or not, this is very crucial. After this, the emperors will not give us another chance. Only by stripping off the Great Tao can we think of a way to break through 9. Otherwise, if you break through 9, those people will definitely know and find out that something is amiss. Zhang Tao took a deep breath. He knew that Heavenly King Zhen was right. However, he still could not help but say, how will Fong Ping kill more than 4 broken 9 avatars? Once he is killed, is it useful for us to get rid of the Great Tao's control? It's still more important to save Fong Ping, not to get out of control now. It's okay. Heavenly King Zhen saw that they were still worried and said speechlessly, if you say it's okay, it's okay. On Fong Ping's side, there is more than 1 broken 9. Not 1? Nonsense, if it's 1, he can't stop so many people. Heavenly King Zhen humphed and said, this guy is lucky. That cat should have broken 9 too. In addition, there is another broken 9 who will pretend to be you to rescue. Don't worry, 3 broken 9 powerhouses, not to mention 4 avatars, even 6 avatars can deal with them. If he was not confident, he would not have gambled with Fong Ping's life. But he was confident. 3 broken 9, they were all the kind of true broken 9, the kind of Great Tao that was not controlled. Broken 9 avatars needed 2 people to work together to deal with the Tao tree, let alone Fong Ping and the others. 3 broken 9, at this time old Zhang also had a strange look in his eyes. This kid really hit it well. Previously, he said as if it was the truth, that he could no longer improve, and his brain nucleus was cracked. Damn, in the blink of an eye, his lie was exposed. Heavenly King Zhen said no more and said quickly, everyone get ready. Those who forge iron quickly forge Great Tao. I don't know when the battle will break out here, I also have to go to the outer realm to wait, you guys keep an eye on the catacombs. If they don't make a move, you guys must not make a move. Li Hansong, you go find Luan and the others, let them be the cover. Ironhead hesitated and said, then they're Tao, don't worry about it. Heavenly King Zhen said casually, these 2 guys might be someone's pawns. It'll be easy to get into trouble if we interfere. Li Hansong said in a low voice, will they die? Probably not. Besides, they are not scheming against them. If they know about this, they will go themselves. Who doesn't want to get rid of control? Heavenly King Zhen laughed and said, even if you don't say it, if the people from the catacombs make a move, these 2 will still go. Do you think that with their personalities, they will give up this opportunity? That was true. Ironhead felt relieved and nodded. Okay, then I'll go inform them. After some discussion, the matter was finally settled. While the humans were discussing, the catacombs discussion also ended very quickly. At this time it was obvious that they were secretly killing Fang Ping, but the three realms seemed to have reached a consensus, waiting for the emperor to come and kill Fang Ping. Everything was ready, only the east wind was missing. Wealth, 280 billion points. Vitality, 400,000 calories, 19 million. Spirit, 0 Hz, 190,000 Hz. Force, 1,900. Vitality, 38 million calories. Vitality, Jade Bones, 99%, with qualitative change of Qi and blood. Source World, 1,700 meters. Essence Amplification, Fake Dao, 60%, Battle Technique, Chaos Vanquishing Saber Technique, plus 18%, Power Control, 99%. Ultimate Outburst, 66963600 cal/676400000 Kalen. The small island, Fang Ping absorbed broken consciousness's mentality crystallization. The effect was not bad, increasing his mentality by close to 20,000 Hz. After achieving balance, both his vitality and mentality had a significant improvement. The 10,000 Hz mental energy that the doppelganger had cut off had been completely recovered, and there was even some growth. Now that he had merged with his clones, Fang Ping could still retract his mentality that was used to cut. If that was the case, he would be stronger. However, if it was too powerful, Fang Ping was afraid that no one would take the bait. He still had to hide his true body. His doppelganger would grow stronger as he grew stronger. With the divine weapon as the bones, the emperor's core as the heart, and his own flesh and blood as the foundation, Fang Ping's avatar could have been upgraded to Breakthrough 9. It was just that Fang Ping's own strength was still lacking, and he could not bear to cut off a large amount of mentality, so he did not achieve Breakthrough 9. Big Cat, Tengu. Fang Ping stood up and looked at the Heavenly Hound. He was not worried about the cat. At this moment, Fang Ping was looking at the Heavenly Hound, grinning. Are you sure you want to come with us? You're too weak, you'll die. Woof. The Heavenly Hound bared its fangs, its eyes fierce. It was being looked down upon. When had the Heavenly Hound ever been called weak? Even during the era of the 9 sovereigns and 4 emperors, no one had ever said that it was weak. But now, Fang Ping had said it. Fang Ping chuckled. I'm just speaking the truth. You haven't even broken 9. Aren't you weak? Woof. The Heavenly Hound let out a muffled growl. He was a little annoyed and hurt. He wasn't even as good as a cat. He was indeed weaker than them. But was it really that weak after breaking through 2 gates? Unconvinced, Fang Ping was too lazy to say anything else. He looked at the old cat on the Heavenly Hound's head and said with a smile, Big Cat, the Spirit Emperor's avatar might also descend this time. Don't drop the ball. The cat yawned and didn't pay much attention to it. It was just a clone, not the real body. Even if Fang Ping's avatar was destroyed, the cat would not care too much. For the experts of the 3 realms, the doppelganger was quite important. However, as long as the main body was not dead, the others were just minor details. The Azure Cat really did not care too much about these. Fang Ping did not say anything else. He stepped into the air and exhaled softly. It's fine if it's a sovereign avatar, but I'm afraid that if it really descends. If it really descends, it'll be quite troublesome. If the Emperor God and the others descend, we'll be in danger. Also, Feng Yan's attitude is unclear, and we don't know his exact strength. This is also troublesome. I hope there won't be any accidents. As Fang Ping spoke, his real body had already disappeared. The python cat opened its mouth. A phantom flashed and disappeared into the cat's mouth. Tiango's face was filled with disdain. He was already so strong, was there a need to hide? According to its thinking, it should just do it directly. Fang Ping's avatar moved closer to the Heavenly Hound. As if reading its mind, he grinned and said, This is the difference between a human and a dog. If I can kill one of you easily, then naturally, I don't need to put in too much effort. Breaking 9 isn't cabbage. Even if it's an avatar, it won't be difficult for me to destroy you. But if I were to launch a sneak attack, I would be able to kill him instantly. If he could save trouble, of course, he would. Moreover, if he could really kill a Breaking 9 avatar, the pressure on Fang Ping would be greatly reduced. This time, if the monarch really wanted to attack him, Fang Ping felt that at least 3 of them would need to be above breaking 9. To be honest, the powerhouses of the 3 realms had always overestimated Fang Ping. He was a rank 5, yet the other party dared to send multiple rank SIXs to kill him. He was a rank 6, yet the other party dared to send multiple rank 7s to kill him. He was a golden body, yet the true king of the catacombs wanted to kill him. From his debut until now, speaking of which, there were really not many who would underestimate Fang Ping. Every time, it was a sure kill situation. Unfortunately, Fang Ping would exceed their expectations every time. Clearly, in just a few days, Fang Ping's strength might have undergone earth-shattering changes. Over and over again, now, unless the monarch came personally, actually, if 7 breaking 9 avatars joined forces, they would not be weaker than the monarch. Unfortunately, there were many breaking 9 in the 3 realms now. Including the subduing king, there were a total of 4 breaking 9 powerhouses. This might also be beyond the monarch's expectations. At least to the monarch's knowledge, there was only 1 breaking 9, the subduing king. As for Fang Ping, he might burn his Dao to break 9 at a critical moment. However, burning his Dao might not last long. 5 breaking 9 would be enough to kill Fang Ping. As for the cat, once again, it was beautifully ignored. The cat jumped onto Fang Ping's shoulder and asked curiously, "Will they really come to kill you?" "Of course." Fang Ping looked around, restraining his aura, observing the fluctuations in the space. Fang Ping felt that it was almost inevitable that the monarch would come to kill him. This rat sh*t, was about to turn the monarch's layout into a sieve. Could these people still wait? If it were not for that arrow from Jean, the monarch's real body would definitely come this time. That arrow from Jean could be said to have saved Fang Ping's life. Otherwise, the Emperor God would definitely kill him that day. Fang Ping walked for a while, but there was still no movement. The cat looked around, and the heavenly hound was also extremely vigilant. Would it really come? Everything was just Fang Ping's guess. Now that he was so paranoid, even the heavenly hound wondered if Fang Ping was worrying too much. Fang Ping, however, did not think that he was worrying too much. At this moment, his mentality was focused, and his real body was already prepared for an instant outburst. Kill one as soon as he saw one, this was Fang Ping's plan. Today, his limit was starting to approach 70 million calories, which had already reached the standard of a spirit emperor. He did not believe that he could not kill a breaking 9 clone if he was unprepared. The breaking 9 clone was at most 40 million calories of vitality strength. However, the current 3 realms was not the 3 realms 30,000 years ago. It had just broken 9, and it was impossible to dominate the 3 realms. The catacombs. Hong Yu and the others gathered together, each of them maintaining their silence. Soon, someone entered the basilica and reported loudly, "Reporting to my lord, there are unusual movements in the human world. The suppressing heavenly king has already left the human world and is moving towards the Royal Sea Mountains. Martial King, God-crafting envoy. And a few other human powerhouses have also left the human world and are rushing towards the Forbidden Sea. We can't monitor the divine nation of chaos, but the chaotic heavenly king and the crushing heavenly king have not left. They are still staying in the same place. The Iron Fist King of the human world is suspected to be rushing towards the divine nation of chaos, possibly to ask for help." According to the spy's reply, the bloody battle god King Jin Yang has already rushed to Dragon Transformation Sky. Purple Heavenly King, Dragon Transformation Heavenly King, North Sea Heavenly King, and the others are all gathered in Dragon Transformation Sky. Pieces of information were gathered. Hong Yu stood up, waving his hand to dismiss them. After they left, Hong Yu exhaled softly and said, "The human world has turned out in full force." Fang Ping might have the intention to leave a few breaking 9 clones behind. He would not be unprepared, a great war is about to break out. Everyone, the origin is hard to cross, and 9 heavens can be broken, we will enter 9 heavens. The divine nation of chaos and the human world were about to attack and kill the emperor. Chu mainland had just faced a great disaster. They might not have the heart to care about anything else now. This was their best chance, a chance to get rid of control. Even Hong Yu was a little anxious at this moment. Li Zhu said softly, "The emperor will not let their guard down." "Of course." Hong Yu said calmly, they will definitely be on guard, but this time, it is a forceful attack. That is to let the human world powerhouses restrain them. That arrow of Heavenly Emperor Zhan has shaken the origin, and they want to attack and kill Feng Ping. This is a rare opportunity, and also our only chance. As long as Feng Ping can last a little longer, the difficulties we face will be much smaller. Now, they were praying that Feng Ping could last a little longer. If the human world was defeated in one blow, then they would definitely fail. As long as Feng Ping was so strong that the emperor could not defeat him quickly, then it would be their chance. No one could go back and defend. Can the emperor escape from the origin? Hong Kuan said in a low voice, once he escapes, we will not be able to do anything. Hong Yu's expression was gloomy. Li Zhu also had a strange look in his eyes. On the other side, Feng smiled faintly. Prince Yu and Lord Li have already decided on a plan. Hong Kuan looked at Hong Yu suspiciously. The Palm Seal envoy said lightly, don't worry. A few days ago, the Heavenly Court went on a punitive expedition and captured tens of thousands of rebellious martial artists. Among them, there are hundreds of martial artists who have stepped into the origin. This time, they will be executed together. As soon as he said this, even Hong Kuan raised his eyebrows. Hundreds of origin. Can we use the origin? Everyone already knew what the Heavenly Court meant. Killing those people, shaking the origin so that the emperor could not escape quickly, but would it be of much use? Not really, right? Hong Kuan frowned. The origin might weaken with the death of the origin martial artists. Have you considered this? The fewer the origin martial artists, the weaker the origin. This was common knowledge. Killing the origin martial artists might not increase the origin, but it might weaken it. Hong Yu chuckled. If Heavenly Emperor Zhan did not shoot that arrow, it would not be of much use. However, the aftermath of that arrow has not subsided. If a large number of origin dies now, the origin will be shaken again. Hong Kuan thought about it and did not say anything. After all, they were killing the Heavenly Court martial artists, not the martial artists of his divine sect. On the Heavenly Court's side, there were too many royal courts, divine sects, and dynasties. There were indeed many people who rebelled. They were not rebelling. They just did not want to participate in the war with the humans. They were also afraid of death. In the end, they were all used as sacrifices this time. Hong Yu did not continue talking about this. He asked again, where is Feng Ping now? Is there any news? No, he should still be in the Forbidden Sea. Feng Ping will not return to the human world. Otherwise, the human world will be destroyed when the Battle of Breaking 9 starts. Even if the Emperor does not destroy the human world, once the aftermath of the war starts, there will be countless casualties. They will not accept it. Otherwise, King Wu and the others will not enter the Forbidden Sea. That's true. After saying a few words, Hong Yu took a deep breath. Everyone, we might only have one chance. No matter what, we must give it a try. The possibility of the Emperor killing us is not high. Since we will not die, there is no need to hesitate. Everyone agreed. That was true. The opportunity was too rare. Just as everyone was discussing, Feng's gaze moved slightly. He suddenly looked in the direction of the Forbidden Sea and said in a low voice, there are fluctuations in the space. Someone has descended from the 9th heaven. The Emperor has made his move. How many? Hong Kuan and the rest's mentality was not as strong as his. They asked one after another. The number of people who came would determine how many people were left to guard the celestial source. This was very important. Feng did not speak. He suddenly looked at Hong Yu. Hong Yu's mentality exploded instantly, joining forces with Feng to investigate. Hong Yu's gaze changed. The more Feng sensed, the more shocked he became. 1, 3, 6, 7. Feng was completely shocked. 7, a total of 7 powerhouses auras shook the space, 7 of them came. At this moment, he was in disbelief. In order to kill Feng Ping, the Emperor had placed too much importance on this. A total of 7 clones came, all of them at breaking 9. 7. Hong Yu was shocked too. In his shock, he quickly shouted, let's go. There are so many people here. Feng Ping might not be able to hold on for long. Quick, let's go to ninth heaven immediately. He was pleasantly surprised. What he was happy about was that with so many emperor clones, how many immortal origins were left. What surprised him was, with so many powerhouses, how long could Fang Ping and the others hold out? He was afraid that they would be instantly defeated, and those clones would be able to quickly leave the battlefield and return to defend the immortal source. Go. No one dared to hesitate. Quick, too many, everyone was shocked. 7 break-nines had descended to slay Fang Ping. If Fang Ping could not hold on, all their plans this time would be for naught. Voila, the Hongkuan sword tore the space apart. 8 heavens break. In the next moment, King Qian, the demon emperor, and the others made their moves. Quick, tear the 9 heavens apart. Everyone roared out, tearing apart the 9 heavens together to break the immortal origins restriction of the Great Tao. These people were going to break through to the immortal origin. Taboo C. Fang Ping's gaze was solemn. The space was shaking. In fact, the 3 realms were in turmoil. So many experts, these guys really thought highly of him. So many people actually came. The cat also looked up at the sky, raising its fat head and looking at the sky. At this moment, the sky was torn apart, the black vortex rippling in the void. Powerhouses were coming, not just one. In another place, there was also a void crack appearing. Heavenly King Zhen's vitality erupted, shaking the 3 realms. The emperor split into 2 groups, one to stop Heavenly King Zhen, the other to attack Fang Ping. These people's positioning was very accurate. Perhaps they had located Fang Ping according to Tengu's position. They probably knew that Tengu was on Fang Ping's side, but no one knew if they had other methods of detection. 5. Fang Ping sensed it. At this moment, there was a void turbulence in all directions. These emperor clones came from all directions, wanting to stop him and kill him. For ordinary break-nines, this was a dead end. 5 break-nines, Fang Ping licked his lips. 5, that was quite a lot. It was more than he expected. He thought 3 or 4 would come to kill him, but in the end, 5 came. If he had not broken through again and obtained Tian Chen's Dao, 5 break-nines, if he relied on his previous strength, even if the cat was also a break-nines, he might not win. Even if the cat could hold off 2, 3 break-nines, if they joined forces, they might kill Fang Ping. Luckily, Fang Ping was glad that his luck was not bad. Otherwise, it would be difficult this time. 5 break-nines. Fang Ping had already sensed their auras. This time, no one would impersonate or hide. Fang Ping sensed for a while. He was familiar with these auras. Spirit Emperor, God Emperor, East Emperor, South Emperor, Beast Emperor. North Emperor and Heaven Reverse Emperor went to Heavenly King Zhen. The distance was very far, separated by the Forbidden Sea. Fang Ping could not sense clearly, but he did not care. There seemed to be only 2 over there. Heavenly King Zhen should be able to deal with 2 clones. Maybe he needed some time. The boy servant was still in the human world. There was no need to be afraid of powerhouses coming here. Even if 2 more Emperor clones came, they could still handle it. Break out. Fang Ping roared and laughed. You think too highly of me. 5 emperors are here. I can leave my name in history even if I die. Thank you for giving me this opportunity, ha ha ha. Fang Ping broke through the air. He did not escape toward Spirit Emperor and the others, but toward Beast Emperor. East Emperor and God Emperor were definitely stronger and more vigilant than the others. Beast Emperor and South Emperor were slightly weaker. Fang Ping planned to attack them. Rumble, the void trembled. A burly figure appeared in front of Fang Ping. Beast Emperor descended and said indifferently, Fang Ping, surrender and I will spare your life. Childish. Do you think everyone is a demon, brainless like you? Fang Ping laughed, surrender without a fight, what a joke. Beast Emperor did not care. It was just a polite remark. Kill your way to 9th heaven and destroy the immortal source. I'll let you be arrogant. Fang Ping roared. He tore the space apart and wanted to kill his way to 9th heaven. At this moment, a wall suddenly appeared in the void. Creak, Fang Ping tore the space apart, but the space was extremely stable. God Emperor's avatar descended and said calmly, this path is blocked. Since he was prepared to kill Fang Ping, How could he not be prepared? In the void, a flying carpet-like artifact appeared faintly. Space was sealed. Fang Ping could not tear the space apart to escape. It could block Fang Ping and seal space. This artifact was stronger than the fishing net Fang Ping had obtained. Fang Ping did not say anything. He did not tear the space apart again. Instead, he flew toward Beast Emperor. Beast Emperor's expression did not change. Did he think he was weak by breaking through from his side? Fang Ping had killed his projection many times in the mystic realm before. Later on, he also noticed it. Could it be that it was because of that time that Fang Ping felt that he could be bullied? Go back. In the void, a dragon claw grabbed at Fang Ping. Tengu did not say anything. It bit at him. Cat said angrily, "Old man, you're not good at all." Beast Emperor used to be on good terms with them. Beast Emperor did not care. He said indifferently, "Cat Tengu, this has nothing to do with you." As soon as he said that, Tengu made a crunching sound. Its teeth almost broke. It was slightly annoyed. It could not bite through Break Nine's avatar. Rumble, the dragon claw exploded, cracking a few of Tengu's teeth. Tengu was sent flying, and the dragon claw slapped at Fang Ping again. "Who do you think you are?" Fang Ping shouted coldly. His avatar charged toward him, shouting, "Cat, bite him." With a shake of his shoulder, Cat flew toward Beast Emperor. Fang Ping's avatar collided with the dragon claw. Boom, an earth-shattering sound was heard. Beast Emperor frowned slightly. Fang Ping was a little too weak. Broken 8, broken 1, it could not be. Vaguely, he felt that something was wrong. Did Fang Ping not have the strength to break 2? Emperor God even suspected that he had broken 9. How could he be so weak? This claw sent Fang Ping's avatar flying hundreds of meters away. It flew faster than Tengu. Too easy, impossible. Beast Emperor would not underestimate Fang Ping. If he did, he would not need 5 Break 9 to kill him. Based on this strength, he could kill Fang Ping alone. Could it be that Fang Ping did not ignite his Dao, so he was not strong enough? Beast Emperor was uncertain. At this moment, Cat Emperor was close to him. This cat always looked so harmless. However, Beast Emperor did not dare to be careless. He shouted, "Cat, you don't have to interfere in this matter." Otherwise, just as he said that, Emperor God's eyes suddenly moved and he shouted, "Slay the cat." Beast Emperor was slightly stunned, but he did not hesitate. Another dragon claw went toward Cat Emperor. "Whoa, I'll hit you." A staff suddenly appeared in Cat Emperor's claws and he swung it at him. Did he really think that he was a pushover? Beast Emperor's expression changed slightly. Quite strong. Was this cat so strong now? The dragon claw grabbed at the staff. Beast Emperor still felt vaguely uneasy. Unfortunately, it was not his real body, so he could not feel it clearly. Behind him, Emperor God and the others quickly closed in on him. Not only that, Emperor God had already attacked, throwing a punch at Cat Emperor. Yes, Cat Emperor was not Fang Ping's avatar. Emperor God had already sensed that something was wrong. The key did not seem to be Fang Ping, but Cat Emperor. Cat Emperor had broken 9, such a thought flashed across Emperor God's mind. He did not have time to think. He just had to stop Cat Emperor. At this moment, a chuckle entered everyone's mind. Weak chicken, not as strong as Fist God. Yes, Beast Emperor's avatar was not as strong as Fist God. When Fist God unleashed his full strength, he was also close to breaking 9, and he was only a beginner martial powerhouse. Fang Ping felt that Beast Emperor's avatar was not as strong as Fist God. After repelling Heavenly Hound and Fang Ping's avatar, he tangled with Cat Emperor again. At this time, Beast Emperor's front door was wide open. At this moment, Cat Emperor had just howled and opened his mouth. A human figure gradually solidified. At this moment, vitality rushed to the sky. Fang Ping was like an ancient demon god, his figure growing larger and larger. Holding Chaos Vanquishing Saber, his eyes cold, he slashed. Killing an emperor is an appetizer. Fang Ping roared. With a rumble, his Chongdao slashed out. Beast Emperor's expression changed drastically. Just as he was about to shift, the staff that was fighting him earlier suddenly turned into a pair of handcuffs. Cat Emperor was smug. "I've cuffed you. You're not allowed to leave." One end of the handcuffs was on his paw, and the other end was on Beast Emperor's paw. Beast Emperor wanted to retreat, but he could not break the handcuffs immediately. This was a divine weapon that a beginner martial powerhouse had spent his entire life forging. How could it be broken so easily? Beast Emperor, you're still so weak. I've slapped you to death so many times last time. Why don't you remember? Fang Ping's mocking voice sounded again. You're still so weak. These words even made Beast Emperor a little dazed, but he did not have time to be dazed. He did not retreat. Beast Emperor did not waste any more time either. He roared. Rumble, in the void, a small golden dragon appeared. One of its paws was cuffed. The small golden dragon did not care about this. Its long tail swept toward Fang Ping. Fang Ping did not care about this. He let it sweep toward him. The Chongdao did not shake at all. He aimed at the small dragon and slashed down. The tail and Chongdao collided. There was a splat, something that shocked Beast Emperor and the others happened. The tail was broken. Yes, it was directly broken by Fang Ping's slash. The Chongdao did not even stop, continuing to slash toward Beast Emperor. Breaking 9. God Emperor growled. Breaking 9, Fang Ping broke 9, otherwise, no matter how weak Beast Emperor's avatar was, it would not have had its tail cut off by Fang Ping's slash. Motherf ***, it's a fake Beast Emperor. Otherwise, it could still eat Emperor meat. Damn it. Fang Ping's voice sounded again, sullen, as if Beast Emperor's avatar had committed a great sin. He was very displeased that it did not bring Beast Emperor meat. Chaos quell. Rumble, the saber broke through the sky. The saber gleam penetrated the flying carpet in the sky. The flying carpet trembled. The Chongdao had already fallen. Splat, the small golden dragon was cut in half. In the void, a golden jade badge appeared. A transparent crystal quickly condensed. Fang Ping grabbed it in his hand and laughed loudly. Weak, too weak. Beast Emperor, I'll wait for your real body to arrive. Too weak, his attack was successful. He had killed Beast Emperor's avatar directly. At this moment, Fang Ping's wild laughter shook the Forbidden Sea. First kill, Beast Emperor. He's here. Don't even think about leaving. The roar was heard. The Forbidden Sea boiled. In the nearby area, those who heard the voice were beyond shocked. Beast Emperor was dead. This was too fast. He just arrived. At this moment, it really shocked all the powerhouses who sensed the situation. One of the Emperor's avatars had died. Beast Emperor was too useless. Could it be that a broken 8 avatar had arrived? Breaking 9, it was an extraordinary 9 break. At this moment, the Emperor God's expression turned grave. Let's join forces. Emperor Donghuang, Emperor Ling, and Emperor Nan were all present. His and Donghuang's avatars were stronger than the average avatars. Fang Ping's breakthrough 9 was not necessarily undefeatable, although Fang Ping's breakthrough 9 felt like he had gone a long way. It was a bad start. He hadn't expected to lose the Beast Emperor as soon as they arrived. Otherwise, with the 5 of them working together, they might have a chance. However, in the beginning, everyone had thought that Fang Ping would run, which was why they had split up to intercept him. Unexpectedly, Fang Ping did not run at all. He was looking for an opening to kill. Beast Emperor's doppelganger was instantly killed. Bang! With a loud bang, Fang Ping turned around and slashed his saber, shattering the Emperor God's fist force. He sneered, "Don't worry. If I don't run, don't think about running either." As soon as he finished speaking, Fang Ping's avatar turned into a fishing net. In the blink of an eye, it covered the sky and the earth, sealing off the void in all directions. If he really wanted to run, it wouldn't be a problem for him to break the net. However, it wasn't a problem to intercept them. Fang Ping was going to kill these people today. You think you've won? The Emperor God let out a cold roar and teleported. A long sword appeared in his hand. With a squeak, it pierced through the world and stabbed toward Fang Ping's eyeball. Scram! The saber gleam erupted. Fang Ping's saber slashed through the void. With a clang, the Emperor God's palm trembled, the web between his thumb and forefinger cracked. Big cat, go and stop the Spirit Emperor. Meow. The cat jumped and instantly appeared in front of the Spirit Emperor. It squatted in the air with a stick in its paw and meowed, "Fatty, don't fight." Spirit Emperor's face was cold. Get out of the way. No. Out of the way. I won't. The gray cat was fuming. He wouldn't budge. Emperor Ling frowned helplessly. This doppelganger was different from the previous one. The previous doppelganger had already separated from the main body. This doppelganger had just formed, and it was mixed with emotions that were stronger than the previous one. The ash cat was blocking her way, and she was in a difficult position. The Emperor God and Fang Ping had already exchanged many blows. The seawater beneath them had evaporated. At this moment, he sensed the problem and shouted, "Capture the ash cat." The Spirit Emperor sighed, and his jade-white hand reached out to grab the cat's neck. Meow, this cat is angry. Fatty, how dare you bully a cat? The cat was unhappy. I'm going to hit you. A bell suddenly appeared in the ash cat's paws. It rang the bell. Heaven-trapping bell. Cover the fatty. The heaven-trapping bell instantly enlarged and enveloped the Spirit Emperor. As if that was not enough, a gong and drum appeared in the cat's paws. With a stick in his left paw and a gong in his right paw, he began to beat them. Fatty, you're bullying the cat. Dang, a crisp sound rang out, the sound waves rippled out as the gigantic heaven-trapping bell shot towards the Spirit Sovereign. The sound waves from the heaven-trapping bell shattered the void, and just when the Spirit Sovereign wanted to retreat, he was imprisoned in the blink of an eye. With a loud rumble, the heaven-trapping bell descended. At this moment, the heaven-confining bell was transparent. The Spirit Emperor was trapped within. He slammed his palm against the iron wall of the bell, but a deafening sound rang out. The Spirit Emperor retreated, and the space around him shattered. However, he was unable to escape. The Spiritual Emperor didn't waste any time and wanted to come out from below. At this moment, the heaven-trapping bell instantly enlarged, and with a loud rumble, it stuck to the heaven-trapping bell. The ash cat was proud. I already knew there was a flaw. The defense below is a little weak, but the heaven-trapping bell can make up for it. The bell was originally empty. Although the divine artifact had its own restrictions, it couldn't stop it from breaking 9 times. What about now? The heaven-trapping bell just happened to make up for it. The ash cat shook his fat body and crawled under the gong and drum. He waved the long stick with his claws, and with a bang, he hit the gong and drum. Fatty, are you still bullying the cat? Rumble, inside the heaven-trapping bell, the void was cut apart. Countless spatial cracks appeared, and the void collapsed. The Spirit Emperor was instantly cut by countless cracks, and sparks flew everywhere. The sound waves shook, and the void was cut. In the blink of an eye, the Spirit Emperor was no longer able to care about anything else. He could only start to defend. The ash cat used 2 divine artifacts, and in addition, he was stronger than the Spirit Emperor. How could the Spirit Emperor's clone be a match for the ash cat? On the other side, Emperor Dong Huang and Emperor Nan were stunned. The Spirit Emperor's clone was defeated just like that. It was too fast. Breaking 9 times. Emperor Dong Huang frowned slightly. The ash cat actually broke 9 times. It was somewhat unexpected. In the beginning, there were 5 powerhouses besieging Fang Ping. In the blink of an eye, only the 3 of them were left. The God Emperor was no match for Fang Ping now. Under the ash cat's control, Emperor Dong Huang and Emperor Nan were hesitant about who to help. Before they could arrive, Fang Ping slashed with his saber. With a rumble, the God Emperor was sent flying, breaking through the void, and in the blink of an eye, he landed beside Emperor Dong Huang and Emperor Nan. Pfft, a mouthful of blood was spat out. The clone was not much different from the real body. It also had flesh and blood. At this moment, the God Emperor's mouth was full of blood. Not good. The God Emperor growled. Fang Ping was stronger than expected. This was not the state of a newly promoted. It might even be close to the real state of some of the emperors. Kill. The God Emperor roared again, but he winked at Emperor Dong Huang. Go, retreat. It was impossible for the 3 clones to kill Fang Ping. Instead of sacrificing 3 clones, it was better to retreat immediately. If the clones were injured, their real bodies would also suffer losses. They were really wrong today. They thought that they would definitely take Fang Ping seriously. The 5 clones would kill Fang Ping, but they did not expect to completely underestimate Fang Ping. no, there was also the gray cat. The spirit emperor encountered the gray cat, but he had no power to fight back. This cat was like playing with a child, knocking the heaven-confining bell, shaking the spirit emperor to the point that he could not break out of the divine weapon. The spirit emperor's clone was probably going to fall. Emperor Don Huang did not say anything. He punched at Fang Ping, his force erupting. With a rumble, Emperor Don Huang grabbed Emperor Nan, broke through the air, and escaped into the sky. They failed this time. They were all decisive people. They knew that they would fail this time. The three of them could not kill Fang Ping. Since they could not kill him, there was no need to continue wasting time. Retreat, otherwise, if the clones were killed, not only would they lose their divine weapons, but Fang Ping might also benefit. This was not what they wanted to see. Trying to run? Fang Ping snorted coldly. Did they really think that he could not tell? In the void, a large net appeared. However, the flying carpet from before had hit the large net, trying to break a hole. Fang Ping would not give them the chance. He broke through the air, and the Changdao slashed down. Rumble, Emperor Don Huang and the other two exerted force together. With a rumble, the three of them fell. Fang Ping also staggered, but it was not a big deal. As for Emperor Don Huang and the other two, they were blown by the strong wind, covered in blood. 1 against 3, even the Dao tree could fight 1 against 2, let alone Fang Ping, close to 70 million calories. Fang Ping was a true emperor. Split up. A low roar was heard. The three of them did not stick together, fleeing in all directions in the blink of an eye. Run, whoever was unlucky would stay. 3 clones were definitely no match for Fang Ping. If they wanted to kill Fang Ping, they would have to gather all 7 clones at the beginning and besiege Fang Ping. But now, they obviously did not have this chance. Fang Ping's gaze changed slightly. Without a word, he charged toward the God Emperor, shouting, "Big cat, stop Emperor Don Huang." Meow. The cat was not in a hurry. Something appeared in its claws again, the divine peeking mirror. The divine peeking mirror had been destroyed before, its shell had exploded, but the core was still there. It was previously made into a projection gate. At this moment, the cat took out the core and threw it in the direction where Emperor Don Huang escaped. There was a rumble. Near Emperor Don Huang, mirrors appeared in all directions at this moment. Emperor Don Huang growled and threw a punch. There was a loud explosion, and the mirrors shattered one by one. However, the cat did not panic. At this moment, the cat suddenly grew bigger, as if it had really become a big tiger. Holding the heaven-confining bell that trapped the spirit emperor in its claws, it threw it at Emperor Don Huang. Smash you to death, rumble. The heaven-confining bell broke through the void, smashing toward Emperor Don Huang in the blink of an eye. Emperor Don Huang's expression changed, a little helpless. Who knew that the cat was so strong? Not only was it strong, but this cat had many divine weapons. No one cared before, and this cat did not use it much. Look at how it used the divine weapons, the heaven-confining bell as a bell, the sky gong as a whistle to call people, the divine peeking mirror as a telescope, the beast emperor staff as a fishing rod. No matter how many divine weapons this cat had, no one cared. Today, they had no choice but to care. Emperor Don Huang roared, turned around, and punched again. Rumble, the punch hit the heaven-confining bell. The spirit emperor inside was shaken to the point where he bled from his orifices. He could not help but shout angrily, "How?" Emperor Don Huang was also very helpless. If he did not fight back and was hit, he would be seriously injured. He could not avoid it. The divine peeking mirror was blocking his way. He could only fight back. With this counterattack, he had to hurt the spirit emperor. On this side, Emperor Don Huang and the spirit emperor were at a disadvantage. On the other side, the Emperor God was trying to escape, but his bones exploded from Fang Ping's slash. He flew backward, his face full of helplessness. He could not escape. Fang Ping had targeted him. How could he run? Go! The Emperor God roared. At this moment, he no longer escaped. Instead, he entangled Fang Ping and shouted, "Go back!" He said it for Emperor Nan to hear. Go back and pass the news back. Not only had Fang Ping broken through 9, but he had also taken a long way on the path to breaking through 9. The next time he wanted to kill Fang Ping, he had to come in person. Before he was sure, He could not take any more risks, and he could not give Fang Ping any more benefits. At this moment, Emperor Nan had already escaped to the edge. He did not waste time talking. Go, his strength was not as good as the others. In order to condense 9 avatars this time, he had paid a great price. He did not want his avatar to be buried here. His force erupted. With a rumble, Emperor Nan broke the fishing net. Behind him, the heavenly hound opened its mouth and bit. When a tiger fell to the plains, it would be bullied by a dog. Although Emperor Nan's avatar was stronger than it, did it dare to turn back? The heavenly hound was also a dog that relied on its master's power. It was unforgiving when it had the upper hand. Awesome. When 5 avatars descended, it thought that it was dead for sure. Who knew that in the blink of an eye, Fang Ping would kill one of them? The stupid cat actually stopped too. Now that the Emperor God was being beaten by Fang Ping, would Emperor Nan dare to stay? Indeed, Emperor Nan did not dare to stay. Go. He was not in the mood to compete with the heavenly hound. Now, he had to hurry back to the source. If he stayed any longer, the Emperor God would not be able to hold on, and he would die too. Just as he broke the fishing net, Fang Ping sneered. At this moment, a ruler appeared out of thin air. Clang! Emperor Nan was caught off guard and was actually hit on the head by this ruler. His head was broken and bleeding. In the void, a small boy came over, holding a ruler in his hand. He looked at Emperor Nan, his face expressionless. You, Emperor Nan was surprised. 9 breakthrough, where did this 9 breakthrough come from? I am Xianxia said in a low voice, holding the ruler in his hand. When Emperor Nan wanted to dodge, the ruler struck again. Master is unwilling to punish you, so Xianxia can only do it on his behalf. The ruler was used for punishment. Since the master did not use it, then he would use it. Emperor Nan could not dodge in time. With a thud, the ruler hit his head again. With a thud, his head exploded. Xianxia looked calm. How could Emperor Nan, who was fleeing in panic, match him? Xianxia was not anxious. Instead, he looked at Fang Ping. When he saw Fang Ping crush the Emperor God, his gaze was a little strange. Looking over there, the cat was having fun, trapping Emperor Dong Huang and Emperor Ling. The boy servant was also shocked. Both of them were 9 breakthrough. In front, the heavenly hound opened its mouth wide, its dog face dull. It's you? The heavenly hound knew him. Emperor Nan and the Emperor God might not remember him, but the heavenly hound would not forget Xianxia. When he saw the boy, he was shocked, followed by anger. This boy was not a good person. In the past, in the battle hall, it was this boy who was responsible for monitoring his reading. If he did not read, he would beat him. The battle heavenly emperor did not beat people, but this boy beat people, and he used the ruler. Long time no see, heavenly hound. The boy smiled, but he turned around and hit Emperor Nan, who was trying to escape, flying backward again. His shoulder was smashed. Very strong, the boy servant was not weak, even stronger than the Dao tree. How could Emperor Nan's avatar be a match for the boy servant? The boy servant was not anxious. He looked at Fang Ping and said with a smile, it seems that the king man does not need my help to deal with them. Indeed, even without him, Fang Ping would be fine. However, Fang Ping cut off one of the Emperor God's arms with a saber and said with a smile, without Senior, they did not escape. If they escape back, it will be a little troublesome. Kill them, so that they can't bring back any news. The avatar must not get close to the main body, or it must merge with the main body to bring back the news. Otherwise, separated by the 9 heavens and the source universe, in the source land, those emperors would not be able to sense everything that the avatar saw, unless they died. The beast emperor probably knew that his avatar had died. The boy smiled and did not say anything else. The ruler struck again and again. Emperor Nan was not strong to begin with. After being hit again and again, his entire body was cracking. Xianxia? At this moment, Dong Huang recognized him and growled, you are not dead. Grandmaster is still here. Xianxia does not dare to die. Grandmaster was not only Dong Huang, but also the Emperor God and the Emperor God. Xianxia had been very indifferent before, but at this moment, there was a hint of resentment. He looked at Dong Huang, gritted his teeth and said, Master does not want to punish you, and does not want me to take revenge, but today, I will still be rebellious, deceiving my master and destroying my ancestors. He was the boy servant of the Battle Heavenly Emperor. In fact, he was also equivalent to Battle Heavenly Emperor's disciple. These were all his grandmasters. But he wanted revenge. If he could not kill the main body, he could kill the avatar. The ruler suddenly turned into a blood-red long saber. The boy servant's body overflowed with murderous intent, and with one slash, he broke Emperor Nan's arm. The blood-red long saber fell again and again. The slashes caused Emperor Nan's avatar to collapse rapidly. On the other side, although the Emperor God was stronger than Emperor Nan, Fang Ping was stronger than the boy servant. At this moment, the long saber was also fierce, slashing down again and again. He grinned and said, "You're here, don't leave." 3 true breakers, and none of them were beginners. The cat had more than 50 million calories. The boy servant was no weaker than the cat. It had been a few years since he broke through 9. It was even earlier than the Dao tree. Under such circumstances, with only 4 avatars now, how could he match them? It was too easy to kill. The Emperor God was not flustered and exasperated, only a little regretful and pitiful. While resisting Fang Ping, he sighed and said, "You are indeed more terrifying than we expected, and your improvement is faster, but even so, you still can't escape. The 5 of us tried to kill you, but you killed us quickly. The main body will find out." As he said that, the Emperor God laughed, no longer speaking, and no longer resisting. The avatar suddenly burned. He wanted to fight with his life on the line, so that Fang Ping could not gain anything, but also to let the main body know that Fang Ping was terrifyingly powerful. The main body did not know the specific situation, but the avatar still knew that the avatars besieged Fang Ping. He fell so fast that it was unbelievable. The main body would guess something. He did not delay the time anymore, otherwise, it would mislead the main body. Knowing that there was no way out, the Emperor God was also a decisive person, destroying everything that could be beneficial to Fang Ping. Kill, in the void, a thin sword shone on the 3 realms. Fang Ping has long broken 9, Xu Xiang and the cat have broken 9. The Emperor God's voice was loud. Although the main body could not hear it, it was enough for someone in the 3 realms to hear it and pass the news to the main body. "Idiot!" Fang Ping sneered. Almost at the same time as the Emperor God's voice transmission, Fang Ping's voice became louder, and he used the Emperor God's voice. "How is a traitor?" A loud roar covered the Emperor God's voice. "Comparing strength, are you stronger than me? Can you cover my voice?" Old Zhang had used this move in the Spirit Emperor dojo. Fang Ping's voice was extremely loud. He roared, "How is a traitor? Qiang, how dare you slander me? Bastard!" The boy servant was stunned. He only saw Fang Ping talking to himself. Sometimes it was the Emperor God's voice, sometimes it was Dong Huang's voice. Even Spirit Emperor had spoken. "Qiang, what are you doing, bastard? How? Kill him!" Yes, Spirit Emperor was shouting. Of course, it was Fang Ping who was shouting. Confusion was Fang Ping's specialty. "You are not as strong as me, but I can still shout whatever I want. Kill him." "Qiang, what is your purpose?" "Damn it, be careful, Spirit, Fang Ping is his pawn, his replacement." What a great show. The voice shook the void, the 3 realms were in turmoil. Fang Ping directed and acted, and began to add scenes for himself. The Emperor God, who had already burned himself, had a helpless look on his face. What to do? There was no way. It was just a clone. How could his mentality be stronger than Fang Ping's? He covered your voice. He directed and acted. What could you do? You could not stop him. Fang Ping shouted loudly and roared, "Spirit, let's kill him together." "Fang Ping, do you think Qiang is helping you? He just wants you to become an emperor, become his replacement, and kill him together. Let's do it together." Rumble, an earth-shattering roar sounded. The Emperor God could not hold on anymore. At this moment, he had burned himself to the peak, and had no choice but to act. With a loud rumble, the Emperor God vanished into thin air. As for Fang Ping, his Chengdao trembled. His shoulder was pierced, revealing a bloody hole. But Fang Ping did not care about this. He laughed and roared, "Qiang's clone is dead. Spirit, kill Fang Ping." "Oh no, Huang, what are you doing? Kill!" Emperor Nan's voice exploded. On the other side, Emperor Nan, who was beaten like a grandson by the boy servant, had an urge to vomit blood. "Are you addicted to acting? Really, I've learned something new. After living for tens of thousands of years, this was the first time he had seen such a big scene. From the beginning to the end, it was Fang Ping who was shouting alone. One moment it was Emperor Nan, the next moment it was Emperor Donghuang, and the next moment it was Emperor Spirit. That was exciting, but at this moment, he did not have time to think about this. Fang Ping was coming for him with his saber. He was no match for the boy servant. Now that Fang Ping was here too, he knew that his clone could not be saved. Initially, he wanted to keep it, but now, he could not care less. Vitality convergence. With a clear shout, Emperor Nan's entire body turned gray in an instant. Force, vitality convergence. Emperor Nan also burned everything, not giving Fang Ping a chance. In an instant, he turned into a thin sword. With a puff, he pierced through the boy servant's defense, slashing toward Fang Ping. Fang Ping brandished his saber, looked at him coldly, and slashed down. Rumble, the thin sword exploded. At this time, Fang Ping turned back to look at Dong Huang and Spirit Emperor who were still trapped. At this moment, both of them were struggling violently. The cat was also panting a little. Dong Huang also looked at Fang Ping, somewhat helpless. What a big show, who was he acting for? He really did not expect it. 5 Dao broke through 9 clones. In the blink of an eye, 3 were killed, and even the Emperor God was killed. It was so fast that it was shocking. Fang Ping, this guy, was still acting at this time. Even Dong Huang was a little impressed. Were these words useful? They might not be useful, but they might not be useless either. If the 9 emperors were really one, these words would be useless. It would not affect them at all. But, everyone had their own plans, each had their own thoughts. Under such circumstances, if the Emperor God received the news, would he suspect him? Of course, the Emperor God knew that he was not prepared to betray anyone, but he could not help but suspect them. Fang Ping killed them. How strong was Fang Ping? He could kill 3 clones in the blink of an eye. What a joke. Even if Fang Ping was a true emperor, it would still take some time to kill 3 clones. Right now, it was too fast. The boy servant and the cat's existence bought too much time for Fang Ping. 3 were killed in the blink of an eye. Anyone would suspect that among the 5, someone had betrayed them. Forbidden Sea. On an island. Daoist Fengyun frowned. Beside him, Di Xing looked sluggish. Internal strife. The emperor had descended, and there was actually internal strife. What were these people doing? There were a few earth-shattering loud noises. In the void, a few objects shattered. This was a sign that powerhouses had fallen. Who died? Daoist Fengyun frowned and said in a low voice, Qiang, Huang, Beast are all dead. What was going on? Even he was in a trance now. 3 died in the blink of an eye. That was too fast. Could it be that Hao and Ling had really betrayed him? But, if so, why did they come down to kill Fang Ping? Wasn't that just sending themselves to death? Sigh, Daoist Fengyun sighed. He was a little suspicious. He asked softly, Fang Ping directed and acted by himself? He did have such a suspicion, but how strong was Fang Ping to be able to act like this? He killed 3 emperor clones in one go. This was a broken 9, not a broken 6 Heavenly King. Before the commotion was over, a roar came from the catacombs. Heavenly King Zhen's laughter came. North King, this old guy still wants to bully me. Battle, don't you think that's too much? Ha ha ha, you guys are having an internal strife. Looks like I'm going to kill all of you today. Celestial Emperor Reverse said nothing. At this moment, the situation had changed so much that he was at a loss. What was going on over at Fang Ping's side? No matter how useless the broken 9 clones were, they would not be killed by a real god. Just like that, 3 of them were killed. Celestial Emperor Reverse wanted to check it out. However, North King was blasted to pieces by Heavenly King Zhen. Right now, Zhen was attacking him violently. For a moment, Celestial Emperor Reverse could only retreat. This guy, Zhen, was he going crazy this time? Why was he so much stronger than expected? Origin. The tremors continued. First, the Beast Emperor let out a muffled groan, which resounded in all directions. In the blink of an eye, the Divine Emperor's spiritual energy was shaken. Not long after, Emperor Nan let out a low roar, and his limbs were broken. Another instant later, the bones in the North Emperor's hand exploded. The source of origin fell silent. It was eerily quiet, streams of mental energy swept over. No one spoke. This was too unexpected. 7 clones descended upon the 3 realms, and 4 died in the blink of an eye. What was this? Something happened. After a long while, the Divine Emperor said. Everyone was silent. Nonsense, everyone knew that something had happened. More importantly, how did it happen? This was too unexpected. 4 of them had broken through. Did the lower realm even have a minute? Of course, they didn't count in minutes. However, was there any difference between that and killing 4 pigs in such a short period of time? Breaking 9 was not a pig, the God Emperor sighed. There is no reply from the 3 realms. We are trapped in the source lands and have no way of knowing the details. Everyone, let one of our true bodies descend upon the 3 realms. No one made a sound. There was a problem with the 3 realms. It was very dangerous. Is it Yang or Hong? Someone snorted. If it weren't for these 2, how could he have died so quickly? They suspected that the 2 of them had taken action in the 3 realms. Hong also needs to resist the chaos of the origin land. It's very likely that it's Yang. Since Yang has shown himself, he will definitely be able to find some clues now that his true body is here. The young god had made a move. These were the thoughts of the emperors. It was definitely him. Otherwise, how could the 4 9th-rank cultivators have been killed so quickly? Right now, the most important thing was to let someone descend. It was obviously impossible for all of them to descend. The source needed to be suppressed. The God Emperor quickly said, I and the others can't leave. Otherwise, the origin land will fall into chaos, and you won't be able to suppress it. The few of us won't leave. We can share some of the burden. We can suppress one land and let one person descend. The few powerhouses couldn't leave. If they left, the others wouldn't be able to help them suppress the loophole. However, with the others gone, they could share some of the pressure and help suppress it. Emperor Nan and the others did not say anything. What if the young god were to attack them when they descended to the mortal world? They were no match for the young god, the Divine Emperor said again. We're just investigating his whereabouts. Even if Yang appears, he won't dare to make a move. If he really wants to make a move, he can just return to the origin. Would he dare to attack? The Divine Emperor spoke calmly. Would the young god dare to attack? I wouldn't dare. If they really killed their way to the source, the young god would not be able to leave. He won't come, but still, no one spoke. The danger was still there. The Divine Emperor paused and said, Gee, it was more appropriate for a Renhuang to descend. He had descended before, and the flaws of the Renhuang's suppression were not as serious as theirs. Just as the human emperor was about to speak, the source of origin suddenly trembled. The human emperor's voice changed slightly. Before he could speak, the God Emperor and the others disappeared one after another. The passage to battle has appeared. Zhang Tiandi, no, Wang Jinyang entered the source. The origin was in multiple spaces. At this moment, these people's spiritual power swept out, penetrating through space and quickly rushing towards the direction of the vibration. Yang matters should be put aside for now. Just as the commotion came from this side, Emperor Shi grunted and said angrily, Damn it, go to the immortal origin land, those guys are really here. Everywhere was on fire. The celestial emperor let out a deep roar. With a loud bang, a long sword pierced through the sky. That was his life divine artifact. In other words, he was like a beginner martial artist. He had tempered his divine weapon for a lifetime because he was a beginner martial artist. The immortal origin land could not be lost. Emperor Shi's clone was killed once again. This time it was still alright, only 8 clones were destroyed, so the damage was not too great. However, Emperor Shi was killed, so he had to go and defend that place. How, you go too, in case someone takes advantage of the situation. Emperor Donghuang did not say anything. Instantly, another weapon flew out and headed straight for the immortal origin land. Today was really a day of surprises. The people of the 3 realms actually dared to take the risk to go to the immortal origin land. They had underestimated the courage of the 3 realms. Of course, it was not that they were unprepared. At this moment, 2 divine weapons headed straight for the immortal origin land. No matter how many experts there were, they would not be able to break through in a short period of time. However, there were changes at the source of origin, so they had to find the passage to battle. However, the source of origin was also very dangerous. At this moment, these people had to be careful as they broke through layers of space. They would not be able to reach the trembling place in a short period of time. Before the trembling stopped, a suction force suddenly came from the source of origin. Rumbling sounds could be heard again. Even the Celestial Emperor could not help but curse, "Bastard!" The people of the three realms were more ruthless than expected. How many immortal origin cultivators did they kill? The death of so many people at the same time had shaken the source of origin. That was not enough. At this moment, Emperor Donghuang snorted and said to the source of origin, "My avatar was killed." 5. It was over. The plan to kill Fang Ping had failed completely. The remaining Emperor of Heaven Reverse and Spirit Emperor, one to stop Heavenly King Zhenwang, one to kill Fang Ping, and the other with a broken 9 avatar. Could he kill Fang Ping? Dream on, but now, they could not get away. "Gee, come here." The Celestial Emperor shouted again. Though there were many things to do, he could still send people here. But the human emperor was not stupid. He said, "I will go find the passage that Jean opened." "You want to find it, but I don't. Why should I come here? If I came here, I would have to face danger. The sun god might be waiting in the three realms to ambush them." Now the Celestial Emperor and the others were not going, and they were tied up by the source of origin. If he went, was he going to wait for death? If the three realms were to encircle him again, the last time was fine, but this time, there would be more powerhouses. There was the sun god, Hong, and the broken 9 avatar of Heavenly King Zhenwang. The human emperor was worried that he could not come back. The assassination plan that cost a lot of resources was over. The human emperor was in a daze. 7 broken 9 avatars came here. Even if he thought Fang Ping was difficult to deal with, and even if he could not kill Fang Ping, he could still create a big scene. But now, the scene was big, but it was on their side. In the blink of an eye, 5 were killed. Damn it, why did the three realms feel like it was going out of control? Was it the sun god? It was fine if it was true, but if it wasn't, then that would truly be terrifying. The situation in the three realms might be much more complicated than expected. The human emperor ignored it. If they were going to come, they would come together. If not, he would not take the risk. The human emperor did not reply. The Celestial Emperor was angry. On the other side, Emperor Shi grunted as if he was seriously injured. Well, the Celestial Emperor did not want to talk about him anymore. "You lost one of your broken 8 avatars, not yourself. Do you have to be like this?" His mentality was damaged, but not to this extent. He even suspected that Emperor Shi did not cut his mentality. Otherwise, the broken 8 avatars were not weak. How could they be killed? No one was willing to come here. The Celestial Emperor had to say again, "Brother Do." The Celestial Emperor's avatar was still alive, and the beginner martial divine weapon was not used. At this moment, the Celestial Emperor was the most relaxed. The Celestial Emperor had destroyed 2 of his broken 9 avatars. Before Emperor of Heaven Reverse could say anything, there came another explosion. The Celestial Emperor sighed, "My avatar is dead." That was not the point. The point was, something had happened. Yes, something had happened. At this moment, they all felt it at the origin. The origin was surrounded by walls, doors. But now, one of the walls was rumbling. Someone was yelling, "Damn, is this how you treat an old friend? Did I offend you? How dare you send someone to kill me? I am not having a good time, but none of you will. Stop." Rumble, loud noises came. Someone was attacking the 3 doors. They could not enter. After a boom, one of the doors was broken, but nobody entered the origin. "Gee, you bastard. How dare you leave your avatar here? I will blow it up." The human sovereign felt he was unlucky. He thought no one would come here. The origin was not a place anyone could come to. He thought his avatar was the only one that could survive this. Now, it seemed that it was impossible. "Bastard." The Celestial Emperor was furious. At this moment, the Celestial Emperor said no more. He wielded a saber and dashed toward the door. He could not allow the Celestial Emperor to make more trouble. At this rate, the origin would be in trouble. Bang, from the outside came a muffled noise. The Celestial Emperor's avatar was caught by the Celestial Emperor and smashed. Soon, there came another loud noise. The Celestial Emperor's weapon was entangled with the Celestial Emperor. The Celestial Emperor shouted again, "Come out if you have balls. You want to kill me with a weapon? Dream on. The God of Yang and the earthly sovereign are waiting for you down there. Come on." The Celestial Emperor laughed, "You will suffer if you don't give us a good time. Come on, kill your way out. Come out with 3 or 5 renhuang. Let's see if the source land can still be suppressed." Boom, there came another loud noise. The Celestial Emperor was purposely making trouble. He purposely attacked the doors and the walls. More and more energy was being drained from the origin. The Celestial Emperor snorted. His original body emerged from the origin. Above the original body, an arm was cut off. The Celestial Emperor had transformed into a Celestial Emperor. The Divine Emperor, who had transformed into a human arm, walked directly toward the door. The distance was short. He was not worried that the avatar would be smashed. He had to stop the Celestial Emperor no matter what. The Celestial Emperor was trying to disgust them. But if they did not do anything, things would go wrong. The Celestial Emperor's avatar walked out of the door. The next moment, he grabbed the Celestial Emperor's weapon and charged toward the Celestial Emperor. This was only the Celestial Emperor's origin body, not his original body. Seeing the Celestial Emperor's avatar coming with the Celestial Emperor's weapon, the origin body fled in a hurry. Come with your original body if you have balls. Believe it or not, I will break your arm and make you a one-armed warrior. Do you really think I am a pushover? I have a teacher as well. Teacher, I am here to kill. The Celestial Emperor shouted. The next moment, the origin universe trembled. The Celestial Emperor was stunned. Teacher, you are here for real? At this moment, the Celestial Emperor and the others also felt something was wrong. The origin universe was shaking. An earth-shattering shadow was projected into the origin universe. A figure that looked like an ancient demon emerged and walked toward the origin. Someone had broken the boundary and entered the origin universe. Was the young god here? Ha, 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 teacher, you are here. Kill them. Let's kill them together. The Celestial Emperor laughed. His huge figure walked over. At this moment, the Celestial Emperor and the others had no time to find a way to fight. The young god was here. This was a warrior at the beginning of the martial arts realm, breaking the boundary of the universe and entering the origin universe. Apart from the young god, who else could do this? The Celestial Emperor's avatar did not have time to deal with the Celestial Emperor. The young god was the real problem. The avatar returned and the Celestial Emperor's weapon disappeared as well. It was like facing a formidable enemy. Outside the door, the Celestial Emperor wiped his forehead quietly. Damn, you guys are scared to death. On the inside, he prayed that Zhang Tao and the others would hurry up. That bastard Fang Ping was too cruel and too fast. He killed them all in the blink of an eye. Wasn't he giving the Celestial Emperor more time? He was buying time. He felt helpless. In the origin universe, the huge figure was walking slowly. However, its speed was not fast. If one were to get closer to the figure, it was not the young god. A figure that looked the same as the Celestial Emperor broke through the origin universe and arrived. At this moment, he was sweating profusely. Don't come out, I am just taking a walk. Don't come out. If I come out, I might not be able to run away. The figure was moving slower and slower. Slower and slower. While walking, it turned a corner. Yes, it turned a corner. It seemed to be lost. It was spinning and even going back. In the origin universe, the Celestial Emperor's eyes flickered. The next moment, he bellowed. This time, he was really angry. His arms were cut off. The avatar that he had just withdrawn reappeared. The Emperor of Heaven Reverse found it both funny and annoying. He said softly, "Zhen, you are a genius." The Celestial Emperor's origin body started running. He cursed, "I didn't do it. Who knows who did it? Go and find him." Boom, behind him, the Celestial Emperor appeared with the Emperor of Heaven Reverse's saber in his hand. He chased after the origin universe. Damn it, that was not the young god, it was Zhen. But, the Celestial Emperor was still shocked. Was that Jin's beginner form? How was it possible that he could break the origin universe? But soon, he found something strange. In the void, a path seemed to be breaking. The Celestial Emperor's eyes lit up. He looked in that direction and felt relieved. Another creation, this guy was a genius. Last time, the Celestial Emperor had just broken the fake path he created. Today, there was another one. So, Xian came in through this fake path. At this moment, the fake path was burning and breaking. The beginner form of the Celestial Emperor had already run away. In front of him, the Celestial Emperor's origin body was running. He yelled, "Go after me! Come to my origin universe. I have more than a dozen nine-breaking realm warriors waiting in ambush. If you come, you will die and leave behind your divine weapon. You are still going after me? Are you going to turn me down? Xiong, you are the number one of the 9 kings. How come you are running like a dog? Go after me." Celestial Emperor cursed. What was going on? Enough is enough. Do you really want to kill me? The Celestial Emperor was annoyed. If it were in the past, he might not go after him. But today, so many unforeseen events had occurred. His heart was indeed a bit uneasy, and also a bit unhappy. Now that Celestial Emperor was making trouble, the Celestial Emperor wanted to take the chance to finish him off. Although Celestial Emperor was cursing, he was not slow. He had to run. He was in big trouble, though he had attracted the 9 kings' attention, giving Wang Jinyang time to escape. The Celestial Emperor himself had been targeted. He had to solve the problem as soon as possible. The Celestial Emperor's avatar was made from 2 broken arms. It was not weak. Together with Emperor of Heaven Reverse's origin weapon, the 2 were top warriors. Even a 9-breaking realm warrior could not escape death. Stop chasing. Don't blame me for not warning you. Don't say I didn't warn you when you lose your arms and your origin weapon. Celestial Emperor's origin body cursed and kept running. At the same time, in the real world, Celestial Emperor's origin body trembled. The next second, another avatar flew over and merged with the Celestial Emperor. Celestial Emperor opened his eyes and cursed, "You are really going against me. You are not the Celestial Emperor. Okay, then don't blame me for not showing mercy. Fang Ping, your father is here to give you something good." Celestial Emperor was panicking. If the Celestial Emperor came to his origin universe, he would be in big trouble. He had underestimated the Celestial Emperor's determination. He would go find Fang Ping and ask them to enter his origin universe so they could ambush the Celestial Emperor together. Let's see if the Celestial Emperor is going to chase us or not. The plan was going well, but Celestial Emperor had underestimated the Celestial Emperor's determination. Or rather, the death of so many avatars had infuriated the Celestial Emperor. Now, once he entered Celestial Emperor's origin world, Celestial Emperor would be in danger. In the Forbidden Sea, Fang Ping and Xu Xiang worked together and soon, Dong Huang was taken care of. This time, the 9 emperors' avatars did not cause them too much trouble. The 9 emperors had seriously underestimated them. Sensing that Emperor of Heaven Reverse was also killed, Fang Ping could not help but laugh. This old guy is really strong. 1 against 2. It did not take long for Celestial Emperor to kill the 2 avatars. He was much stronger than the sage tree. Right now, only the Spirit Emperor and the confinement bell was left. Cat stole a glance at Fang Ping and mumbled, "Should we lock up Fatty and ask him to do our laundry, cook, and feed us cat food? He is not the Celestial Emperor. Why are you so protective?" Fang Ping laughed. "Don't even think about this. Right now, we don't have the energy to watch over a Pajio avatar. If it's peaceful, we can capture the Spirit Emperor and ask her to do our laundry, cook, and feed us cat food. That's still acceptable." But now, Fang Ping chuckled. "How about we strip naked and give it to Sherpa? In this way, maybe Sherpa will be dead set on us." Inside the confinement bell, the Spirit Emperor's face was cold. She did not want to destroy this avatar. When Cat said that he would not kill her, she actually had some hope. But hearing Fang Ping's words, the Spirit Emperor's face was cold. She glanced at Fang Ping coldly and her body was burning. She should just die. If Fang Ping really stripped her and gave her to Sherpa, even if it was just an avatar, she could not accept it. Living a life worse than death, she could not accept this kind of humiliation. Kaboom! With a loud noise, the Spirit Emperor's avatar self-destructed. Fang Ping shrugged. The boy servant stared at him blankly. Defeated, one sentence forced Pajio to die. Although it was just an avatar, the Spirit Emperor did self-destruct. He did not even make a move, he self-destructed just like that. The boy servant was a little stunned. Killing people could be done like this. He had learned something new. He had not killed many people. As Battle's boy servant, who dared to provoke him, he had been staying in Combat Heavenly Palace in the early days and went to the Arcane Realm later. Although he did not have blood on his hands, he had not really experienced these things. Today, the boy servant felt that he had learned a lot. What was learned on paper was shallow. If you knew something, you had to do it. Sure enough, some things could only be known after you did it. Now was the time. The boy servant felt that he had really learned a lot. For example, the acting from before. Whether it was real or fake, the three realms might also be confused. Now, with one sentence, the Spirit Emperor's trouble was solved. Cat would not be dissatisfied. It could not be helped. The Spirit Emperor self-destructed. Fang Ping did not do anything. He just said that he would give it to Sherpa. Was Sherpa that scary? The Spirit Emperor self-destructed. Fang Ping sighed. That's why I said I would give it to Sherpa. Next time when I catch the real body, I say I will give it to Sky Dog. Will her real body self-destruct? Cat stared at Fang Ping in a daze. Then, it said pitifully, no. Cat suddenly felt that Big Fatty might really be played to death. The swindler caught Big Fatty and said he would give it to Sky Dog to play with. Meow, it was unimaginable. Big Fatty would definitely self-destruct. Beside him, Sky Dog's face was stiff. What did it mean? Smack, Cat whipped its tail, a little unhappy. Sky Dog seemed to be looking forward to it. Sky Dog was aggrieved. Why did it hit him? It was not him who said he wanted it. Fang Ping said he would give it to him, but he had not given it to him yet. However, Sky Dog's eyes lit up. You really want to give me the real body of the Emperor? It did not think of anything else. It just felt that if it really swallowed the Emperor, would it be terrifyingly powerful? It wanted to eat. Unfortunately, the dog's eyes were so bright that Cat could not help but smack its head again. Sky Dog was really perverted. Fang Ping was also speechless. It was just a casual remark, and it took it seriously. 7 Emperor clones were killed just like that? Fang Ping rubbed his chin. It was too easy. To be honest, he was prepared for a bloody battle. Now, it was so easy that he was a little annoyed. Let's go. I can't take it lying down. I've been preparing for so long, and this is all I can do. Are you looking down on me? Fang Ping said angrily, go up to 9th heaven and break the immortal source. I have to create a big commotion today. The boy servant hurriedly dissuaded. No, if you break the immortal source now, the emperors will not be able to stay calm anymore. They will definitely come in person. Even if the ground of origin is in chaos, they will still kill you. Fang Ping gritted his teeth. I know, but I'm really annoyed. He felt like he had not had enough fun yet. Moreover, the commotion was not big enough. There were no waves in the 3 realms. After this time, he might not be able to hide his strength of breaking 9. Breaking 9 was just this little commotion. That was too embarrassing. As he was thinking, the void exploded over there. Sky-suppressing Heavenly King broke through the air and shouted, Kid, do something big. The Emperor God is rushing over with his divine weapon. I've trapped him. Let's kill him together. Yes, trapped by him, he wanted to save his face too. Could he say that he was being chased? He was trapped. Real body? Fang Ping asked hurriedly. A clone, but it's not forged by divine weapons. It's his 2 arms. If we kill this clone, it'll be enough to make him suffer. He'll probably curse. Fang Ping's eyes lit up. He said quickly, okay, where is it? I'll go kill him. My origin world. Fang Ping was stunned. Then, he could not help but say, Godfather, you're still the best. You're much braver than me. Even I don't dare to break into my origin world. You even dare to use the Emperor God's clone. You're the craziest in the 3 realms. Respect, He was convinced, yes, Fang Ping was really convinced. This person was really crazy. How strong was this origin world that he dared to use it to ambush the Emperor God's clone? Sky-suppressing Heavenly King was still the #1 in the 3 realms. Fang Ping felt that he was really inferior. Look, in order to make the Emperor God suffer a big loss, this old man was so fierce, he killed 2 Emperor God's clones while trapping the Emperor God's clone. He should be stronger than the Emperor God's clone he killed before. Was he still human? Fang Ping felt that he would not be able to do it. Seeing Fang Ping's admiring gaze, Sky-suppressing Heavenly King's face darkened slightly. Are you mocking me? However, upon closer inspection, it did not seem like it. Fang Ping did not know about the origin world. He really thought that Sky-suppressing Heavenly King had deliberately set up a trap to trap the Emperor God's clone. He did not expect that the other party was chasing after Sky-suppressing Heavenly King. Fang Ping could not be blamed for being stupid. He really did not expect that the Emperor God and the others wanted to kill him. Why would they chase after Sky-suppressing Heavenly King for no reason? Moreover, they were in the origin world. This must have been lured here by Sky-suppressing Heavenly King himself. He should have made preparations for an ambush. Now that he was looking for him, was he probably trying to hide his strength? Fang Ping guessed in his heart. How strong was this old man? Sky-suppressing Heavenly King was not in the mood to care about this. He suppressed the urgency in his heart and coughed softly. Hurry up, you, Ash, Shu. He glanced at the boy servant, a little worried. Entering the origin world was not a joke. What if his own origin world was destroyed? Xianxia, go to 9th heaven secretly and see what's going on. We can settle this ourselves. The boy servant smiled. He knew what Sky-suppressing Heavenly King meant. To be honest, he was a little impressed that Sky-suppressing Heavenly King dared to let Fang Ping and Ash enter. Those who were skilled were bold, of course, he trusted Fang Ping and the others more. Otherwise, who would dare to let powerhouses enter their origin world? Since he was worried about him, he did not stay. It was only right that he was worried. If he really let him in, he would be worried that there was a conspiracy. The boy servant did not say much and quickly left. This time, he felt that it was very dangerous. Now it seemed that King Man and Sky-suppressing Heavenly King were both cunning old foxes. They were actually not satisfied with 7 clones. Now they deliberately lured the Emperor God to cut off his own arms to forge an avatar. These people were really sinister. Master, oh Master. If you had any of these two's cunning, you wouldn't have. Sigh. Xianxia sighed. Master was too upright. However, looking at Fang Ping and the others now, with a comparison, Xianxia suddenly felt that these people were actually real martial artists. Cunning as ghosts, some of them hid their strength, some of them tried to lure martial emperors, some of them tried to put on a show, and some of them tried to recognize their father. In short, during this period of time, he felt that the 3 realms was really very complicated. This was something he had never felt or seen before. In his opinion, the 9 emperors were great enemies and cunning people, but now, when he encountered these people, he still suffered a loss, and not a small one at that. If the Emperor God's avatar died, he would have been blown up by Fang Ping 3 times, the first of the 9 emperors. Why did he feel that the Emperor God was stupid now and that he was always the one at a disadvantage? The boy servant shook his head. He felt that he should not think that way. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that the Emperor God was only SOSO. If he really had this kind of illusion, he was afraid that the next time he encountered the Emperor God, he would die a terrible death. It's not that the Emperor God is stupid. It's that these people are too. The boy servant did not know what to say for a moment. Anyway, he felt that in the current human world, martial artists were not only powerful but also somewhat indescribable, not quite the same as the simplicity of the past. He did not know what the human world had experienced all these years. With a belly full of doubts, the boy servant disappeared quickly. As for Fang Ping, he was not in a hurry and continued to flatter the Sky-suppressing Heavenly King. He felt that the Sky-suppressing Heavenly King was really awesome. The Sky-suppressing Heavenly King was so anxious that he was about to burst into flames. If he did not help, his origin world would be blown up. Cut the crap and come in. Otherwise, he'll run away. Heavenly King Jin growled, interrupting Fang Ping's flattery. Enough, if you still don't come, I'll be in big trouble. Godfather, did you enter with your real body? Fang Ping was curious. Was it his true form or his origin form? If it was his true body, he would need to use the source soil to lay it down. Thinking about it, did the old man lack the source soil? Not at all, he had an origin Earth star. How could a true tycoon not have origin Earth to pave his origin world? Sure enough, Heavenly King Zhen quickly said, true body. If it was the origin body, its strength would be greatly reduced. Even if Fang Ping and the old cat's origin body entered, they would not be a match for the Emperor God. It would be a wasted trip. The Heavenly King Zhen did not say anything else. With a light shout, a small world appeared in the void. The door opened. Quick, enter. Heavenly King Subduing's voice was sharp. Hurry up, what are you waiting for? Fang Ping was unhurried. He brought Big Cat with him and stepped into the void. Beside him, Heavenly Hound was just about to enter when Heavenly King Zhen scolded, wait. The Heavenly Hound's face turned ugly. Was he looking down on dogs? Can't I go in and take a look? It was good to watch the fun, why can't this emperor enter? Heavenly King Suppressing did not have the time to care about it. The Heavenly Hound was in the midst of being indignant. With a rumble, the door that had not disappeared yet. Fang Ping was in a daze. A streak of blood appeared on his head, extending all the way to his crotch. Fang Ping's expression was ugly as he glared at the Heavenly King. Wasn't he supposed to be trapped? Didn't you say you were going to ambush him? As soon as he entered, he was caught off guard and was slashed out by a saber. Damn it! Fang Ping growled. Beside him, Tengu broke into a run without saying a word. Forget it, I'm not going to watch the show. It felt like nothing good was going to happen inside. Fang Ping had just killed the monarch's doppelganger so quickly that it thought it could go in and reap some benefits. Now that it saw that Fang Ping had been hacked to this state, how would it dare to go in? Fang Ping charged into Heavenly King Suppressing Source World once again. Heaven Subduing King's origin world wasn't small. Even if it was only 100 meters wide, the world you could see inside would be larger than what you could see from the outside. At this moment, in the Source World, the Divine Emperor directly attacked from the Great Path. The Great Tao of Heavenly King Subduing was now in ruins. However, for the Heavenly King Zhen, even if his Great Tao was broken, the problem was not as serious as he imagined. The Source World, on the other hand, could not afford to have any major problems. Fang Ping charged in again. The Emperor God was fighting with the Heavenly King Suppression. Heavenly King Subduing was being suppressed. The suppressing Heavenly King who was fighting was not an origin form. At a glance, Fang Ping guessed that it should be his beginner form, but now it was being suppressed by the Emperor God. Fang Ping sensed the saber in the Emperor God's hand. It was not inferior to his chaos-vanquishing saber, very powerful. In addition, the doppelganger was much stronger than before. Now, Heavenly King Zhen was in a difficult position. Heavenly King Zhen still had to protect his source world from being broken. What are you looking at? Go! Heavenly King Zhen roared. Fang Ping was still enjoying the show. When Fang Ping entered, the Emperor God also saw Fang Ping. His expression changed, and he said coldly, I see. Fang Ping had really broken 9. Previously, he thought that Fang Ping could only achieve breakthrough 9 under special circumstances. Looking at it now, it was a real breakthrough 9. Fang Ping had broken through 9 times, and Song Mao had broken through 9 times. In that case, with the help of Zhang Tao and the rest, the 5 clones might fail indeed. So, it wasn't the young god who did it. He still thought that the god creation envoys had gone to assist Fang Ping. If that was the case, then it might not be the young god who killed people, but Fang Ping himself. This old man has underestimated you. The Emperor God sighed. He had underestimated Fang Ping. He had actually broken through 9 times. Without further ado, the Emperor God turned and walked toward Heavenly King Zhen Avenue, returning to the source. The news of Fang Ping breaking through 9 times had to be brought back. He was not afraid of Heavenly King Zhen and Fang Ping. Even if the two of them joined forces, they might not be able to keep his doppelganger. This doppelganger was different from the previous one. Moreover, the beginner martial divine weapon was still there. This divine weapon was not inferior to Breakthrough 9. However, he did not want to continue fighting. He might not be able to kill the two of them. It was not worth it to lose this doppelganger. It was better to send the news back. When he knew that Fang Ping had broken through 9 times, his main body would naturally think of a way to deal with them. You come and go as you please? Heavenly King Zhenwang scolded. You come and go as you please. Who do you think I am? I've given you face. Seal. With a low shout, a round ball shot out. With a rumble, the incomparably wide road was instantly blocked by a large ball. Heavenly King Zhenwang scolded, leave. Where are you going? He used the Earth Origin Star to block the entrance of the avenue. If you have the ability, you can break this and leave. The Emperor God's expression did not change. He looked at him and said calmly, do you want to die? Blocking the avenue, Heavenly King Zhenwang's origin body could not be enhanced. He could only rely on the beginner martial body to fight him. Moreover, this was his source world. Wasn't the Heavenly King afraid of breaking the source? Heavenly King Zhenwang humphed. Die? Do you think this doppelganger of yours can really do anything to me? Fang Ping, go. This attitude of closing the door and releasing the dog made Fang Ping a little uncomfortable. Heavenly King Zhenwang seemed to be shouting, dog, bite him. Why did it sound so unpleasant? Heavenly King Zhenwang saw that Fang Ping did not move and said gloomily, go. I'm only left with a beginner martial body. I'm not his match. Kill him. Kill him and you'll definitely be rich. This is a clone transformed from his 2 arms. His qi and blood are extremely powerful, and his life force is extremely dense. There must be a mental power crystal. Even the Fist God is not as good as his clone. The Fist God had only broken through 8, but this clone had broken through 9. Furthermore, it was a part of the Divine Emperor's main body. This was definitely much stronger than the previous clones, and the benefits were also much greater. Also, Do's elementary martial divine weapon has been refined for tens of thousands of years. It's stronger than your Chaos Vanquishing Saber. Take it and fuse it with your Chaos Vanquishing Saber. Kid, you can kill an emperor with 1 saber strike. A divine weapon that had been tempered by a peak expert for tens of thousands of years, one could well imagine how powerful it was. Now that Do himself was not around, if Fang Ping could integrate it into the Chaos Vanquishing Saber, that would be really amazing. The God Emperor did not panic. He held his saber and slashed it across the ground. With a boom, the earth shook, the source world trembled. The Divine Emperor said lightly, Zhen, you are seeking death. Since that's the case, I'll destroy your original body. Break. With a low shout, the long saber fell, and with a rumble, it struck the ground. Bang. The Heavenly King Zhen's beginner martial body rushed over, holding a long staff. He lifted the saber, but the long staff cracked. The Heavenly King Zhen's veins were bulging, and he roared, Fang Ping, what are you doing? Are you watching the show? No hurry. Fang Ping was not in a hurry. The Chaos Vanquishing Saber suddenly turned into 36 Saint tokens, 8 Heavenly King seals, and 1 Emperor seal. Seal. With a low shout, these seals instantly hit into the source world. The source world immediately stabilized, no longer trembling like before. The God Emperor's eyes gleamed. You want to trap and kill me? Fang Ping was so confident, he did not use the Chaos Vanquishing Saber, but used it to seal the source world. Did he really think that he could kill him? Fang Ping ignored him, his vitality erupting. In the next moment, a large net soared into the sky, covering the sky and the sun. This was not enough. A flying carpet also rose into the sky, disappearing in the blink of an eye. He wanted to seal this world completely, so that the God Emperor could not escape. Big cat, mentality intimidation. Meow. The cat meowed. In the void, countless kittens suddenly appeared, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws at the God Emperor. This was the first time Fang Ping saw the cat intimidate its opponent in this way. Meow. Meow. One by one, the kittens kept meowing. The God Emperor's expression changed slightly, his mentality a little turbulent. Hundreds and thousands of kittens appeared around the God Emperor, meowing constantly. Even Fang Ping felt a little annoyed. Lock you up. The cat's main body was still next to Fang Ping. In the next moment, it threw out the heaven-confining bell, sky gong, divine peeking mirror. On the other side, Heavenly King Zhen was a little dazed. These two tycoons, Fang Ping threw out many divine weapons, so did the cat. At this moment, his source world had gathered 6 or 7 divine weapons. The God Emperor wielded his saber, breaking through the air, slashing at a kitten. With a rumble, the kitten was broken into pieces. The God Emperor did not delay. His speed was extremely fast, the Chengdao sweeping across, vitality erupting. With a sweep, the kitten was broken into pieces. Awoo! The cat was a little annoyed, letting out a different cry. As for Fang Ping, he did not make a move. He estimated that the God Emperor's avatar with the Chengdao was a little frighteningly powerful. The avatar's vitality was about close to 50 million cal, but that saber increased his strength by at least 20%. In other words, this avatar, when wielding the saber, had an explosive force close to 60 million cal, although not as powerful as Fang Ping, the gap was not big. If Fang Ping really wanted to kill him quickly, he might be seriously injured, and the heavenly Qingzhen source world might not be preserved. 2 arms could explode with such powerful vitality force. Fang Ping knew that this time, the God Emperor would probably pay a big price. If that was the case, he must make him stay. Rumble, the heavenly Qingzhen attacked again, working with the cat, and fought with the God Emperor for a while. In the blink of an eye, the heavenly Qingzhen was covered in blood, and he was killed. Just as the God Emperor wanted to chase after him, tokens suddenly appeared in all directions. The tokens formed a defense formation. The God Emperor slashed, causing the formation to tremble for a while. You want to exhaust my strength? The God Emperor was indifferent. He saw through Fang Ping's intention. But would this work? The heavenly Qingzhen also roared, we can't drag this on. The avatar has lost contact and hasn't returned for a long time. His main body might come to kill us. We must end this quickly and hide the source stars so that he can't find us. The God Emperor might come to kill us. If his avatar really did not return for a long time, he might come to kill us. There's no hurry. This is caused by your bragging all the time. Fang Ping rolled his eyes. If you did not brag and say that you trapped him, I would not have exposed my strength and come in. To think that I thought I could kill people when I came in, who knew that the other party was suppressing you, the heavenly Qingzhen was aggrieved. Who was bragging? You were just guessing. Fang Ping did not bother to say more. After watching for a while, he asked, you're a beginner martial. How strong is your mentality? The heavenly Qingzhen was stunned for a moment, but quickly said, more than 90,000 hertz. Fang Ping was even more stunned than him, more than 90,000 hertz? What the hell, you're a beginner martial, but your mentality is close to a qualitative change, you're too scary. Once there's a qualitative change, won't your beginner martial break 9 points directly? Fuse. Fang Ping could not be bothered to be shocked anymore. The old man's strength was terrifyingly strong. His beginner martial body was close to breaking 9 points. Once he fused them, his strength would probably skyrocket. All right. The subduing king wasted no time. He flew toward Fang Ping in an instant. In the blink of an eye, he landed beside Fang Ping. With a rumble, he wrapped Fang Ping up like a meatball. Fang Ping's face was flushed. With a roar, his vitality soared. The subduing king's beginner martial vitality was close to 40 million calories. Vitality, not force. This old man did not convert it into force because his mentality was not strong enough. Even so, Fang Ping felt that his beginner martial body might not be any weaker than Fist God's. It might even be stronger. The strength of his physique was much stronger than Fang Ping's. Right now, Fang Ping's basic vitality was only 19 million calories. Rumble, Fang Ping's vitality erupted again. The source world was shaking violently, as if it could not withstand it. At this time, the God Emperor, who was breaking the formation, changed his expression slightly. So powerful, the God Emperor did not waste any time. He broke through the air and slashed at the flying carpet and fishing net in the void. At this time, he felt a strong sense of danger. Fang Ping had the strength to kill him now. Trying to leave now? It's too late. Fang Ping had wanted to exhaust him. In the end, the subduing king avatar had fused with him. Fang Ping realized that he was terrifyingly powerful. He might have exceeded 70 million cal. At this point, how could he not even defeat a clone? Die. Without a weapon, Fang Ping threw a punch. The cat shrieked, shocking the God Emperor again. It was not just the cat. At this time, in the void, another subduing king appeared suddenly. There was a rumble, another burst of mentality. This was the source body. The God Emperor's body trembled slightly. His saber still hit the fishing net. The fishing net and the flying carpet creaked, even a part of it cracked. But the heaven-confining bell and the other divine weapons quickly suppressed it. Behind him, Fang Ping threw a punch. Seeing that he could not break the seal, the God Emperor turned around and slashed with his saber. Rumble. Fang Ping's hand was bleeding profusely, but his punch sent the Chengdao flying. The God Emperor Avatar's arm exploded. I'll beat you up. At this time, Fang Ping was like a demon king. He clenched his fists and quickly closed in. His fists were like phantoms, one punch after another, extremely fast. The rumbling sound of explosions was heard continuously. Sparks flew everywhere. The God Emperor's expression was solemn. He kept fighting back. Although his combat strength was not as good as Fang Ping's, his skills were superb. Diverting force, borrowing force, predicting. At this moment, the avatar was displayed incisively and vividly. Fang Ping gave it his all, but he felt a little exhausted. He had experienced this feeling from Old Manly before. This also showed that the God Emperor's understanding of martial arts was beyond imagination. After all, he was the #1 emperor in the world. Even if he had not fought for many years, he did not abandon it. Even his avatar's combat strength was unparalleled. The two avatars that Fang Ping killed earlier could only be considered robots. This avatar had a bit of an avatar's flavor. Quake! The God Emperor threw a punch. Fang Ping also threw a punch. The fist force vibrated. Fang Ping's whole body trembled, but he broke the spell with force. One punch caused the God Emperor's arm to explode. No matter how superb your skills are, your strength is still not enough. If I break the spell with force, I can still kill you. Exchanging injury for injury, how could the avatar compare to the real body? Meow. A sharp meow sounded again. The cat had also noticed the God Emperor's flaw. This meow was extremely sharp. The God Emperor's head roared. His vision blurred. Fang Ping threw another punch. Bang, his sternum was penetrated. The God Emperor was sent flying. At this time, all the saints quickly sealed the Heavenly King seal. The divine weapons like the heaven-confining bell wrapped around the God Emperor. In the blink of an eye, the God Emperor was trapped in the divine weapon array. Fang Ping did not dare to slow down. He attacked the heaven-confining bell madly. Clang clang clang, a series of sounds were heard. The entire source world trembled violently. The Heavenly King's voice was heard, a little anxious. Hurry up, or else my origin will be destroyed. Not good. Hurry, his real body seems to have sensed it. Kill him quickly. I'll shift the origin stars. The Heavenly King was getting more and more anxious. Fang Ping was also a little shocked. He was shocked by the God Emperor's tenacity. The three powerhouses joined forces and so many divine weapons, yet they still could not kill the God Emperor. This guy's avatar was probably not much weaker than the previous 5 avatars. This guy did not use much strength to kill him previously. Old man, hold on. I'm going to explode. Fang Ping roared. On both his fists, blood red filled the air, his vitality was burning. The Heavenly King's voice suddenly sharpened. Control it, don't overflow. It was too late. Rumble. With a punch, the heaven-confining bell was directly flattened. Rumble. The inside of the heaven-confining bell was directly turned into nothingness. The God Emperor's expression also changed. With a rumble, the avatar exploded, turning into a bloody mist. The aftermath shook. With a rumble, the source world began to crack. The Heavenly King could not care so much. He quickly broke away from Fang Ping, put away the origin stars that were blocking the way, and roared, I'll shift the origin stars. His real body is coming. Rumble. At this moment, in the source universe, a large star seemed to be burning, fleeing at high speed. The Heavenly King could not care less about hiding his whereabouts. He had to run far away first, the source world. The rumble was endless. Dong Huang roared, Qiong, what are you doing? Qiong actually ran away. He stopped suppressing the source world and ran away. at this moment, the entire source world was shaking. Surges of energy spread out, bombarding all directions. The walls were cracking. Emperor of Heaven Reverse's figure emerged, suppressing all directions. The other God Emperor also showed up, suppressing the turbulence. The human emperor scolded, "Xiong, do you want us to be trapped together? Do you want to leave?" From the distance came the God Emperor's voice, cold. "Something happened to my avatar, how is that possible?" Before his voice trailed off, they saw a shocking scene. Not long after the God Emperor left the source world, with a rumble, his arms that were cut off had yet to recover. Now, even his shoulders were blown up, everyone was silent. Something had happened. Xiong's avatar was killed. How long had it been? Was he killed? How could Xiong's avatar be killed so quickly? Emperor of Heaven Reverse shouted, "Come back!" Rumble, the source universe was shaking. However, at this moment, someone cursed, "Summon my hammer. The saber is mine." It was the Heavenly King's voice. Emperor of Heaven Reverse's expression changed. He shouted again, "Come back!" Rumble, in the source universe, a vast planet was glowing. A saber appeared on the planet. Emperor of Heaven Reverse's expression changed. His natal saber was trapped. Emperor of Heaven Reverse, don't even think about the saber. At this moment, another person appeared on the planet. Fang Ping's voice was loud. He stood on the planet with pride. In front of him, the array formed by the seals of the 9 emperors was trapping the saber. "Thank you, Emperor of Heaven Reverse, for the gift." Fang Ping chuckled, his silhouette slowly disappearing. The next moment, in the source universe, the planet dimmed down and vanished. He has returned to the 3 realms. In the source world, Emperor of Heaven Reverse's eyes glowed. The golden ray pierced through the source world and looked toward the source universe. But he knew that Fang Ping had left. Fang Ping had suppressed his natal saber, left the source universe, and returned to the 3 realms. He has reached the 9th level. Emperor of Heaven Reverse murmured. Outside the source world, the God Emperor's expression changed. His arm grew out again. The next moment, a long sword returned from the sky. His natal divine weapon, he had been guarding the source world. Now that he was summoned back, the God Emperor did not say anything. He wielded the long sword and dashed toward the direction where the planet appeared. Boom, like a shooting star, the long sword lit up the entire source universe with flames. Boom, the sword slashed. However, there was nothing but desolation. The place where the large star had appeared was now empty. In the source world, the chaos was getting worse. Right then, Emperor Donghuang suddenly groaned and shouted, "Come back! Damn it, someone is taking my natal divine weapon." The God Emperor's expression changed as he heard this. The source world was in trouble again. Hao's natal divine weapon also had the ability to break the 9th level. Now, someone was taking it? Just now, he had called back his natal divine weapon. Now, it seemed that Hao could not hold on any longer. Bastard! The God Emperor could not help but bellow. His voice shook the source world. Fire was burning everywhere. Where did so many powerful warriors come from in the 3 realms? At the source world, was it a natal divine weapon or many natal divine weapons? His avatar was killed. The others' avatars were also killed. Now, there was a change in the source world. Thinking of this, the God Emperor sighed. War, speaking of which, the chaos today had a lot to do with war. If it was not for his arrow that shook the source world would not have been shaken as soon as he came out. Then, his main body could have descended for a longer time. At first, he thought that it was just a delay. They could quickly suppress the source world and return to their previous state. But now, things were getting more and more troublesome. The God Emperor sighed and did not stay any longer. Zhen had already escaped. It was difficult for him to find his whereabouts in the source universe. His avatar was killed. He could not even locate him. He should suppress the source world first. The long sword disappeared again, breaking through the air. Something had happened at the source world. It was better to continue suppressing the source world first. Zhen would settle the score with him sooner or later. The God Emperor broke through the door and entered the source world. He had just disappeared. In the next moment, outside the door of the source world, a cat grabbed a person and appeared next to the door. "I'll let you guys mess around again." Fang Ping gritted his teeth. His origin form held a round ball in its hand and smashed it toward the vitality gate with a rumble. Boom, an earth-shattering sound rang out again. Crack, the vitality door was broken. At this moment, the powerhouses who cultivated vitality in the three realms all felt a powerful vitality force gushing out from the Xianxia gate. Fang Ping did not say anything. He grabbed the cat's tail and fled quickly. Fang Ping. An angry roar resounded throughout the three realms. The emperors were enraged. The god emperor who had just left did not expect Fang Ping to be so bold. He actually let the cat bring him to break the door. That day, when the god emperor used the vitality door, Fang Ping had only split a small opening and many things had happened. Today, Fang Ping directly used the Earth Origin Star and punched a big hole in the vitality door. At this moment, the source world was rioting. Breaking the door and breaking the door were not the same. The heavenly King Zhan and the others broke the nine and entered the source world. That was the Tao breaking the door. As for Fang Ping, this guy directly smashed through the source world door. These two were completely different. Fang Ping, you bastard, you're asking for it. At this moment, the God Emperor was also furious. Bastard. At this time, the vitality door was cracking. The God Emperor could not sit still anymore. He hurriedly flew toward the vitality door. The God Emperor also hurried back, shouting, "Hurry, repair the vitality door." In the three realms, the vitality powerhouses were still absorbing large amounts of pure vitality force. Each of them was extremely shocked. They all saw it just now. They vaguely saw something. Fang Ping used a round ball and smashed through the vitality door. After that, endless vitality force surged in. What did Fang Ping do? He went to break the door again. The reason why it was said again was because until now, on the vitality door, Fang Ping's last words were still there. God Emperor, I'm going to ninth heaven. Be careful with your divine weapons, ha ha ha. At this moment, there was a wild laugh. In the Dark Source universe, Fang Ping grabbed the cat's tail and disappeared in the darkness. As soon as he said that, the God Emperor roared. Heavenly Emperor reverse side. Without saying anything more, he quickly condensed a clone and disappeared. Dong Huang did not delay either. He quickly condensed a clone and disappeared in the source world. Trouble, Fang Ping was lighting fires everywhere. However, they were somewhat restricted by the source world and could not leave. The God Emperor's eyes were cold. He said to the source world, "Gee, come to the source world with your real body and hide in the dark. If Fang Ping really dares to go, kill him." Even if the few of them couldn't leave, one of the others could still leave. At this point, they had to prevent Fang Ping and the others from attacking ninth heaven. 2 clones might not be of any use. So many clones had been killed. At this moment, only the Emperor himself could go. This time, the Emperor did not refuse. He could not refuse. Quickly suppress the source world and repair the door. The Emperor did not waste any more words. He tore the source universe apart and disappeared on the spot. The source world must be suppressed. Otherwise, it might be breached today. As soon as the Emperor left, the source world quieted down again. The Emperors all had their own thoughts. At this time, the Spirit Emperor's voice came, mocking, "A bunch of living dead. No matter how strong they are, what can they do?" Were the Emperors strong? Very strong. Unfortunately, they were all a bunch of living dead. Most of their energy was occupied by the source world. Many emperors were actually fooled by these people from the 3 realms. The Divine Emperor said coldly, "So. I don't want to be a living dead anymore." The reason for these arrangements, the reason for the 10,000 years of chaos in the 3 realms, what was it for? Wasn't it because he didn't want to be controlled by these things? What a joke. If you don't break free, you will forever be restrained by the source. Only by transcending will you no longer be restrained. An emperor who was no longer restrained was definitely not like this. They would never be overwhelmed by one Fang Ping, one town. Today's chaos had arisen precisely because they wanted to break the deadlock. As soon as these words came out, everyone fell silent. Even Ling Huang didn't say anything. Yes, everything. Wasn't it all for the sake of not being a living dead? Forbidden Sea. Fang Ping walked out quickly, once again suppressing the battle divine weapon. Not only did he have to suppress the divine weapon, the blood and the heaven-trapping bell was also rapidly fusing together, as though it was trying to form another clone. Fang Ping needed to suppress it too. If it were not for the fact that these divine weapons could not be used, Fang Ping would not have asked the Heavenly King Garrison to borrow the stars. My ball. Just as the Heavenly King Garrison was about to speak, Fang Ping said angrily, "Damn it, the Emperor God chased after me too quickly, I didn't have time to retrieve it." Heavenly King Zhen's face turned from green to purple, then from purple to black. He suddenly cursed, F***ck off. Do you think I'm an idiot? Give it back to me. He was about to fly into a rage. Do you think you can fool me? I started my business by robbing and conning people, you actually fooled your father? Don't talk nonsense. Let's go to the 9 heavens, where are you going? Heavenly King Zhen cursed, are you courting death? Do you think the Emperor is a fool? Why is he not going to suppress the immortal origin now? The Emperor's true body will definitely descend. Don't go looking for death. Fang Ping said regretfully, then we'll just give up? This is a rare opportunity. As he spoke, he shook his head. Forget it. I'll go and help old Zhang and the others first. Just as he was about to leave, Heavenly King Zhen grabbed him by the neck and unleashed his beginner martial body. The origin body and the beginner body surrounded Fang Ping at the same time. Bastard, give it back. Heavenly King Zhen was flustered and exasperated. You want to change the topic? No way, my original Earth Star, my life savings, that thing was too precious. Even if he was beaten to death, he would never give it to Fang Ping. That black-hearted bastard snatched whatever he saw. He might as well kill him. As he spoke, Heavenly King Subduing cursed, Bastard, your Chaos Vanquishing Saber and Battle's Natal Saber are both supreme treasures. I'm already so poor, yet you still want to take advantage of me? Has your conscience been eaten by dogs? Woof. The Heavenly Hound let out a low cry. Bang! Heavenly King Subduing Chu Wushan punched him on the head and said angrily, what are you shouting for? Did you eat his conscience? Woof, the Heavenly Hound was dumbfounded. Why did you hit me? When you say that, this Emperor will say something along the way. Why did you hit this daddy? The subduing Heavenly King could not be bothered with it. He did not care whether the Heavenly Hound was happy or not. He continued to roar, return it to me. Here. Fang Ping's expression was one of nonchalance. He tossed the small ball over and muttered, stingy. To think that you would treat something made of mud as a treasure. Heavenly King Zhen snorted. He took the ball and looked at it. There seemed to be some marks on it. He said disdainfully, you want to take a piece and leave? He was thinking too much. I've been refining it for more than 10,000 years. If you can cut a piece off, you'll be amazing. Fang Ping rolled his eyes. This old man was guarding against him. No wonder he did not remind him to lend it to him. Fang Ping did want to scrape some off, but in the end, there was no way. Are you really not going to the 9 heavens? Fang Ping was still a little unwilling. He still wanted to go to 9th heaven and continue his mission. Heavenly King Zhen exhaled and said, if we go now, we will definitely encounter the Emperor's true body. Also, it might expose those guys. We've already created an opportunity, but we don't know if they've completed it. It's better not to go now. I'm afraid it will cause chaos. Emperor True Body, he did not know who was coming. If it was Emperor Nan and the others, Fang Ping would not be afraid. However, if it was a few of the top few, then forget it. They were not a match. Heavenly King Zhen said quickly, stop talking nonsense. Absorb the Emperor God's vitality as soon as possible. This old guy is terrifyingly powerful. His arms are broken, but it's still enough for you to hone your physique a little more. Suppress the divine weapon of fighting and call Xianxia. When the blacksmith comes back, we'll work together to recast the Chaos Vanquishing Saber. There are many things to do now. Even if you fight with the Emperor True Body once, what's the use? Other than making them more wary of you, what else can you do? So what if you kill one? The most important thing now is to solve other troubles, improve your strength, and wait for the final battle. Don't think about what you can do now, kid. This time, the harvest was huge. He killed 8 clones. No, he also killed 1 at the immortal origin and 1 outside the origin, a total of 10. This was the only opportunity like this. It was already very successful now. Fang Ping still wanted to create more results, but Heavenly King Zhen felt that it was not feasible and the losses outweighed the gains. Your strength of breaking 9 has been exposed. Now they still don't know how far you've gone on the path of breaking 9. You haven't shown your true strength. If they really find out, you kid will be in big trouble. You still have to hide something. Also, the speed of your improvement must be faster than their speed of reaction. Heavenly King Zhen said seriously, the foundation of the 3 realms is almost exposed this time. Shuxiang might be exposed this time, and my strength has also been completely exposed now. All? Fang Ping asked doubtfully, really? Nonsense. Heavenly King Zhen said impatiently, how strong do you think this old man is? All these years of accumulation, these days, all have been exposed. Fang Ping raised his eyebrows. Your old beginner martial body, can you break 9 after absorbing the Emperor God's vitality? The Emperor God's clone was definitely stronger than Fist God. Logically, such a powerful vitality was not weaker than the Emperor God who absorbed the supreme beginner martial. If Heavenly King Zhen absorbed it, could he achieve a beginner martial breakthrough 9? Heavenly King Zhen laughed. Are you willing to give it to me? Fang Ping needed it too, or rather, he needed all of it. The Emperor, and the first Emperor, the Emperor God's 2 arms were much stronger than the Emperor West's 4 limbs. The difference of tens of millions of cal between the Emperor West and the Emperor God did not seem to be much, but in reality, there was still a fundamental difference between the two of them. The Emperor God's clone forced Fang Ping and the others into a panic, and many of them had broken 9. But if the Emperor West's real body came, Fang Ping might not be afraid of him. This was the difference. Fang Ping raised his eyebrows. Why not? This time I cut off his arms, next time I'll cut off his legs. Heavenly King Zhen laughed, looking at Fang Ping with a low laugh. If my double body breaks 9, after fusing, my combat strength will soar, and you may not be able to suppress me. Can you rest assured if you can't suppress me? The current Heavenly King Zhen's performance was still not too strong. If he was strong, he would not be chased by the Emperor God's clone until there was no way out. About 50 million calories. Of course, this was referring to the origin body. The beginner martial body was less than 40 million, but it was close. Previously, when both bodies joined forces, they were suppressed by the Emperor God's clone. Why must I suppress you? Fang Ping squinted and smiled. In this day and age, when the sky falls, the tall ones hold it up. You're really stronger than me. Help me hold up this collapsing sky, isn't that good? Heavenly King Zhen said nothing. Beside him, Heavenly Hound could not help but drool. If you guys don't want it, give it to me. If I absorb it, I can definitely break 9. The 2 arms of that old guy, the Divine Emperor, this is a comprehensive improvement. If I break 9, I will help you guys too. Heavenly Hound wanted to rob them, if not for his lack of strength, he would really start robbing them. He was too greedy, the other Emperor's clones were almost burned to ashes. If they were forged by divine weapons, the divine weapons would have been destroyed. But the Emperor God's clones were really forged by flesh and blood. This was different, Fang Ping said impatiently, your mentality almost changed qualitatively. Absorbing this is a waste. How is it a waste? Heavenly Hound said unwillingly, mentality changing qualitatively is very difficult. Even if we find the void gate, it may not necessarily change qualitatively. But if we absorb this, it should be possible. Give it to me. If I eat it, I will definitely break 9, if I break 9, there will be a few in our group who have broken 9. Heavenly Hound was drooling, breaking 9 was right in front of it, it was not far from breaking 9. If it swallowed the Emperor God's arms, its chances were high. Fang Ping pursed his lips. Everyone needed this. He would not give it to Heavenly Hound, even if he did not use it. Heavenly King Zhen did not use it, there were many people waiting in line to use it. Old Manly, Iron Head, Old Wang, Old Zhang, these people could use it, moreover, he could actually use it himself. Of course, if he used it, the improvement would be limited. He was already extremely strong now. He did not face any major obstacles. Using this was actually a bit of a waste. The effect would not be too good. At most, it would increase his vitality by 1 million, therefore, Fang Ping did not plan to use it himself because it was really not worth it. Heavenly Hound's face was full of displeasure. It swung its tail at the cat that was playing at the side. "This stupid cat, we are in the same group, don't you know how to fight for some benefits for me?" The cat grabbed its tail, looking at it strangely. "Big Hound, are you trying to catch fleas?" Heavenly Hound wanted to vomit blood. "Catch your head, this stupid cat was never smart when it needed to be. It was as stupid as a pig." As they were talking, the void shook. "Run!" A loud roar was heard. In the next moment, Demon Emperor, Hong Kuan, Hong Yu, these people fell from the void and fled in all directions. Behind them, a long sword came, but just as it shattered the void, it left in an instant. The three realms were not peaceful. The Emperor God was also afraid that he would lose his life divine weapon. As soon as he came out, he turned back immediately. Demon Emperor and the others fled in all directions. Each of them had a lingering fear. It was too dangerous. Initially, after killing Emperor West's clone, everyone thought it was over. Who knew that more and more powerhouses would come later? It was not powerhouses either. The Emperor God's divine weapon and Emperor East Emperor's divine weapon were coming one after another. They did not give up, but now, even Emperor East's clone and Emperor of Heaven Reverse's clone had arrived. If they did not leave now, they would not be able to. These people fled from ninth heaven. Fong Ping's eyes flickered as he looked around. "Kill them." Fong Ping growled and looked at Heavenly King Jin. "Kill them and ruin the Emperor's plan." As soon as he said this, Heavenly King Jin frowned. "You are forcing the Emperor to come. Fong Ping, bear with it. Now is not the time." It was really not the time. It was not that the Emperor could not come out now. If he came out, the source would be in chaos and they would suffer great losses. But once Fong Ping killed these people, they knew that even the Emperor would not kill them. Didn't they see that the Emperor himself did not attack them when he came? He just did not want to kill them. If he really wanted to kill them, where could they run to? Fong Ping's eyes glinted fiercely. He took a deep breath and suppressed the urge to kill them. He said in a low voice, "Okay, I won't kill them now. I still need King Kuan." As he said this, he looked in one direction and asked in a low voice, "What about him?" Heavenly King Jin knew who he was talking about. He shook his head slightly. "Don't act rashly for now. It is very likely to be the earthly emperor's true body." By now, Feng Yan's identity was about to be exposed. It was very likely to be the earthly emperor's true body. It was extremely powerful and did not feel like a clone. Otherwise, even if it was the Emperor God's clone, they would be able to detect some clues. Only the true body could hide from them. That was either the earthly emperor or the sun god. Only these two true bodies had not appeared. If it was the sun god, Heavenly King Jin would more or less sense it. After thinking about it, it could only be the earthly emperor. The earthly emperor was in existence with a combat power of nearly 100 million. It was not something Fong Ping could match. Then let him continue to wander the three realms? Fong Ping was worried about Feng Yun. He did not know what this guy's purpose was, but he had been staying in the three realms. Previously, he even wanted to spy on them. However, Fong Ping was not a weakling. He sensed the abnormality and quickly shattered the void. Feng Yun might want to test his strength. Heavenly King Jin saw that he wanted to fight everyone now and said hurriedly, "Go back first." "No, break ninth heaven first. Didn't you say you won't fight?" "Nonsense, create chaos and let them return. Otherwise, they will know that they went to ninth heaven." Heavenly King Jin was also a decisive person. Without saying a word, he tore the void with a punch and shouted, "How, lend me the divine weapon." As soon as he said that, ninth heaven was torn apart. At this moment, Dong Huang held the divine weapon and appeared instantly. The divine weapon was like a pagoda that pressed down. Kaboom! Heavenly King Jin flew backward. In the blink of an eye, a longsword came slashing at him. At this moment, Fong Ping also threw a punch and deflected the longsword. Ninth heaven was in chaos. Fong Ping wanted to continue, but Heavenly King Jin suddenly shouted, "Go, there's a real body." Fong Ping's expression changed. He quickly tore the void and escaped into the dark void. At this moment, a hand descended from ninth heaven. Heavenly King Jin saw this and shouted, "If you chase after us, the celestial source will be destroyed. Try it if you don't believe me." At this moment, the three realms seemed to see a shadow. It was incomparably huge, covering the sky and the sun. This aura was the same as when the emperor had descended that day. As for Fang Ping, his eyes were blood red. He laughed cruelly and said, "Come on, come. I'll kill all the origins of the 3 realms and ruin your 10,000 years of planning. Let's see if you dare to bear the wrath of the emperors." As soon as he said that, Fang Ping broke the void and landed in front of Hong Yu. Hong Yu's expression changed and he fled quickly. However, Fang Ping threw a punch. Boom, the void collapsed. Hong Yu bled and fled again. Fang Ping went after him. Behind him, a palm as white as jade stopped. The emperor's voice was heard. "Fang Ping, you may have broken the 9 realms, but you can't defeat the emperors. If you kill them, the 3 realms will return to chaos and you will die too. Don't threaten me." Fang Ping shouted, "Then I'll open the 3 realms again. I'll see how long you can live. I'll let you old men stay in the ground of origins until the end of your lives. Can you bear to do that?" The emperor chuckled. "Can you bear to do that? If you push me too far, you can try." Fang Ping did not back down. He went after Hong Yu and laughed. "Let's see if you kill me first or if I kill them first. Godfather, go over there. When he comes to kill me, you destroy the celestial source." On the other side, Heavenly Xianxia broke the void and appeared in 9th heaven. Emperor Donghuang came again with the pagoda. He sighed. "You can't destroy the celestial source." Meow. A cat's meow was heard in 9th heaven. The next moment, the Emperor of Heaven Reverse's avatar appeared. "Cat, don't mess around." At this moment, the God Creation Ambassador and the others appeared in 9th heaven. Luan and Sherpa were there as well. The Emperor God's long sword appeared. The Emperor laughed. "Fang Ping, do you have a chance to destroy the celestial source?" They were all intercepted. "Why don't you give it a try and see if you can kill the others before I do?" The Emperor's giant hand came again. "You're forcing me, aren't you?" Fang Ping gritted his teeth. "I didn't want to argue with you, but you just had to force me. Looks like you didn't suffer enough last time." At this moment, Fang Ping was chanting. His voice echoed in the world. "Ancient heroic spirits, listen to my call. Show yourself. Don't kill the useless Emperor Ping. Take the Emperor God's divine weapon, destroy the celestial source, and ruin the plans of these old men." The 3 realms were quiet. Fang Ping had gone crazy again. "What the F***ck are you summoning, in the sea?" Di Xing asked curiously, "Is he hinting at you?" He thought Fang Ping was hinting at Feng Yun. Taoist Feng Yun frowned. He was not sure. Or did Fang Ping have a plan? At the edge of 9th heaven, the boy servant felt that Fang Ping was hinting at him. But, did he think it was appropriate for him to show up now? If he showed up, some things would be exposed. For example, Zhang Tao and the others had been to 9th heaven and were not helping Fang Ping. If so, the emperors would definitely investigate the celestial source. When that happened, some things would be completely exposed. The boy servant was hesitant. Fang Ping roared again, "Seed from the ancient times. Almighty seed, if you don't help me one more time, I'll kill you later. Do you still want your blind mother? If you get the divine weapon, I won't argue with you about what happened before. You owe me so much money, I won't charge you any interest." Everyone was in a trance. Even a seed was involved. Was he really summoning, or was it fake? It was fake, right? The emperor did not bother to say anything. The giant hand continued to cover Fang Ping. In 9th heaven, Emperor Heaven Reverse continued to stop Song Mao and Emperor East continued to stop Heavenly Xianxia. On the Divine Emperor's divine sword, an illusion appeared. The Divine Emperor's illusion. On the other side, the God Creation Envoy and the others looked solemn. There were many powerhouses who had broken through 8, but they might not succeed in suppressing this divine weapon. And the boy servant had not appeared yet. Fang Ping did not seem to be summoning him. Fang Ping was in danger now. Should he save him? While the boy servant was hesitating, heaven and earth suddenly trembled. At this moment, in the sea, a long saber suddenly shot out. It was extremely fast. It pierced through 9th heaven. Before everyone could regain their senses, the long saber slashed out, and the Divine Emperor's divine weapon also slashed out quickly. Rumble, a loud explosion, energy swept through 9th heaven. the long saber shattered instantly, and the divine sword was also dim and dull. At this moment, the god Creation envoy's eyes were bright, and he shouted, "Attack, snatch the divine weapon." There was really a powerhouse making a move, a saber, cut through the spirituality of the divine sword. At this moment, the god creation envoy would not let go of this opportunity. With a roar, a golden hut appeared in his hand. Lock. The hut instantly covered heaven and earth, enveloping the divine sword. Not only that, the god creation envoy's 4 limbs suddenly broke and flew out. At this moment, his 4 limbs turned into 4 divine weapons. The divine weapon was like an iron chain, suddenly shooting out from all directions of the hut, locking the divine sword in the middle. Beside the god creation envoy, more than 10 avatars appeared again. They all stepped forward and grabbed the hut. The god creation envoy shouted, "Let's go, bring it home." As he said that, together with his avatar, he dragged the hut and fled frantically downwards. Old Zhang and the others were stunned, but they knew that they could not hesitate. They all exerted their strength, pulling the iron chain together and escaping towards the 3 realms. At this moment, the void shook. A deep and resounding roar sounded, "You dare to take away my divine weapon, today, *CK your grandpa." Fang Ping laughed out loud and roared, "If you have the guts, then descend. Let me see if your divine weapon is more important or if your source is more important. You have already lost your divine weapon, can't you lose it?" No one paid attention to him. At this time, the human emperor could not care less about him. His mentality swept down from 9th heaven, instantly covering the forbidden sea. Rumble, the seawater was in turmoil, and countless demons died at the bottom of the sea. "Who?" The human emperor growled, "Who attacked?" In the next moment, his mentality swept in all directions again. On an island in the sea, Taoist Feng Yun also took out his divine mirror, piercing through the sea, investigating the surroundings. However, at this moment, the human emperor's mentality swept over. Taoist Feng Yun was somewhat helpless. The divine mirror erupted with light, and with a rumble, it pierced through the human emperor's mentality and shattered it. The human emperor's huge hand covered over. Taoist Feng Yun was not interested in fighting him. He grabbed Di Xing and disappeared instantly. There was a rumble. The island that he was on previously was directly crushed and sunk. At this moment, Fang Ping was laughing maniacally, breaking through 9th heaven with one strike, appearing near Dong Huang in an instant. He roared, "Kill Dong Huang, then take the divine weapon." Dong Huang looked helpless. He sighed softly and said, "Gee, suppress the immortal source, don't cause any more trouble." The situation was getting more and more chaotic, even 9 emperors felt that it was getting out of control. The waters of the 3 realms were really getting deeper and deeper. Who was the one who attacked just now? It should not be Feng Yun. Then who did it? Sun God. It should not be either. Fang Ping had really summoned a powerhouse. Not only that, Dong Huang vaguely felt that there were still some dangers on 9th heaven's side, as if there were powerhouses hiding there. Trouble. If the human emperor attacked again, there might be trouble on the immortal source side. The human emperor snorted softly. He did not continue to investigate, nor did he find trouble with Feng Yun. He retracted his palm and instantly covered Fang Ping and the others. Fang Ping and Heavenly King Zhen did not dare to hesitate. They hurriedly tore the void and escaped again. The human emperor wanted to attack the god creation envoy again. Fang Ping scolded, "Are you King Nosy? Is that your divine weapon? Let the god emperor take it himself. If you interfere again, I'll find a chance to kill you next time. Once the war starts, you'll be the first to be killed. If you don't believe me, you can try. With the lives of the 3 realms, killing one of your emperors is still possible." "You." The human emperor was stunned for a moment. The huge hand that covered the sky suddenly retracted. Was he afraid? Not really, the key was. Fang Ping was right, it was not the emperor's divine weapon. The emperor's sword was broken, and no one helped him retrieve it. The god emperor's divine weapon was lost, so be it. Gee, the void trembled. The god emperor seemed to have sensed the situation here and knew that his divine weapon was suppressed. He shouted again. However, the human emperor had disappeared. It was not that he had disappeared, but that he had retreated to the vicinity of the immortal source, as if he wanted to continue guarding the immortal source. It was not easy to make a move, anyway, he had already lost all face last time. This time, he would just pretend that he was afraid of Feng Ping. Losing face once, he was not afraid of losing it a second time. Below, the God Creation envoy and the others locked the divine sword and hurriedly ran towards the human world. They had made a killing. The God Emperor's divine sword was actually locked by them. They were really going to make a fortune. On the other side, Hong Yu and the others quickly gathered together, each of them dumbfounded. Did they really snatch it away? That worked too. At this moment, King Kuan could not help but be tempted. He said in a low voice, How about we rob Dong Huang? The Dong Huang divine weapon was still there. Of course, Dong Huang had a clone. It was very strong, but if they joined forces with Feng Ping and the others, if they snatched it, they would split it in half. It was really tempting. Hong Yu rubbed his forehead, looked at the sea area, looked at the ninth heaven, and sighed. Don't look for trouble. Feng Ping can't wait for us to be killed. Why would he cooperate with us for the divine weapon? Moreover, the situation today is getting more and more complicated. Someone in the sea area had made a move. Taoist Feng Yun was also in the sea area now. In the Forbidden Sea, there were two top-notch powerhouses. Over at the ninth heaven, the situation was also complicated. At the source, there was unrest. If something happened, another emperor would descend. This situation was so complicated that even Hong Yu could not understand it. Where did so many powerhouses come from? What happened to the three realms? Feng Ping had broken through 9, Heavenly King Suppression had broken through 9, and the cat that was blocking Emperor of Heaven Reverse's clone seemed to have broken through 9 as well. Hong Yu felt that everyone needed to calm down. He said hurriedly, Don't move anymore. Right now, the Emperor has reached the critical point. If there are any more changes, I'm afraid they will descend directly without a care. They could not move anymore. Now that the Emperor had been forced to descend, if they continued to force it, there would be another Emperor descending. Even they could feel the trembling of the Tao and the turbulence of the origin. If this continued, there might be problems. Without the 9 emperors to suppress the origin, they might not have a good ending. The human sovereign realm was guarding the 9 layers of heaven. The East Sovereign Realm avatar had a relic weapon, and the Emperor of Heaven Reverse's avatar was empty-handed, but he was not an average warrior. It was obviously useless to charge into the 9 heavens with the 3 great experts keeping watch. As for Feng Ping, he was not in the mood to attack right now. The Divine Emperor was about to explode. If they continued to attack, the God Emperor might really descend. Heavenly King Subduing and Feng Ping tore the void from the 9th heaven and descended into the Forbidden Sea together. Heavenly King Subduing looked at Feng Ping strangely and transmitted his voice. How did you summon it? Just give it a try. Feng Ping shrugged. He was really just giving it a try. Tai Tu said that he had seen that guy in the Chiwu continent. Tianbai said that he had the aura of a seed and was very powerful. Feng Ping thought, I'll give it a try. Of course, it wasn't a big deal if he didn't show up. Would the Emperor kill Feng Ping? Even if he had to kill Feng Ping would not sit and wait for death. He really wanted to kill Hong Yu and the others. In the end, he still tried to smooth things over. However, this blade in the sea had helped the God Forging Envoy and the others seize a divine armament, a very powerful divine armament, who was God Emperor He Dou, leader Chu Wu. He had proven his Dao 30,000 years ago, and it had been tens of thousands of years since then. The divine weapon he had refined was incomparably powerful. Now that he had seized their divine weapons, it would be of great use. Feng Ping was chatting with the suppressing Heavenly King. On the other side, Hong Yu and the rest's eyes flickered. Who is it? Feng asked, feeling a little confused. King Kuan frowned and did not speak. Li Zhu raised his eyebrows. Qin Fengqing? Who? Not many of the powerhouses present knew Qin Fengqing. After all, he had disappeared for some time, and before he disappeared, he was not very strong, only a peak rank 9. Li Zhu said blandly, a young human warrior, as famous as Feng Ping and the others. A young martial artist? Feng had a surprised look on her face as she said, young martial artists are so strong? That slash just now had the power to break through 9 levels, right? Seed, Li Zhu said blandly, didn't you understand? Seed. Their expressions changed slightly. King Kuan frowned and said, what do you mean? Is he related to the seed? Li Zhu smiled and suddenly looked at Hong Yu. Hong Yu frowned and said nothing. Li Zhu smiled and said, if the information is not wrong, brother Yu, when you first appeared, you brought this man with you. Don't you know something? Hong Yu frowned in silence. Seeing this, Hong Kuan bellowed, what are you still hiding? Ever since it was rumored that the earthly king was still alive, Hong Kuan no longer hated Hong Yu as much as before. However, he was still displeased with Hong Yu's mysterious behavior. Hong Yu frowned and looked at the 9 heavens. Suddenly, he said, the loss of the divine emperor's divine weapon might have been orchestrated by someone. The few of them looked at him in surprise. Hong Yu's expression was solemn and he did not speak anymore. Instead, he sent a voice transmission, if it was really Qin Fengqing who attacked, then the human emperor should know what to do. Just now, when the God Creation Envoy and the others seized the divine armament, he had the chance to stop them. However, he suddenly descended to the Forbidden Sea and scanned the Forbidden Sea, missing the opportunity. What? King Kuan didn't quite understand. What does Qin Fengqing have to do with the human emperor? Qin Fengqing might be the successor of the human emperor. Hong Yu quickly said, in the past, I went to Dao Comprehension Cliff with him. Qin Fengqing has the shadow of the human emperor behind him. Human emperor. Seed. Qin Fengqing. Hong Yu murmured. He was a little confused and couldn't make a judgment. Beside him, the demon emperor also frowned, and his expression suddenly changed. Everyone turned to him. The demon emperor said, the seed is in the human world. Have you forgotten how the human emperor got his name? After the heavenly court was established, the human emperor stayed in the human world. Before that, he had always been in the human world. Of the 9 sovereigns and 4 emperors, the one who had the most contact with the human world was the human emperor. Do you think the human emperor knew where the seed was? He might even be the chosen one of the previous generation. After the heaven emperor, he might not have been interrupted. He might have gone to the human emperor's side. The heaven emperor was a novice martial artist. After the novice martial artist, it was the battle of all Daos, the era of the 9 sovereigns and 4 emperors. At that time, who was the chosen one, war, or someone else, the god emperor and the others were actually very old. They were the representatives of the novice martial artists. The god emperor, the east emperor, the heaven reverse emperor, the 3 were the leaders of the novice martial artists. The human emperor and the others were not. They were not famous during the novice martial artist era. Later, in the battle of all Daos, they defeated their opponents and became emperors. They became the most powerful in the 3 realms. At this time, there should be one person who dominated, like the heaven emperor. Later, everyone thought it would be heaven emperor Zhan. After all, heaven emperor Zhan was special. He was terrifyingly powerful. He rose to power in the shortest time. But was it really a war? If it was a war, heaven emperor Zhan died too fast, too early. If it was not a war, who else could it be? The earthly emperor, the human emperor, these 2 were the most likely. Even now, their ranking among the emperors was only second to the powerhouses with hundreds of millions of combat power. When the heaven emperor's projection saw Fan Ping, he said that Fan Ping was the seed of this generation. The heaven emperor himself was the seed of the previous generation. Was it possible that the human emperor was the seed of the middle generation? The heaven emperor did not say that heaven emperor Zhan was the seed of that generation. The monster emperor continued, the human emperor, and then Qin Fengqing, are they related? Hong Yu and the others were deep in thought. Feng smiled, her eyes twinkling. Interesting. I suddenly realized that the human world was actually very interesting. The human emperor, Qin Fengqing, Fang Ping, Zhang Tao, these 4 might be different. The sun god fought with the heaven emperor in the past. Could it be that there was something more interesting happening in this generation? 2 people in one generation, 1 demon and 1 god, the sun god emperor, the human emperor. Could it be Zhan? Is it the same among the 3 of them in this generation? But why are there 3 of them? They felt that some of their guesses were valid. What about the sun god and the heaven emperor? In that era, these 2 monsters appeared. Even when the heaven emperor opened up his origin, the sun god was not at a disadvantage and almost turned the 3 realms into the world of the living. After that, the generation of the human emperor. The human emperor was not too outstanding, but was he really not outstanding? If he was not outstanding, could the human emperor rule over the human world? Could he become Zhang's teacher? Among the three emperors, the God Emperor and the East Emperor were both ancient martial artists with combat power of hundreds of millions. What about the human emperor? The more they thought about it, the more interesting they found it. But what was the situation with this generation? The human emperor Feng Ping, the martial emperor Zhang Tao, and now Qin Fengqing, they looked at each other. Hong Yu laughed. Qin Fengqing has not returned. Is it because there is bound to be a fight? Are you sure it's him? I'm not sure. Hong Yu laughed. But the possibility is very high. Of course, it's only one slash and it's still hiding in the Forbidden Sea. It's hard to determine who it is. Maybe it's the sun god or, my father is diverting attention? He did not avoid this. The earthly emperor might be hiding too. If that was the case, it would be hard to determine who the attacker was. As they were chatting, the void suddenly shattered. Feng Ping sneered. You guys have some guts. How dare you chat here? Boom, everyone broke through the void and fled, F*CK, they had almost forgotten about this devil. Who knew that this devil would come looking for trouble now? Everyone knew that they were the emperors. Pawns. Was Feng Ping not afraid that the emperor would come to the three realms and kill him? Do you think I'm afraid? Feng Ping said loudly, as long as I spare your lives, those old tortoises won't come. I'll strip you naked, tie you up, string you up, and hang you on the feng shui list. Do you think the emperor will attack me? Those old tortoises can't wait for you to not cause trouble now. It's best if you're tied up. I'll let the three realms see how shameless you are. Can you run away? Godfather, it's time to work. Don't worry, I won't kill them. It'll be fine if they're tied up. Hee hee, haha, Heavenly King's subduing laughter was heard. It was exceptionally wretched. Strip them naked and tie them up, it felt pretty good. As for those who were running away, their expressions changed drastically. If Feng Ping did not kill them, would the emperor stop him? The possibility was not high. If they were really caught by Feng Ping, they could forget about living. They could not afford to lose face. Strip them naked, tie them up, string them up, and hang them on the feng shui list. He might as well just be dead. No matter how shameful the emperor was, it would not be to this extent. If they were really treated like this, they should all die. Don't run. Feng Ping's sneer spread throughout the three realms. A bunch of trash, why are you running? Monster Emperor, snatch Big Cat's fishing rod and return it yourself. Otherwise, I'll prepare a steamed fish head with diced hot red peppers for everyone. Monster Emperor did not say a word. He quickly shattered the void. Not only did he shatter the void, but the next moment, he dived directly into the sea. He was originally a powerhouse in the sea. The Forbidden Sea had the ability to isolate detection. It was not that easy for Feng Ping to find him. Feng Ping was not in a hurry. He said lightly, it's okay. Your demon subordinates are still here. How can they all run away? Didn't you establish the demon court to protect the demons? I'll hold a 10,000 beast banquet later and invite Monster Emperor. Monster Emperor better come. Feng Ping. Monster Emperor's voice was ethereal, coming from the sea. If you attack the demons, I will definitely attack the humans. Is that so? Feng Ping laughed wickedly. Come on then. The humans are short of everything but broken 9. It's best if you come. I'll kill you directly. Stop talking nonsense. Return the fishing rod now. I'll consider not attacking the demon court. Monster Emperor was silent. After a moment, a staff shot out, Beast Emperor staff. Feng Ping grabbed it and laughed heartily. I asked you to cooperate with me properly. You're not happy. You even want to stop me from merging the 9 Emperor seals. Otherwise, I wouldn't have bothered to haggle with you on account that you helped me kill Tian Kuei. Feng Ping snorted. At this moment, on 9th heaven, someone said lightly, Feng Ping, enough is enough. It was the Emperor's voice. Feng Ping looked up at the sky and laughed loudly. You guys are so tolerant. Now you want to make a move? Do you really think I don't know that you're all old turtles who can't hold back? Unless you're beheaded, you'll make a move? After enduring for tens of thousands of years, you can't take it anymore? If you want to kill me, be prepared. I don't think you'll come to kill me now. Let me calculate. You guys need at least some time to suppress the source and recover the injuries of the clones. Then, plan and discuss which emperor will come. No, maybe it's two. Let me think. Which two will come? You're as smart as a ghost. They probably won't come. Then, we can only let the weak come. Emperor Nan? Emperor Shi? Beast Emperor? Spirit Emperor? The four of them are the weakest, but Spirit Emperor probably can't be bothered with you. After all, she's the Celestial Emperor's personal servant, you can't force her to come. Emperor Shi is the same as his son. They're afraid of death. He probably won't come even if he's beaten to death. Then it's Emperor Nan and Beast Emperor? Fang Ping laughed. Emperor Nan and Beast Emperor will come? In a short period of time, they could probably only dispatch two emperors to descend. Or one of the God Emperors, these two, or the God Emperors? I don't think the God Emperors will come. These guys are more tolerant, don't look at the heavy losses today. Don't think that I'm a threat, but Earthly Emperor and Sun God haven't appeared yet, these people are going to compete with them. Can I, Fang Ping, break through 100 million combat power in a short time? I can't, right? Fang Ping laughed. If that's the case, of course it won't be them. It can only be those two idiots. Let them try. Be careful not to lose your life in the three realms. At this time, Fang Ping was extremely arrogant. So what if they're emperors? You plot against me, I plot against you. Maybe those two don't come to kill me, but to cooperate with me. They're so weak. How can they seize the seeds? How can they transcend? Their replacements are in my hands. Maybe, they'll come and beg me. Fang Ping, let go of my substitutes. Let's cooperate. The weak joined forces. Fang Ping's laughter shook the sky. Emperor, actually you can also try to cooperate with me. Of course, if your target is old Zhang or me, then forget it. I'll kill you sooner or later. If it's not us humans, we can negotiate. Are you a match for the God Emperors and the others? I'm afraid I'm not a match for them. Otherwise, why would I endure until now? You can consider cooperating with me. I don't mind. Whichever emperor you want to kill, send him to the lower realm. You can stop those emperors, and I'll help you kill him. Sharp-tongued. The emperor laughed lightly. Fang Ping, after all, we've lived for so many years. There are some things that even if you have a glib tongue, it's useless. Glib tongue? Fang Ping sneered. I'm strong enough. Do I need it? When the time comes, you'll beg me to cooperate. If you don't believe me, just wait and see. On the human side, I, Heavenly King Subduing, and Cat have all broken 9, God Forging Envoy, Tian Shen, and Heavenly Dog are almost there. A group of existences that have broken 9 can more or less be comparable to an emperor, right? I don't believe that no one will not be tempted, you people are selfish. Do you really care who is the enemy and who is on your side? As long as you can take advantage of it, you don't care about other people's lives. Fang Ping, others may cooperate. As for you, you're thinking too much. The emperor's laughter was calm and even a little teasing. You, Fang Ping, turned your back on us. One moment you cooperated, the next moment you killed. Do you think anyone will be willing to cooperate with you? You even killed those who cooperated with you. Do you really think we don't know your personality? How could they cooperate with Fang Ping? This guy's reputation was now completely ruined. If it was before, perhaps there would really be people who had this idea. But now, unless Fang Ping died, the emperors were not stupid. Why would they work with Fang Ping to ask a tiger for its skin? This guy was no less threatening than the emperors. Cooperation. At this moment, the powerhouses who were escaping felt inexplicable. The conversation between the emperor and Fang Ping was actually acknowledging Fang Ping's strength, acknowledging the strength of the human race. The human race was qualified to talk to the emperors, because there were more and more human powerhouses, especially Fang Ping and Heavenly King Zhen, who had now broken 9. If it was not for Fang Ping's bad reputation, there might really be emperors who secretly cooperated with him. The emperor laughed again. looking for you to cooperate. Maybe before you even cooperate with them, you sold them out and made them the public enemy. Of the 9 emperors, who would be so stupid to look for you? Slander. Fang Ping scolded. I'm not that kind of person. Don't slander me. Who doesn't benefit from cooperating with me now? Ask Luan, ask Sherpa. That's because I'm not a threat to you, isn't it? In the distance, Sherpa and Luan looked embarrassed. There was nothing wrong with it. Tian Chen, who was a threat, was probably eating dirt somewhere right now. The emperor said lightly, it's time to stop. This time, we lost and underestimated you. But you keep pressuring us, I'm afraid you just want to gain more benefits. But do you think we will continue to give in? Don't be overjoyed. Right now, you guys don't have the right to completely fall out. Fang Ping, what do you think? Did they have the right to fall out? No. So even if the emperor said clearly that the powerhouses of the 3 realms were pawns, no one said anything at this time. If it was 8,000 years ago, the emperors might not have exposed their purpose. But now, everything was clear. At this time, no one was stupid. They had all guessed the emperor's purpose. At this time, the emperors also did not bother to hide anything. At this point, there was already no way out, the emperors did not, and the powerhouses of the 3 realms did not, who would be willing to choose to retreat at this time. Fang Ping laughed, not feeling embarrassed at all. He laughed and said, you're right, I'm strong on the outside but I'm weak on the inside. I didn't expect you to see through me. Sorry, my acting was not good enough. At least I got the monster emperor's fishing rod. Next time, I'll try to act more realistically. But I'll be honest, we can really cooperate. Gee, you're not weak. If you cooperate with us, you'll have a chance to kill the Celestial Emperor and the others. Sun God has already secretly cooperated with us. The one who attacked previously was actually Sun God. If you stand on our side, I'll rope in the Earthly Emperor, Emperor West, and Emperor North. There's hope of winning. If we win, we'll look for the seeds together. Don't worry, if we really need to use human blood sacrifices to lure the seeds out, I'll use King Wu as a blood sacrifice. It won't be a big problem. King Wu cultivates the Emperor path. When the time comes, I'll let him absorb the power of origin of all the powerhouses of the Path of Origins and gather it in the Emperor path. This guy must be terrifyingly powerful. Using him as a blood sacrifice to lure the seeds out will definitely not be a problem. On the human side, some of the great paths are broken. Some people will probably die, but it won't be exterminated. King Wu will definitely not refuse. Otherwise, everyone will always want to exterminate the human race, won't it be troublesome? King Wu will use his own death in exchange for human peace. I think he will definitely do it. You don't even need to kill him, how convenient is that? Fang Ping laughed. Do you think I'm sincere enough? In this way, the human race will be protected and King Wu will be sacrificed. I still have a chance to get the seeds and so do you guys. I've already calculated this. Otherwise, I wouldn't have given the Emperor path to King Wu. Human Emperor, am I very awesome? The 3 realms were silent. Are you serious or are you just messing with the Emperor? But then again, it was really possible. At this moment, old Zhang also said in a clear voice, Emperor, if the Emperor path absorbs the power of the human race, can it replace the entire human race? The Emperor was speechless, he didn't know what to say. Could it be? Maybe it could be. The Emperor path absorbs the power of the human race's origin and kills King Wu as a blood sacrifice. This is not much worse than sacrificing the human race, right? The most important thing is it really appropriate for you to ask? Fang Ping wants to sacrifice you and you're asking? Is King Wu out of his mind? The Emperor was speechless. In the 9th heaven, Emperor East and Emperor of Heaven Reverse were also silent. Could it be? They thought it was possible, but soon, the Emperor said, Fang Ping, if you are the seed, I'm afraid you and King Wu will have to be sacrificed. Are you willing to sacrifice yourself and King Wu to save the human race? If I am willing, the human race will not be destroyed. His voice spread across the 3 realms, the entire world heard the Emperor's voice. Fang Ping burst into laughter. Me? Who am I? I'm the Emperor. Sacrifice me to help billions. Go to hell, I'm not stupid. I can kill you, but you want me to sacrifice? You're thinking too much. Fang Ping cursed, do you think I learned history for nothing? For nothing? Never watched TV series? If I put down my saber, more people will die tomorrow. I'd rather kill you. It's not a loss if you die and it's a profit if you win. Giving you a king wu is good enough. You want me to die as well? Dream on, there's nothing left for us to talk about. Just because of what you said, I will kill you. You are the emperor. Maybe using you as a blood sacrifice will have the same effect. Don't think the ninth emperor has never thought about it. You know it. If you didn't think about it, why did you pretend to be a coward for so many years? Now that the earthly sovereign has exposed your strength and that guy is up to no good, he will kill you sooner or later. The emperor stopped talking. The ninth heaven closed instantly. Fang Ping, you have a sharp tongue. I can't be bothered with you. Go and say it yourself. Trash, you can't even beat me in cursing. Fang Ping scorned him for a while. From afar, Zhang Tao and the others flew over quickly. Zhang Tao glanced at Fang Ping. Next to him, Heavenly King Zhen egged him on. This kid has already said so. How can you tolerate it? Zhang Tao exhaled and said impatiently, I hope so. In this way, if I die, the human race won't have to go through a war and the crisis of extinction. That's also a good thing. Fang Ping chuckled. Don't worry. If you really want to exchange for the human race, I'll agree. No problem. But, if your death is not enough, I won't agree to fill the hole for you. Then let the other humans fill it. So if you die, no one will protect the human race. It's up to you. Anyway, in the end, it might be enough without me. I don't care. Zhang Tao was speechless. He felt a little aggrieved and depressed. Alright, Fang Ping's intention was clear. Either he killed the emperor or he lost the war. Everyone would be finished. It was impossible for him to surrender and wait to be captured. He would not exchange his life for it. In other words, Fang Ping did not believe those people at all. If they died and still could not lure out the seeds, would the human race be destroyed? It would. When that time came, the human race would really be powerless to resist, Fang Ping was reminding him now. It was okay for him to die, but if he died, the consequences might not be what he imagined. It might be worse. Kid, do you think I'm that stupid? Of course. Fang Ping said matter-of-factly, you're stupid. All day you think about sacrificing someone to save the human race. You don't even think about whether it's really possible? Only when fate is in your own hands can you rest assured. If you entrust your fate to others, you're just waiting for death. If you ask me to surrender, I won't do it. If you want to do it yourself, then do it yourself. You're a saint. I won't stop you. As long as you don't regret it when you die. Zhang Tao said sullenly, I'm not that stupid. Who would believe that? Fang Ping curled his lips. You've been pretending to be a leader and a saint all these years. You can't change it now. If it was in the past, you wouldn't be so stupid. But now, you're on the fire. Even you. Think that maybe my death alone can save billions of people, and that it's worth it. In reality, you've been hopelessly stupid. Zhang Tao smiled bitterly. Was that so? Why didn't I notice? Was I really as stupid as Fang Ping said? Fang Ping actually looked down on him. Fang Ping did not care about him. At this moment, he looked in the direction of the sea and shouted, Old Feng Yun, the 3 realms honor list is going to be rearranged. I must be in front of Old Feng Yun Zhen. Otherwise, I'll teach you a lesson. As he said that, Fang Ping scolded again, put those hidden fellows on the list too. I don't believe you didn't notice that he cultivated the origin path. Let me see how strong he is, or are you playing tricks? Also, if it's convenient, give me a list of the substitutes chosen by the 9 emperors. You can also pass it to me privately. I won't ask if you're an earthly sovereign or a sun god. I can't be bothered. Anyway, if you want to establish a foothold in the 3 realms and don't want to expose your strength now, you'd better be polite to me. Do all my requests. Right, send me another set of information about the 9 emperors later. Let me see who can be roped in. I'll see if there's a chance to rope them in. You know them better. I don't know as much as you do. Oh, there's one more thing. Help me check if there's anyone else alive in the small world where the sun god was defeated. I seem to be from there. The sun god is considered my god of creation. You can talk to me about cooperation when you're free. His voice spread throughout the three realms. In the sea, someone's vital force was unstable. With a rumble, a part of the sea exploded. Could these words be said with such fanfare? Fang Ping was really throwing caution to the wind now. Beside Fang Ping, Heavenly King Zhen and the others were also gritting their teeth. They looked at Fang Ping strangely. Were you giving up on yourself? You even asked Daoist Feng Yun to help you check your own identity. Wasn't this telling the entire three realms that there was something wrong with you? Fang Ping looked disapproving. He said it as if he did not say it, everyone would not know. I have something wrong with me. So what? Right, a reminder. I might be related to the person who destroyed the three emperors. The heaven-destroying emperor said that part of the power I used seemed to be from the three emperors. I've given you the clue. Look into it carefully. Rumble. At this moment, there was a turbulence in the ninth heaven. Near the immortal origin, the three powerhouses' expressions suddenly turned strange. Fang Ping really dared to say it. Moreover, there were some secrets that they were not very clear about. Fang Ping actually dared to say it. P.S. Recently, there's an activity on Weibo. Follow Yuan Eagle Eating Chicks and forward the Weibo for a lucky draw. The prize is a hat signed by J. Cho, black, not green. If you're interested, follow it. I don't care. Ha ha ha. Fang Ping laughed maniacally. The emperors in the nine heavens and the forbidden sea had actually lost their composure. Loss of composure. What did this mean? This meant that they didn't know anything about him. But now, they might know something. Who is behind me? Who provided him with the system? Perhaps, these monarchs already had a guess in their hearts and had a candidate in mind. Fang Ping laughed heartily. Everyone, if you have any clues, you can tell me, lest I fall into that person's trap. If I'm his substitute, with how strong I am, wouldn't that person be able to escape directly? Everyone, take it easy. Whoever escapes first will have the upper hand. Be careful that you all die a horrible death in the end. In the nine heavens. The emperor exhaled softly and regained his composure. His voice reverberated through the void. Fang Ping, the more you act like this, the faster you will die. You know that. They had to be wary of the mastermind behind the scenes. What about Fang Ping? They had to be dealt with, otherwise, if someone else really succeeded, even the emperor would not have a good ending. What was an emperor? In the emperor's heart, they were all materials to fill a hole. I want to fill you up, you want to fill me up. Therefore, they were restraining each other. Was it true that the Emperor God and the Emperor of Heaven Reverse could not leave the origin ground? Was there really no way to descend into the three realms? In the past 8,000 years, they'd practically never appeared in the three realms. It wasn't that they couldn't, it was that they couldn't because others were keeping them in check. Therefore, Fang Ping had to resolve this. This fellow had already become a great threat. The Emperor's voice was calm. There was no hint of anger or resentment in his voice. He only told Fang Ping in a flat tone, we all understand what you mean. You want us to focus our attention on the person behind the scenes. But you forgot, you are the weak one. Once you are killed, no matter how many schemes the mastermind has, it will all be useless, because the chess piece was dead. Fang Ping, there are some things that you shouldn't say. If you do, the consequences, you might not be able to bear it. No one knew if the human emperor was advising him or just saying it casually. But that was the truth. He might not be able to kill the mastermind, but Fang Ping could. This time, no one was prepared. Next time, they would kill Fang Ping. Fang Ping threw his head back and laughed. Can't afford it? What can't I bear? You're speaking as if you won't kill me if I don't tell you. Since that's the case, even if I'm suffering, none of you should think about having an easy time. You want to kill me? Since I've already said it out loud, will the person behind me protect me? Maybe to kill you? The human emperor said calmly, you have broken through 9, it is time to harvest. Fang Ping laughed heartily. If it's an ordinary emperor who's plotting against me, now might be the time. But, to be able to arrange such a powerful chess piece like me, I think he must be at least at the level of a god emperor. right? I've only just broken 9, and he's already anxious? It can't be. Perhaps he still wants to wait for me to become stronger, so if you want to kill me, he will definitely stop you. Don't tell me. The God Emperor and I have a really good relationship. He even sent 3 clones to me. Could it be that he did it on purpose? Fang Ping suddenly frowned and said, could it really be on purpose? He gave me a doppelganger, gave me qi and blood, gave me a divine armament, and even the Tao tree was his disciple. If not for the Tao tree, I would not have entered the mystic realm, would not have broken through to the 9th level, would not have obtained the Tao tree's sovereign core, and would not have fused with the 9 emperor seals. Fang Ping said in surprise, the Emperor God is really a child of wealth. He's letting me grow stronger on purpose, isn't he? The 9 heavens quieted down again. Silence was the worst. The quieter it was, the more problematic it was. Was it on purpose? At this moment, who could guarantee that it was not on purpose? Did Fang Ping's growth have a lot to do with the God Emperor? It was too much. Fang Ping's fastest improvement was in the mystic realm, and the mystic realm was opened by the Tao tree, opened by Heavenly King Yi and the others. If it were not for this time, Fang Ping would have broken 7 at most. How could he break 9 so quickly? Fang Ping quickly ignored this and continued to laugh. Forget it, let him be. Gee, are we still fighting? If not, I'm going home. The Emperor did not reply. He was the only one who had come today. There were several people on Fang Ping's side who had broken 9. Fight? Actually, he was not in the mood to find trouble with Fang Ping. Fang Ping was a key figure. He could restrain a lot of things. The Emperor did not speak. This meant that the battle was over. Fang Ping could not judge the Emperor's mood and thoughts at this moment. The Emperor did not make a move. Instead, he was a little wary. The more tolerant he was, the bigger the plot. The Emperor was very tolerant. Fang Ping felt that the relationship between the emperors of the 3 realms might be more complicated than he thought. Beside him, Heavenly King Zhen frowned and shook his head at Fang Ping. Say no more. The more he said, the more trouble he would be in. Kid, go back to the human world, hurry. Heavenly King Zhen transmitted, his tone a little urgent. It's a good thing that the Emperor is still in 9th heaven. The mastermind won't dare to attack you now, in case the Emperor finds out and cuts off his escape route. If the Emperor is not here, you kid will be in big trouble. You dare to say anything. If the Emperor was not in 9th heaven, Fang Ping's words just now, if the mastermind was Feng Yun, the current Fang Ping, might be attacked. Fang Ping laughed. It's okay. Feng Yun is here, the Emperor is here, the Emperor of Heaven Reverse, the East Emperor's clone, and the powerhouses of the 3 realms are all listening. Unless that guy wants to kill everyone in the 3 realms, otherwise, he won't attack me now. Since he dared to self-destruct, Fang Ping was prepared to face trouble. However, he did not care. Sometimes, an unknown enemy was more terrifying. If the enemy appeared, no matter how strong he was, he would not be so afraid. Now, the creator of the system had really appeared. Fang Ping felt more at ease. If the mastermind was not the Emperor and the others, they would definitely be watching him now. The mastermind would not dare to attack him now. On the one hand, it was not safe. On the other hand, he was afraid of slip-ups. The Emperor and Feng Yun had now become a means for Fang Ping to protect himself. They are watching me. Do you dare to show yourself? Of course, there was still danger, great danger. After the emperors went through this, in addition to eliminating the chess pieces of the mastermind, if they attacked again, it would be a thunderous blow, a real thunderous blow. This time, 10 of his clones had died, and he had lost 2 overgod artifacts. With such a powerful force, even Emperor Slayer had a certain degree of confidence, provided that arrangements were made. But now, it was all gone. Then, the next time the 9 emperors had another plan, it would not be like this now. Just as Fang Ping said, at least 2 emperors would come in person. If they overestimated Fang Ping, it was possible that 3 emperors would come. Of course, it was also possible that they did not move, waited for the barrier to break, and all of them would come to the 3 realms. Fang Ping thought about it but did not say anything. Soon, Fang Ping shouted, "Go, to the catacombs." Having said that, Fang Ping broke through the air and flew quickly toward the catacombs. On the other side, Han Yu and the others did not return to the catacombs. At this moment, they quickly gathered together, their expressions ugly. No one went back, no one dared to go back. Even if Fang Ping massacred the catacombs now, they would not go back. As long as they did not die, they did not care about anything else. However, Hong Kuan was still a little gloomy. He said in a low voice, "He is almost invincible in the three realms now. Unless the emperors appear, who can be his opponent? The plan to unify the three realms has been completely destroyed. Will Fang Ping take the opportunity to invade the land realm now?" Hong Yu thought about it, shook his head and said, "Probably not. Although the human race's strength has skyrocketed recently, the land realm and the ocean are vast and boundless. Fang Ping does not dare to split his forces now, nor does he dare to disperse his people to different places. Isn't he afraid of being ambushed? Now, the human race was holed up on Earth, protected by the barrier. They could only come through the passageway, including ninth heaven. Emperors could not directly come to the mortal world. This was because the celestial realm wall existed in the mortal world, therefore, if they wanted to enter the mortal world, they could only use those methods. Go through the catacombs passageway or the Grandmaster's passageway. But now, other than the dragon-changed sky, Grandmaster's passageway was still connected to the mortal world. The other Grandmasters, even if they allied with the human world, did not open the passageway to the mortal world. If they wanted to enter the mortal world, there were only those 107 passageways. The human race's security was very strict. Anyone who entered would be discovered very quickly. However, once the people were dispersed to the land realm and the ocean, the human race would lose their biggest protection. Fang Ping, Hong Yu sighed, his gaze complicated. Li Zhu sighed and said with some emotion, "The first time I met Fang Ping was in Sky Nursery City. That day, he confronted me in the palace with his rank 8 strength. He was audacious enough to shift the blame to someone else. He even framed me in the palace. What a pity, at that time, Fang Ping was already terrifyingly daring, rank 8 strength. At that time, there were true kings in the city. And Fang Ping dared to enter the tiger's den, framing him in front of so many powerhouses, saying that he, Li Zhu, was the problem. At that time, Fang Ping impersonated Feng Miexing and almost caused chaos in Sky Plant City. And he, in a moment of hesitation, did not expose Fang Ping, did not kill him either. In the end, Fang Ping's rise was beyond his imagination, everyone had actually heard about these things. Hong Kuan said impatiently, "If you had killed him that day, this wouldn't have happened." Li Zhu laughed. "It's hard to predict whether it's a blessing or a disaster. How can you say that it's a curse? Without him, King Kuan, do you think we really have a hope of getting rid of the emperors?" Li Zhu's attitude was not bad. He laughed. "Right now, the 9 emperors are not concerned about us, but him. Without him, we would be the 9 emperors' eyesores. Every move we make will be watched by the emperors. Without him, no matter how much we plot, we would still fall into the emperor's trap in the end. Whether Fang Ping is a curse or a blessing, it's very hard to say now. Was Fang Ping's existence definitely a bad thing? If that fellow did not think about killing them all the time, everyone would think that Fang Ping was the greatest good person in the world, an existence that sheltered them from the wind and rain. Unfortunately, that fellow wanted to kill them all the time. So now, disaster and blessing were intertwined. Whether it was a curse or a blessing, it all depended on the future. As he said that, he looked at Hong Yu and smiled. "Brother Yu, you even saved him once at the battlefield. Otherwise, he would not have survived until now. What do you think, Brother Yu?" That time, if not for Hong Yu, Fang Ping might not have been able to get help from Moon Spirit. However, Hong Yu still smiled and shook his head. "Even if I wasn't there that time, nothing would have happened to him. He is the hope of the human race. Actually, it can be seen from that time. Normally, Heavenly King Garrison might not save people. If it's Fang Ping, Heavenly King Garrison might help. In the past 8,000 years, Heavenly King Garrison almost never made a move, nor did he save anyone. But it was not absolute. Heavenly King Garrison had secretly saved King Wu. He was a prodigy of a generation, 1 in a billion. Even Heavenly King Garrison would not sit by and watch such an existence die. Therefore, even if he did not help Fang Ping previously, there was a high chance that Fang Ping would not die. Everyone did not speak anymore. All of them looked in the direction of the catacombs and fell into silence. Once upon a time, did they ever think that they would be forced to the point where they did not even dare to return to their lair? At this moment, everyone's hearts were incomparably complicated. The catacombs. Fang Ping stepped on the air, his demonic might unparalleled. 3 years ago, the catacombs were demons. 3 years later, Fang Ping was a demon. In the huge catacombs, powerhouses were currently trembling. Countless people were crawling on the ground, trembling, terrified, and uneasy, regardless of whether they were below or above the true kings. They were all trembling at this moment. Fang Ping was too powerful. He was so powerful that if he wanted to, he could destroy the catacombs and annihilate these billions of living beings today. Fang Ping stepped on the air, his illusion covering the sky and the earth. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, his eyes filled with arrogance and murderous intent. He said coldly, "What are you all afraid of? Can I really annihilate tens of billions of living beings? Am I, Fang Ping, such a person? More than 10 billion living beings are like 10 billion ants. It's a sin to trample them to death. But, killing a few billion doesn't seem like a big deal." Fang Ping chuckled. He said it casually, but at this moment, who knew how many people were so scared that they wet their pants? Killing a few billion was nothing. Did Fang Ping dare? He dared. Fang Ping's reputation as a demon was too strong. In order to smear Fang Ping's name, the catacombs often publicized Fang Ping's bloodthirst and violence. In the past, it was to give the catacombs martial artists the courage to fight against the humans. Today, it had fulfilled Fang Ping's reputation as a demon. This was a real demon. He dared. He had already committed countless murders in the Outland. A long time ago, Fang Ping had blown up the Outland's royal city. Millions of people in the city died a violent death. What rank was Fang Ping at that time? He was not even a high-ranked martial artist. During that time in Tiannan's catacombs, Fang Ping had blown up Rose City. This was not unknown. It had been spread a long time ago. "You devil! Devil!" In the vast catacombs, not everyone was a coward who was afraid of death. At this moment, someone leaped into the air, shouting loudly, "Devil! You want to massacre God's continent and annihilate the billions of living beings in God's continent. Aren't you afraid of being punished by heaven? There are children, women, and children here. You devil, aren't you afraid of being punished by heaven?" A blood-sobbing, angry roar. Fang Ping's expression was calm. Behind him, King Wu and the others had ugly expressions. "Devil." Fang Ping was not a devil, King Wu said coldly. "When your catacombs invaded Earth, why didn't you stand up and say that you slaughtered the innocent? Now, you, the king of the catacombs, are unwilling to protect us and flee in the face of battle. Why didn't you say that a king is useless? In the past, your catacombs slaughtered human soldiers and civilians. How many prodigies died in your hands? They were also children. Hundreds of thousands of martial arts university students died in battle. They were all heroes of their generation. They were all in the prime of their lives. Why didn't you say that they shouldn't be killed?" King Wu scolded angrily. Martial arts universities. How old were the martial arts university students? The youngest was 17 or 18 years old. The oldest would not be more than 25 years old. They were all heroes. Some of them came from wealthy families. Some of them had powerful parents and many second generations. However, these people did not back down when they entered the catacombs battlefield. Every martial arts university student who died in battle was a huge loss. Moreover, a large number of soldiers died in battle. Most of them were ordinary people. At this moment, being scolded by the people of the catacombs, King Wu was also furious. Fang Ping did not care. He said lightly, "The winner is king and the loser is a bandit. The Three Realms is so realistic and so bloody. Why bother explaining?" Rumble, vitality erupted. At this moment, all the martial artists who soared into the air, no matter where they were or how strong they were, exploded one after another. Fang Ping was not as aggrieved as Zhang Tao. Zhang Tao wanted to walk the path of sainthood and enlightenment. As for Fang Ping, he wanted to walk the path of tyranny, he wanted to walk the path of killing. Someone had to sing the praises. He, Fang Ping, should be the executioner. Why should he care about these things? Kneel properly. Whoever raises their head and stands up will die. Fang Ping's voice was calm. The real devil had arrived. He stepped on the air and walked all the way towards Sky Plant's royal court. All the martial artists who soared into the air exploded one after another. Not even a word was left behind. All the catacomb citizens who did not kneel were shaken into bloody foam. At this moment, billions of living beings were prostrating. In the huge catacombs, the birds were silent. It was extremely quiet. This was a devil. Stop crying. Behind him, Zhang Tao, Iron Head, and the others all had complicated expressions. There wasn't much excitement, only some emptiness. Fang Ping was a hero, the great hero of humanity. Today, they were regarded as a devil. Did they feel bad? A little, however, it seemed normal for the heroes of humanity and the devils of the catacombs. Since Fang Ping's debut, he had killed too many catacombs powerhouses. Beside him, Old Man Li's eyes flickered. He suddenly transmitted his voice to Zhang Tao. If the last battle is won and you're still alive, the three realms will be unified. It doesn't matter if Fang Ping dies in battle or if he lives. He's a hero. If you dare to defame him and label him as a devil for the so-called unification, I'll kill you. Zhang Tao stared at him. Old Man Li stared at him too. Unless I'm dead. Otherwise. Don't you dare. For the unification of the three realms, someone had to stand up and take the blame. Who? Fang Ping, the most suitable and the only candidate. If he was a devil, then his actions were wrong. For the unification of the three realms, would Zhang Tao do it if he was alive? Probably. Old Man Li's emotions were complicated at the moment. If Fang Ping dared to label him as a devil, he would never agree to it if he did not die. Fang Ping had become a devil for the sake of humanity. It was the humans who forced him to this step, the three realms' greatest executioner. That won't happen. It won't. Zhang Tao's tone was complicated too. Soon, he gritted his teeth and transmitted his voice. Why do you think I'll do that? I protect the humans because they gave birth to me and raised me. The humans are my roots, my home. What is the catacombs? It's the enemy's lair, the devil's lair. If that day really comes, then we'll suppress it with iron and blood. How could what you said happen? If killing one person is not enough, then we'll massacre a city. If massacring a city is not enough, then we'll annihilate a country. Do you really think that I, Zhang Tao, am that kind person? That's for the best. I don't need you to teach me. You're not qualified. You bastard, you've been hanging around Fang Ping for some time. Have you forgotten my methods? Zhang Tao was furious. How could he talk to his grandfather like that? He even threatened his grandfather, this little bastard. Yes, a little bastard. Old Man Li was almost 30 years younger than him. When Zhang Tao was the minister, Old Man Li was still learning from the old vice-chancellor in MCMAU. Zhang Tao had seen him a few times and scolded him like a grandson. Now, he wanted to rebel. The corner of Old Man Li's mouth twitched. He transmitted his voice and scolded, "Don't be arrogant. Do you think it's still the same as before? You're a broken 7-year-old. Keep a low profile. I just don't want to beat you up. Otherwise, I'll beat you until you pee." All right. Zhang Tao was exasperated. He transmitted his voice, "Do you really think I can't do anything to you? You gold-swallowing beast, if you hadn't swallowed too many resources, would you be standing in front of me and saying this? You didn't give them to me. I earned them myself. Don't you have any shame?" Old Man Li was unconcerned. He transmitted his voice, "Why didn't I earn them? Didn't you earn them through investment? Fang Ping, this kid, used to have a hard time. I gave him a few vitality pills. Now he's repaying me. What's wrong with that?" Zhang Tao's head hurt. Gave him a few vitality pills. How dare you say that? How could it be hundreds of thousands? Now, you bastard. Can the things you swallowed be calculated with money? If you really used money, it would be hundreds of trillions. The rate of return on your investment is really high. It's more than a few billion times. Old Man Li said disdainfully, "I'm better than you. At least I invested before." At that time, he wasn't even a martial artist. You, on the other hand, went to the catacombs to make a fortune. You're the one who picked the peaches halfway. Shameless. Get lost. If it wasn't for me, he would have died in the catacombs. That's what you should do. You're the minister. He's a martial arts university student. Shouldn't you protect him? You're an instructor in MCMAU. Zhang Tao was exasperated. He realized that he could not win against this guy in an argument today. What was going on? He was good at talking. Li Chongqing, this guy, used to be so quiet. Why was he so talkative today? Old man Li was smug, speechless, right? At this moment, beside them, a cat was riding on the heavenly hound's head, sipping on a drink. When the two of them stopped talking, it asked curiously, "Why aren't you guys scolding anymore? It's so fun. Come and watch the show. I've even prepared the melon seeds." As it spoke, some melon seeds appeared in its paws. They were the sunflower seeds of Monster Sunflower. No one knew where the cat had gotten them from. In the past, Fong Ping treated them like a treasure. Now, the cat was just short of eating the melon seeds and watching the show. However, the two of them had died out. This made the cat very unhappy. Both of their expressions were dark. This stupid cat should be left to chew Wu. Both of them were talking telepathically, and this cat was eavesdropping. Old Zhang's expression was also dark. He was an expert in eavesdropping. Now, he was being eavesdropped by a cat, and he did not even realize it. How embarrassing, the few of them were making a ruckus. At this moment, Fong Ping, who was in front of them, had already walked to the sky above Sky Plant City. Fong Ping's aura shook the sky. He did not deliberately target anyone, nor did he deliberately spread out to kill people. He just stood there quietly, casually displaying it. At this moment, in Sky Plant City, no matter how strong the powerhouses were, they could not lift their heads under the pressure. As for Fong Ping, he looked around, ignoring those old acquaintances, and said loudly, "Where's Zhang Wu?" Behind him, Zhang Tao's expression changed slightly. The humans have already defeated the catacombs. There's no need to hide anymore. Senior Zhang Wu, today, Fong Ping is here on behalf of the humans to bring you home. Fong Ping, behind him, Zhang Tao's expression was complicated as he shouted. Fong Ping ignored him and shouted, "Senior Zhang Wu, I'm the king of humans, the king of humans. Don't worry about anything. Although your father is my elder, right now, he doesn't have the final say in the humans. I have the final say in everything. If I say you can go home, you can go home." In Sky Plant City, countless people were shocked. What did he mean? A few of Fong Ping's old acquaintances exchanged glances with one another. There was Hua Yu, King Hua, and a few other true kings. At this moment, they were all shocked. The Zhang Wu that Fong Ping called out, who was he? Zhang Wu, seemed a little familiar. However, some time had passed. These people had already forgotten. At this moment, in the crowd, Hua Qidao, who was also kneeling on the ground, suddenly raised his head. His expression was complicated as he looked at Fong Ping and Zhang Tao. Zhang Tao's lips moved slightly, but he could not speak. Fong Ping had directly sealed him. Just like in the beginning, he did not give Fong Ping a chance to speak. Fong Ping said loudly, "Zhang Wu, today, I'll restore my true form. The son of King Wu, the hero of humanity, there's no need to carry the useless left martial title." As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. Hua Qidao stood up slowly, his expression becoming more and more complicated. Slowly, Hua Qidao changed. He was no longer as young, no longer as cold, and no longer as handsome as Hua Qidao. Very soon, a middle-aged martial artist with some vicissitudes of life appeared in front of everyone. Hua Qidao. No, Zhang Wu looked at Fong Ping, his tone extremely complicated as he said softly, "I thought I would never be able to go back in this lifetime." Yes, on the day he came, he was already prepared. On the day his father sent him away, he said that in the future, he would never come back. Today, someone came to fetch him, the human king, not only the human king, but also the subduing heavenly king, his own father, King Wu, and many powerhouses of the human race had actually come to fetch him. Zhang Wu's expression was complicated. He was a little uncertain, a little in disbelief, a little uneasy, a little nervous, and a little excited. "Can I go back?" Fong Ping said loudly. "Why can't I go back? Do you think I'm like your father who only cares about the race and not about the family? I am Fong Ping. Without a family, how can there be a country? Without a country, how can there be a race? What is the purpose of a human martial artist's life of war? To protect the family and defend the race. You, Zhang Wu, have contributed to the human race. Now, the human race is no longer afraid of the catacombs. Why do you still need to suffer in the catacombs? Go back. Today, I will celebrate for you, the son of King Wu. No, you are the human Zhang Wu. You don't need to care about what your father thinks. At this moment, Hua Yu and the others were stunned. Hua Qidao, the son of King Wu, he was actually the son of King Wu in disguise, and today, the human king had led the human race powerhouses into God's land just to welcome him. Behind Fang Ping, Zhang Tao's expression was complicated. After a long time, he suddenly broke into a smile. Perhaps, this was also what he had hoped for, wasn't it? In the next moment, Zhang Tao smiled and nodded slightly. Below, Zhang Wu's expression was one of excitement. He suddenly shouted, Zhang Wu of the human race is willing to return. Home. Home. At this moment, Zhang Wu's eyes were brimming with tears. I can go home. As for Fang Ping, he also laughed out loud. His voice spread across the 3 realms as he shouted, home. Zhang Wu has contributed to the human race. Today, we will celebrate the slaying of the emperor. Let's celebrate for Zhang Wu. Let's celebrate for the human race. In the next moment, in the crowd, Zhang Tao suddenly became excited. He shouted, let's celebrate for Zhang Wu. Let's celebrate for the human race. Let's celebrate for Zhang Wu. Let's celebrate for the human race. An earth-shattering roar resounded. Wherever there was a human race, there would be roars. Excitement, excitement. At this moment, the human race roared out one after another. In this life, there were no regrets. As for Zhang Tao, his eyes were misty from smiling. My son is back. He has returned as a hero of the human race. Zhang Wu had returned. Fang Ping suppressed the catacombs. No one dared to stop him. It was a symbol, a huge turning point. Mankind's greatest enemy, the catacombs, had been defeated. Defeated by the humans. Before this, no matter how powerful the heavenly king-suppressing king was, no matter how powerful Fang Ping was, no matter how powerful Martial King was, they were not even defeated in the catacombs. The catacombs gathered the divine sect, the demon court, and roped in Feng. All of these meant that they wanted to continue fighting against the human race. Today, however, many rank 8 martial artists watched helplessly as Fang Ping ran amok in the catacombs. None of them dared to return. Defeat, losing without a fight. However, Fang Ping did not stop there. He still couldn't forget what Zhang Tao had said, there will be a day of reckoning. The day of reckoning will come. Today, since he, Fang Ping, had picked up the butcher's knife, he would not give up just like that. The moment he received Zhang Wu's message, Fang Ping's voice reverberated in all directions. Every army of the human race, enter the catacombs and annihilate the outer realm. Avenge any enmity and avenge any grievances. Take revenge for this blood feud. The tens of millions of human souls shall be repaid by the catacombs 100, 1,000 times over. Kill. A loud roar resounded throughout the world. Fang Ping did not stop there, settling accounts with the catacombs. Too many human children had died in battle in the 108 outer realms. Should he just let it go? Impossible. Too many people had died in battle in the catacombs. In just 3 short years, how many acquaintances had died? The old principal, Huang Jing, Elder Fan, Guosheng, Little Fatty, Jean Lei, Xie, the Chen family's patriarch. Images appeared in Fang Ping's mind. Familiar faces appeared in front of him one by one. The Battle of Tiannan, the Battle of Nanjiang, the Battle of Heaven Gate, the Battle of Demonic City, the Battle of King Battlefield, the Battle of Fake Heavenly Grave. How many people had died in these large-scale battles? Over the past 3 years, the battles had been endless, and countless people had been killed. However, there seemed to be fewer acquaintances around him. The number of senior grandmasters had also dwindled. He died in battle in a foreign land. How could Fang Ping let it go so easily? From today onwards, the humans would most likely focus on cultivation, waiting for the boundary wall to shatter, waiting for the arrival of the Great War. The battles with the catacombs would become fewer and fewer. How could Fang Ping give up on the idea of revenge? At this moment, a large number of cultivators were pouring in from every tunnel and every outer region. Teams of military martial artists set off and entered the catacombs. Magic Martial Army, National Guardian Army, Fallen Stars Army, Wuan Army, a large number of military martial artists had charged into the catacombs. At this moment, countless people's blood was boiling. The time for revenge had come. It was time to settle the score. The southern region. The newly promoted Legion commander, Xianxia, was in tears at this moment. The time for revenge had come. Qin families young and old, apart from him, had all died in battle in a foreign land. Today, the day of reckoning had arrived. East Forest Army, follow me. Qin Jiaxing gripped the twin hooks in his hands and led the tens of thousands of warriors. Like a raging bull, balls of blood hovering in the air, they charged rapidly towards the remaining royal cities of the southern domain. At this moment, the powerhouses of the catacombs were still in awe of Fangping. However, in the face of a life-and-death crisis, these people could not care less about Fangping. On the catacomb side, powerhouses quickly stepped forward, howling shrilly. Kill! 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 A deafening battle cry resounded, blood, flesh, broken limbs, both sides collided rapidly. The great armies fought and killed each other. The catacombs side was in utter chaos. It was difficult for them to organize themselves, and they were completely unable to resist the humans. The human strength had increased tremendously. Now, the king of humans was holding the line, intimidating everyone. Many of the catacombs kings were now in the sea area. They dared not return. How could they fight with the humans? A great war broke out. Millions of martial artists charged and broke through the enemy lines, charging into the catacombs from all directions. Blood for blood, in the 100 years of war with the foreign lands, millions of soldiers and civilians had died. Today was the day to settle the score with the foreign lands. One by one, the powerhouses were bathed in blood and killing. Fangping saw MCMAU powerhouses, martial arts university powerhouses, and those veteran grandmasters. At this moment, there was no sense of shame of bullying the weak. There was only the satisfaction of killing all the enemies and taking revenge. Many powerhouses were participating in the war. There were even emperor ranks. Crushing, however, who dared to stop them? Who could stop them? Fangping even raised his middle finger at the sea area. Come and stop them if you have the guts, help. Where's the king? The heavenly court has abandoned us. Li Zhu, you will die a horrible death. Hong Yu, we will wait for you underground. Mournful cries even spread to the sea area. At this moment, in the sea area, Li Zhu's face was slightly pale, his eyes slightly cloudy. He was the catacombs king, yes, he was. The one and only king. Hong Yu and the others did not count. He was a native catacombs powerhouse. He was the Sky Plant's royal court's lord. He was the catacombs king. But now, he could only watch helplessly as the humans massacred the catacombs martial artists. Yes, massacred, with Fangping in charge, the powerhouses did not dare to make a move. There were countless human powerhouses. How could they fight against them? Countless martial artists were killed, the foreign lands were dyed blood red. At this moment, someone broke through the air and arrived. Sky Fate Royal Court's Lord, Ji Hong. At this moment, bathed in blood, he came and said mournfully, King Li, God's continent is about to be destroyed. King Li, are you really not willing to save us? Li Zhu's expression was complicated. Save, how could he save them? Seeing that everyone was silent, Ji Hong's face was full of despair. My father, King Ming, will fight for God's continent until the end. My birth father, Qi Huanyu, will fight for God's continent until the end. My Ji family was born in God's continent and will die in God's continent. Li Zhu, you're not as good as my father. Ji Hong roared. You're not as good as my father, be it King Ming or Qi Huanyu, you're not as good as them. Ji Hong turned and flew back, his voice reverberating in all directions. Sky Fate Army, follow me to kill the enemy. Rumble, army after army walked out of the restricted area. The humans were only massacring the foreign lands. They had not entered the restricted area. However, Ji Hong knew that it was only a matter of time. The foreign lands were also God's continent. If they did not fight today, God's continent would be completely destroyed. King Ming's entire life had been thinking of unifying the catacombs, leading the catacombs into the land of rebirth and becoming the master of the three realms. Unfortunately, King Ming's ability was too weak. He was too inexperienced and knew too little. In the battle at the Land of War, he was killed by Fang Ping and Zhang Tao together. However, King Ming had been fighting his entire life. Skyfate Royal Court also became the strongest force in the catacombs in the hands of King Ming. As for Li Zhu, what was he? He hid his ability until the end, but he was still an ant. Armor appeared on Ji Hong's body. Holding a long spear, he flew back to Imperial Sea Mountain quickly. Behind him, hundreds of thousands of troops gathered. Ji Hong roared, "Follow me to kill the enemy. Li Zhu does not deserve to be the king of God's continent." Skyfate Royal Court will betray the Heavenly Court today. Kill. Rumble, the army set off. In front, the magic martial army attacked rapidly. The two armies confronted each other. In the blink of an eye, the absolute powerhouses attacked. Many. On the catacombs side, there were powerhouses too. In the Skyfate army, Ji Yao was also there. At this moment, she was also wearing armor, holding a long sword, charging out. Ji family was not Li Zhu. Li Zhu, one of the three realms' powerhouses. He was an emperor, he was a transcendent. As for the Ji family, it was to unify the catacombs. They were the king of the catacombs. Li Zhu, he was not. As soon as the two sides met, in the blink of an eye, a large number of corpses fell. Ji Yao and Ji Hong had already reached emperor rank. On the human side, there were many desperate realm powerhouses and a few emperor ranks. At this moment, the sound of killing shook the sky. Other places were massacres. Here, however, a fierce war broke out. Imperial Sea Mountain. Fang Ping had already arrived. At this moment, one by one, the human powerhouses looked over there. Zhang Tao sighed. The Ji family still has some hot-bloodedness. Even as enemies, it must be said that the Ji family still had some guts and hot-bloodedness. Li Zhu and the others did not dare to return. The Heavenly Court army holed up. In the end, Ji Hong betrayed the Heavenly Court and led the Heaven's Mandate army out. The Heaven's Mandate army was willing to follow the Ji family. This also proved that the Ji family had some ability. At this juncture, there were still hundreds of thousands of troops willing to follow the Ji family. In other places, the military martial artists had long been in chaos. However, the Heaven's Mandate army still maintained its formation. At this moment, facing the humans' most elite magic martial army, although there were heavy casualties, they still had some power to fight back, causing some casualties. Fang Ping watched for a while, but did not intervene. Instead, he growled, "End the battle quickly. Surround the Heaven's Mandate army. Since Princess Ji wants to walk the path of glory, I, Fang Ping, will fulfill your wish. Kill." In all directions, the major armies quickly slaughtered the defeated catacombs martial artists. Very soon, powerhouses from the major armies led troops to kill this side. Surround and kill the Heaven's Mandate army. On the battlefield, only the Heaven's Mandate army was worth fighting, worth killing. Even if they were enemies, they also admired powerhouses who fought alone until the last moment. From dawn to dusk, the battle continued. Magic City area. Hundreds of thousands of Heaven's Mandate army. At this moment, there were countless casualties. Less than 10,000 people were left, surrounded in the former Skygate City area. Ji Hong's armor had long been shattered, his spear broken. This Ji Hong, who was regarded as a useless lord, had exploded with unimaginable glory today. Li Zhu, Ji Hong, these two were often compared by others. Anyone would say that Ji Hong was not as good as Li Zhu. Ji Hong was only relying on Life King, even Ji Hong himself thought so. He felt that he was not as good as Li Zhu, Life King, and even King Huai, but today, no one said the same. Ji Hong looked around. There was only a pile of defeated soldiers left. Beside him, his daughter's hair was disheveled, a sword mark running through her face. One of her eyes was also stabbed blind in the battle. Ji Hong's hand trembled. He wanted to caress his daughter's face, but he put it down in disappointment. Ji Hong's eyes flashed with a complicated expression as he stared at the experts of the human race who were surrounding him from all directions. Even though he knew that he would definitely lose, he still led the Heavenly Mandate army and killed his way out, sending the Heavenly Mandate army and the Ji clan to their deaths. Yaoer, looking at his silent daughter, Ji Hong said in a hoarse voice, do you blame father? If the Ji family didn't participate in the battle, the human race might not attack them. This was because the Heaven's Mandate Royal Court didn't fight much with the human race. But he still attacked. If he didn't, the God continent would collapse. Martial artists wouldn't dare to cultivate, and military martial artists wouldn't dare to fight anymore. This wasn't the God continent that deterred everyone, the powerful Heaven's Mandate army that his father, Qi Huanyu, had single-handedly created would also become a useless army. So he killed his way out, but now, looking at his daughter, who was heavily injured but still standing guard by his side, Ji Hong suddenly wanted to cry. I'm indeed not as good as father and mentor you, at least when they were alive, they wouldn't be a burden to their descendants. Father, Ji Yao, whose face was pierced by a sword wound, was exceptionally calm. She revealed a not-so-pretty smile and said, Father, Yaoer doesn't blame you, and I don't regret it. I want to be the only empress of the God continent. In the past, I've said it before. I want to have someone by my side when I fight on the battlefield until the very end. That day, when King Wu entered the domain and fought to the end, he still had someone by his side. I'm really envious. I don't like Li Zhu and the rest. So what if they're strong? How many people would be willing to follow me in a battle of life and death? But my Ji family does. Ji Yao's energy surged, and her aura exploded. Her voice echoed in the surroundings. Heaven's Mandate Army, are you willing to follow me and my daughter to fight to the death? Yes. A group of wounded soldiers roared out. The Ji family had treated them well. The Heaven's Mandate Royal Court was also the most peaceful and the safest of the 4 royal courts. Although Ji Hong wasn't strong, Qi Huanyu was good at commanding troops. Ji Hong trusted Qi Huanyu and had never mistreated him. Ji Yao was domineering when she was young, but after suffering setbacks, she entered the army to train and fought with them on the battlefield against the demon race. She was also a heroine. Now that they were out of the forbidden zone, they were prepared to die. All right. Ji Yao laughed. At this moment, who said that women were inferior to men? Father, I'll follow you to kill the enemy. There are no cowards in the Ji family. Ha ha ha. Ji Hong laughed and shot out his broken spear. He roared, kill. On the other side, Wu Kushan's expression was cold and merciless as he roared, kill. Kill everyone. The two sides quickly clashed, rumble, cultivators died in battle one after another. Severed limbs flew in all directions. The Heaven's Mandate Army, which had less than 10,000 people, kept decreasing. 3,000, 2,000, 1,000, an army of hundreds of thousands was reduced to less than 1,000 people. Yet, they didn't collapse, shocking the 3 realms. This was something that only happened to the human race in the past. Today, the father and daughter of the Ji family led the Heaven's Mandate Army and fought in glory. In the catacombs, Li Zhu and the others were a disgrace, but the 2 emperor-level martial artists fought in glory, on Mount Imperial Sea. At this moment, even the Heavenly King subduing sighed and said, the Ji family is a little unexpected. This Ji Hong was just a piece of trash in the past. No one took him seriously. Who would have thought that he would make such a choice, and that Ji Yao, who fought with you many times in the past, was domineering and hedonistic? Who would have thought that, today, a woman is not inferior to a man? These were words of praise, and the Heavenly King subduing still praised them, even if the other party was an enemy. Even if the father and daughter of the Ji family caused quite a number of casualties to the human race. But on the battlefield, it was like this. The father and daughter of the Ji family were indeed worthy of their shock today. In the huge catacombs, there were tens of billions of living beings and a large number of heavenly kings. In the end, it was 2 emperor-level martial artists who led an army of hundreds of thousands that fought to the end with the human race. Li Zhu and the others, whether they were scheming or afraid. At this moment, the Heavenly King subduing only wanted to say that none of them were men, so what if they died in battle? On the human side, they did it. On the other hand, on the side of the catacombs, they watched these elites die in battle, indifferent. Li Zhu might be a scheming hero, but today, in the eyes of the Heavenly King subduing, he was definitely not a hero. If he was really a hero, he should stand up today and fight him, instead of sitting in the sea and watching the catacombs being slaughtered. Fang Ping did not say anything. He looked over there. At this moment, the father and daughter of the Ji family were already seriously injured. There were less than 100 people left in the Heaven's Mandate army beside them, still fighting a bloody battle. Fang Ping suddenly stepped out into the air. Old Manly raised his eyebrows slightly and transmitted his voice to Zhang Tao. He wants to save Ji Yao? Zhang Tao shook his head slightly. He was not sure. Still, he said, it's not impossible to save her. After today, I'm afraid that the catacombs will be completely disappointed in Li Zhu and the others. If they really want to conquer the catacombs in the future, the Ji family is a good candidate to suppress the catacombs. Old Manly thought about it. Maybe. But, he was a little reluctant. Of course, whatever Fang Ping did, he would listen. If he really wanted to save the father and daughter of the Ji family, it was not impossible. Bang, a self-explosion was heard. The last member of the Heaven's Mandate army had self-destructed. At this moment, in the field, Ji Hong's bones were broken, his flesh and blood were all gone. His Dao had been burned to the end. It would be difficult for him to survive. As for Ji Yao, she was also seriously injured. Her Dao was shattered, her whole body bathed in blood. She supported Ji Hong, not letting him fall. Around them, Wu Quishan and the others looked at the surrounded father and daughter of the Ji family with a solemn expression. Although they were enemies, although this father and daughter had caused many casualties in MCMAU, Wu Quishan still had to say that the father and daughter of the Ji family were both heroes of the catacombs. Perhaps they had a strong desire for power and had always wanted to unify the catacombs. However, if the Ji family really unified the catacombs, perhaps the catacombs would have a better life. At least, when the country was destroyed, the king was willing to stand up and die for the country. King Lord Ji, Wu Quishan looked at Ji Hong and said softly, why do you have to stand up? The Heaven's Mandate royal court was not the main target of the human race's revenge. The main target was still the Sky Plant's royal court. If Ji Hong really hid until the end, he might not die. However, today, he might die without a doubt. Why? Ji Hong coughed up blood. Propping up his body with the broken spear, he laughed and said, I am the king of Divine Continent. My father is, and so am I. The Ji family is the master of the catacombs. How can we not fight? Today, cough cough, if we don't fight, the people of Divine Continent will be scattered, and there will be no future. If we fight today, even if we die, there will be people who remember the Ji family. Just like you humans, there were times when you were suppressed. Everyone worked hard, everyone was willing to die, that's why, there is today. You human martyrs can die, the people of Divine Continent can too. Ji Hong panted. He did not look at Wu Quishan anymore. He looked at Ji Yao, his eyes revealing a hint of reluctance. Wu Quishan did not speak anymore. He led the powerhouses and slowly closed up. These two people could still self-destruct when they were on the verge of death. They did not move and did not die because they were waiting for them to surround them and self-destruct. Even when they were about to die, they wanted to drag someone down with them. However, this was destined to be impossible. On MCMAU's side, there were dozens of peak-level people. How could they be a match for the Emperor-level people? At this moment, the void fluctuated. Fang Ping walked over in the air. Seeing Fang Ping, Wu Quishan was slightly taken aback. Why was Fang Ping here? Looking at Ji Yao again, Wu Quishan was a little surprised. Was it because of this woman? In the crowd, Chen Yunxi, who was covered in blood, could not help but look at Fang Ping. Fang Ping did not greet them. Instead, he looked at Ji Yao and said softly, we meet again. Ji Yao was blind in one eye. The other eye was completely blood red. At this moment, she looked at Fang Ping in a daze. When they first met, it was at the battlefield of the kings. Fang Ping brought Wang Jinyang and the others and stirred up a storm of blood at the battlefield of the kings. At that time, she got to know Fang Ping. Until now, she could not forget how ruthless this man was at that moment. He used her to threaten Feng Miexing and the others, chopping off her arm and snatching her storage ring. After that, they met more and more. It was still at the battlefield of the kings. He pretended to be Feng Miexing. Ji Yao was prepared to catch them all in one fell swoop. In the end, they joined forces to kill the other princes. She, Fang Ping, and Huayu worked together, all wanting to become the king of the clans. Now, Fang Ping had become the king. Huayu had long given up. She did not want to give up, but she also knew that it was already impossible. Her gaze was a little dazed. Ji Yao quickly regained her senses and sneered. You want to see me make a fool of myself? In the past, she was high and mighty. She had the three realms' #1 powerhouse, Fate King, as her grandfather. She had the Destiny Royal Court as her backing. She looked down on Fang Ping. Today, however, she was battered and exhausted, like a beggar. Fang Ping, on the other hand, had long been high and mighty, comparable to the emperors. You want to see me make a fool of myself? Fang Ping said softly, there's no need. Which powerhouse in the three realms is not a joke in my eyes? As for you, you are considered my old friend. Fang Ping looked at her. Beside her, Ji Hong's expression changed for a while. He coughed up blood and said, Human King, I must die. I am also willing to die. However, if the humans keep Yao Er, on the day of the humans' great victory, Yao Er can subdue her old subordinates. The human king can make Yao Er the queen of divine land. She will be the humans' puppet. This will allow divine land to integrate with the humans faster. He wanted to save his daughter. At the last moment, he could not bear to do so. It was fine if he died, but his daughter was still young. He did not want his daughter to die with him. Ji Yao, however, shouted in a low voice, Father, I am not willing. Fang Ping interrupted her and said calmly, I do not need these things. That is the martial king's business, not mine. You have killed MCMAU's people. That makes you my enemy. I am here to send an old friend off. Ji Yao, you and I have known each other for a long time. It is fate. A long time ago, I wanted to kill you, but in the end, I did not succeed, or I gave up. Today, you are going to leave. I thought about it, maybe, you should still die in my hands. Killing you is not a disgrace to you. Ji Yao suddenly laughed. She looked at him and said slowly, You want to kill me? Aren't you afraid of sullying your name as the human king? She was already heavily injured, a heavily injured emperor level. In a situation where she was surrounded, she no longer had any strength to fight back. The human king wanted to kill her personally. Was he not afraid of being laughed at and criticized? Fang Ping said seriously, I am the devil king, not the human king. You are my friend. I do not have many friends. If one dies, one less. Since it has come to this, I think I should send you off. Are you willing to die in the hands of others? Ji Yao laughed again. A smile appeared on her ferocious face, but it looked especially charming. You are right. I would rather die in your hands, Ji Yao laughed. She did not know why she laughed. Suddenly, she let go of Ji Hong's hand and took a step forward, then another step, slowly approaching Fang Ping. Fang Ping did not move, letting her walk in front of him. Ji Yao looked at him, then raised her head to look at him. Her gaze became more and more dazed. She laughed softly and said, Why aren't you from divine land? Full of regret, indescribable regret, why aren't you from divine land? Which girl does not yearn for love? The children of divine land love heroes too. Can you help me recover my looks? Ji Yao looked at him expectantly. Fang Ping nodded slightly. He stretched out his hand and gently touched her cheek. The scars disappeared quickly. Ji Yao reached out and touched her own cheek. Suddenly, she felt a little happy, a little excited, no longer lifeless. Fang Ping, she lifted her head and looked at Fang Ping. Her eyes revealed a hint of a smile. She said softly, Do you know, when you became famous, imperial ancestor and royal father said, maybe they could let you marry into the imperial court. I heard it. I quarreled with imperial ancestor, quarreled with royal father. I told them that even if I die, I am not willing, but I was secretly delighted for a while. It's a pity, why aren't you from divine land? Ji Yao's gaze gradually dimmed. She grabbed Fang Ping's hand. Gradually, her gaze completely dimmed. Fang Ping did not speak. He looked at Ji Yao, looked at the dead Ji Yao. No one knew what he was thinking. You guys, why aren't you Earthlings? Too many people had died in the war for more than 100 years, hatred could not be resolved. Not far away, Ji Hong's tears of blood dripped from his eyes. He sensed that his daughter had left first. Human king, I beg you, leave little Yao's corpse intact, Ji Hong laughed bitterly. The next moment, he turned to look at the restricted area. He could not see anymore. The tall imperial sea hill blocked his view. I, Ji Hong, am the king of destiny. Rumble, there was an explosion. There was no corpse left, Ji Hong had self-destructed. Clang clang, a sorrowful cry reverberated in all directions. In the sky, a gorgeous phoenix was dancing, soaring, and crying sorrowfully. Sister Yao, the phoenix sparrow is here. A young girl's voice rang out. It was joyful, and sorrowful, a dazzling fiery light bloomed in the sky. A phoenix was burning itself in the sky. Since no one was going to send her off, then let the phoenix sparrow do it. Brilliant flames erupted in the air. It was a beautiful phoenix, it was exceptionally beautiful, that childish voice sounded like that of a neighbor's child. The Ji family's father and daughter had died in battle, along with hundreds of thousands of heavenly mandate soldiers. In the end, a phoenix and a demonic beast had come to send them off. He burned himself to tell the three realms that there were still people who remembered the Ji family. Was it tragic? Maybe, however, it was an enemy. A war between races. Ji Yao seemed to have fallen asleep in his arms. Fang Ping looked at the firelight in the sky, at Phoenix, at Ji Yao, and suddenly laughed. Little Phoenix, come down and walk with Ji Yao. Clang clang, cheerful cries rang out, and in the next moment, there was a flash of fiery light. A beautiful feather, wreathed in flames, fell down like a hairpin and helped Ji Yao tie up her hair. Fang Ping blasted the void with a punch. He carried Ji Yao and waved his hand. In the void, the broken spear that Ji Hong left behind fell into his hand. Fang Ping placed the spear beside Ji Yao and looked at the pitch-black void in front of him. He said softly, your father, you, Phoenix Sparrow, let's go together. After placing Ji Yao into the void, Fang Ping closed the void. Ji Yao's body emitted a faint glow. It was Fang Ping's power, which allowed her to not be cut by the void cracks in the void. The rift closed up. They vanished into thin air. War. Fang Ping suddenly looked at the sky and said coldly, where did war come from? The celestial, the arch, the young god, the 9 sovereigns, and the emperor used the common people as chess pieces and the 3 realms as a chessboard. If you don't die, the heavens will not tolerate it, and I, Fang Ping, will not tolerate it. This was war, it didn't matter if you loved him or not. It was just that cruel. Fang Ping let out a cold harumph, swiftly suppressing everything. Looking at the sounds of killing that were gradually fading in all directions, he bellowed, today, I've killed a strong enemy. As the saying goes, the heaven is worse than dog sh*t Li Zhu, open your dog eyes and look, the 3 realms will not be like this forever. I hope you can wait until that day comes. I can see that day. Fang Ping's voice was icy cold. He let out a sneer and tore the void apart. In the next moment, the human powerhouses appeared at the entrance of the catacombs passageway. Go home. Celebrate. As long as I, Fang Ping, am not dead, the catacombs will not be in chaos. Hong Yu, listen up. If you mess up, you'll die. Fang Ping entered the passageway and returned to Earth. The army was still in the outland, but Fang Ping did not care. Do you dare to make a move? It was just that domineering, right under your noses, killing in all directions, not even a single heavenly king. Do you dare to make a move? I wouldn't dare. On this day, the Demon King's demonic might was matchless. On this day, millions of martial artists were killed in the catacombs. Martial artist, this did not include the catacombs' ordinary people who were implicated. Too many people had died, rivers of blood flowed. In the outskirts of the catacombs, there were no martial artists. A large number of martial artists fled. Some took the risk and headed for the Forbidden Sea, some fled to Mount Royal Sea, and some charged into the Forbidden Inner Area. Chaos, the catacombs were in complete chaos, the Heavenly Mandate army was annihilated, and the entire Ji family died in battle. The Destiny Royal Court was also in chaos. As for the Heavenly Court, not long after Fang Ping left, a glaive descended. The newly built Heavenly Court was shattered instantly. Tens of thousands of Heavenly Court troops, without any power to fight back, all of them exploded into pieces. The plans of Li Zhu, Hong Yu, and the others were completely ruined. The catacombs were no longer peaceful and could never be unified. Countless people were utterly disappointed in these kings. This was the kings of the catacombs. The Ji family was also considered the real kings, at least when the life king was alive. The catacombs were not in chaos. The catacombs war, the race war, the 100 years of war, finally came to an end on this day. The outskirts that were fighting with the humans were almost completely annihilated this time. There were still some people who did not die. Fang Ping did not care. The war had only begun. It was not over yet. Could these people survive until the end? He felt that it was impossible. They would all die. The massacre had never stopped. On Earth, a celebration banquet was held. Rather than saying it was a celebration, it was more of a chance to cry and vent. This time, countless people were crying bitterly. They were sad, crying loudly. In the past 3 years, Fang Ping, Zhang Tao, and the others had done their best to protect the humans. While they were protecting the humans, Heavenly King Garrison and the others were also contributing. However, in the past 3 years, just in Sino Nation alone, there were hundreds of thousands of soldiers and martial artists who died in battle. In the entire world, there were more than 1 million people in all the Holy Lands and countries combined. The war had been too frequent in the past 3 years. Even if Fang Ping and the others were at the forefront, they still could not stop the casualties. 1 million people, 1 million families, this was only in the past 3 years. In the early days of neo-martial arts, the casualties were also very heavy. In the middle period, when both sides were testing each other, there was a short period of peace. At that time, the casualties were not too high. In less than 100 years, millions of people had died in battle. Fang Ping could not resolve this kind of hatred. In less than 100 years, it was not enough for people to forget this hatred. Mekmao. Fang Ping was lying on the rooftop of the school archives, drinking a little wine. He looked at the sky and pillowed the cat, looking somewhat relaxed. Bro? A sneaky laugh rang out. Fang Ping did not even turn his head. He crossed his legs, looked up at the starry sky, and laughed. What are you doing here? Didn't I tell you to stay at home? Bro, you won the war again. Mom and Dad asked me to come and see you. Fang Yuan laughed happily. She walked to Fang Ping's side and sat on the cat's head. The cat rolled its eyes. It was bad enough that a liar was using it as a pillow. Little chubby face was even worse. Ignoring her, the cat extended its neck a little, poked its head out, and continued to eat its dried fish. He had promised second cat and third cat that he would help them eat back. Now, the cat had to eat 12 meals a day. Otherwise, it would not count as 3 cats eating together. Fang Yuan giggled. She did not mind. She squeezed Fang Ping and said with a grin, Bro, why are you drinking? You didn't drink before. To me, there's no difference between alcohol and water. My mouth has no taste. Drinking some alcohol tastes better. Fang Yuan laughed again. Aren't you happy? Bro, you're amazing. This time, you even killed so many emperors and won the war. Seeing that Fang Ping did not speak, Fang Yuan said slyly, Is it because of that Ji Yao? You brat. Fang Ping laughed. It has nothing to do with her. I'm just a little sad. Yes, sad. He did not even know who he was sad for. The 3 realms had been in chaos for so many years. Too many people had died. He could not get over it. This time, however, he was indeed a little sad. Were the catacombs the enemy? Of course, but were the catacombs the ultimate enemy? No, they were the emperors, they were the main culprits. If he did not kill them, how could the 3 realms be at peace? I thought you were unhappy because of her, Fang Yuan muttered. Fang Ping chuckled. Don't let your imagination run wild. The catacombs are our biggest enemy. Do you think your bro will do anything because of a woman? Not to mention that we're just friends. Speaking of which, it's not the first time I've wanted to kill her, it's just a pity. Yes, it was a pity. He was not too sad, but he felt that it was a pity. It was a pity that they were both born in this chaotic world. Otherwise, they could have been friends. Fang Ping did not talk about this. He smiled. How's Mom and Dad lately? They're fine, but you don't go home. Fang Yuan said unhappily, you're already at the door. Why don't you go home? He was drinking here alone, but he did not go home. She was unhappy. Fang Ping smiled and said nothing. Go home, he did not really want to go home. It was not that he did not want to see them, but he was afraid that he would be even more reluctant to see them. People, after not seeing each other for a long time, their feelings would fade. They saw each other every day. If one day, his parents lost their son, would they not be heartbroken? It was good now. Fang Yuan was at home, and his parents had company. It was good. If he passed away one day, he would not be too sad. As he thought about this, Fang Ping smiled. Do you think I'm very free? Am I drinking? I'm thinking about things and cultivating. I don't have that much free time. Tell mom and dad not to worry about me. Who in the three realms is not afraid of me now? What can happen to me? But I have too many things to do now. When I get rid of the enemy, I'll stay at home all the time. It's good to be at home. The cat suddenly interrupted, muttering, you can eat regularly at home when it's mealtime. Now, you don't eat regularly at all. I think it's going to hurt your stomach. Bang, Fang Ping slapped its head. If you say this again, I'll hammer you to death. Whose cat's 9 points would hurt their stomach, whose family had 9 points and needed to eat 12 meals a day, others might not even be able to eat 12 meals in 1,000 years, but you have to eat 12 meals a day. I give up. Fang Yuan was grinning from ear to ear. She grabbed the cat's tail and played with it. Brother, can you defeat those emperors? Of course. Really? Nonsense. Have I ever boasted before? Fang Ping said exasperatedly, when have I, your brother, not won every battle? Tell me, in the past 3 years, have I, your brother, ever lost? Fang Yuan nodded hurriedly. Yes. Winning every battle. That was Fang Ping. That was the king of man. Though she believed him, Fang Yuan was still a little worried. Her voice became softer as she whispered, brother, say. Fang Ping waited for a long time but did not hear what she was going to say. He tilted his head and asked curiously, say what? Fang Yuan scrunched up her face. She was a little hesitant and uneasy. After a while, she said in a low voice, brother, do you think it's possible to negotiate with the emperors? You said before that Minister Zhang. Bastard. Fang Ping barked coldly. He said angrily, don't blame me for beating you up if you talk nonsense again. Fang Yuan bit her lip so hard that it bled. Tears streamed down her cheeks. I'm scared. Mom and Dad are scared too. They often cry at night. Every time you leave, they will cry and suffer from insomnia. Brother, I know. I know I'm selfish, but I don't want to be without you. Mom and Dad don't want to be without you either. Brother. Do you know? Fang Yuan choked. Littleya, her father passed away. Fang Ping's expression darkened. He knew who Fang Yuan was talking about. Xianxia, Fang Yuan's classmate. Xianxia's father. Xianxia, Fang Ping's lips trembled slightly. Xianxia, yes, the teacher who had argued for a long time because Fang Ping had to charge him 1 credit as a processing fee when he checked out of the cultivation room. When Fang Ping was stronger than him and knew how to change his aura, he had even impersonated Qin Fengqing and knocked his head. Since then, Fang Ping had been asking him for money and threatening to make him clean the toilet if he did not pay up. Xianxia was so angry that he decided to hide in the catacombs and never come out. Scenes of the past flashed through Fang Ping's mind. He quickly suppressed his sorrow and yelled, there's no martial artist who doesn't die in battle. Besides, I'm much stronger than Teacher Song. What are you thinking about all day? Brother, Fang Yuan's tears streamed down her cheeks. She choked. I know I shouldn't think like this, but I'm really scared. I wasn't afraid before, but Teacher Song left and Teacher Bai is crippled. I'm scared. I'm scared that the next time I hear from you, will be. Brother. I'm really scared. I don't want to practice martial arts anymore. I regret it. I regret not stopping you when you wanted to practice martial arts. Brother, I want to go back to Sun City. Back to the old house, back to the days when you cheated me of my food money every day. Brother, I'll give them all to you, okay? I won't steal snacks anymore. Our family will stay in Sun City. Fang Ping was in a trance. Was it a long time? Not long. It was only a little more than 3 years, cheating her of her food money. He seemed to have done it before, right? For the sake of going online, Fang Ping often cheated the girl of her food money. Then, the two of them could fill their stomachs with rice at home. The little money grubber was very money grubber, but she was also very stupid. Fang Ping managed to cheat her every time. He succeeded every time. The girl would only realize it later and complain to her parents, saying that Fang Ping had cheated her again. Fang Ping seemed to have written her many IOUs. Every time, she promised to return them, but she always forgot. He remembered the first time he gave her money, she used it all to buy snacks. She even secretly shared half of it with him so that he would not complain. At that time, the days were hard, but they seemed happy. They had never eaten at McDonald's or bought KFC. They always felt that those places were not for them. They were too wasteful, too extravagant. Fang Ping fell silent. Fang Yuan choked. I know. I know you won't agree to it. But I just want to say. Brother, why do they have to make you fight? You've only cultivated for 3 years. You're only 21 years old. You haven't even married or had kids. Do you remember when the evil sect wanted to kill you during the New Year? I was scared then. I was scared that I wouldn't be able to see you again. Brother, Mom and Dad are coming to Magic City. I want to come to Magic City too. I just don't want you to lose your home, but now, Fang Ping said calmly, the country has fallen. Even if I return to Sun City, I won't be able to enjoy peace. Girl, peace is achieved by killing. Since I, your brother, have the ability, then I should kill to achieve peace. If I don't go and you don't go, how long can this prosperous era last? You've grown up. Don't be so childish. Old Zhang. So what if I give him to the emperor? I still have to fight and kill. Old Zhang isn't the key. The key is me, your brother. If I don't die, the emperor won't be at ease. I know. Sob, Fang Yuan knew. She was not stupid, she knew how powerful and terrifying her brother was. But she also knew that the more powerful he was, the more likely her brother would die when the war started. They all wanted to kill him, but she was too afraid. She did not want Fang Ping to die. Killing the emperor, if it was just one person, Fang Yuan might not be so afraid. But there were so many of them, the 9 emperors were alive. The celestial emperor was alive. The sun god was alive. The celestial emperor was alive, her brother was alone. How could he kill them? More than 100 million vitality, she dared not imagine it. Fang Yuan was choking. The ash cat's tail brushed her cheek as if comforting her. On one side of the rooftop, Zhang Tao had appeared out of nowhere. He sat on the edge of the rooftop and chuckled. He teased, fat girl, doesn't your conscience hurt when you sell me out? Fang Yuan blushed, but she could not help saying, but my brother is still young. He has been fighting in the catacombs since he was 18 years old. He has never stopped. He has never enjoyed anything, even for you. I heard that you only fought in the catacombs after you were 20 years old. What about my brother? He's younger than your grandson. You have a son and a daughter, and many grandchildren. Zhang Tao was stunned. His smile faded. He sighed softly, speechless. Yes, he was too young, he was young. He had almost forgotten. Fang Ping darted him a look and said impatiently, now you know how to sigh. When you schemed against me, I didn't see you soften at all. Who schemed against you? Zhang Tao refused to admit it. Fang Ping humphed. Forget it. If it wasn't for your interference during the Magic City battle and Dean Huang didn't die, I wouldn't have taken over MCMAU's commanding authority. I wouldn't have launched the Magic City battle at that time. This time, I've fallen into your trap. I can't leave even if I wanted to. Don't accuse me wrongly. Zhang Tao said gloomily, I really miscalculated that time. How can I be the one who schemed against you? You're slandering me out of thin air. Am I shameless? It's fine if you say that here. If you say it outside, people will think that I deliberately caused old Huang to die. Pfft, shameless? Fang Ping said disdainfully, shameless? Forget it. Forget it. I can't be bothered to argue with you. Even if you didn't do it on purpose, you must have wanted me to suffer a huge loss. Then, I'll behave myself, take over your baton, and inherit your position as minister. Anyway, after you've hatched this idea, I've been unlucky. I can't even escape now. You make it sound like you won't cause trouble if I don't let you take over my baton? Zhang Tao was speechless. Then, he laughed. But your fat girl is right. You're too young. How about this, before the war breaks out, hurry up and get married. See if you can have a child, I'll think of a way to send him away and leave you a descendant. Even if an emperor kills people, can he really destroy the 3 realms? If that doesn't work, we can send him to the catacombs. What do you think? Scram. Fang Ping flew into a rage out of humiliation and glared at him. Beside him, Fang Yuan's eyes lit up. She stared at Fang Ping with a burning gaze. Fang Ping's expression darkened. Suddenly, he reached out and pulled her cheek into a long line. What's a child looking at when adults are talking? Zhang Tao could not help but laugh when he saw this. He teased, fat girl, it's all your brother's fault that you're fat. If it were me, I definitely wouldn't tolerate it. I'd cultivate to the emperor realm quickly and beat him up 3 times a day. Fang Yuan stuck her tongue out at him and said vaguely, I'm not fat. I said bad things about you just now. You kept calling me fat girl. We'll call it a draw. You're not allowed to hold a grudge or take revenge on my brother. Otherwise, I'll go to school and beat up Xianxia and Zhangyan. Ha ha ha. Old Zhang burst into laughter. You and your brother are made from the same mold. This bastard has taken revenge on them many times in the past. As he said that, he laughed. I won't hold a grudge or take revenge. Don't worry, I won't be able to take revenge even if I wanted to. If you really kill me, you'll be able to bring peace to the human race. Sigh. Shaking his head, old Zhang sighed. That was impossible, otherwise, it would be worth it to trade himself for the human race. Naturally, he understood that Fang Yuan did not want anything to happen to Fang Ping. As for what she said earlier, it was all because she listened to Fang Ping's propaganda in the 3 realms. Otherwise, the girl would not have mentioned it. Fang Ping let Fang Yuan go. He patted her head and smiled. Go home quickly and rest early. When you're free, go beat up Xianxia and the rest. Don't talk nonsense with those old fellows. In a few days, after we've killed those emperors, I'll be free. I'll supervise your martial arts practice. Look at you now. Brother, Fang Yuan pouted. I've already worked very hard, but I don't know what fat cat taught me. Until now, my origin path has yet to appear. Fang Ping could not help but laugh. What cultivation method? A beginner martial cultivation method. Where would you go to cultivate your origin path? Naturally, Fang Ping knew, but he did not care about this. It was quite good. Her origin path was severely flawed. Cultivating beginner martial arts was actually quite good. As for the cat that was mentioned, it was currently playing dead. Not this cat was illiterate. How could it teach people cultivation methods? Slander, a cat would not teach people. Go home and cultivate well. Don't worry about me. Nothing will happen to me. Don't worry. If there's any danger, I'll throw fat cat in front. Only when it's killed can it kill me. Don't worry. Meow. The cat looked aggrieved. It was bullying another cat. After Fang Ping sent Fang Yuan away, he looked at old Zhang and said with a smile, tell me, what's the matter? Why haven't you changed your hobby of eavesdropping? Old Zhang was speechless. I'm here to ask you for something. Who's eavesdropping? As he said that, he quickly said, first, I want the Emperor God's avatar's flesh. Second, I want one of the Emperor Gods and Emperor Heaven Reverse's weapons. Third, if you want to go to the source ground, bring me along. I want to go too. Fourth, make some arrangements. Your sister. Fang Ping rolled his eyes. Who was he scolding? Get lost. Zhang Tao scolded, what are you interrupting for? Your sister, as well as some young people, gather together. The plan to escape through the starry sky back then has failed. Now, I have discussed it with old Ghost Shen. The God Creation Envoy has a divine artifact that can survive in the crevice of space like the skies beyond. Later, get this divine artifact, send people in, cut open the void, and exile them, live 1 year at a time. There are too many void cracks. Even if it's a sovereign, can they tear open the cracks one by one to find them? We're too strong and can't hide. Your sister and the others can still do it. There doesn't need to be too many people. About 1,000 people will do. Leave a seed. Fang Ping closed his eyes. After a long time, he opened them and said, "I'll listen to you." Both of them looked at each other and said nothing more. The plan to leave a seed also meant that both of them did not have the confidence to survive this. At the same time, it also meant that the Great War was coming. At this moment, the previous great victory had become a thing of the past. The catacombs and the Emperor's avatar were not the key. The key was still the Emperor himself. That was a threat. The pressure of the Great War made it hard for both of them to breathe. Old Zhang wanted almost everything, all the spoils of war. Fang Ping knew what he meant. When the Great War came, the martial king would not be a spectator. He wanted to participate in the war. Fang Ping did not refuse. It would be strange if old Zhang did not participate in the war and was a spectator. Even without these things, he would definitely participate in the war. If he participated in the war between emperors, he might as well become stronger. Global High Martial Arts update will be delayed. Currently in the middle of typing. Please wait a moment. After the content has been updated, please refresh the page to receive the latest update. The others were still celebrating, but Fang Ping and Zhang Tao had no time to do so. They had to seize every second to become stronger. Zhang Tao wanted the Emperor God's avatar and a divine weapon. He wanted to strengthen himself. Fang Ping wanted to strengthen himself too. This time, he had gained a lot, but old Zhang took a lot. In the end, Fang Ping only left behind a Heaven Reverse Emperor's divine weapon and the mentality crystal of the Beast Emperor's avatar that he killed in a surprise attack. The other Emperor avatars, seeing how powerful Fang Ping was, would not leave anything good for Fang Ping before they died. This time, other than these, Fang Ping had also obtained a divine weapon. The flying carpet that sealed the void was also a huge gain. Old Zhang took the other benefits but did not leave. Instead, he asked in a low voice, was it Qin Fengqing who slashed at the Forbidden Sea? Probably. Fang Ping was not too sure. He replied, it could also be someone else who did it to confuse the public. After all, I'm not the only one who wants to weaken the Emperor God. The emperors also want the Emperor God to be weaker. Having said that, Fang Ping added, but the possibility of it being him is not small. How can he be so powerful? Is it because of the seed? If it's him, then it must be because of the seed. Zhang Tao's expression changed. Since he can find the seed, and the emperors of the 3 realms are all here for the seed, then let him tell them the seed's location. We can move the humans away in advance. If the emperors want the seed, then they will have to get it themselves. Zhang Tao felt that maybe this was also a way to solve the crisis. If that person was Qin Fengqing, then he was abnormally powerful. Maybe it was really the seed that caused it. A seed illusion had made the powerhouses of the 3 realms much stronger. The Dao Tree and the Boy Servant had broken through 9 levels, and even the Spirit Emperor's avatar had broken through 9 levels. If Qin Fengqing could find the real seed and break through 9 levels, then it was acceptable. Fang Ping shook his head. Not likely. If he could say it, I'm afraid he would have said it. But since he hid from us and refused to show up, we don't know where it is either. After all, the seed may have other means. Or he knows where the seed is but can't say it. There's another possibility. He may be closely related to the seed. If the seed is gone, he may die. If so, this guy may not tell everyone where the seed is. Zhang Tao fell silent. Actually, he knew that the chances were not high. Otherwise, if Qin Fengqing really made a move today, he would have shown himself. But he didn't. Obviously, Qin Fengqing didn't want to come into contact with him now. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Tao quickly smiled and said, since he is willing to help, it means that he is helping the human race. In that case, having one more person to help is a good thing. There was no need to force it, at least it was better than before. At least it proved that this fellow was willing to help. Even if it was to weaken the God Emperor, to save himself, or to save the seeds, it was still a good thing. Fang Ping nodded. He was not asking for anything. He had not included Qin Fengqing in his preparations for the great battle. This fellow's help was a pleasant surprise. If he did not help, as long as he did not cause trouble, Fang Ping could pretend that he did not exist. Very quickly, Fang Ping asked, "Has Daoist Feng Yun sent the materials over?" Zhang Tao rolled his eyes. What was he thinking? Do you really think he's your son? Do you think I'll do it just because you want me to? Fang Ping said with absolute certainty, "Don't worry. If this guy is the earthly sovereign, then he'll make things difficult for others. Whether it's to ruin other people's plans or to seek revenge, he'll tell us. Get someone to keep an eye on the catacombs. We might receive news soon." Also, this time you guys, Fang Ping did not know that they had other plans. Later, he heard from Heavenly King Subduing that they went up to ninth heaven and secretly destroyed the immortal source's control over their own Tao. Fang Ping did not know if they succeeded. Old Zhang smiled and nodded slightly. However, he quickly transmitted his voice. The God Creation Envoy did leave a secret door for the immortal source. However, the situation was tense at that time. The God Emperor and Donghuang's divine weapons arrived very quickly. If not for someone secretly restraining the Donghuang divine weapon, we would not have had a chance to succeed. However, there are not many people. The God Creation Envoy replaced his, mine, and Li Jin's Tao. Now, our Tao is not out of the control of the immortal source. After all, it's easy to attract the attention of the Emperor. When needed, we can quickly pass off the fake as the real one. Fang Ping suddenly heaved a sigh of relief. That was good. The immortal source was a huge hidden danger. Now that it controlled almost all the Tao in the three realms, it was too easy for problems to occur. If the problem of being controlled was not solved, even if you broke 9 and proved your Tao, you might not be able to get rid of the control. At that time, the Tao would become a sharp weapon that would bite back at you. The two of them talked for a while. Zhang Tao finally said, "If you go to the source, you must inform me. Also, Yao Qingjun has not appeared until now. I don't know if there is a problem. I'll get someone to look around and get him to return as soon as possible." Yao Qingjun had also been out for a long time. There was some news before, but there was no news at all recently. He did not know if something had happened. Otherwise, the conversation between Fang Ping and the Emperor during the Great War of the Three Realms was huge. With such a huge commotion, he should have rushed back. Fang Ping nodded. Get someone to look for him. Also, I'm going to walk around Earth again in the next few days. Taking advantage of this great victory, there might be benefits. Let's see if we can integrate some more cities. Also, get the God Creation Envoy to prepare. I'll go find him in 2 days and get him to help me fuse the divine weapon. Oh right, be careful. Fang Ping exhaled and said, "At this time, the calmer the wind and the more terrifying it is." This time, if someone were to descend again, it would definitely be the Emperor's true body. It would be fine if they were to descend with great fanfare. He was afraid that these guys would descend in secret. Walking through the Forbidden Sea area might not cause too much of a commotion. If they were to sneak into Earth, then there would be big trouble. Get someone to keep an eye on the Forbidden Sea. Once there is any movement, report immediately. If an individual emperor descends, we may not be afraid of him. However, if we are targeted one by one and defeated one by one, then it will be a huge problem. Don't worry, I have arrangements for this. After the two of them finished talking, Zhang Tao got up and was about to leave. Before he left, he thought for a while and suddenly turned his head. I still have to thank you. Otherwise, Zhang Wu would not have been able to return. Star Polaris didn't say anything. It's because of you. Otherwise, I'm afraid they wouldn't have let it go so easily. Fang Ping laughed. The seniors in Star Polaris are still reasonable. As for those young people, they might not know much. It's fine even if they know. What do these people know? That's right. Zhang Tao did not deny this at this moment. He laughed and said, that's why everyone is reasonable. They know who you are killing countless for. Don't care about some rumors. Those who know won't think that you are killing for the sake of killing. Those who don't know, that means they don't have the right to know. It's fine if these kinds of people say a few words, but if they dare to have other thoughts. It's not like the humans can't point their knives at these people. Don't worry, I will make arrangements. Let's not talk about whether we can win now. Even if we are sure, it's not to the point where we will scatter and cook the dogs. Then they will have to cook me first. Fang Ping laughed. I don't really care about these things. At most, I'll just feel bad. These people are at most ruining my reputation. What else can they do? The key is, what do I want a reputation for? Do I really want to be the Holy Lord? You brat, Zhang Tao could not help but laugh. He waved his hand and said no more, leaving quickly. After Zhang Tao left, no one came to look for Fang Ping. They all knew that Fang Ping was very busy now. They knew that he had a lot of things to do. No one would disturb him at this time. Fang Ping also stopped letting his imagination run wild. He quickly disappeared from MCMAU and began the next stage of strengthening himself. Absorb the Beast Emperor's mentality crystallization, strengthen himself, continue to integrate the city, and expand the origin. This was Fang Ping's current plan. First, strengthen himself. Then, through Wang Ruobing and the others, enter the origin and see if he could improve himself again. In the next few days, very few people knew what Fang Ping was doing. However, Heavenly King Zhen and the others knew that in these few days, some cities on Earth had experienced some tremors. Many people thought that it was caused by Earth's recovery. Previously, when the seed projection overflowed with vitality, there were tremors in many places recently. Not many people cared about these. Some people became stronger out of nowhere. They thought that it was because of the seed. However, some people also guessed something. This was very similar to Fang Ping's integration of Magic City and Sun City. Fang Ping continued on the path of integration. He defeated the catacombs, killed countless catacombs martial artists, and took revenge. Now, the humans' recognition of Fang Ping was even higher. Under such circumstances, in addition to some publicity arranged by Zhang Tao, Fang Ping's integration was even easier. On Earth, Fang Ping was integrating the 4 cities to strengthen himself. At the same time, the catacombs was in chaos. In the Divine Sect Basilica, the few broken aids had been silent for a long time. Following the complete defeat of the outer region, the Ji family's Destiny army had all died in battle. The catacombs' recognition of powerhouses like them had suddenly decreased by countless times. Although they dared not resist these powerhouses, they no longer had the feeling of having someone to rely on when the Heavenly Court was established. Today, some catacomb citizens did not say anything. They did not dare to show any abnormalities. However, many people had secretly erected a monument for the Ji family in their homes. Now, they were praying that the Ji family's heroic spirits could protect them. They would rather believe in the dead than believe that the Heavenly Court's powerhouses could protect them and give them a sense of security. As for the Ji family, before Ji Hong died, he had betrayed the Heavenly Court. In the basilica, everyone was like stone statues. After an unknown amount of time, Hong Kuan said slowly, Fang Ping has broken through 9 levels. Song Mao has broken through 9 levels. Heavenly Guardian King has broken through 9 levels. The humans are becoming stronger. This is a good thing, but also a bad thing. Right now, I don't care how strong the humans are. I'm more concerned about, is Daoist Fengyun my father? He looked at Hongyu. Hongyu looked helpless. He said softly, Daoist Fengyun has been in your divine sect for thousands of years. Don't you know? He felt that Hong Kuan's question was a slap in the face. What could we know? You should be the one who knows. Daoist Fengyun had been in the divine sect for a long time. He was the divine sect's guardian. The demon emperor frowned. Hong Kuan, didn't you notice anything? No. King Kuan said calmly, I didn't notice anything unusual. Daoist Fengyun existed before the Heavenly Court was destroyed. I don't think he has been replaced. Could it be that someone has been planning this since then? Daoist Fengyun did not appear suddenly. He had always existed. Therefore, he did not think too much about it. After thinking for a while, he said, however, he was also a member of the Earth Palace in the past. Do you think he's a backup arranged by my father? Hong Yu was not sure. Hong Kuan said coldly, back then, didn't the emperors ask you to build God dynasty to lure my father out? Don't you know anything? Back then, didn't Hong Yu build God dynasty to lure the earthly sovereign out? Those emperors did not believe that the earthly sovereign had been completely destroyed. They suspected that he used nirvana to act secretly. However, he failed that time and did not lure the earthly sovereign out. Hong Yu looked at Hong Kuan and said after a while, of course I know something. For example, back then, there were emperors who determined that you are my father's incarnation. The destruction of the God dynasty had a lot to do with Hong Kuan. Back then, there were emperors who guessed that Hong Kuan had been replaced by the earthly sovereign. Later, someone monitored and felt that it was not Hong Kuan. That meant that Hong Kuan was still Hong Kuan. However, it was also a fact that the God sect had destroyed the God dynasty's plan to unify the three realms. Until now, there were still emperors who felt that Hong Kuan and the earthly sovereign should be related. As the brother spoke, Feng chuckled and said, Hong Kuan, since Taoist Feng Yun was in the God sect and the God sect had destroyed the God dynasty's plan, did Taoist Feng Yun instigate you to do that or did you do it on your own accord? How do you know that the earthly sovereign's clone is fake? King Kuan thought for a while and said after a while, I suspected it was fake from the beginning. When father left, he told me that he might not come back for a long time. Even if he came back, he might not come back in a righteous manner. I didn't understand then, later, I understood. I'm afraid my father already knew that he was in danger and that the other 9 emperors might target him. The death of Zhang Tiandi had a lot to do with my father. At that time, my father was already the target of everyone. If not for Zhang Tiandi's death, my father might have been the first emperor to be killed. Therefore, my father must have expected this and was even prepared to be killed. Perhaps he had arranged an escape route and was hiding in the dark. Therefore, when Hong Yu returned with great fanfare as my father, I knew that there was a trap. Others might not understand my father or Hong Yu, but I know very well. Hong Kuan knew Hong Yu. That was why he felt that there was a problem. At this moment, Li Zhu suddenly laughed. I heard that the God sect had 2 leaders in the beginning. King Kuan and brother Yu were both leaders. I don't know why, but the 2 of you separated later on. Can the 2 of you talk about this today? Was the secret of the 3 realms still a secret? Fan Ping had already exposed a shocking secret. His secret was actually not that big of a deal. Hong Yu glanced at Hong Kuan, then at the rest. He smiled and said slowly, that was indeed the case in the beginning. However, I met someone later on and changed my original plan. I didn't want to stay in the God sect and chose to leave. Hong Kuan said coldly, when you suddenly disappeared that year, I thought that you had been ambushed and killed. After that, Tianji, Tianming, and the rest appeared and followed you. I knew then that something was wrong. You were not dead. If you did not leave and we joined forces, the God sect would have unified the 3 realms long ago. If we unified the 3 realms, you and I might have broken 9 already. Hong Yu sighed. That's impossible. Could you and I really go up against the Patrol's faction back then? There are many heavenly kings over there. As for you and me, I was still a saint back then, and you had only broken 7, therefore, when I found out about the Patrol's existence and that these people were not dead, I gave up on this idea and chose to join the Patrol. Hong Kuan said coldly, who bewitched you? The Emperor. Hong Kuan was not too surprised. He was just puzzled. He frowned. Him again. What is the Emperor trying to do? If he cared about the Patrol, he would not have allowed them to be killed. However, he created an inspector, and last time, he was forced to retreat by our joint forces. This time, his true body is here but he is not willing to stand up for us. What is the Emperor thinking? The feeling this Emperor gave them was more and more complicated, more and more mysterious. Hong Yu thought for a while and said softly, the Emperor's plans are huge. Actually, I have investigated a little over the years. Father's death back then might have something to do with him. Hong Yu frowned. The deaths of Zhang Tiandi and the others are closely related to him. Now, all of you know that back in the heavenly courts, it was the Emperor who betrayed father and Zhang Tiandi. Zhang Tiandi died because of that. After that, father also died because of that. Celestial the Arch-Badian and Celestial the Arch-Exterminate died as well. The emperor looks inconspicuous and did not gain much from it. But he still enjoys it and has always been active. The few of them were a little strange at the mention of the emperor. As they learned more and more about the ancient secrets were exposed, they felt that the emperor must have played a special role in all of this. The emperor, seed. Qin Fengqing. Zhan Tiandi, the names circled in their minds. Soon, Li Zhu's eyes flickered. Did Zhan Tiandi mention about using the seed to fill the hole in the source? Heng Yu thought for a while and said slowly, back then, he was on good terms with father and stayed in the Earth Palace for a period of time. At that time, the problem with the source worsened. Later, when the immortal source was being forged, father and the emperor were talking about this. Father seemed to have mentioned this. Hong Kuan also recalled and said quickly, Zhan Tiandi wanted the celestial arch to guard the source and the 9 emperors to help. Those who broke their Tao, and those who scattered their cultivation dispersed their cultivation. He should have mentioned the seed before. Back then, it was not a secret among their group. Zhan Tiandi also felt that to solve the problem of the source, we should let the seed appear and fill the hole in the source. Li Zhu said again, what about the earthly emperor? Naturally, imperial father also agrees. Needless to say, the celestial the arch and the others all had the same idea. Li Zhu's eyes lit up. If that's the case, the emperor did not gain any benefits from these changes. Instead, he was put in a difficult position. The celestial the arch and the others were wary of him. His most outstanding disciple died. He was scolded by the human world and his reputation was ruined, Li Zhu continued, but don't forget, when the immortal source was first built, the 9 emperors did not plan to attack the human world. They also did not plan for this 10,000 years. All of this only started after that. In that case, it meant that there was a huge problem with the immortal source project, and it was not as simple as it had been in the beginning, where the seeds could be lured out and directly filled in the pit. How did the immortal source project fail? Li Zhu murmured, the celestial the arch and the 9 emperors felt that this problem could be solved. Otherwise, there was no need to forge the immortal source. In the beginning, the immortal source was not to control the great Tao of the 3 realms. The emperor did not seem to have done anything. But he killed Zhan Tiandi and the others. Then, the earthly emperor died. The celestial the arch fell into the source. The other emperors had no choice but to be trapped in the source. When Li Zhu said this, everyone's mind raced. Soon, Feng Xiao said, the emperor did not gain anything. The only winner in all of this is the seed. The seed did not appear, and the pit was not filled. Even now, everyone is still looking for the seed. Everyone looked at each other. The beast the arch said coldly, you mean that the emperor did all of this to protect the seed? That's right. Li Zhu nodded. Yes, to protect the seed. The plan to lure the seed out is already in progress. Since Zhan Tiandi said that he could solve the problem, I suspect that Zhan Tiandi already has a way to find the seed, but the emperor is his teacher. Zhan Tiandi must have convinced the emperor before, and the emperor must have agreed. That's why Zhan Tiandi managed to convince the other emperors. But the emperor failed on the earthly emperor's side. The emperor knew that the seed was dangerous. So he purposely caused trouble on the earthly emperor's side. He even tried to sow discord. Then, he used the excuse that the earthly emperor and Zhan Tiandi might join forces and kill the other emperors. Then, he killed Zhan Tiandi. The moment he said this, everyone's expression changed. The emperor might be the seed's protector. If that's the case, many things can be explained. Li Zhu murmured. The 9 sovereigns and 4 emperors, the celestial emperor and the young god. Among these 15 people, some were the seed's protectors, some wanted to snatch the seed, and some wanted to fix the flaw in the source. In the end, these people had internal problems, and cracks appeared. That led to the war in the heavenly realm. The change in the immortal source plan should not have been caused by the emperor alone. There might be many emperors, that means. There might be 2 or even 3 emperors now. Li Zhu exhaled. If that's the case, if the one who attacked was Qin Fengqing, and he was related to the emperor, then Qin Fengqing might be this generation's protector, the seed's protector. Their goal should be to protect the seed. If that's the case, the emperor and the others would not kill Feng Ping. Instead, they would let Feng Ping and the other emperors fight, they would buy time, or even kill the others, so that the seed could be safe. Anyone who had designs on the seed was their enemy, including the celestial emperor, their disciples, their friends and relatives. The seed might not have been sleeping all these years. They might have planned it all along. Everyone's eyes flickered. Was that true? The emperor and Qin Fengqing, and even others, were the seed's protectors. That meant that all these years, there was actually a force in the three realms that had been neglected. The seed's force? The few of them found it hard to believe. But at the same time, they felt that Li Zhu's idea was reasonable. Otherwise, there was no way to explain why there would be such a huge change in the plan. The ninth heaven. Near the source of the immortal. 3 tall god fiends sat cross-legged in 3 directions, guarding the immortal source. Emperor of Heaven Reverse, Emperor Donghuang, and Emperor Renhuang, among the 9 sovereigns and 1 emperor, these 3 were the best. Their combat strength was unparalleled. All of them were top-notch emperors. At this moment, the 3 of them kept silent. After a while, Emperor Donghuang suddenly said, Fang Ping said that part of the energy he borrowed came from the 3 emperors. Donghuang's expression was calm, yet he revealed a wisp of a playful expression. The 3 emperors, when the 3 emperors died, their corpses exploded. How many people collected the corpses? Emperor Donghuang was no longer calm. He smiled. I remember, Dou collected some. Yang suddenly appeared and took some as well. Qiong didn't care about this. Oh, gee, I think you took some as well. Emperor Renhuang chuckled. How, you are making wild guesses. Be careful not to fall into Fang Ping's trap. Plus, what method could I use to train Fang Ping to this level so quickly? He did not have the capability. Emperor Donghuang snorted. Gee, no need to be so humble. Brother Hao, you have overestimated me. Overestimated? That's not necessarily true. Emperor Donghuang looked at him and mumbled, Today, some things have come to light, haven't they? Back then, something happened to the source of the immortal. It was supposed to stop the source from developing so that we would have enough time to solve the problem. But what happened? Emperor Donghuang said coldly, in the end, the source of the immortal had a huge problem. The source of the immortal was tampered with. The energy that was no longer leaking started to leak. Is it possible to say that it has nothing to do with Brother Dou? Emperor Donghuang looked at Emperor Renhuang. Not only Brother Dou, gee, did you not get involved? He had come to a conclusion. Back then, there were people guarding the source of the immortal, but there was still a problem. Someone tampered with it. Who did it? Brother Dou, Ji, Hong, the 3 of you must have done something. Emperor Donghuang sneered. Brother Dou did it for your Tao of energy. Hong did it for transcendence. Ji, what did you do it for? You destroyed the source of the immortal and ruined Celestial Emperor's plan. You ruined Zhang's plan. You made the problem of the source unsolvable. All the powerhouses of the immortal were trapped. The human emperor smiled. Brother Hao, why are you so sure that I did something? In the past, I was not the only one guarding the immortal origin. Everyone was guarding it. The human emperor said playfully, Brother Hao, didn't you join the battle too? Celestial the Arch wanted Brother Hao to plug the hole, and Zhang also wanted you to plug the hole. You agreed so readily, but in the end, you still took advantage of the situation and attacked Celestial the Arch and Zhang. On the other side, Heavenly Emperor Reverse, who had been silent all this while, said softly at this moment, let's not talk about anything else now and focus on Fang Ping. What is the purpose of Fang Ping's existence? The Emperor of Heaven Reverse said softly, in the 3 realms, some people are here to fix the flaw of the origin, some are here to transcend, some are here for seeds. What about Fang Ping? Emperor of Heaven Reverse said slowly, Fang Ping's existence is to protect the human race? However, was he needed to protect the human race? With Martial King Zhang Tao and Heavenly King subduing King, Fang Ping should not have appeared. His appearance had strengthened the human race, but it had also put some people in danger. Whose chess piece is he? According to Li Zhu's guess, Qin Fengqing was protecting the seed. Emperor of Heaven Reverse was also protecting the seed. The purpose of Heavenly King Subduing's existence should be to protect the Sun God for the peace of the human race. Martial King Subduing's existence might be to lure the seed out. Among the 9 sovereigns and 4 emperors, some were here for the origin, some for the seed. Then, what was the purpose of Fang Ping's existence? Fang Ping, who had broken through 9 levels, was still unquestioned. They seemed to be letting him develop as he pleased. Whose arrangement was this? The emperor sighed. Fang Ping is a variable. I thought he was the seed's choice to save itself. Now it seems that it is not so. That's right. Emperor of Heaven Reverse laughed. Then, is his purpose to create trouble? To protect the human race? At this moment, Emperor Donghuang smiled faintly. Do you think it was the human race's own consciousness that created Fang Ping? There were too many chess players in the 3 realms. Among them, the human race occupied an important position. Then, did the human race give birth to Fang Ping in order to save themselves? Speaking of the human race. Gee, does this have nothing to do with you? The emperor could not help but laugh. It really has nothing to do with me. As I said, I don't have the ability to cultivate Fang Ping. He is not my chess piece. Emperor Donghuang did not deny it, but he still said coldly, even if he has nothing to do with you, I'm afraid Yang and Zhen are involved with you. At this point, Emperor Donghuang was not stupid. He had guessed something. Yang, Zhen, and Ji might all be on the same side. The person who attacked earlier had some seed aura. In this case, the 4 of them might all be on the same side. Which side were they on? The seed side, Celestial Emperor, Qiong, and the others were on the same side. First, they wanted to repair the origin. Second, they wanted to transcend. As for Emperor North and Emperor West, they had similar goals. However, there was no obvious division between them. They simply wanted to become stronger. As for Dou, he might have his own thoughts. Replace Celestial Emperor, replace the origin, forge the path of energy, and turn the 3 realms into a combat realm. This possibility was not small. As for Fang Ping, at this moment, Emperor Donghuang did not suspect the emperor but Dou. He might be the backup plan of Celestial Emperor Reverse. Celestial Emperor Reverse was unpredictable. Many years ago, he was the one who competed with Celestial Emperor and Young God. He was even stronger than Qiong and Hao. He had been on the beginner path. Later on, he did not follow the rules and followed the path of origin. Instead, he created the path of energy. If there were 3 giants in the 3 realms, apart from Celestial Emperor and Young God, the other one would not be Emperor Shenhuang, but Dou. Emperor Donghuang calculated the power of the 3 emperors. Did they have to be corpses? Couldn't they be corpses when they were alive? The 3 emperors trusted Dou and regarded him as their elder brother. When they were alive, they often talked to Dou and Dou often gave them pointers. Could Dou not collect the power of the 3 emperors? Even if he could not collect it, maybe he could make it himself. Fang Ping. Dou wanted to take the path of energy and replace the path of origin. It was in his interest to turn people into variables and disrupt the 3 realms. He even hoped that Fang Ping would destroy the path of origin and the beginner path. From then on, the 3 realms would embark on the path of energy. Was it Dou? Emperor Donghuang guessed. He had some guesses about Emperor Donghuang's purpose, but Emperor Heaven Reverse was too mysterious. Even if he was also an ancient beginner, he did not know much about Emperor Heaven Reverse. However, if he listed all the people, Emperor Heaven Reverse was the most suspicious. At this moment, Emperor Donghuang suddenly said, the small world that Young God created in the past was destroyed, but was it really destroyed? Could Fang Ping really be one of the people who walked out of it? Young God, Emperor Donghuang's gaze changed. Was it Dou or Young God? Did Fang Ping walk out of that small world? Emperor Donghuang thought for a while and said lightly, that small world is actually not perfect. Not long after the Young God was created, Celestial Emperor discovered it. He knew that Celestial Emperor wanted to replace the 3 realms' origin and destroyed that small world. It should have been completely destroyed back then. Even if someone did survive, it should have happened a long time ago, not now. I think someone is trying to confuse us, deliberately leading Fang Ping to the Young God. This was his speculation. Thinking of this, he looked at Emperor Heaven Reverse again. That person might be Emperor Heaven Reverse. Fang Ping did not appear early. He appeared very late. Then there were only 3 people who had the time and opportunity to do this. No, 4 people. Yang God, Emperor Heaven Reverse, Earthly Sovereign, and Divine Sovereign. While the others were trapped, the four of them could still move around. Then, could it be that these four people secretly orchestrated something to create Feng Ping? His target of suspicion was once again Emperor Heaven Reverse. Emperor Heaven Reverse, on the other hand, spoke very little at this moment. The three of them fell into silence. As for what speculation and what thoughts they had, only they themselves knew. While they were making their own guesses, the Feng Shui list was updated again, Emperor list. 13th, Heavenly King Subduing, 50 to 70 million, 14th, Devil King Feng Ping, 40 to 60 million, 15th, Qin Feng Qing, 4,000 dash. 16th, Unknown, suspected to be Feng Ping's ally, suspected to be Broken 9. Whether he exists or not, doubtful. What a strange list, very strange. The strength of the four people at the bottom was uncertain. Including Heavenly King Subduing, the gap was more than 20 million cal, and Feng Ping was the same. The 15th Qin Feng Qing was also a question mark, which meant that Daoist Feng Yun could not confirm his identity. The 16th person was Daoist Feng Yun's own speculation. That day, he was in the Forbidden Sea. He sensed something different but could not trace it. He was not sure if this Broken 9 existed, but he guessed that it did. Hence, this strange Feng Shui list was created. There were suddenly 3 more people on the Emperor list, not 1, but 3. This shocked everyone again. It was not Feng Ping and the guy who might be Qin Feng Qing, but the last one. Mysterious, representing the unknown and fear, Feng Ping had a backup plan. He had a helper of Broken 9. Who was it? In the 3 realms, many ancient martial artists were guessing, but they could not confirm the target. Study boy. Not many people thought about him. Back then, he was not well known. Jean was just a study boy. Although there were few people around Jean and the study boy was Jean's descendant, the study boy was not strong back then. He was not even a heavenly king. Not many people noticed the study boy. So, who was this unknown powerhouse now? Since Daoist Feng Yun had made a list, based on the accuracy of Daoist Feng Yun's list in the past, the possibility of this person's existence was very high. There was really another existence of Broken 9 in the 3 realms, everyone was guessing. Some guessed that he might be some ancient beginner martial artists. Some guessed that he might be a disciple of one of the emperors back then, hiding in secret. The emperor list had changed greatly. The Broken 8 list had also changed greatly. First, God Creation 2nd, Hong Kuan 3rd, Hong Yu 4th, Nether God 5th, Monster Emperor 6th, Feng 7th, Tengu 8th, Heavenly Arm 9th, Zhang Tao 10th, Longevity Sword. This was yet another unexpected result. Among the top 10, other than the Dead Fist God and Feng Ping who had entered Broken 9, someone else was missing. Tian Shen. Yes, Tian Shen was missing. Was he dead? No. Since he was not dead, where was Tian Shen? Looking down the Feng Shui list, someone saw Tian Shen at the bottom of the Broken 7 list. They were shocked. What was going on? Soon, someone connected it to Feng Ping's ever-changing strength. 40 million, 60 million, in their hearts, they gradually had some guesses. Tian Shen's disappearance was actually not a big deal. King Wu and Longevity Sword entered the top 10, but everyone still could not understand it. How was it possible? How could these two enter the top 10, especially Longevity Sword, who was first in the Saint realm previously? In the blink of an eye, he entered the top 10 after breaking 8. It was somewhat unbelievable. The 3 realms was shaken again. Congratulations, Prince. While the 3 realms was shaken, someone scolded, congratulations, my ass. Celestial Fate could not help but scold. The Palm Imprint Envoy had entered Broken 8, Zhang Tao entered the top 10 after breaking 8, and Azura God, who was ranked 3rd, was killed. A few days ago, he, who was ranked 4th after breaking 7, did not do anything, but he was ranked 1st after breaking 7, first without doing anything. He was truly ranked 1st without doing anything. In this battle, the others had more or less participated. He did not care at all and did not participate. He knew that it was not a good thing, so he did not go out at all. In the end, he was ranked 1st after breaking 7. This was too obvious. At this moment, Xingnan was still congratulating him. Celestial Fate almost wanted to hammer him to death. How did he become 1st after breaking 7? He was still in a daze. How did he become first? Celestial Fate said angrily, not many people noticed me before. Now, I'm first after breaking 7. How could no one notice? No matter how low his presence was, he was still first. Obviously, a lot of people probably only remembered him now. Celestial Fate was extremely depressed. He did not need it. Seriously, Fang Ping, why did you kill Azure God? Otherwise, even if he was ranked second now, he would still be stronger than first. He was too innocent. Below, Xingnan and Xinghong were a little helpless. But soon, Celestial Fate suddenly heaved a sigh of relief. Tian Chen's ranking suddenly dropped. Maybe his Dao was stripped away. It's very likely that Fang Ping took it. If that's the case, he probably won't be interested in breaking 7. Forget it, it's not a big deal. He looked past it. Tian Chen's Dao might have been taken away by Fang Ping. He was a peak powerhouse who had broken 8. What was he, who had broken 7? Fang Ping probably wouldn't be interested. If that was the case, he would not argue with Daoist Feng Yun. That bastard, why did he rank himself first? Xinghong was speechless. He thought for a while and said, Prince, is Western Palace still wandering outside? Right now, the 3 realms are in turmoil. After all, we still cultivate the Tao of Origins. If we don't participate in the upcoming Battle of Origins, we might die in our sleep. Could he not fight? Xinghong felt that it was impossible. If he fought for it, there would still be hope. If he didn't fight, he might really die in his sleep. Of course, they would not fall asleep. Heaven's Extremity said snappily, how are we supposed to compete? Now, people are dying every day in the 3 realms. A large number of people have died when breaking through 9, a large number have died when breaking through 8. Could it be that you want me to die? What does breaking 7 count for in the 3 realms? But, no buts. Heaven's Limit impatiently interrupted him and said in a somewhat depressed tone, I don't know what the old man is doing. Others are plotting against him, but he is also plotting against them. The key is that others are powerful, but what about him? Now, he's still involved in this matter. I have no idea what he's trying to do. Over at Emperor West's side, Celestial Pole didn't know what was going on. It was already very strange when the 9 clones entered the mystic realm. This time it was even stranger. Previously, when the old man's doppelganger descended to the 9th heaven, he actually contacted the Western Imperial Palace and asked the Celestial Pole to come out. Come out my ass, even Heaven's Fate couldn't be bothered with him, so I didn't want to court death. What was that old man trying to do? Right now, even Celestial Pole couldn't understand it. Emperor Shi's ranking in the Emperor ranking wasn't high. He couldn't understand it, and he was too lazy to try. It was right not to go out, let them fight until the sky fell and the earth cracked. As long as the origin didn't explode, he wouldn't die. If he didn't die, he might even be able to pick up the first position in the future. If he died, then there would be nothing left. Celestial Pole was too lazy to go out. Fang Ping didn't really care about the changes in the wind and cloud list. Right now, he was more concerned about the information he had just received. Very interesting enough to make Fang Ping wonder if Daoist Feng Yun was fooling him. This guy really sent him information. Divine Emperor, God Creation Envoy Do, Hongkuandong Huang, Tengu, Wang Jinyang Earthly Emperor, Palm Print, Hong Yu, Li Zhu Human Emperor, Weapon Master, Dead, King Wu North Emperor, Demon Emperor, Moon Spirit, Li Hansong Beast Emperor, Demon Emperor, Wan West Emperor, Sherpa, Feng, Li Zhu Emperor Nan, Hong Yu, King Qian, King Genth corresponding targets of the emperors, some were not certain, but mixed with some uncertainty. In addition, there were some rising powerhouses who might also become their targets. There was one point that was a little surprising. Spirit Emperor didn't, this woman actually didn't have any chess pieces. He did not know whether Daoist Feng Yun did not find out or Spirit Emperor really did not make arrangements. Of course, it could also be that the arrangements were too deep that no one found out. Lindsay, Fang Ping was also not sure. Powerhouses who had broken 8 were almost all targeted, except for the few beginner martial artists. The powerhouses who took the remains of the 3 emperors back then, Emperor of Heaven Reverse, Sun God, according to the information given by Daoist Feng Yun, when the 3 emperors died back then, the ones who took their remains seemed to be these 3. Then, did Fang Ping's strength come from these three people? In that case, it seemed that these three people had been targeted. However, Fang Ping glanced at it and did not pay much attention. His goal was not to find out who was behind it. Actually, it was very difficult to find out who the system belonged to. It could not even be found out at all. What he needed was an internal conflict among the emperors. This information excluded the Divine Emperor and Celestial Emperor, including Dong Huang. However, was the situation like this? That was hard to say. However, the chess pieces of the emperors were somewhat interesting. The interesting one was actually the human emperor, the weapon master, King Wu. The weapon master had already died, and the King Wu had only just risen. In that case, the human emperor had arranged for a weapon master before, but the weapon master had been killed before and only revived afterward. In that case, all these years, the human emperor actually did not make any arrangements. He could totally not interfere in anything. Anyway, his chess pieces were only the weapon master who was about to be revived. What did other people's matters have to do with him? That human emperor was in a hurry to show himself again and again. What was he trying to do? Why did he bring the human emperor sword to the human world? Why did the disciples under the human emperor enter the patrol? Why did Yuan Gang and the others keep jumping around after reviving? He just had to wait. What the human emperor needed to do was to wait for the weapon master to revive. Human emperor, Fang Ping laughed. This guy was getting more and more interesting. He did not know what exactly he was trying to do. He lacked something to prove all this. However, he felt that the human emperor might not be on the same side as the other emperors. He seemed to be more willing for the three realms to be more chaotic, more willing for the emperors to be more chaotic. The few times he descended, the human emperor was always a bystander. In ancient times, he was also a disruptor. Back then, if Heavenly Emperor Zhan had joined forces with Earthly Emperor, they might have rewritten history. In the end, he destroyed it. Was it good for him? Probably not. Human Emperor, King Marshal. Fang Ping murmured. He actually felt that the human emperor was not the ally of the human race. Fang Ping felt that there was still a battle between the human emperor and King Marshal. This was the feeling: the human emperor ruled the human world, and King Marshal walked the path of the human emperor. These two might erupt into conflict. Did the human emperor not know? He knew. Back then at Heavenly Wood, Fang Ping saw the conversation between the human emperor and Earthly Emperor. The title of human emperor would bring trouble. What role did you play? Fang Ping murmured. The relationship within the emperor seemed to be more complicated than he thought. Originally, in his opinion, the emperors only had two goals. First, detachment. Second, to solve the source of trouble. However, now it seemed that there might be some inside story. Some people seemed to not want to detach, nor did they want to solve the source of trouble. They just wanted to cause trouble, to be a sh*t stirrer, like the human emperor. This guy was a sh*t stirrer. If Fang Ping was the sh*t stirrer of the three realms, then the human emperor was the sh*t stirrer among the emperors. He made the emperors restless. Fang Ping took the information and looked at it again and again. Very soon, the material was crushed. At this moment, Fang Ping was in the sky above Sun City. He was observing. Was there any abnormality in Sun City? When he appeared in Sun City, the first place he appeared was here. Was there a passageway that connected to that small world here? Now, Fang Ping felt that the earth he had lived on was not an illusion, nor did it not exist. It might really exist. That world was projecting this side of the world. It had been projecting this side of the world all along, therefore, it developed according to Earth's current trajectory. Of course, martial arts were excluded. If it could develop along with Earth's development, it meant that the other side of the world might have always existed and been operating. 5,000 years of Huaxia's history, 5,000 years, Fang Ping murmured in his heart. 5,000 years. This was the history of civilization on the earth he lived on. Although the earth in his previous life had humans born very, very early, the true records were only from 5,000 years ago. This meant that everything before that might not have existed. The other side of the world only existed from 5,000 years ago. 5,000 years ago, during the era of the Earthly Emperor God dynasty, if the other side of the world existed, then it might have been projected from 5,000 years ago. The history before this was vague and unclear. On the earth in this life, not to mention 5,000 years ago, even the history of 40,000 years ago had been recorded. There were still people alive. The existence of a prehistoric civilization was unclear. 5,000 years ago, there were only a few people who had the ability to create a small world. And the person who created this small world might have placed the small world here. Why did he choose Sun City? Is that the other side of the world projected by the seed? If I find it, can I integrate that world and engulf it to make myself stronger? Fang Ping came to Sun City to find this small world. He guessed that it should be a world projected by the seed, and it was even stronger, because it was more real. It would definitely be stronger than the mystic realm from before. The seed projection would be stronger. If he found it and engulfed the seed projection directly, his strength might increase greatly. I've integrated some cities, but it still can't reach my expectations. If I engulf this small world, I might gain more. Where is the entrance? Fang Ping's mentality scanned inch by inch. He knocked on the cat's head and laughed. Look carefully. If you find it, we'll eat and drink well. I think this side of the world exists. The entrance is nearby. That was what he thought. He even suspected that the seed's true body was here. If it was, then that world might be inside the seed's true body, if he caught the seed directly. Even if Fang Ping did not engulf the seed, he would still throw it out. You emperors can fight however you want. Your lives and deaths have nothing to do with the humans, nothing to do with me. Weren't they after the seed? Whether you engulf the transcendence or replenish the origin, the seed's power would definitely be able to do it. When that time comes, it would have nothing to do with the humans. That was why he planned to look carefully in Sun City this time. If he could not find it, it meant that the possibility of it being the seed's true body was higher. Because the projection might not be able to hide from him and the cat. Both of them were considered emperors in the past. They would not be unable to find even the slightest clue, unless the other party's strength was much stronger than his. P.S. I'm too busy today. I can't write smoothly. I won't continue writing, lest I mess up the rhythm. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival, everyone. 9 Heavens Divine Emperor Sun City. Fang Ping and the old cat's mentality swept through, not even letting the dust escape. However, he still couldn't find anything. Sun City. Fang Ping was not the first to look for it. Some emperors even secretly sent their avatars to investigate. Some people guessed that the young god was here. However, even the monarch could not find anything. Although Fang Ping had also probed for a long time, he did not find anything. You really didn't? Is it not there, or is the seed there? Fang Ping mumbled in his heart. There were only 2 possibilities if he could not find it. Either it didn't exist, or its power level was so high that he couldn't detect it. If it was the latter, it meant that there was indeed a huge problem with Yang City. The seed's true body was nearby. The cat tilted its head and looked at Fang Ping. It blinked and said, "Liar, I can't find it." Are you still looking? Why don't we go back to eat first? Bang, Fang Ping gave it a slap. His expression was a little dark. Recently, this cat had been wanting to eat. Eat your head, the cat felt wronged and said pitifully, if I don't eat it now, I won't be able to eat it when I'm killed in the future. Well, what he said actually made sense. Fang Ping also knew that the great battle was approaching. Previously, Heavenly Emperor Zhan had said 3 months. After that, he shot an arrow. How long could this arrow hold them back? 1 month, 2 months, almost a month had passed. How long would it take for the boundary wall to shatter? Soon, Fang Ping could not waste too much time in Sun City. Since he could not find it, Fang Ping could only continue on his way and continue integrating the various cities. He turned back to look at Sun City once more. His eyes flickered for a moment, and he took to the skies and left. Not long after Fang Ping left, a silhouette came tearing through the void. Heavenly King Zhen looked down at Yang City and murmured, "Teacher, are you here? Is the young spirit here? What had the young god been doing all these years?" Many things seemed to be related to the young spirit, but they also seemed to have nothing to do with him. Was Qin Fengqin related to the young spirit? It felt like it, but it wasn't quite the same. Was Fang Ping related to the sun god? It felt like it, but it also felt like it wasn't. The young spirit seemed to have always existed, but it also seemed not to exist at all. Everything was just the imagination and speculation of others. The strongest novice martial artist seemed to have disappeared from this world a long time ago. He no longer existed in this world. Where did he go? If Fang Ping suspected that there was something wrong with Sun City, how could the Heavenly King of Suppression not be suspicious? However, there was no evidence to prove that the young spirit was here. Teacher, it doesn't matter if you're here or not. The world barrier is about to shatter. I still hope that teacher can stand out and fight alongside me. I don't want to fight to the death with teacher tomorrow. Heavenly King Zhen looked at Yang City with a complicated expression. 8,000 years ago, Master asked me to oversee the human world. For 8,000 years, I never left the human world. I watched the ups and downs of the world, watched the human race struggle for survival until the new martial revolution, 8,000 years. With a sigh, the Heavenly King suppressing Heavenly King became even more complicated. He had been in the human world for a full 8,000 years. As the winds and clouds rose and fell, countless geniuses passed away. In the past 100 years of new martial arts, the human race had fought countless battles and suffered countless casualties. He had been watching silently. Now that the human race was on the brink of extinction, where should he go? Teacher, I'll wait for you. Leaving behind these words, the subduing Heavenly King tore through the air and left. He did not know if the young god was here, but he guessed that it should be related to Yang City. Sun City, in the sea. On an island. The void trembled. In the next moment, the young man resting on the island opened his eyes and attacked with his spear. The spear pierced through the void, causing it to explode. Destroy, why do you have to do this? The young man's eyes were cold. I will not be destroyed. Yes and no. Laughter could be heard. In the next moment, a person appeared. The figure was illusory, and his appearance could not be seen clearly. Hiding your head and showing your tail, what a despicable person! The young man shouted coldly. The long spear erupted with a scorching light, and he attacked again. Clang, a crisp sound was heard. The illusory figure held the long spear with one hand. Just as he was about to speak, the long spear turned into a stream of water. Like a poisonous snake, the tip of the spear instantly pierced the face of the illusory figure. Bang, the long spear was instantly repelled. The illusory figure smiled and said, "You're no match for me. Although you've broken 7 times, it's still not enough. Can we talk now?" Yao Qingjun retracted his spear and retreated 100 meters. He said coldly, "If you want to talk, tell me your identity. Which of the 9 emperors was it, or the celestial Thearcha's young god? It doesn't matter whether I know or not." The illusory figure smiled. "This time, you found the Heaven Destroyer Palace. I think you know a lot of things. Destroy was the wisest of the 3 emperors. He should have left many things in the Heaven Destroyer Palace. There are some things that you should be clear about." Yao Qingjun did not say a word. The illusory figure said again, "The 3 emperors being killed is actually inevitable, isn't it?" Yao Qingjun said coldly, "Inevitable? The 3 emperors are to be blamed for not being strong enough. Zhan is to be blamed for being too soft-hearted. Otherwise, there would be no inevitability. So you do know." The illusory figure smiled. "If that's the case, then you should also understand that once the war starts, you, Li Hansong, and Wang Jinyang will die. I've already put that aside." Yao Qingjun was extremely calm. "If that's all you want to say, you can get lost. Your temper is still so bad," the illusory figure smiled. "The great Tao of the 3 emperors is opportunistic. If the 9 emperors are orthodox, the 3 emperors are demonic. The celestial emperor has disciples. The 9 emperors are counted, and so is Doji. Only the 3 emperors are not counted." Yao Qingjun sneered. "No need. The 3 emperors don't need celestial emperor to clear their names." The illusory figure smiled. "I know you don't care, but celestial emperor cares, the 9 emperors cares, everyone else cares. Why can't the 9 emperors transcend and be forced to fill the hole, but the 3 emperors don't?" Celestial emperor plotted against the 9 emperors, but did not expect the 3 emperors to take the wrong path. However, gains and losses are sometimes in a small area. The three emperors don't need to be affected by the chaos of the source. At worst, they can cut off their paths to protect themselves. But the 9 emperors can't. The illusory figure sighed. This is the path of your death. The 9 emperors don't want you to live, and neither does Celestial Emperor. The birth of the emperors is to mend the hole in the source. Although Celestial Emperor said there were some deviations, it was already close to success, but the 3 emperors walked different paths, causing Celestial Emperor's plan to go up in flames. Yao Qingjun, do you think the 3 emperors' deaths are inevitable? Yao Qingjun said coldly, it's because you people schemed for eternity that the problem became more and more serious. In the past, if Celestial Emperor had informed us of the source's flaw earlier, how could the situation of the hole becoming bigger and bigger? You want to obtain power and steal the source fruit, but you don't want to bear the responsibility. How can it be so simple? Taking a shortcut, you naturally have to bear the consequences. You people are all irresponsible people. The 3 emperors also disdain to be associated with you. The illusory figure chuckled. Is the 3 emperors' power not considered stolen? However, the 3 emperors are willing to return it. That's enough. Yao Qingjun said coldly, what are you trying to say? Is it just to debate with me whether the 3 emperors are right or wrong? The illusory figure said softly, Celestial Emperor actually wanted to solve these problems in the past. Unfortunately, he failed at the last moment. You know the reason. For 10,000 years, Celestial Emperor has always wanted to solve the problem of the source. Whether it is the 3 emperors being destroyed or the immortal source, it is all to solve the problem of the source. Celestial Emperor never gave up, even completing the Tao of the source and completing the Tao tree are all to perfect the Tao of the source, to let the Tao of the source shine with vitality again, not to completely extinguish it. Since that's the case, the 9 emperors are Cancer, and the 3 emperors even more so. The 9 emperors have already fallen into the trap, but the 3 emperors are hidden very deeply. So the 3 emperors must die, and so must their reincarnations. Cut off our Tao? Yao Qingjun sneered. You can't find the Tao passed down by the 3 emperors. Unless we are willing, otherwise, can you cut it off? That's hard to say. The illusory figure laughed. I'm afraid you still don't know about Tianqian. The Tianqian Great Tao was seized by Fang Ping. He was the protector of the cat, but he ended up like this. It should be for the 3 of you. Yao Qingjun frowned. You opened up another passage in the source. The source can't be closed. The loopholes and flaws have always been there, the illusory figure laughed. Will Celestial Emperor let you continue? The Tao that the 9 emperors opened up in the past can be traced. After that, the 3 gates were forged to seal the Tao. Everything is under Celestial Emperor's control. Although the 3 emperors are dead, they are not dead. The Tao is still there. Celestial Emperor will not sit back and do nothing. The 9 emperors will not either. Why are we trapped in the source while the 3 emperors can be free? The illusory figure's voice was cold. So, there was the death of the 3 emperors. Ji and the others killed the 3 emperors not only because you want to destroy the origin of the imperial cultivators, but also because of jealousy. Jealousy is also an original sin. Jealousy, the 9 emperors were extremely jealous. This was different from what Fang Ping and the others understood. In everyone's view, the 9 emperors were incomplete emperors. They were not as omnipotent as the 9 emperors. The 9 emperors had always wanted to become emperors. But now, the illusory figure said that the 9 emperors were extremely jealous. So, there was the chaos in the heavenly realm and the death of the 3 emperors. Yao Qingjun did not seem surprised. He sneered. So what? The 3 emperors are dead, but the Tao is still there. If Celestial Emperor is capable, then break these 3 Tao. If the 3 Tao are not broken, it can only mean that you are too incompetent. The illusory figure laughed. Yes, we didn't find the opportunity back then. It was also related to the 9 emperors' disunity. But now, we won't give you another chance. Tianqian's matter had already shown that Celestial Emperor had begun to solve the problem of the 3 emperors. Tianqian should have a treasure in his hands to explore the Tao of the 3 emperors. Otherwise, Celestial Emperor would not have given him the task. Not only that, the existence of the cat is also a disaster. The Tao of the Three Emperors may not be discovered by others, but what about the cat? The cat that roams the source really can't find the location of your true Tao. Yao Qingjun sneered. Are you trying to sow discord? Sow discord? The illusory figure said indifferently, it's not sowing discord, it's the truth. In the past, Tianqian raised the cat to find your Tao. It was one of his goals. Unfortunately, Tianqian fell halfway. Fortunately, spirit continued to take over. The cat and the cat had a good relationship. Originally, at that time, the cat should have been allowed to find and break the Tao. Yao Qingjun frowned. The illusory figure said again, Tianqian's confidence is actually also from the cat, isn't it? But now it seems that the cat seems to have forgotten a lot of things. I'm afraid that Tianqian felt uncertain, so he gave up this path. What are you trying to say? Yao Qingjun was a little impatient. He shouted coldly, if you don't say it, I'm leaving. Don't worry. The illusory figure smiled. The three emperors will die, and the Tao will also be broken, and it may eventually be broken in the hands of the cat. And the cat will inevitably meet a tragic end. The purpose of its existence is to solve some problems. It is the backup of Celestial Emperor. The defect of the source, the hidden danger of the three gates, may ultimately be solved by the cat. The three emperors die, the cat dies, no one can escape this disaster. Yao Qingjun looked at him, his expression darkening. So, the biggest disaster of the three realms is actually not the 9 emperors. The 9 emperors is only in the same boat as you. The 9 emperors is only seeking survival, to live freely. The illusory figure sighed. Not now, like a prisoner, imprisoned in the source, to become Celestial Emperor's material to repair the source. So the 9 emperors wants to transcend, to escape. You and I, in fact, have the same goal. Yao Qingjun sneered. Same goal? Ridiculous. You talk a lot of nonsense. If you don't say it, then don't. Simple, the 3 emperors will cooperate with us. Us, not me, the illusory figure did not know if he was trying to mislead them. At this moment, he smiled. The Tao of the 3 emperors runs through the source. Celestial Emperor cannot control the entire source without the land of the 3 gates, and cannot detect the location of the Tao of the 3 emperors. If the Tao of the 3 emperors can run through at the same time, gathering the Tao of the 3 emperors, we can escape. As long as someone fills in the gaps, we can migrate our Tao and no longer be controlled by Celestial Emperor. At that time, we will help you deal with Celestial Emperor. Our escape is also helping you. As for the threat of the source, we can slowly solve it. We don't have to slaughter the human race. Yao Qingjun understood and sneered. You want the 3 of us to provide a way for you to escape? You can say that. In your dreams. Yao Qingjun, must you be so decisive? The illusory figure smiled. The Tao of War actually already has some clues. Now it is being locked on. I believe it will be discovered soon. I don't think you and Li Hansong's Tao will be hidden for too long. While it has not been discovered, cooperate now, and it will benefit both sides. If Celestial Emperor really succeeds, then it will be trouble for all living beings in the 3 realms. The illusory figure said again, you know a lot, but there are some things that you may not know, or don't know the truth. Was it really unintentional for Celestial Emperor to shatter the source back then? All these years, many things have proved that in fact, the shattering of the source 30,000 years ago was Celestial Emperor's plot. At that time, he probably could not control the source. Today, 30,000 years later, if Celestial Emperor were to re-establish himself after being destroyed and gather the source again, all living beings in the 3 realms will have to crawl under Celestial Emperor's feet. They will never be able to escape Celestial Emperor's control again. The 3 realms plot, the 3 realms crisis, seems to be caused by the 9 emperors, but in reality, it was all caused by Celestial Emperor. Celestial Emperor is the main culprit. Since you have inherited Annihilation's will, can't you see it? Yao Qingjun said coldly, even if Celestial Emperor is the mastermind, you are also accomplices. You should all be killed. This world is not only black and white, we are also seeking survival. Do you think Fang Ping should be killed? He has killed so many people, you can say that Fang Ping is seeking survival, but what about us? The illusory figure sighed. You can beautify Fang Ping's killing, but have we killed as many people as Fang Ping? Even though we have laid out a plan, the people who have truly died because of us are not many. The crisis of the human race was not caused by the 9 emperors, or rather, not all of them caused it. The seed has always been a secret, but it was revealed by Hong Yu in the past. Hong Yu does not represent the 9 emperors. This caused the subsequent crisis of the human race. Millions of people died. Is this also the 9 emperors' fault? The 9 emperors have never thought of using this method to force the human race to do anything. Yao Qingjun did not speak, he just wanted to clear his name. Was it not the emperor's order that Hong Yu revealed the seed of rebirth? Otherwise, how would Hong Yu know? Seeing this, the illusory figure said again, "Alright, even if we don't cooperate, do you think the human race can win? Do you really think Fang Ping can win? He can't even take care of himself, and someone is plotting against him in the dark. It's hard to say if he can survive until the big battle. Even if he can, the next day, Fang Ping will definitely be the first kill target for all parties. Can he resist the 9 emperors? Can he resist Celestial Emperor? Cooperation is the only way out for both parties. Then you should look for Fang Ping." Yao Qingjun was not stupid. The other party did not look for Fang Ping, but him. Things were not that simple. Fang Ping. He is too hostile towards us, he won't believe anything we say. Moreover, the cat is right beside him. Do you really think the cat can be trusted? That's why I looked for you this time, because you are not by Fang Ping's side. If we really want to cooperate, there is no need to reveal this to Fang Ping. It's not to hide it from Fang Ping, it's to hide it from the cat. Even if the cat won't reveal it, the cat is actually the Celestial Emperor's pawn. The Celestial Emperor might be able to monitor everything. If not, the Celestial Emperor has been asleep for tens of thousands of years and has no control over the 3 realms. Do you think he will be at ease? Tianchen is not the Celestial Emperor's only arrangement, the cat is. You want me to hide it from Fang Ping? It's not hiding it, I just don't want the Celestial Emperor to know. It's best not to tell the others either. The immortal origin monitors everywhere. Unless they leave the immortal origin, you, Wang Jinyang, and Li Hansong can all know. The 3 reincarnations of the 3 emperors are the ones who have transcended. If the others know, they might be discovered. The illusory figure said sincerely, "This matter will not harm you, only benefit you. All you need to do is to provide us with the location of the 3 realms, allowing us to break free from the origin. In fact, even without you, we can still do it, but it will be more difficult. However, for 10,000 years, we also have a plan, we can still achieve this step. Mentioning this now is just to make the cooperation between both sides smoother." Yao Qingjun thought for a while, then said after a while, "After you escape, won't you attack the humans and lure out the seeds? If we escape from the origin, it would be best if the seeds can be found, but if not, all the consequences will be borne by the Celestial Emperor alone, not the 9 emperors. When that time comes, there will be no need to destroy the humans, and the Celestial Emperor needs this. In order to stop the Celestial Emperor, we will instead become your help." The illusory figure said softly, "These are also the basis of our cooperation." "Why me?" Yao Qingjun said coldly, "If you really want to find the 3 emperors' reincarnations, Wang Jinyang and Li Hansong are both in the 3 realms, why not them? Li Hansong trusts Fang Ping too much, he will tell Fang Ping everything. If Fang Ping knows, can he hide it from the Celestial Emperor? Wang Jinyang. I know, maybe he wants to bear it himself, but we need the 3 emperors together, not just one person. He might even hide it from you. How can we cooperate? Only you are the calmest, the most clear-headed. You might be guessing whether the 3 of you will die. I don't know, I can't guarantee this, our Tao is too powerful. If we borrow it to travel, it might cause you to die, but maybe this is the best way, isn't it? Otherwise, we will be trapped in the origin, can only be one with the Celestial Emperor. We can only hope to separate us from the Celestial Emperor when we escape. This is a big gamble. If we win, there will be a battle between the 9 emperors and the Celestial Emperor. If we lose, even if we continue to cooperate with the Celestial Emperor after we escape, you will still face the same situation. There is nothing to lose." The illusory figure was very sincere, even mentioning the possibility of the 3 emperors' reincarnations dying. Yao Qingjun looked at the illusory figure, then said after a while, what makes you think I will agree? Because you are a wise man. Wise man? Yao Qingjun sneered, don't flatter me. Because Li Hansong won't pay attention to you, because Wang Jinyang is more rational than you think, so you think I can be roped in, right? You can think so. Borrow our Dao, can you really escape? Then why didn't you borrow the Dao in the past? The three emperors might not have refused. Not at that time, the illusory figure sighed. At that time, the three emperors also hoped to solve the problem of the origin, but their goal was to get the 9 emperors and the celestial emperor to return the power together. This is impossible, no one will agree to lose their power. If we borrow the Dao, they will naturally know our goal, just like Yan Shen and the others. Taking some power away and not returning it will only be more troublesome. Will the 3 emperors let us do this? Yao Qingjun fell into deep thought. After a while, he said again, after Dou also followed your orthodox Dao of the origin? Yes, actually, Dou was schemed by the celestial emperor. At first, he also wanted to take the extreme Dao, to open up the Dao of energy, but later the celestial emperor sensed the threat of the extreme Dao, so he was forced to take the orthodox Dao of the origin, the gate of the origin of existence. Let me think about it. I have to go back and consult Wang Jinyang and Li Hansong. I can't promise you on their behalf. You can, but I believe you are rational. If you don't remind them, don't tell Fang Ping and the others, the plan may be leaked, and then the cooperation will end. The celestial emperor knows about our plan, he will not give us a chance. And you, the celestial emperor will definitely eradicate you. Tianshan failed, and there are others, whether it is the cat, or even the dog, they are all pawns of the celestial emperor. You will die prematurely. If you die, no one will know where the 3 Dao is. The threat of the 3 Dao is not as great as you think. As he said that, the illusory figure said again, don't trust anyone easily, even King Wu. King Wu may also be the celestial emperor's plan. The biggest possibility of King Wu's existence from the beginning was to make the human race submit, to make King Wu the seed of this generation. King Wu will attract the seed, and with King Wu, the seed will have a greater chance of being discovered. This is the confrontation between the Sun God and the Celestial Emperor. King Wu actually represents the Celestial Emperor, and the Sun God also has its own plan. Zhen is the Sun God's disciple. In the end, Zhen and King Wu may have a battle. The fate of the human race is actually not in the hands of King Wu or Zhen. King Wu is the Celestial Emperor's plan? Yao Qingjun looked at the other, his eyes flashing. The illusory figure laughed. Very likely. Don't think that I'm lying to you, or that King Wu is actually a pawn of the Sun God and the Celestial Emperor, concentrating great power on King Wu, letting the seed invest, and King Wu is the only one who can lure the seed out. If the Sun God kills him, the Celestial Emperor will not be able to find the seed. If the Celestial Emperor captures King Wu, he may be able to find the seed. Putting everything in the light, this way, both sides do not need to calculate too much, and it can also make the situation clearer. As for Fang Ping, his existence is actually a variable. Originally, when King Wu appeared, there should not be Fang Ping, but I don't know who Fang Ping was involved in this big show, which led to the frequent accidents. You also don't know who did it? I have a guess, but I'm not sure. The illusory figure laughed. Yao Qingjun, no one knows about our meeting, and I hope that you won't reveal too much. In addition, I'll give you another piece of news. The flaw of the origin has come, and it's time to solve it. If not for this failure, there will be another chance, but it's gone. So this time, everyone will definitely make a move, definitely. Because everyone has no chance, including the Celestial Emperor, he won't have a next chance. Otherwise, we can still wait. Since we've waited for 10,000 years, we can wait for another 10,000 years, but this time, there really isn't a chance. Why? Your lifespan hasn't come to an end yet. Why? The illusory figure sighed. Don't you understand? The origin is this 3 realms, the source is this 3 realms. Since you're destroying it, then you should know how small misery was 40,000 years ago. 30,000 years ago, misery suddenly expanded. 10,000 years ago, misery swallowed countless mainlands, becoming the 3 realms' biggest hidden danger. All these years, misery is still constantly eroding. Misery is the symbol of the origin's disaster. After the heavenly court was established, the heavenly realm floated in the sky, suppressing misery on behalf of the celestial emperor, and the result, 10,000 years ago, most of the three emperors' corpses merged into misery, and countless powerhouses died, also merged into misery. Don't you understand? Misery is the projection of that flaw. Now, the three realms are eroded, leaving only the three mainlands, the human realm, and Chuo, but they are getting smaller and smaller. Misery is still continuing to erode. The merging of the three emperors' corpses has slowed down the speed of misery's erosion, but it did not last long. The three emperors are not enough, suppressing the origin and filling the sea. The three emperors can't do it, neither can we. If we fail again this time, misery will erode the three realms, and the three realms will completely turn into the sea. The origin will be destroyed, everything will be destroyed, and heaven and earth will be reopened. Tell me, do you still have a chance? Yao Qingjun was slightly stunned, he really did not know about this matter. Misery, Yao Qingjun looked around and at the surrounding sea, murmuring, misery eroding the three realms is the three realms' destruction? That's right. The phantom sighed and said, all these years, if not for us suppressing it, misery would have completely devoured the three realms. Therefore, there will be no next time. Only this time. If we fail once, it will be the end. I understand. Yao Qingjun said in a low voice, if we agree to cooperate, how should we contact you? There's no need to contact us. On the day the world wall shatters, the three Daos will appear and we will be free. If you don't agree to cooperate, there's no need to do this. It's up to you where to go. After saying that, the phantom gradually dissipated. Yao Qingjun suddenly said, have you really never regretted betraying the heavenly, the arch and the three emperors? Regret? The void figure's expression carried a bit of ridicule. It laughed and then quickly collapsed. Yao Qingjun, who was left on the spot, had an uncertain expression. King Man is invincible. Earth. After Fang Ping had integrated cities everywhere with great fanfare, the three realms already knew what Fang Ping was doing. Integrating Earth, although they did not know very clearly, at this moment, Fang Ping began to do it openly, and the efficiency was even faster. The humans knew that they needed to acknowledge Fang Ping to make him stronger smoothly. In this way, the people's hearts were more united. Believe in Fang Ping, only by believing in Fang Ping could Fang Ping become stronger. Only then could Fang Ping kill strong enemies and let the humans become the final victors of the three realms. Cities appeared in the source world one after another. The source world grew bigger and bigger. 1800 meters, 1900 meters, 2000 meters, this range was still expanding. This time, the number of cities integrated by Fang Ping increased greatly. 1 city, 10 cities, 100 cities, the title of King Man had now been recognized by the entire human race. Fighting everywhere, killing everywhere. King martial arts helped the humans defend their land, King Man let the humans open up new frontiers. The effect was very good, so good that it was somewhat beyond Fang Ping's expectations. At the end of June, Fang Ping completed this integration journey this time. Along the way, he absorbed the Beast Emperor's clone crystal and integrated nearly 1,000 cities. It was unexpectedly smooth. At this moment, his source world was like a new world. One city after another appeared out of thin air. Tall buildings stood in great numbers, countless shadows. The source world had changed too much. Wealth, 500 billion points, vitality, 25. 3 million calories, 25, 3 million, mentality, 197,000 hertz, 197,000 hertz, source world, 4,600 meters. This was Fang Ping's harvest this time. The source world expanded to 4,600 meters directly. After 1,000 meters, Fang Ping had a significant increase every 1,000 meters. It was similar to the origin path. Every 1,000 meters could increase Fang Ping's increase by almost 10%. After a few times, Fang Ping's current basic vitality was as high as 25 million calories and above. The harvest was greater than expected, his mentality also showed some growth. Although it was not a lot, Fang Ping was already very satisfied. At this point, he could still have such a huge increase at once. The idea of expanding the source was not wrong. His vitality and mentality were not balanced, so Fang Ping did not maintain the force. Until the end of this trip, Fang Ping began to balance and transform. Very soon, there was new progress and breakthrough. Wealth, 500 billion points vitality, 400,000 calories, 22, 5 million, spirit, 0 Hz, 225,000 Hz, force, 2,250 vitality, 45 million calories vitality, jade bones, 99%, with qualitative change of chi and blood, source world, 4,600 meters essence amplification, fake Tao, 40%, battle technique, chaos vanquishing saber technique, plus 18%, power control, 99% ultimate outburst, 70389000 cal/711000000 cal. The limit had exceeded 70 million cal. It did not feel like much of an improvement, but in reality, it was because the Tao was broken by another 200 meters that Fang Ping's strength did not increase that much. Tao, Tianquan's Tao, Fang Ping actually did not plan to keep using it. If he used it again, the great Tao might completely break. Tianquan would die, and the old cat would not be happy. Moreover, Fang Ping was now considering whether it would be better to seal his origin. A 40% increase in the great Tao might seem like a lot, but in reality, it was just that. If he sealed his origin, would he be able to experience a huge increase in power? He had already begun to compress his Tao, which was at the peak of breaking 8, and was only left with 400 meters. Could it be that he really had to strip away the Tao of breaking 9? If he could not strip away the Tao of breaking 9, then the Tao that represented Tianquan would be Fang Ping's limit. Unless I use old Zhang's Tao, Fang Ping muttered. Old Zhang's Tao was his original Emperor Tao. Fang Ping felt that if he used it, he might preserve more. The key was that he did not want to use old Zhang's Tao. Moreover, the origin Tao might not be reliable. The current Fang Ping did not really trust the origin Tao. There might be problems at critical moments. Then, at this moment, should he continue using the Tao or seal his origin? His force had already reached 45 million calories vitality, directly breaking 9, in addition to the combat techniques amplification, it was more than 53 million calories. This was Fang Ping's strength without using the Tao. Speaking of which, it was also terrifyingly powerful. Fang Ping was a little conflicted. Should he seal it? He was indeed conflicted. He was afraid that after sealing it, he would not be able to use the Tao. If there was no increase in his strength, he would drop from 70 million to 50 million. The difference would be very big. Tao, Fang Ping murmured. The problem with the origin Tao was very serious. The more it was at this time, the more worried he was. It was actually best not to use it, however, he was also afraid of losing his strength. He was in a dilemma. I won't seal it first unless my strength exceeds the increase of the Tao. Fang Ping still made a decision. He would not seal the origin world's whole first. Wait a little more. This time, he wanted to enter the origin land again. If he succeeded this time, he might have an upgrade. At that time, even without using the Tao, he might still exceed 70 million calories. At that point, Tianquan's Tao might not be of much use anymore. No matter what, he would use it first. Star Town. Now, many powerhouses gathered here. The last time the seed projection overflowed here, this place had the most energy. Fang Ping had finished integrating the city. His first choice was Star Town. He was ready to enter the origin land. This should be the safest place. Pfft, the void was torn apart. Fang Ping descended directly. In the next second, Heavenly King Subduer appeared. He glanced at Fang Ping, frowning slightly. I can't see through you anymore. What is your strength now, kid? Just broke 9. Heavenly King Subduer curled his lips. Who was he bluffing? Really? Fang Ping laughed and said quickly, Godfather, I'm here to ask for your help this time. Get lost. Upon hearing the word Godfather, Heavenly King Zhen knew it was nothing good and scolded him directly. Get lost, I don't like it. What do you want now, kid? I'm really here to ask for help. Fang Ping smiled bitterly. I need a lot of origin soil now to consolidate my origin world. It might take tens of millions of years if I rely on myself to condense origin chi and then condense it into soil. Only origin soil, the kind in large quantities, can help me quickly fill up the origin world. This way, I can also walk in the origin universe for a longer period of time. Fang Ping sighed. If Godfather doesn't save me, then no one can save me. Unless I can find a second origin soil star now. But I suspect that there's only one such star in the three realms that has fallen into Godfather's hands. Heavenly King Xian was smug. He laughed. Of course, I've searched the origin universe and only found this one. But, no way. I won't send you off, this was good stuff. He wanted it too. Moreover, he was using it as a weapon. This would cause great damage to the origin world and was especially effective against emperors. He would not give it to him, Fang Ping sighed. Not far away, King Wu tread the air, his face dark. He said with some annoyance, you used it as a weapon. Fang Ping used it to increase his strength and save the human race. Can't you give it to him? You're already so old, yet you're like a child. Do you think this thing can be eaten like candy? Wholeheartedly for the human race. I think you're just showing off for yourself. It's just some soil. Fang Ping didn't do it for himself. Can't you give it to him? What good will it do to you if the human race is defeated? I've said it before. Old man, you're not a good person. Now it's true. You're a cold-blooded animal. Fang Ping is begging you to do something serious. It's not like you're taking it out to squander, yet you won't give it to him. Zhang Tao swore. Heavenly King Zhen's face darkened. He snorted. Provoking me? Dream on. I won't give it to you. This was his most powerful divine weapon, he would not give it to him, Fang Ping smiled bitterly. Forget it then. I can't force you. Since Godfather wants to use it and play with it, then play with it. Play? Heavenly King Zhen scolded. Who's playing? Am I a child? Is this thing for playing? Who are you slandering? Old Zhang said again, don't beg him. Isn't it just the origin soil? If it doesn't work, kill the cat for the soil. Doesn't this guy have a lot of origin soil? Meow? The cat stared at him with wide eyes. What? Why was he talking about me again? I didn't even say anything. Why kill the cat for the soil? Heavenly King Zhen's face darkened. Who are you provoking? Go ahead and kill it, these two bastards only know how to provoke me. I won't give it to them. He said he would not give it to them, but when he saw Fang Ping's face full of despair. Heavenly King Zhen could not help but scold, who are you pretending for? You'll die without the origin soil? Despair, you didn't despair when you faced the emperor. Now that you don't have the origin soil, you're in despair? Sigh, I want to go to the source. There's not much origin soil. The source world isn't stable. My origin body won't be stable either. If I stay here for too long and can't get out, I'll be dead. Fang Ping smiled bitterly. I might not be as lucky as last time. Old Wang has been to the source twice. Won't the emperor be on guard? So this time, I might not have a chance to get out. Godfather, if I can't get out, please take care of the humans. Heavenly King Zhen was very aggrieved. He wanted to say, you might as well just die. However, if he went to the source, the origin body would be far away from the origin star. It might not last long. It was like that last time, Fang Ping could not return and almost died there. In the end, it was Wang Jinyang who opened up the passageway and saved Fang Ping. Otherwise, Fang Ping and the cat would have fallen in. However, after thinking about it, Heavenly King Zhen scolded, you were weak last time. This time, you're strong. If you go, you have a chance to break the 3 gates. Who says you can't get out? At that time, Fang Ping was still not strong. He had not even broken 7. But now, it was not the same. Now, if Fang Ping went to the source, he might be able to get out. The chances of breaking the gates and forcing his way out were not small. But I'm not going with my real body. Fang Ping sighed. If I really went with my real body, that would be great. Only the emperors entered the source with their real bodies. If Fang Ping wanted to enter the source with his real body, he had to find some origin star fragments. Celestial Emperor's origin star fragments and integrate them into the origin. Only then could he enter the source universe with his real body. Otherwise, if he entered with his real body, he would not be able to withstand the pressure and fall from the origin. This time, Fang Ping also wanted to find some origin fragments. Then let his real body enter. If his real body entered the source, he could have an outburst of more than 70 million calories. He was not afraid of a few weak emperors. But he did not have that thing now, did he? Heavenly King Zhen was a little uncertain. He gritted his teeth and said, in this old man's life, I have never honed a divine weapon. I only honed this thing. If you take it away now, he was very irritable now. He did not want to give it, but if he did not give it, what if this kid really died inside? The more he thought about it, the more depressed he became. Should he give it? It looked like he had to. Fang Ping laughed. Godfather, if you can't, I'll exchange. Exchange with Celestial Emperor reverses divine weapon. To be honest, I'm afraid that if I take his divine weapon, he will sense it. Previously, I wanted to integrate it with my chaos vanquishing saber. But after thinking about it, he has been forging for tens of thousands of years. If I carry this thing, I might really be discovered by him. I might as well not integrate it. Also, the last time his and the Divine Emperor's divine weapons fell into our hands, I have a feeling that it was not a coincidence. They might have given it to us on purpose. Godfather, what do you think about exchanging it? See if there's any problem with it. This is a good thing, not worse than your ball. Celestial Emperor Reverse, the strongest emperor. He forged a divine weapon for 40,000 years. It's definitely a good thing. You, Heavenly King Zhen wanted to curse, but on second thought, actually, Celestial Emperor Reverse's divine weapon was not worse than his ball. Fang Ping exchanging it was considered bleeding a lot. The point was, he did not want the divine weapon now. He wanted his ball. Old Zhang said impatiently, don't be so wishy-washy. Don't waste time. If you want to exchange it, hurry up. If not, then forget it. We'll just go and die ourselves, then you can go and die. Heavenly King Zhen rolled his eyes. Kid, who are you talking to, die or not? Old Zhang was a little embarrassed. He did not follow the script. I'm going to die, and you're not even stopping me. Heavenly King Zhen cursed a few times. He looked at Fang Ping, gritting his teeth. F*CK, knowing these guys, he had not lived a good life. He gritted his teeth, his face black, and smashed a small ball into Fang Ping's arms with a bang. Fang Ping took a few steps back, chuckling. Godfather, you're really strong. I almost smashed you to death. Get lost. Heavenly King Zhen scolded, get lost as far away as you can. Don't let me see you again next time. We'll talk about it next time. Fang Ping laughed, then pinched the small ball and said, Godfather, how do I break it? Heavenly King Zhen's heart ached. Break it. This is my treasure, do you really want to break it? How about, forget it, I'll do it myself. Fang Ping interrupted him. Besides, the old man was reluctant to part with it. It was better not to provoke him. After getting this, Fang Ping was relieved. He was just about to chat with old Zhang when Heavenly King Zhen said with a black face, where's the fighting divine weapon? Didn't you agree to give it to me? Where's the divine weapon? Did you eat it? Did I see it? Fang Ping was a little surprised. I thought you didn't care about the divine weapon. Get lost. Heavenly King Zhen was furious again. Do you believe I won't kill you? Fang Ping laughed dryly and threw a Chengdao to him. He said with a smile, it's just a divine weapon. Why would I care about this? Let's not talk about this. Old Zhang, where are Old Wang and the others? Yao Qingjun is back. He's having a gathering in Magic City. Old Yao is back? Fang Ping was a little surprised. Soon, he stopped thinking about it and said with a smile, it's good that he's back. Inform them to come over immediately after the gathering. I'm preparing to enter the source. Let these guys be ready to pick me up and evacuate at any time. It would be best if he could go and leave quietly. If he was discovered by the emperors, it would be best to break the door and leave, or simply leave through the passageway of the three. If he broke the door, the danger was not small. The emperors paid more attention to the door. It was easy to be discovered and stopped. Once he was blocked at the source, it would be troublesome. All right. Zhang Tao did not say much. He agreed and said quickly, I'll go with you this time. Share some of your origin soil with me, you go. It's useless if you go. Fang Ping did not want to hurt people, but he had to. It was useless if you go, Old Zhang said in an unfriendly tone, why is it useless if I go? Why is it useless if I find out the enemy's situation and find out their background? Moreover, you're still young. You only know how to act rashly. If I go with you and encounter some unexpected situations, at least I can take care of you. Fang Ping said in his heart, but you're too weak. Who's weak? Old Zhang scolded, I'll break 8 and enter the top 10. The one with question marks. Are you looking for a beating? You're not my opponent. Old Zhang was so angry that his liver hurt, but he insisted, I want to go. What are you going to do? Fang Ping asked curiously, you're so insistent. Are you going to see Emperor Ling? I heard you drank her bathwater. Are you going on a date now? Get lost. Old Zhang roared, exploding with anger. Fang Ping shrugged. Needless to say, he felt much better after dissing Old Zhang and the others. He was a little depressed before. Now that he could diss these two, he was in a good mood. Old Zhang was furious. He humphed. Do you think I'm like you? I want to go and see if there's a chance to rope in 1 or 2 emperors. You're thinking too much. Nonsense. Of course you can't go, but I might not be able to. Zhang Tao said impatiently, your reputation stinks. Who would believe you? I'm different. I'm the current emperor. The humans can't do anything without me. They need to use the humans, so there's a basis for cooperation. Others aside, I've analyzed it. Emperor West, Emperor Ling, and Emperor Ling all have a possibility of cooperation. Including the Beast Emperor and the others. The ones who really can't cooperate are actually those guys. It's much easier to fight one by one than to face the enemy head-on. Otherwise, are you sure you can take care of more than 10 powerhouses alone? Seeing that Fang Ping did not think much of it, Old Zhang said angrily, do you think you're the only smart one? If I hadn't secretly roped in the catacombs true kings, with old Devil Li's reckless personality, would Sino Nation have lasted until the end? Back then, I roped in a group of true kings. That's why we couldn't reach a consensus in the true king assemblies. It's not like the 4 true king halls have never joined forces to destroy the humans. It was the people I roped in who opposed it, so the alliance plan was ruined. You brat, do you really think that it's all thanks to you that the humans survived? Without me, you brat would have died long ago. Yes. Heavenly King Subduing said faintly, without me, you guys would have died long ago. Do you think it's all thanks to you guys that the humans survived? Fang Ping was speechless. Were they comparing seniority? They spoke as if he only knew how to do it. He also knew how to use strategies. Okay, he was not a reckless person. Are you really going? Of course I'm going. Old Zhang humphed. If I don't go this time, I might not have the chance. The next time they appear, it might be when the war breaks out. Do you want me to instigate them to defect? But it's very dangerous. If they kill you, they won't, at least not now. Old Zhang said firmly, if they kill me now, the emperor's path will collapse. If the seeds are lured out and they can't go all out, won't it be easy for others? The young god outside might kill me. Old Devil Li might kill me. You might too, those few, it's really impossible. Fang Ping rubbed his chin and muttered, makes sense. If I kill you and the seeds appear now, they won't be able to go all out. Maybe I really have a chance to snatch the seeds. Why don't I try killing you? Kill me then. Forget it. There's no sense of accomplishment in killing you. You're too weak. The two of them exchanged a few words. Heavenly King Subduing could not be bothered with them. He looked at Fang Ping and said, are you really going? Of course. Heavenly King Subduing pondered for a moment and said, if you really want to go, you can go to the Celestial Emperor's side and take a look. The Celestial Emperor has been suppressed for many years. I don't think he was suppressed voluntarily. Maybe he was tricked by the 9 emperors. You go investigate. You might have some unexpected gains. The Celestial Emperor and my master are at odds. The 9 emperors will be your first opponent. He might be eager for you to be stronger and help him suppress the 9 emperors. This possibility is not small. The Celestial Emperor might not be able to come out now. He is also worried that the 9 emperors will not be able to suppress him. You go to him. Maybe he will give you some help. The enemy of an enemy is a friend, even if you're still enemies in the end. Fang Ping thought for a while and nodded. That makes sense. You're indeed a wise man with age. You're wise and prudent. You have your responsibilities when you're old, like a steed in the stable. Having an old man at home is like having a treasure. Old man who won't die? Zhang Tao added faintly. Every word you say is old. You might as well call him an old man who won't die. Heavenly King Subduing felt that talking to these two bastards would kill him. Too lazy to answer, he said again, also, try not to take Wang Jinyang's path. You've already gone in twice. Now everyone is watching. The third time, you might be tracked. Once you're tracked, it'll be very troublesome. Why don't you just accompany me? Me? Heavenly King Subduing said impatiently, I don't want to court death. If I go, those people won't be polite. Kid Zhang and the others might not kill me. If you want to court death, I can't stop you. If I go, they won't be polite at all. If they see me, they will kill me. As he said that, he added, go find the blacksmith and ask him to make a fake path that leads to the outside of the 3 gates. If there's really danger, you have to leave through the 3 gates. I'll meet you outside the 3 gates. This time, he was much more prepared than the last time. Heavenly King Subduing would secretly meet Fang Ping outside the Sanjiao gate. Old Wang and the other 2 would also be ready to meet Fang Ping. If he encountered a crisis, Fang Ping had many ways to escape. Fang Ping nodded. This was fine too. It was safer. Then I'll go find the god-crafting envoy. Old Zhang, inform old Wang and the others to come. At this point, the cat said aggrievedly, then I won't go. I'm going to eat. I'll look for you after I'm done eating. Fang Ping rolled his eyes, his shoulders shaking. Go find fatty Jiang Chao. He had a lot of delicious food. There should be something you like. Meow. The cat leaped into the air, a smile on its face. That made sense. The liar was still smart. He would go find fatty Jiang then. That fellow had a lot of delicious food, Heavenly King Subduing laughed. He did not care that the cat was causing a ruckus in Stellar Sky City. After thinking for a while, he said in a low voice, bring this cat to Spirit Emperor. Maybe he can convince her. Women were emotional. This cat had been with her for tens of thousands of years. She followed the Celestial Emperor, but after all, they had not seen each other for many years. It was hard to say if she was still that determined. Even if I can't convince her, it's not bad to make her waver. One less enemy. Don't think that Spirit Emperor is weak. Kid, didn't you see what's written on the list? Aren't you sure? Why aren't you sure of Spirit Emperor's strength? Heavenly King Zhen said with a smile, you don't understand, do you? Spirit Emperor was the youngest among the 9 emperors, and she was the Celestial Thearch's last disciple, as well as his only female disciple. The Celestial Thearch might have given her special treatment. Everyone says that the restrictions of the origin are great, but, kid, the Spirit Emperor might not necessarily have such a restriction. Fang Ping was stunned. The Celestial Emperor might have helped her suppress the restrictions, but that's hard to say. If that's the case, the Spirit Emperor is actually the freest emperor. Heavenly King Zhenwang smiled and said, don't think that it's impossible, the possibility is not low. Of course, this is only my personal guess. However, this guess is not baseless. You saw the materials from before, there is no substitute for the Spirit Emperor. It wasn't that she wasn't ruthless, and it wasn't that she didn't want to find them. The key was that she didn't necessarily need them, she was one of the backup plans of the Celestial Thearch. If the realm wall was broken, the other emperors would be restricted a little, but she might be completely unrestricted. The Celestial Thearch wants her to display her full strength to help him deal with his opponents and obtain benefits. That's why I asked you to look for Spirit Emperor, this woman knows a lot of things. Otherwise, do you think her doppelganger would have gone to the mystic realms so early? How did she know about the Celestial Emperor's mystic realms so many years in advance? The Divine Emperor is powerful, but what about the Spirit Emperor? So, don't underestimate women. Fang Ping's eyes flickered, and he gossiped, there's really something going on? That old Zhang drank her bathwater, will the Celestial Thearch be jealous and kill him? Heavenly King Zhen was tired. I'm talking about serious matters, and you're actually gossiping with me. What's wrong with this kid's brain? Old Zhang was also speechless. Sometimes, he really hoped that this guy would be beaten to death. However, could it be that this kid was right? Could the celestial arch really be jealous? Old Zhang was a little worried. It was better not to tell this secret, lest something went wrong this time. After chatting with the God Creation Envoy for a while, Fang Ping suddenly thought of a question and asked, Old Zhao, what do you think will happen to the immortal source in the end? Old Zhao, the God Creation Envoy, was a little helpless and tired. Every time Fang Ping's strength surpassed some people would have to go through a process of mental exhaustion. The biggest use of the immortal source is those Daos now. The God Creation Envoy said in a low voice, in the end. The final outcome is that the martial artists who cultivate the great Tao will be controlled by the immortal source and directly pulled into the source to fill the pit. Of course, some of the substitutes will break through the nine and pierce the source. They will be pulled over by the emperors to fill their own pit. Origin land, according to our thoughts, there are 9 emperors and 1 emperor's pit right now, and the biggest pit of the heavenly emperor. In this way, there will be 11 pits. The immortal source is used to fill the biggest pit. The remaining 10 will have to rely on the emperor himself. I'm afraid the martial artists of the 3 realms will not have a good ending in the end. The emperor himself is not willing to fill in these places, so he can only let others replace him. Fang Ping raised his eyebrows and said, then Wang Ruobing and the others, are they back up? Yes, the last time I checked the immortal source, there were many problems with it. It was very different from the way I made it back then. The God Creation Envoy explained, someone split the immortal source. Wang Ruobing and the others did not control all the martial artists' Daos. What you saw was actually only a part of it. They stole the control of the immortal source, but not all of it. They were also afraid that the heavenly emperor would only mend his own hole and ignore them, so they also arranged a backup plan to steal power. At the crucial moment, Wang Ruobing and the others became the items for them to mend their hole. Fang Ping sneered, these guys, they really have a way to play with these things. Everyone has their own way. The God Creation Envoy did not say much about this, and sighed, after possessing great power, it is normal for them to give up, and it is normal for them to be unwilling. Since that's the case, of course we have to find a way out. Fang Ping nodded and said, but I heard that Chu Wu had actually stolen some power. There is such a thing, it should have been done by the young god. Actually, Qiang and the others can be counted as well, but now that they have already entered the urn, the young god has escaped. The God Creation Envoy explained, it happened a long time ago, even earlier than the 9 emperors. Let's put it this way. This was part of the reason why the 9 emperors killed Chu Wu. Killing them would allow Chu Wu's power to fuse with the origin source. It's not just to help the 9 emperors cross the broken path, it's also to use the power of beginner martial arts to fill in the gaps. Fang Ping sneered. If that's the case, the young spirit isn't anything good either? That depends on how you define it. The God Forging Envoy laughed, according to the young god's thoughts, I am the one who took this thing. If you have the ability, you can take it away. If you can't, then it's mine. You killed people to vent your anger and Chu Wu to fill the hole. What does that have to do with me? I didn't kill them. The God Creation Envoy chuckled and said, tell me, in the eyes of the young god, is the death of the strongest Chu Wu related to him? Also, the young god has stolen a lot of power. This is also the reason why the origin martial artists have weak bodies. Because too much of their life force has been stolen, this also causes the origin martial artists to strengthen their bodies faster than the beginner martial artists. It's not just because of the suppression of the origin. The God Forging Envoy sighed, the young god can't be said to be good or bad, he is also doing it for his own strength, not to harm others subjectively, but he did cause a large number of beginner martial artists to be killed, causing the origin martial artists' bodies to weaken. You know a lot. Not really. Actually, I've heard of it a few years ago, but not many people spread it around. The God Forging Envoy laughed, the young god was still active a few years ago, and so was the Celestial Emperor. The two of them fought, that was their business. It wasn't good for us to interrupt and say anything, and we didn't have the qualifications. After the 9 emperors confirmed their Tao, the two of them had less time to be active. Actually, Speaking of which, the origin Tao is still very strong and perfect. If the flaws are solved, the power stolen by the young god can also be returned. Then, the origin Tao is completely different. The God-forging envoy said with some regret, the origin Tao should have been the same as the beginner martial arts. It should have been mainly to strengthen oneself, not to increase the origin. Just use the amplification to let you feel stronger power in advance, and then transcend. Think about it, you are an origin martial artist, you can feel the power that is several times stronger in advance, adapt to this kind of power, and the origin does not have any suppression on the physical body and mentality. Then do you think you can quickly advance to this realm? The origin Tao is an auxiliary great Tao, but it is indeed very useful. But later on, I neglected the root and focused on the root. Instead, I focused on the increase of the origin. The Celestial Emperor and the Young God both have an unshirkable responsibility. The God-forging envoy looked at Fang Ping and smiled. If you can solve the problem of the origin, completely repair the origin Tao, and even provide energy replenishment, then the origin Tao will be the strongest Tao in the world. I've already thought about it for you, the God-forging envoy smiled and said, first, make up for the flaws. Then, throw the seed in and turn it into a perpetual motion machine. No, you still have to create the underworld. It's not considered the underworld, but a kind of recovery of power. The God-forging envoy spoke with confidence and composure. When the three realms' powerhouses die, their power returns to the seed, and the seed provides the origin power again, so that the loss of power will not lead to a loophole in the origin. There was actually another problem. What if there were too many powerhouses? Everyone can live for 10,000 years, and even if they live for 100,000 years, the origin might not be able to bear it. What should we do? Have you seen Xianxia? Transcend the tribulation. The God-forging envoy chuckled and said, let the powerhouses transcend the tribulation. For example, if a rank 9 powerhouse wants to prove the peak of the Tao, then transcend the tribulation. In this way, the number of experts could be reduced. If the weak wanted to become strong, they would have to consider the danger of death. Unlike now, even if the breakthrough failed, the loss would not be great. This also allowed many people to absorb energy and scrupulously to make themselves stronger. The energy of the three realms is getting weaker and weaker, and it has something to do with too many powerhouses. Since you are dissatisfied with the order of the three realms, then you need to make your own rules. The God-forging envoy said seriously, didn't you say that if you kill the 9 emperors and the others and cripple the Tao of origin, then everything will be fine? It's not like that. If that's the case, it might cause even more trouble in the end. If you don't make the rules, someone will always make them, so, even if we really win the war, you still have a lot of things to do. Fang Ping smiled bitterly, you think highly of me, and you're already helping me think about the aftermath. It's not that I think highly of you, it's to prepare for a rainy day. The God-forging envoy laughed, you have to take advantage of the fact that after the war, when there are at least a few powerhouses in the three realms, to formulate these rules. Otherwise, you might be like the Heavenly Emperor back then, facing difficulties. Didn't the Heavenly Emperor and the others know the problem? I know, but at that time, there were too many experts. Could it be that they had all been killed? Later on, they were all killed, but look, how much trouble has appeared in the three realms. The God-forging envoy smiled and said, Brat, you can leave these matters to this old man in the future. I like to make these rules. I've already thought about the thunder tribulation for you. Use the divine weapon to investigate. When your strength reaches a certain limit, directly descend the thunder tribulation and strike them to death. Also, I've read a lot of books recently. In the future, there should be some restrictions on my cultivation. For example, martial artists without talent are unable to cultivate, even if it's spirit root. Fang Ping rolled his eyes. What book was this old man reading now? Are you going to create a world of cultivation, thunder tribulation and spirit root? What are you thinking about? Don't think so. The God-forging envoy laughed, it's really necessary to think about it. It's always good to prepare for a rainy day. The great war between three realms has ended, and there are many things waiting to be done. This is actually the most suitable time. As the God-forging envoy spoke, he sighed and said, I know that you and the martial king want to make the whole nation strong, but... Brat, if this goes on, the three realms won't be able to take it. On the human side, there are hundreds of millions of martial artists now, and the number of high-ranked martial artists has exceeded 1 million. The God-forging envoy said worriedly, "Now, do you know how terrifying the energy they absorb every day is?" It was so terrifying. This was also the energy recovery from before, coupled with the overflow of the seed projection, that was able to satisfy everyone's cultivation. However, in the long run, when the high-ranked martial artists were 10 million, 100 million, 1 billion, 10 billion. What should they do? If this goes on, in the end, you will find that there is no energy on Earth again. Without the support of energy, the new generation of humans can no longer cultivate. The older generation of powerhouses have too long lives, but without the energy to cultivate, what will they do then? What? Kill. The God-forging envoy exhaled and said, "Kill others, seize their energy, and satisfy your own cultivation. Therefore, in the end, the three realms will become a demonic land. A true demonic land, a world of cannibalism. Do you and the martial king long for such a world to be born?" "I don't want to." "Then that's it." "So," Fang Ping said lightly, "it's best to destroy martial arts, completely destroy martial arts, and not let martial arts appear again. They are all ordinary people, and after 100 years, they will die of old age, illness, and illness." "How is that possible?" "When you have martial arts, you can live forever." "Who would give up their own strength?" "Can you?" "I can." Fang Ping said calmly, "I'm tired of living like this. I'm tired of killing. I don't want my descendants to continue killing. Maybe I don't have any descendants, but I don't want the three realms to continue killing. If I say that I yearn for a world without martial arts, would you think it's funny? Would you think it was unbelievable? But I want to tell you, what I want to see is world peace, martial arts no longer, killing no more. Even if there is no martial arts, there may still be war, a war between ordinary people, and such a situation will not occur again. One person can destroy the three realms." How big was the three realms? There were tens of billions of living beings, but the emperor alone could destroy the three realms. The God-forging envoy was stunned for a moment, and said seriously, "Are you serious?" "Why not?" Fang Ping said calmly, "I think that's pretty good. At least I don't have to worry. If I'm not careful, a top-notch powerhouse will be angry, and the pressure will erupt. With a bang, the country will be destroyed, and hundreds of millions of people will die. Right now, the human race hasn't had such a problem, but it's because the war is imminent. Once there's no pressure to survive, what about the future?" Fang Ping shook his head. "Rather than cultivating martial arts, it's better not to have martial arts." "Your thoughts?" The God-forging envoy shook his head. "Maybe it's like this now, but when you really ascend to the top of the three realms will be under your control, and you might not think that way." "Let's see." Fang Ping did not say anything more. Everything was just empty talk now. However, the God-forging envoy laughed. "A peaceful world, a world without martial arts. The idea is beautiful, but unfortunately, it shouldn't work. I remember that someone mentioned this back then, but in the end, it was left unsettled." "Mentioned a world without martial arts?" Fang Ping's eyes moved. "Who said that?" "Who said that?" The God-forging envoy was stunned for a moment, and recalled, "Who said that?" "I really don't remember." The one who listened to it as a joke back then should be a powerhouse, maybe one of the 9 emperors and 4 emperors. Of course, it seems like he just mentioned it in his spare time. Fang Ping's eyes flickered. A world without martial arts, this was a joke in the eyes of powerhouses. How was it possible? How could the legacy of martial arts for 40,000 years disappear? Even without the origin, there were still the beginner martial arts. Even without the beginner martial arts, there were still others. How could martial arts be extinguished? It could not be extinguished. However, someone had actually mentioned it. In that case, his origin might be related to this person, who proposed a world without martial arts. Fang Ping's eyes flickered nonstop. If someone proposed this concept, it might be the creator of the system, and because he had experienced such peace, that person hoped that he could realize such a dream, because it was impossible for others to do it. Even Zhang Tao, it was true that Zhang Tao was a human, and he also hoped that the war could stop, but the era he lived in was an era full of martial arts, an era full of martial arts. In Zhang Tao's opinion, there were many things that could only be solved by being strong. Could Zhang Tao annihilate martial arts? Most likely not, because he did not know what would happen after martial arts annihilation, whether it would cause the human race to face a crisis again. One of the 9 emperors and 4 emperors? Fang Ping was very surprised. He thought that the celestial emperor, the sun god, and the seed were the most likely to create the system. Now, it seemed that it was not as complicated as he thought. It was done by one of the 9 emperors and 4 emperors. Who was it? I've already broken through 9, and the system is still reporting the data. My peak strength has exceeded 70 million calories, but still, no one has come to harvest it. Could it be that this person knows, but is waiting for me to annihilate martial arts in secret? Fang Ping frowned. Very quickly, he exhaled and stopped thinking about it. At this moment, he also sensed that Old Wang and the others had arrived in the outside world. Star Town, Conference Hall. Seeing that Yao Qingjun had come along, Fang Ping laughed heartily. Old Yao, long time no see. Yao Qingjun smiled. Beside him, Li Hansong glanced at Fang Ping, wanting to say something but hesitating. Yao Qingjun glanced at him. Ironhead was a little embarrassed, keeping his mouth shut. Fang Ping glanced at them, smiling. Why, are you still hiding secrets from me? No. Ironhead interrupted hurriedly, indicating that there were no secrets. Fang Ping sneered and did not say anything. Suddenly, he grabbed Ironhead. Then, the world spun, heaven and earth were cut apart. Ironhead was caught and brought to the dark land, without a sound. Fang Ping. Fang Ping, let me out. Ironhead looked miserable. Let me out, quickly. Where was this? It was pitch black, nothing could be seen, nothing could be heard. It was very lonely here alone. Fang Ping. Old Wang. Old Yao. Ironhead did not know how long he had waited. He was getting more and more lonely, more and more afraid. What was Fang Ping doing? He had caught him and brought him here, but he did not show himself. What was he doing? After an unknown amount of time, Fang Ping suddenly appeared. Ironhead looked excited, but Fang Ping's face was livid. Great! Fang Ping said coldly, I treated you guys as brothers, but you guys treated me like this. I used my life to befriend you guys, and you guys hid it from me. You guys. I can forget about them, but I didn't expect that you, Ironhead, would treat me like this too. Li Hansong was stunned, saying sheepishly, Fang Ping, you know everything? Fang Ping said coldly, did you think you could hide it from me? As for Old Wang, it would have been fine if I didn't ask. But when I asked, he told me everything. I'm angry. He dared not say anything, but you, Li Hansong, are like this too. Ironhead said dryly, no, Old Yao said that you don't need to worry for nothing if I tell you. What he said makes sense. The cat might not betray you. What I'm afraid of is that the cat is controlled by someone else. There's nothing between us. We're just borrowing the way. To be honest, our strength is not good. Although we're breaking 8 now, can we really break 9? If we can get a few emperors to work with, it's actually not bad. Old Yao is also thinking for the humans and for you. Fang Ping, Old Yao doesn't have any bad intentions. I know him. He's just cold. He's not even afraid of death. What else can he be afraid of? I just don't want you to worry. I actually wanted to tell you, but Old Yao is right. One more person knowing, one more person worrying. What's the point? It's all my fault. I shouldn't have expressed it just now. As he said that, he sighed. Now that you know, there's no need to hide it. Actually, it's not bad to discuss it together. Ironhead was still narrating his story when Fang Ping disappeared. In the conference hall. At this moment, Old Wang and the others were chatting with Fang Ping. Zhang Tao, on the other hand, was looking at Ironhead, who was almost drooling. He was a little surprised. What was this idiot doing? It was fine if he was alone in a daze, but he looked like he was about to drool. Was he stupid? He was already breaking 8, why was he still like this? Old Wang also looked at Ironhead in surprise. On the other side, Yao Qingjun was telling Fang Ping about the harvest from the Sky Destroyer Palace. At this moment, he could not help but ask, Fang Ping, why are you controlling him with mentality? Everyone knew that Li Hansong's mentality was weak. Why did you control this idiot with mentality out of the blue? He was almost drooling. Fang Ping grinned. It's nothing. I'm too lazy to listen to his chatter. This guy has been talking a lot lately. I might as well not let him talk. However, he cursed in his heart. He still wanted to hide it from me. Fortunately, you, Master Ping, have many tricks up your sleeve. When he saw this idiot's attitude just now, he felt something was off. He immediately went to test him, thinking that there would be gossip. He did not expect that. He was really gossipy. At this moment, Yao Qingjun and Old Wang had no idea that they had been completely sold out by Iron Head. Iron Head really thought that Fang Ping already knew and was now explaining. Fang Ping was also speechless. This idiot. Whoever talked about secrets with you was the idiot himself. You still want to keep secrets like this? For Old Zhao and Old Wang to tell him a secret, they were really brave. Of course, this was also related to Iron Head's trust in Fang Ping. From Iron Head's point of view, since Fang Ping knew anyway, then it was not a big deal for him to say it. They were all on the same side, so he could say it. The next moment, Iron Head was in a trance. Soon, he scratched his ears and cheeks. Fang Ping, I've already said it. What do you think we should do about this? Yao Qingjun and the others looked at him in surprise. What did he say? What did he say? Only then did Iron Head see the situation around him clearly. Seeing that they were looking at him in surprise, he said gloomily, "What's wrong? Why are you looking at me?" "It's not like I said at first." Old Wang said it first. "I'm not a traitor." Old Wang was dumbfounded. What did he say? He did not say anything at all, he only greeted Fang Ping. What did he say? Old Zhao was also dumbfounded. He seemed to have realized something and looked at Fang Ping again. At this moment, Fang Ping was holding a teacup, drinking tea with a leisurely expression. It was easy to deal with them. As for Iron Head, it was easy to control his mentality slightly, create an illusion, and trick him into saying a few words. He was too lazy to expose them. Fang Ping laughed and said, "Let's get back to business. Iron Head, stop talking nonsense and listen carefully. What were you doing just now? Were you dreaming?" Iron Head was not really stupid. At this moment, his eyes blinked, and he was suddenly in a trance. Did I just dream just now? It did not seem like it, but nothing seemed to have happened in front of him. He remembered that he was captured by Fang Ping, but now, it seemed like he was still in his original position. Iron Head swallowed. Suddenly, he looked at Fang Ping, then angrily raised his middle finger. Motherf *Ker, you tricked me, this bastard. He used his mentality to create an illusion to deceive him. Shameless villain. Fang Ping could not be bothered with him. He laughed and said, "It's settled then. The three of you, prepare to receive me. Of course, it is not necessary until the critical moment." Old Wang was the most suitable. Anyway, he was going to be exposed. It did not matter if he was really exposed. Iron Head was second. After all, he was too stupid. If he did not expose himself today, he might be tricked into exposing himself in the future. Old Zhao was third. I will bring some of your mentality attachments in. Whoever I crush will open up a passage. Be ready at any time. My godfather will receive me outside the origin gate. Senior God Envoy and the rest will guard Star Town to prevent anyone from causing trouble at this time. Oh right, keep an eye on Tian Shen and Heavenly Dog. Be careful of these two fellows causing trouble. This time, when I enter, I might help someone open up the Void Gate, Vitality Gate, and Mentality Gate. Iron Head listened in a trance, still thinking about what just happened. However, Fang Ping stood up directly and said, "I'm going to see Wang Ruobing and Lin Zi. The few of you, don't do this with me next time. Even if you do, leave Iron Head, this idiot, behind. Don't bring him along. Otherwise, he will die before he can succeed." Fang Ping snorted in disdain, sneered, and took off into the air. As for old Zhang, he also glanced at the few of them with some contempt. Instead of discussing secrets with Li Hansong, why don't you ask everyone to discuss it together? It's a waste of breath. I'll have to say it again later. With a sense of superiority from crushing his IQ, old Zhang also left suavely, too lazy to ask any more questions. Although he did not know what it was, Fang Ping obviously knew, so he was too lazy to ask. In the basilica, there were only 3 people left. Old Wang and old Zhao both looked at Li Hansong. Li Hansong's expression was stiff. The next moment, he suddenly burrowed into the ground and escaped. I didn't do it on purpose, Fang Ping tricked me. I really didn't do it on purpose, I was innocent. Knowing old Wang's purpose, Fang Ping did not say anything. He would talk about what happened when the boundary wall broke later. However, it could be seen that there were indeed many disputes among the emperors. They were not united, which coincided with old Zhang's purpose this time. As for why they did not tell him, it was normal. Fang Ping would definitely not agree. They wanted to find a way out for the humans, so it was not surprising that they agreed. A few minutes later, Fang Ping once again came to the small world of Polaris. This arcane realm was the safest place now. Tian Chen was in it. Previously, he was in seclusion in the Hall of Myriad Origins. When Fang Ping returned, Heavenly King Zhen was afraid that Fang Ping would see him and want to kill him, so he moved him into the arcane realm. Seeing Fang Ping, Tian Chen sat cross-legged on the ground, opened his eyes, and did not speak. Fang Ping glanced at Tian Chen and said with a smile, "Senior Tian Chen, how about I return your Dao to you later?" Tian Chen raised his eyebrows slightly. Fang Ping smiled again. "I just don't know how effective it will be." That Dao, there are still 400 meters left. Tian Chen's face was blank. How long was the Dao that was hundreds of thousands of meters long now? 400 meters, how did you do it? Soon, his eyes moved slightly. The Dao was crushed. It was either Dao was burned, or his physical strength was too strong and crushed the Dao. Did Fang Ping burn his Dao? Never heard of it. That meant, his physical strength was so strong that after his Dao of breaking 8 was compressed, there was only 400 meters left. It was too scary. How strong was Fang Ping now? Fang Ping smiled. Although 400 meters is a little short, this is Senior's Dao, and I compressed it. It should be able to be extended very quickly. It shouldn't take long to return to its original length. Tian Chen nodded slightly and said in a low voice, "Since I've been through it once, as long as I have enough origin qi, I can naturally recover quickly." "Senior, do you want to break 9? Do you want to prove your Dao and become an emperor?" Tian Chen said nothing. Fang Ping smiled. "I promised Cat not to kill you or burn your Dao. Then you still have a chance to break through to 90%. What are you trying to say?" "I don't want to say anything. I just want to ask, what is the Celestial Emperor's purpose?" Fang Ping said calmly, "Do you really have to be my enemy? Was there no possibility of cooperation? Now, I know a lot of things. Among the 9 emperors, other than Emperor Ling, do the others really listen to the Heavenly Emperor? They probably couldn't wait for the Celestial the Arch to die and go to the sinkhole. As for the Celestial the Arch, he probably couldn't wait to kill them so that they could fill the pit. Did the Celestial the Arch not have any plans in the Source Land? The Celestial Emperor was probably behind the 9 emperors' imprisonment. Now, my greatest enemy is the 9 emperors, not the Celestial Emperor. Let's deal with the 9 emperors first. What does the Celestial Emperor want to do after that? Then, we can decide who the victor is. Isn't that great?" Tian Chen frowned and said slowly, "I am only Heavenly Monarch's follower, I cannot represent Heavenly Monarch. He has absolute trust in you. Otherwise, he wouldn't have asked you to be Tsang Mao's protector, right?" Tian Chen exhaled. "What do you know?" "I don't need to know anything. I don't want to ask about the Ash Cat, and you probably won't tell me. I just want to ask, is there any way to contact the Celestial Emperor?" Fang Ping chuckled. "I'm going to the Origin immediately. If I can contact the Celestial Emperor, that would be the best. Even if the Celestial Emperor could kill me, it wouldn't do him any good." Tian Chen was silent for a while, then said, "Master is trapped in the Source Land. What you see is not where his real body is. The Source Land is divided into multiple spaces. If you want to see Master," Tian Chen hesitated, then a golden stone appeared in his hand. "After you enter the Source Land, you can use this to look for Master. The closer you are to Master, the hotter it gets. If Master wants to see you, he will naturally look for you. You're hiding so well. Are you afraid of being killed by the 9 emperors? Fang Ping mocked, then laughed. Aren't you afraid that I'll lure the 9 emperors to find him? Tianqian said in a low voice, Master has already transcended. What he wants is different from the 9 emperors. The 9 emperors want to transcend, and transcendence requires a seed. That's why the 9 emperors are your greatest enemy. If something happens to Master, there will be no one to hold the 9 emperors back. That will be the end of humanity. With the king's intelligence, I don't think that will happen. Fang Ping smiled, took the golden stone, and asked, what is this? A keepsake left behind by Master. Fang Ping did not ask further. Tianqian probably did not know what it was. The material was very hard. Fang Ping played with it for a while, but could not determine what material it was. Is there anything else you want to tell me, senior? Fang Ping looked at Tianqian again. Tianqian frowned. Still silence. Just as Fang Ping was about to leave, Tianqian sighed. Be careful of Dong Huang. Dong Huang is Master's most trusted disciple, the most outstanding disciple. Dong Huang is actually a little similar to Feng. He is one of the leaders of the beginner martial artists. He is older than the underworld god and the rest. After Master created the source, Dong Huang was actually the first to seek refuge with Master. But in the end, the failure of the Immortal Source project was probably Dong Huang's doing. The Earthly Emperor and the Emperor may have secretly participated, but Dong Huang may be the leader. He is the traitor of the Celestial Emperor's bloodline. Although the Emperor God and the rest are not on good terms with Master, the Emperor God is at most Master's nominal disciple. He is only teaching, not inheriting. And Dong Huang is the inheritor of the source, one of Master's inheritors. Dong Huang is very ambitious. Back then, the fall of Zhan Tiandi might not have been caused by the Emperor God and the rest. The key was actually Dong Huang. Fang Ping raised his eyebrows. Dong Huang? How do you know? Tianqian was silent for a while before continuing. Back then, the fire god attacked and killed the cat. After that, we investigated and found the fire god, but that was not the end. In the end, I and the fire god perished together. As for Emperor Ling, he continued to investigate. During the time I died, Spirit Emperor continued to investigate and killed many people, but in the end, he could not find the final enemy. As soon as this was said, Fang Ping remembered, old Zhang had told him about this that day. Back then, Spirit Emperor had killed many people to find the murderer, but there were still some people he could not find. Spirit Emperor had even told the cat to look for the Celestial Emperor if there was any danger. Spirit Emperor could not find them. Fang Ping thought he was talking about Fist God and the rest, but if it was them, how could Spirit Emperor not be able to find them? Now, Tianqian's words confirmed what he said that day. At that time, Spirit Emperor was probably prepared to die. When a person is about to die, his words are always kind, she would definitely not lie. That meant that she really did not find them, or if she found them, she did not continue to investigate. Dong Huang was considered Spirit Emperor's senior. Both Dong Huang and Spirit Emperor were considered part of the Celestial Emperor's bloodline, so if they found Dong Huang, Spirit Emperor might give up. Also, if Dong Huang was part of the Celestial Emperor's bloodline, Spirit Emperor should have told the cat to look for Dong Huang if there was any danger, unless she was sure that Dong Huang would die too, but Dong Huang was the second Emperor of Heaven and Earth, how could he die so easily? Fang Ping's thoughts drifted away, and he said quickly, Dong Huang secretly led the killing of the cat. It should be him. Tianqian exhaled, and said with some mixed feelings, the failure of the Celestial Source project was most likely caused by him. Then it was actually very normal for him to kill the cat, because he knew that the cat was left behind by Master, and he wanted to destroy the cat and ruin some of Master's plans. Moreover, compared to others, Dong Huang was more qualified to transcend. He was walking on the true Tao of origin, or rather, compared to others, he was more like the Master, Force. Not many emperors use Force because everyone has some deviation. But Dong Huang is very balanced. Heaven Emperor Zhan was powerful, and most of the credit goes to Dong Huang. Dong Huang is also powerful, and he might not be weaker than Emperor God and Emperor Reverse. Fang Ping frowned. Dong Huang. To be honest, Dong Huang was not as annoying as Emperor God. He was also the low-key type, and he was not famous among the 9 emperors. But from what Xianxia said, Dong Huang might be leaving many things in the dark. I see. Fang Ping nodded and said, Sir, you are very knowledgeable. Then I have another question. Why did Emperor Heaven want the Tree of Tao to prove his Tao? To complete the Tao of Origin. Tianchen did not hide this. He said, you know that the Tao of Origin is not complete. The Tao of Origin consisted of the blood Qi Tao, the mental Tao, the energy Tao, the life Tao, and even the demon beast Tao and the origin Tao, but there are still some things missing, like the real Tao of Emperor and the Tao of monster plants. Because it is not complete, there are all kinds of problems in the land of origin. Our master once said that if all the Tao were complete and he was not in a hurry to break the origin, when all the Tao were complete, there would be no problem when he transcended. Unfortunately, our master did not know much about the Tao of origin, so he missed many opportunities. After that, it was too late to make up for it. Tianchen sighed. The other Taos are fine, but the Tao of monster plants and the Tao of monster plants are hard to make up for. The Tree of Tao is a chance for the Tao of monster plants. Therefore, our master must hope that the Tree of Tao can prove its Tao and make up for some of the flaws in the origin, including King Wu. If our master knew about King Wu, he would also hope that King Wu could prove his Tao. Having said that, he added, not only our master, but the other emperors also know about this. Therefore, before the Tree of Tao and King Wu can prove their Tao, they are safe. It is a pity that you killed the Tree of Tao. Tianchen looked at Fang Ping, speechless. The emperors all knew about this. Therefore, it was not possible to kill the Tree of Tao. Even the God Emperor did not really treat the Tao tree as a substitute. Perfecting the Tao of origin was not the goal of the Celestial Emperor alone. If others wanted to transcend, perfecting the origin was naturally the best. In the end, Fang Ping, the hothead, did not care so much. He killed the Tree of Tao directly. The mystic realm was left for the Tree of Tao. As for Fang Ping, the emperors would not have an opinion if they called him a troublemaker. This guy had indeed messed up many people's plans and arrangements. Fang Ping raised his eyebrows slightly. The Tree of Tao is dead. Now the most promising one to become the emperor of monster plants in the 3 realms is Heavenly Wood. Heavenly Wood. Fang Ping's gaze flickered. Back then, Emperor of Heaven Reverse helped. Heavenly Wood prove his Tao. Hong Kuan wants to refine Heavenly Wood. Do these people have other motives? Maybe. Tianchen explained, Hong Kuan might be after Heavenly Wood's monster plant Tao. He knows that if he used other Taos to prove his Tao, he might be plotted against by the emperors. If he used monster plant Tao, only the Beast Emperor would be able to deal with him. However, the Beast Emperor is not a concern. The other emperors will not stop Hong Kuan from proving his Tao. If that's the case, Hong Kuan can prove his Tao before solving the problem of his origin Tao. Fang Ping bared his teeth. If that's the case, I ruined Hong Kuan's grand plan and he did not fight me to the death? Tianchen laughed. At that time, on one hand, it was because of Jiwu Town. On the other hand, it was because we were revived. Hong Kuan also had to be careful that we would attack him. Although Hong Kuan's ability is average, he still has courage. Tianchen's evaluation of Hong Kuan was not bad. His ability was average, but he had a lot of courage. He said that his ability was average because in the past 8,000 years, he had been tormenting a divine sect. In the end, he did not get anything out of it. His courage was okay because Hong Kuan could take it or let it go. Since the matter with Heavenly Wood had failed, he did not pester him anymore. Fang Ping nodded slightly, but in his heart, he was thinking about Heavenly Wood. Heavenly Wood had also broken through to the Heavenly King realm. However, these days, Fang Ping did not have much time to care about Heavenly Wood. Was Heavenly Wood being targeted by the other emperors now? Fang Ping was not sure. In his heart, he decided that when he returned from the source land, he would still go and take a look. Recently, the emperors had been more active. There were projections of the emperor's avatars everywhere. These guys, their real bodies were trapped, but their avatars were not idle. Fang Ping had managed to glean some useful information from Tianchen. Don Huang, Fang Ping had almost forgotten about this guy. He had been so low-key that it made people's hair stand on end. This guy might actually be the mastermind behind the scenes who instructed Chu Wu to kill Tsang Mao. Other than that, he had the Celestial Emperor's contact information. This way, it would be convenient for Fang Ping to talk to the Celestial Emperor. Of course, there was definitely danger. However, entering the Source Land was the biggest danger. Finally, there was heavenly wood. Maybe he could use it. Monster plants had to become emperors and complete the origin path. Fang Ping had thought about this before, but he had not formed a complete train of thought. This time, he had to pay attention. Night. Dragon transformation. Lin Zi, Wang Ruobing, and the others gathered in the Hall of Myriad Origins. Heavenly King Suppression, God Creation Envoy, King Wu, and Old Wang all entered the Hall of Myriad Origins. At this moment, Fang Ping was also among them. Fang Ping looked around and said in a low voice, "I'll enter the Source Land. I may need your help." Fang Ping looked at Wang Ruobing and Lin Zi. "Wang Ruobing, my whereabouts were discovered last time. This time, I won't take your origin." Senior Lin Zi glanced at the dozing Tsang Mao and said in a low voice, "As long as you can do what you promised me, then I'm naturally willing to help you." "Promise what?" "Don't go against Spirit Emperor," Fang Ping said calmly, "don't go against Spirit Emperor. The premise is that she won't make an enemy of me. If she becomes an enemy, I'll spare her life for you and Tsang Mao's sake, twice, since I, Fang Ping, have said it, then I'll do it. I'll spare her life twice. The third time. If she wants to die, I won't ruin the human race's great plan for you. The third time, I'll definitely kill her." No one said that Fang Ping was arrogant. Because no one knew how strong Fang Ping was now. Was Spirit Emperor Fang Ping's opponent? They did not know. Fang Ping said calmly, "If Senior agrees, then it's decided. If not," Lin Zi looked at him. She did not ask what the consequences would be if she did not agree. Some things did not need to be tested. Today, Fang Ping had become a demon for the sake of the human race. Would he really let her go? If she did not let him enter the origin, would Fang Ping give up? However, Lin Zi still said, "I've checked my origin myself. There's nothing unusual. You said that I'm a seed of mentality. I'm not sure myself. If I'm not, then there's nothing I can do. It's fine." Fang Ping said with a smile, "Since Tengu and Tianchen both think it's Senior, then I don't think it's wrong. Spirit Emperor might have also discovered something. I just don't know who set you up, Senior." Lin Zi frowned slightly. She thought for a while and said with a slight headache, "All these years, I haven't slept. I've always been awake. They want to modify my origin, but they don't let me find out." The more Lin Zi thought about it, the more her head hurt. "Unless they use mentality to confuse me so that I don't know what's going on. However, I was also a saint back then, and then a heavenly king. If they want to confuse me and make me know nothing, their mentality must have changed qualitatively." Lin Zi said slowly, "Even if it has changed qualitatively, I should be able to find out a thing or two about modifying the origin. I didn't find out. Plus, it's a seed of mentality. That must be the emperor among the emperors, the one with the strongest mentality. The God Emperor and the West Emperor are the most suspicious, followed by the East Emperor and the Emperor." She only listed 4 people. These 4 people were the most likely. Fang Ping nodded slightly and smiled. "It's okay. If it's really modified, then there's a way to solve this problem." Having said that, he looked at Heavenly King Zhen and said with a smile, "Godfather, you and God Creation Envoy, think of a way to wait for me outside the door. Old Wang, the 3 of you get ready. Old Zhang, Big Cat, accompany me to the origin." Fang Ping said, and finally said, "I'll start with Senior Lin Zi first. If there's a chance, I might go to Wang Ruobing's side. Vitality and mentality will be solved. Vitality will be solved. Everyone has absorbed a lot of life energy. The void world is still in my hands, and there's still a lot of energy. If that's the case, then it can be comparable to breaking 3 doors. Breaking 9 is not difficult. This is an opportunity, the human race's opportunity, everyone's opportunity. I hope I can discover everyone's Tao. I will help you break the door." The God Creation Envoy said that these people had only stolen some control rights, not all of them. It was possible that some people's void Dao was not here. As for old Zhang and the others, they had already secretly transferred their Dao. However, a few of them might still have his Dao. It was not impossible for them to have dual control. The last time he was at Wang Ruobing's side, he had discovered old Zhang's vitality Dao. This time, on one hand, it was to break the door, on the other hand, it was to break the Dao, in case they did not clean it up last time and there were still future troubles. Everyone nodded. As for Fang Ping, at this moment, he was secretly transmitting his voice, Senior Scholarly, if something happens to Lin Zi and Dragon Transformation, please control them. If old Wang and the others are in danger, please help them escape. Finally, it's about the human race. Senior, please take care of them. I don't know how long I will stay inside. Don't worry. The errand boy replied in secret. With Fang Ping's personality, how could he bring everyone away and put himself in danger? Scholarly guarded the human world, guarded the Myriad Origins Hall. Whether Scholarly had other motives or not, Fang Ping felt that he could still be trusted now. If that was the case, with this broken nine in charge, their safety would be greatly increased. After arranging everything, at the side, Old Manly suddenly said, if there's danger, you can also summon me. I can enter the origin. Where is your origin? I might be able to track you down. Don't worry, if there's a need, you won't be able to run away. Fang Ping laughed and patted the dozing cat. Just as he was about to speak, the cat opened its eyes and said, have you eaten? Fang Ping was tired. Big cat, what's wrong recently? Do you feel danger? Why are you always thinking about eating? These days, this cat had been thinking about what to eat. Did it sense danger? The cat muttered lazily, recently, every day has been dangerous. Every day is dangerous. I just want to eat more. After seeing third cat the last time, I realized that I'm still too skinny. Skinny, my ass, Fang Ping cursed silently. This cat was crazy. Was third cat a cat? That was a pig. You, on the other hand, insisted on comparing your fatness with third cat. I give up. Stop talking nonsense, let's go in together. You can roam the origin. Although I paved the origin world with origin soil, I'm not sure if I can roam the origin. I still need to rely on you during critical moments. Fang Ping was not too sure if he could roam the origin. If he could not this time, it meant that if he wanted to roam the origin without collapsing, he might have to seal his own origin world. This was the only difference between him and the cat now. This possibility was not small. That was why Fang Ping dared not guarantee how long he could stay in the origin. Senior Lin Zi, please open the origin. Lin Zi did not say anything, nodding slightly. In the next moment, Fang Ping, old Zhang, and the cat's origin moved. Their bodies froze instantly, and the origin entered Lin Zi's origin world. This was a barren world. It was different from Wang Ruobing's honeycomb-like world. Fang Ping took a look and frowned slightly. It was very troublesome to enter Wang Ruobing's origin last time. He had to build a passageway that was very, very far away before entering the origin. But Lin Zi's side entered directly. Could it be that he had guessed wrongly? It was not Lin Zi. At this moment, old Zhang was also standing beside him. He looked around, then looked at the avenue not far away, saying in a low voice, guessed wrongly? It did not seem to be a mentality path seed. As for the cat, it raised its head and looked at the little sun in the sky, scratching its head with its claws. I'm right? I think I feel something. There's something wrong with Lil Zi's son. As soon as he said that, Fang Ping quickly broke through the air. In the next moment, he appeared near the sun. This was the brain nucleus. On one hand, Lin Zi trusted them. On the other hand, she had no choice. Otherwise, she would not dare to open her origin. If the brain nucleus was shattered, she would be finished. At this moment, Fang Ping looked at the brain nucleus, frowning and deep in thought. After a while, Fang Ping suddenly invaded the origin again. This time, Fang Ping's expression changed. He grabbed old Zhang and the cat at once, shouting, "Be careful. There's a problem indeed. Dual origin. Someone built another source world behind the brain nucleus." No wonder Lin Zi did not notice anything unusual. She would not be so idle as to explore her own brain nucleus every day and move the brain nucleus. There was actually a passageway behind the brain nucleus. Old Zhang was not nervous. He laughed and said, "It's okay. Just keep the commotion low. I heard you say last time that if you did not take the risk to enter the honeycomb passageway, the other party might not have noticed you. It's the same this time. As long as you're careful, the 9 emperors are trapped now. They probably won't keep watching over here. It's even safer than last time. You brat, don't mess around this time. Even if you break the door, wait until it's safe." "I know, I don't need you to tell me." "Nonsense. If I didn't tell you to mess around, what if you get me killed? If I die, and you die, who's going to take care of your sister and your parents?" Fang Ping was speechless. There was nothing wrong with what he said. As the two of them argued, a long passageway was built quickly. At this moment, in the source universe, a transparent passageway led straight to the source. The mentality gate trembled slightly. However, it did not cause too much commotion. In the source ground, someone suddenly looked toward a door and frowned slightly. He was not sure if he had sensed wrongly. Someone entered the source ground. Who entered the source ground? The commotion was too small. He suspected that he had sensed wrongly. However, earlier, the mentality gate did tremble slightly. At this moment, in the source ground, someone shouted softly, "Everyone, Ji has gone to suppress the celestial source. Everyone, put in more effort. Do you really want to cause chaos in the source ground?" Without the emperor, the few of them had to share the burden of the emperor. As such, suppressing was harder than before. They could not afford to be distracted now. As soon as the words were spoken, there was a commotion everywhere. The emperors began to suppress one after another, waiting for the chaos in the source ground to subside. The arrow from Zhan had a significant impact on the source ground. At the same time, in a place of endless darkness, in the void, a corpse floated. At this moment, the eyes of the corpse suddenly trembled. In the next moment, it opened its eyes and looked into the endless darkness. Who came? Was it Tianchen? The corpse opened its eyes for a while. Very quickly, it felt the suction of the source ground. It closed its eyes again and continued to suppress the source ground. However, it let out a faint sigh. Zhan, Heavenly Emperor Zhan, that arrow pierced through the source ground and went straight to the core. It was not as simple as Fang Ping and the others thought. Even the 9 emperors did not know where the source ground's core was. It could not locate it. Zhan found it. He found this place. That arrow brought too many surprises and shock to Heavenly Emperor Zhan. Unbelievable. The tunnel was constructed. Fang Ping and the rest quickly followed the passageway, advancing all the way until they arrived at a beehive. Yes, honeycomb. It was similar to Wang Ruobing's source world. However, there were some differences. Some of the passages in Wang Ruobing's beehive had already been destroyed, causing her to consume a great deal of her life force. She had almost been devoured to death. As for Lin Zi's beehive, at this moment, there was a layer of thin membrane blocking those areas. It really is a spiritual seed. The moment Fang Ping landed, he confirmed everything. Lin Zi's source had really been altered by someone. This was old Zhang's first time here. He looked around and exclaimed, "There are at least tens of thousands of holes." Tens of thousands. This meant that tens of thousands of origin martial artists were being controlled. Of course, some people might not even open their origin Dao. However, once he reached rank 6 and the Sanjiao gate appeared, he should be able to construct the origin path. How many rank 6 and above martial artists were there in the 3 realms? Tens of millions. There was a possibility. He had only stolen the control rights of a few tens of thousands of people. No wonder the immortal spring did not have much of a reaction. It was too little. 4 seeds had only stolen a few 100,000 people. It was very normal for the immortal origin or the heavenly emperor to not be able to sense it. What now? Old Zhang looked at Fang Ping. Fang Ping said in a low voice, "Be careful. Find the passageway we're looking for and help the other party break through the door. However, as soon as we step into the passageway, we'll easily attract the attention of the people behind us. Try to be careful and help some people break through." Fang Ping continued, we'll mainly look for the mentality of the human powerhouses, followed by Luan and the rest, then Hongkuan and the rest, Fang Ping had not mentioned this before. Old Zhang asked solemnly, "You want to help them break the door?" Was he crazy? Fang Ping grinned. "What's wrong? You think I'm crazy?" "I'm not crazy. If these people had broken through 9, do you think they would surrender so easily? So easy to talk to? Let's wait and see. When the war starts, these people might even be more active than us. Of course, it's also possible that I'll burn myself, but I'm going to throw the 3 realms into chaos. We can't let them focus all their energy on the human race, on us." As Fang Ping said that, he carefully peeled open the membrane covering one of the holes. A moment later, a suction force came over. Fang Ping had expected this. A rich vitality gushed out. Soon, the hole returned to normal. Fang Ping probed with his mentality and sensed for a while. After a while, he shook his head and said, "It's not a human. It seems to be a fellow from Grandmaster. I'm not too familiar with him. And he's probably not that strong either." Even if Fang Ping broke the door, the other party might never be able to reach Broken 8. Not everyone's door needed to be broken, unless they had a chance of breaking through to the 8th level. Otherwise, even breaking through the door would be useless. That person would never be able to reach the door, and whether or not they broke through the door made no difference. "Old Zhang, Big Cat, the 2 of you look around. You might not be able to find everything, but I suspect that the psychic seed stole the great Tao essences of some experts. The passageways of experts should all be here." Old Zhang asked cautiously, "Will it attract the other party's attention?" "It'll be fine as long as we're careful. Don't cause too much of a commotion. This is my first time here, so I don't have any experience. Furthermore, there's something wrong with Wang Ruobing's seed, so it'll be easier to attract attention." As they spoke, Fang Ping had already cut off the passageway that they came from earlier. He laughed and said, "Now that the passageway has been cut off, as long as we don't make a big commotion, they definitely won't find out." Old Zhang also heaved a sigh of relief. This was the best. He was really afraid that something would happen very soon. Fang Ping looked at the densely packed holes, his scalp tingling. "Look quickly. After you're done looking, mark the people you know. We have to discuss who needs to break through the door and who doesn't." The man and the cat both nodded sneakily, as if they were thieves. In reality, this was indeed stealing. It was very exciting. If the commotion was a little bigger, it might cause the true emperor to descend. Moreover, it would be his real body. That would be very dangerous. The source was not a single space. Many layers of space overlapped. Looking down, above the source, there were many black spots. The black spots were all huge cracks. On top of each huge black spot, there was a giant sitting, suppressing the source. At this moment, those cracks were all shaking. This was caused by the battle, and it had not calmed down yet. Just as Fang Ping and the others were peeking at the mentality passageway, in the void, in the central area, a wave of ripples swept over. Very soon, the shadows of giants appeared one after another. "Xiong, why did you summon us again?" Someone was dissatisfied. Many things had happened recently. It just so happened that their clones were killed. Now everyone still had to suppress the riots in the source. The source was very dangerous. Some cracks would often appear and devour their mentality. Every time they gathered, it was actually dangerous. Of course, these people were also unwilling to let others near the area they were suppressing. Every time they gathered, they would rather run a little further than to gather in the area they were suppressing. The God Emperor projection's expression did not change. He said calmly, "Previously, there were some abnormalities in the source. Did anyone notice?" "Abnormalities?" Someone was puzzled. The Beast Emperor said loudly, "Which day does the source not have abnormalities now?" "Xiong, what abnormalities are you talking about?" The God Emperor was too lazy to explain. It was useless anyway. He continued, "Did anyone notice last time? Fang Ping has some true blood on him. Before the battle, he also opened up the source passageway. This means that he might have opened it before. Before this, when Ji Yi was suppressing the vitality gate, there were also a few abnormalities. Fong Ping might have come to the source before. This time, is Fong Ping unwilling to be left out and came to the source again? Xiong, are you scared? North Emperor joked. Let's not talk about whether Fong Ping can come to the source or not. Even if he can, would he dare to come now? He just killed our clones. Would he dare to come to the source now and court death? West Emperor chuckled. Don't underestimate Fong Ping. He might really come. Actually, I also felt some abnormalities earlier. It came from the gate of spiritual consciousness. As he said that, West Emperor laughed. Something happened to the gate of spiritual consciousness. Maybe someone broke into it. As soon as he said that, the God Emperor said softly, Ji suppresses the vitality gate, Chen suppresses the gate of spiritual consciousness, Xian suppresses the gate of life. Everyone looked at him, not quite understanding what he meant. The three gates were guarded by three emperors. Emperor Ji, West Emperor Chen, and North Emperor Xian. The three of them guarded the three gates. The God Emperor said lightly, in the past, there was a problem with the immortal source. After that, a lot of the immortal source's power seemed to have dissipated. The immortal source is connected to the three gates. The three gates and the immortal source are one. Last time, something happened to the vitality gate. This time, something happened to the gate of spiritual consciousness. Chen, don't you have anything to say? West Emperor looked dazed. He said gloomily, what does this have to do with me? How would I know? I'm only guarding the gate of spiritual consciousness. I'm not the master of the gate of spiritual consciousness. Besides, I wasn't here just now. The God Emperor said lightly, everyone has their own selfish motives. I can understand that. But now, the big picture is more important. There must have been some problems with the gate of spiritual consciousness in the past. I'm afraid everyone has some backup plans. I don't want to look into it, and I don't want to investigate anything. However, since there was a problem with the gate of spiritual consciousness, Fong Ping might have taken the opportunity to break into it. Everyone, it's better if you investigate it yourselves, lest something big happens. He was not clueless. There were some things that he knew. Someone was playing tricks, in fact, who did not play tricks. However, now Fong Ping might have entered the source. Although it was just a whim, after thinking about it, he suddenly felt that it was possible. He could not help but pay attention. Everyone did not respond. The God Emperor said again, if Fong Ping is really in the source again, aren't you afraid that he'll get more powerful after obtaining the opportunity? It's difficult for Fong Ping to catch up to me, but to catch up to everyone, it might not be that difficult. He's already broken 9. If he can get a lot of true blood and transform again, surpassing everyone in a day is not just a fantasy. Emperor West said disapprovingly, it's not that simple. How can there be so much true blood? I've been to the source 7 or 8 times. Forget true blood. I haven't even seen fake blood. The God Emperor looked at him and said lightly, Chen, no matter what you're thinking, getting out of here and no longer being a living dead is our goal. Do you really want Fong Ping to disturb the source and trap us for another 10,000 years? Now, do we still have 10,000 years to get out of here? No more, Emperor West said helplessly, you look like you're doubting me. Of course, I have to say a few words. I don't have so much energy to do other things. All these years, it's not easy for me to relax a little, but I don't have the energy to do it. There are only a few who have the ability to play tricks on the immortal source. If you want to doubt them, it has nothing to do with me. I'm not doubting you. I'm just reminding everyone, don't let Fong Ping succeed in the end. The God Emperor looked around. Even if it's not Fong Ping, it could be someone else who entered the source after breaking 9. They haven't taken root in their Tao and entered the source. Everyone must be vigilant. Now, we can't guard the 3 gates anymore. This is also a loophole that can be easily exploited by others. Over at the immortal source, 9th heaven had to guard against Fong Ping and the others now. The source also had to suppress the chaos. Over at the 3 gates, breaking 8 clones meant being killed. Now, no one was willing to create 9 clones. It was easy to cause trouble. The God Emperor had to be more vigilant, Emperor West said impatiently, then let them investigate themselves. If there's a problem, he'll take responsibility for it himself. I have no interest in continuing to chat here. Previously, when 2 clones died, I was injured badly. Even now, it's difficult to suppress the power of the source. I still have to project myself here. If this goes on, I'm afraid I'll be destroyed by the destructive power of the source before the barrier breaks. As soon as he finished speaking, Emperor West's projection shattered with a rumble. After he left, the Beast Emperor said coldly, "Don't tell me this guy stole what he was guarding?" He was a little suspicious of Emperor West. The God Emperor said lightly, "I'm just afraid that it's not. I'm also afraid that Celeste is deliberately misleading the public." Misleading the public? Everyone chewed on the meaning of this. Emperor West was a wily old fox. Although he was not strong, he was very cunning. What was this guy helping someone hide? Who was he helping? The person who did it back then was still Fang Ping. What was he trying to do? He left. The God Emperor did not say much. "Everyone, do as you see fit. If you can't solve it, then force Fang Ping out and let us solve it." Spirit Emperor snorted coldly. "It's hard to say whether there's a problem or not. Now, everyone is in danger because of Fang Ping. Xiong, you don't have the bearing you used to have." "Bearing?" The God Emperor chuckled. "I'm neither human nor ghost. What bearing do I need? I'm not you. If Celestial Emperor wins, you can still live. What about us? Fang Ping causing trouble now is exactly what Celestial Emperor wants. It also saves us from causing trouble for Celestial Emperor." Fang Ping causing trouble now was in line with Celestial Emperor's interests. The 9 emperors were restrained by Fang Ping, which meant that they had no energy to deal with Celestial Emperor. But this was not what the God Emperor wanted to see. He did not want the 3 realms to be in chaos. Yet, the 3 realms was in a mess. Schemes. No matter how good a scheme was, it was just empty talk. With Fang Ping, who was not part of the scheme, many things had been messed up. Now, the God Emperor did not want the Source Land to be in chaos again. Spirit Emperor snorted. The phantom was broken. The others disappeared as well. Soon, there were only a few people left. The God Emperor said calmly, "Do, was it your doing?" Celestial Emperor Reverse, who was left, chuckled. "It wasn't me. When the Source Land was in trouble, I didn't intervene. Ji, Hao, Chen, and Hong were the suspects. You." Someone said quietly, "It wasn't me either." "Brother, don't talk nonsense." Celestial Emperor Reverse laughed. "How, don't be humble. If there really is a problem, investigate it immediately to prevent the Source Land from being in chaos. Don't you know what Fang Ping is capable of? If he came unprepared last time, he must have come prepared this time. If he didn't make a big fuss, then he wouldn't be Fang Ping." "It wasn't me." Dong Huang said helplessly, "If it wasn't Brother Qiong, then it would be Chen and Ji." The God Emperor said lightly, "It really wasn't you? The first thing I thought of when something happened to the gate of spiritual consciousness was you. Brother, you have wronged me." Emperor Dong Huang smiled bitterly. "This is not my doing. I merely stole some of the Tao of the celestial source. To be honest, this is not something that we should have. But brother, I once saw a baby girl at the dragon transformation, and she might have something to do with the celestial source. I thought it was brother's doing, was it not?" Dong Huang smiled. "I had my doubts then. But the dragon transformation came to me and I didn't say much. I'm afraid Spirit also thought it was your doing." The God Emperor frowned slightly. "Baby girl? Some of the vitality path smell might not have been done perfectly. Some of the smell leaked and devoured vitality. I thought this baby girl would not live long and would self-destruct. But last time, I realized that this baby girl might not have died." Dong Huang smiled. "So, it really wasn't your doing? If Fang Ping entered the Source Land last time and the gate of vitality shook, then it must have been through this baby girl. This time? I really don't know." The God Emperor frowned. After a while, he said lightly, "Since Brother Hao said it wasn't you, then I believe you. Stealing some of the Source Land's power might not be able to help us get out of trouble. It seems a little like the work of those few." "Which few?" "The weak few. As strong as the God Emperor and the others were, they knew that stealing a little was not very useful. Stealing a lot would be easily discovered by the Celestial Emperor. Then, it was very likely that it was not them. Of course, it could not be ruled out that there was more than one power. It could even be the work of the same person. If Dong Huang said it was not him, the God Emperor did not dare to believe it completely. He did not dwell on this. No matter who it is, investigate immediately. With that, the God Emperor disappeared. Dong Huang smiled bitterly. Brother Do, it seems that Brother Cheong still suspects me. I suspect it too. Celestial Emperor reverse grinned. You didn't say anything when the dragon found you. Now that you mention it, who knows if Brother Hao is a thief crying thief to get rid of suspicion. Of course, I don't care about this. If Brother Hao really found something, it's better to solve it as soon as possible. Fong Ping has become a big problem. We have to be careful. Dong Huang sighed. It's not a small problem to give us headaches. Fong Ping has really grown to the point where he might be a threat to us. In Linzi's source land. Zhang Tao said excitedly, I found Idiot Li. Iron Head or Commander? Fong Ping asked. Zhang Tao said casually, Big Idiot. Oh. That would be Commander Li. Beside him, the cat was dumbfounded. It asked curiously, who is Big Idiot? The one from Guardian King's family. Oh. The ash cat also understood and nodded. So Second Dumb is a muscular man? Fong Ping chuckled. Old Zhang laughed too. Don't give others nicknames. You guys gave them too. The cat was innocent. You guys gave them nicknames too. Fong Ping smiled. You're the first person in the 3 realms to give people nicknames. We learned it from you. The cat thought about it and felt a little embarrassed. Was that so? It seemed so. The cat did not dwell on it anymore. Soon, it said happily, Big dogs, I found big dogs. Fong Ping smiled too. I found it here too. Jiang House. They found many familiar people's paths of mentality one after another. However, after searching for a while, Fong Ping said regretfully, I don't think there's yours, old Zhang. I don't know if it's gone after you took it last time. It's best if it's gone. Old Zhang was not regretful. He smiled. My life gate has been broken. The vitality gate will be broken soon. There's no hurry for the mentality gate. He broke the life gate first. This had something to do with the large amount of vitality that Fong Ping brought back. The gate of qi and blood was his main cultivation. Old Zhang's strength had improved extremely quickly recently. It had something to do with the human strength. He was not too worried. As they were talking, Fong Ping's eyes moved. The cat also said quickly, there seems to be movement. Hide quickly. As he said that, the cat dug downwards with familiarity. The last time he escaped from Wang Ruobing's origin, he dug a hole and ran away. Now, the cat had learned to hide first. Fong Ping did not force it this time. Soon, Fong Ping followed suit and hid. Old Zhang was not careless either, burrowing in instantly. 2 people and a cat hid in the ground below in the blink of an eye. The land in this place was somewhat similar to the origin land. Fong Ping even laid a shallow layer of origin land on top. He restrained his aura and hid in the pit with old Zhang and the others without moving. Not long after they hid inside, a vast wave of psychic energy quickly swept over them. A mechanical voice sounded. Fong Ping, since you're here, why don't we talk? The mentality continued to sweep. This place can help some human powerhouses break the gate of spiritual consciousness. However, once the gate is broken, it will easily attract the attention of others. Why don't we work together? I'll lend you a hand. It'll be easier for others to break the gate. Underground. Fong Ping did not say a word. Old Zhang did not move either. The cat tilted its head and looked at them strangely. Working together? Were they not going to talk about working together? Did the fake human emperor not come to talk about working together? Fong Ping grabbed its neck with his palm, motioning it not to move. Very quickly, his mentality brushed past. He sighed. Did he really not come? As he said that, the vast mentality disappeared. In the next moment, when the cat was about to jump out, Fong Ping grabbed it. Old Zhang also grabbed its tail and pinched its mouth, not letting it speak. The cat felt wronged. What was it doing now? It did not know what was going on. After a while, another mentality brushed past. The voice sounded again. Fong Ping, I'm very sincere. I also want to be free and get rid of the trouble of the origin land. There are a few ways to get rid of the trouble of the origin land. First, find someone from the 3 realms to prove their Tao. Second, create a small origin land like this one and replace it. Third, find another powerhouse to replace it, for example, another emperor. The last one is the simplest and the most difficult. However, if you and I work together, I can get out of this predicament through the third option. Kill an emperor and help me get out of this predicament. When I get out of this predicament, an emperor will die and the origin land will be in chaos. At that time, both you and I will benefit. Fong Ping, don't you want to think about it? Fong Ping still did not move. It was a very tempting suggestion. The key was, you should have * king expose your identity. At this point, even the voice was fake. Your mentality was hidden and not obvious. It would be strange if I believed you. The other party was probably not sure that I was here. That was why he was testing me. Very quickly, the mentality disappeared again. The cat felt that it could speak this time. At this time, old Zhang and Fong Ping looked at each other and nodded slightly. Very quickly, the two of them continued digging downwards. Fong Ping quickly restored the soil above and dived down with the cat. After a while, there was a rumble. The soil above exploded. The voice sounded a little dissatisfied. Fong Ping, you guys are here. The passageway has been touched. Do you really think I can't tell? Since you're here, come out and talk. Otherwise, I'll seal this place and reveal this place to others. You won't be able to escape. Underground, the cat turned its head to look at Fong Ping, blinking. Should he go out? Fong Ping's big hand pinched its head. Don't move. Even if this person knew that he was here, could he guarantee that he was still here? He might not be sure. Because he was not sure, he would test again and again. If he had the guts, he could continue to investigate. It would not benefit the other party if he messed up this place. If the commotion was too big and exposed, it would be even more troublesome. This time was different from the last time. Last time, there was no emperor in the source land. This time, everyone was in the source land. Just like the previous person, sealing the origin directly would cause too big a commotion and might attract other people's attention. Mentality swept again and again. Again and again, Fong Ping and old Zhang also changed places after each shot. They did not stay in the same place. They continued to dig and restore. As expected, very soon, mentality swept over the place where they were staying. Again and again, Fong Ping and old Zhang changed hiding places again and again. It was all an old trick. Both of them were familiar with these tricks. Although the emperor had lived for a long time, his knowledge was limited. It was not as unfathomable as imagined. Hiding in one place for tens of thousands of years, how could there be so many tricks? Just like that, they were in a stalemate for a while. The voice sounded again, sighing. It seems like you've really left. Did you go to other places in the source land? That's troublesome, but it's also everyone's trouble. After saying that, the mentality disappeared again. Fong Ping and old Zhang still did not go out, continuing to endure. Fong Ping did not believe that the other party had left. Even if he had really left, he still had to endure for a while. Otherwise, he would be discovered the moment he came, and many plans could not be carried out. Just like that, they waited for a while. The cat's tail swayed, a little depressed. It had been a long time. Out of these two, one was grabbing its tail, pinching its mouth, and the other was pinching its head. It was very uncomfortable. Okay, Fong Ping ignored it and sent a voice transmission. Has he left? I'm not sure. Who is it? Did you sense it? Mentality is very strong, but it's still hard to judge. Both of them talked for a while, but it was still hard to determine who it was. At this moment, the cat suddenly sent a voice transmission through mentality. Ask me. I recognize him, it's Old Man West. Fong Ping was stunned for a moment. Emperor West, he knew that Emperor West's mentality was strong, but to be honest, he did not suspect Emperor West. It was not just Fong Ping. Before this, the Emperor God and the others could not be sure, but in the end, they locked their sights on Dong Huang and the others, even the Emperor and the Earthly Emperor who were not here. As for Emperor West, who was the most suspicious, they did not suspect much. Emperor West, who guarded the gate of spiritual consciousness, took the initiative to mention that he had discovered something unusual. In addition, he was the one who guarded the gate of spiritual consciousness, embezzlement. They also felt that it was too obvious. But now, the cat said that it recognized him. It was Emperor West. Fang Ping was stunned for a moment, and hurriedly sent a voice transmission. Are you sure? Yes, it's him. The cat was a little proud, sending a voice transmission. I know Old Man West's smell. I can smell it with one sniff. If I didn't smell it the first time, I'll be able to after a few more times. Emperor West's mentality swept more than once. This cat's nose was more sensitive than the heavenly dog's. That day, the Tao tree was separated by a mystic realm, but it could smell it. Fang Ping raised his eyebrows. Not bad, the father of celestial polarity was somewhat beyond his expectations. Fang Ping asked quickly, have you found celestial polarity's gate of spirit? Old Zhang said immediately, I found it. Fang Ping's eyes flickered. Is it to let my son get rid of the immortal source, or does he want to trick my son as well? This old guy, last time, he turned his limbs into power and integrated it to celestial polarity. I didn't expect him to still have a trick up his sleeve, pretending to be a good person. I didn't expect him to trick Emperor Spirit's niece. It seems like he's not a good person either. Old Zhang rolled his eyes. Nonsense, were there good people among the emperors, who was not cruel and merciless? If they were really good people, they would not become emperors. This place was built by the West Emperor. To be honest, Fang Ping had not expected this. At this moment, Fang Ping's eyes flickered. He looked at Old Zhang. Was there a possibility of working with Emperor West? To be honest, Fang Ping had thought that Emperor West could be roped in, but now he was a little worried. This fellow was more treacherous than he had imagined. However, Old Zhang suddenly said, it's good to be sinister. I like this kind of person who has a request and isn't very strong. If he was too strong, it would be difficult for the God Emperor and the others to cooperate with him. Those who were too weak and did not have much of a presence, such as Emperor Nan. You did not even know what he wanted. It's good that Emperor Shi is like this. It's good that he has a purpose and ambition. Kid, I can consider cooperating with him. Fang Ping turned his head and thought about it. It seemed to make sense. Fang Ping licked his lips. Could he work with Emperor West? Not a single emperor was a good person. Fang Ping had no doubt about this. In that case, the West Emperor was not a good person either. But if it could provide benefits, who cared if it was good or bad? Intimidate this old man. Fang Ping raised his eyebrows. In the next moment, a gush of mentality suddenly swept out. At this moment, a similar wave of mental power swept over. The two sides collided, and with a rumbling sound, the entire place trembled. Shen, is there a need to welcome me like this? Fang Ping's laughter could be heard. You've made too much noise. Be careful not to get discovered. Shen? Fang Ping, you're really here. That's right, I'm Celeste. Emperor West's I am me attitude seemed to be testing Fang Ping. Fang Ping sneered. Emperor West, stop pretending. If I hadn't recognized you, would I have shown myself? It was because he recognized you and knew that you were afraid of death that he showed himself. You're just like your son. You're afraid of death, but you don't want to die, and you don't want to put in too much effort. To put it simply, he wanted all the benefits, but there was no way he could put in any effort. If I didn't know your personality, do you think you would be able to discover me? You think I'm testing you? Look at your wretched personality. You've even revealed your mental strength. I knew it was you at first glance. The world fell silent. A wretched personality, and even his spiritual energy was wretched. In the next moment, a person appeared in the void. It was an old man. The appearance of the West Emperor, Emperor West felt a little strange and helpless. My spiritual force is wretched? Who are you talking about? How could this be? Fang Ping's silhouette appeared as well. He sneered. Isn't that the case? It's bad enough that you've tried so many times, but you're still hiding outside and refusing to leave. If you're not a wretched person, then who is? The cat is down there? The next moment, the cat popped out and said strangely, I'm not outside. Fang Ping's expression darkened. What does this have to do with you? Damn, at every critical moment, this cat has to come out and act cute. I can't stand you, Emperor. She also laughed and said, you hide underground, are you more noble than this old man? I guessed that you guys were underground, but I couldn't find your exact location. It seems like you guys have been constantly moving. In terms of vulgarity, this old man may not necessarily be more vulgar than you. Fang Ping sneered. He looked at him and said, you've got guts. You even dared to lay your hands on Emperor Ling's niece. Emperor, she chuckled and said, you're quite courageous to even dare to come to the source. I had no choice but to come. Then I have no choice but to act. Emperor, she sighed and said, this old man also wants to live a more comfortable life. I also want to discuss about the past and present, but reality doesn't allow it. Emperor, she looked very helpless. He shook his head and said, there's no other way. Everyone is scheming anyway. Am I not just guarding the gate of spiritual consciousness? I can also make one for fun. Conveniently? Fang Ping sneered. This place had put a lot of effort, how could it be conveniently? Let's get straight to the point. How strong are you exactly? Fang Ping said lightly, too weak. You're not qualified to cooperate with me. Emperor, she laughed. You're very arrogant. Someone actually thinks that the Emperor is weak. I'm not arrogant. I'm just speaking with facts. This is just my body. When my real body arrives, my outburst is more than 70 million calories. Fang Ping said lightly, if me, Heavenly King subduing, the cat, and a powerhouse behind me join forces, an emperor with an outburst lower than 80 million calories is just looking for death. What about you? If you're not strong enough, I'll kill you and return to the three realms. It's considered a profit. Emperor Shi's gaze changed for a while. You're not bragging? Fang Ping sneered. I don't need to intimidate you. Of course, if you're like the Emperor and the others, close to 100 million calories outbursts, you can pretend that I didn't say anything. Emperor Shi glanced at him. Fang Ping smiled lightly. If you don't want to make a big fuss, then it's fine if you don't cooperate. I'll break some doors and leave. Pretend that you didn't see me. Don't. Emperor Shi grinned cheekily. Fang Ping, we're old friends. Let's chat. I even gave you a divine weapon last time. You know about the clones? Fang Ping narrowed his eyes. At that time, the clones had been shattered. These people were outside. How could Emperor Shi know? Emperor Shi laughed. Didn't I merge into my son's body? Then I'm not really dead. Naturally, I still know. Then do you know that your son moved Western Palace and I didn't get it? Emperor Shi chuckled. I can't do anything about that. You go and look for it yourself. As he said that, Emperor Shi continued, what's your purpose in coming here? To kill a few emperors as a sacrifice. Truth? Truth. Fang Ping said seriously, I'm not the kind of person who waits for people to come knocking on my door. All these years, I've been leading people to come knocking on my door. Even if my strength is not as good as others, I still want to strike first. You, Emperor Ling, Emperor Nan, and Beast Emperor are all my targets. You are the weakest. If I don't kill you, who should I kill? Beast Emperor is the first target. You are the second. Emperor Nan is the third, killing 3 is more or less enough. Emperor Shi was stunned. Are you serious? Duh. Fang Ping sneered. What do you think? Do you think I'll be afraid of you? To be honest, among the emperors, only a few are a little scary. You guys are nothing but bystanders. I didn't expect you to have some tricks up your sleeves. Otherwise, you might be my first target. Emperor Shi chuckled. But I didn't provoke you. My son didn't provoke you either. We're neutral. If you attack us, isn't that a waste? Kill the fence-sitters first. That's my usual style. Emperor Shi thought about it. It made sense, it seemed like it was true. I'm a little scared, Emperor Shi looked terrified. Fang Ping sneered. What are you pretending for? If I didn't see that you have a trick up your sleeves, I would really think that you only know how to hide like your son. I didn't expect you to have some tricks up your sleeve. Your son didn't learn everything. He only learned to be a coward. He didn't learn to be ruthless and a coward. Emperor, she sighed. That makes sense. But it's good. Otherwise, he might be dead, isn't it? You're right. Emperor, she laughed quickly. If your body of origin is destroyed, you'll be dead. Fang Ping, your real body isn't here after all. Aren't you afraid that I'll attack you? Fang Ping said calmly, then you can try. Since I dared to come, I won't be unprepared. I don't need to hide it from you. I still have people among the 9 emperors. You're tricking me? You don't believe me? 1%, 90%. Emperor, she said seriously, what you say, 1% is the limit. There's no need to believe more. Then you can do it. I'm afraid of death. Emperor, she said with a serious face, why don't you go and make trouble in someone else's territory? I'll pretend I never saw you. How about that? This is your territory? Emperor, she nodded and sighed. In order not to be discovered by others, I hid the spiritual knowledge source in the area that I'm guarding. There are a total of 36 heavens and earths in the source land. Everyone guards a different area. In fact, you can understand it as one emperor, one heavens. The source land can take root at most 36 emperor paths. Now, some places are occupied, and some places are not. Every heavens is dangerous. I'm afraid that others will explore other uninhabited heavens, so I hid this place in my own area. You're quite bold. Fang Ping laughed. The most dangerous place is the safest? Emperor, she grinned. No, it's waiting for this origin land to mature. It can help me escape faster. I'm afraid of accidents. Of course, I'm also afraid of being discovered. It's better to hide in my own territory. Mature? Yes. As long as there are enough powerhouses among these paths that I collect and feel that they can fill the hole I left behind, I can use this thing to replace me and escape. What about the people inside? How would I know? They might turn into energy and be absorbed by the origin. Your son is there too. So be it if he's dead. Emperor, she laughed. Who cares about their son? You young people really don't understand. Boom, a low sound rang out. Fang Ping took a few steps back. Emperor, she raised his eyebrows. What are you doing? You don't care about your son. I'll help you break his path. Isn't that great? That's also energy. Fang Ping sneered. Do you think I'll use your son to threaten you? Forget it. I'm not that low class. Celestial Terminus didn't provoke me. As he said that, Fang Ping grinned. But then again, you value your son quite a lot. If that's the case, why don't I invite your son to the human realm as a guest? Are you threatening me? Yes. Emperor, she laughed. It's useless. Even you understand that putting down the butcher's knife will lead to death. Do you think I don't? While the two were talking, old Zhang suddenly appeared and said with a smile, Seniors, let's not test each other. Emperor, she was surprised. You're here too? The humans really put in a lot of effort this time. Both of you are trapped here. That old ghost from Fingerview Town is guarding the humans? Zhang Tao laughed. Riches come from danger. That makes sense too. Emperor, she laughed. Cooperation? How do you want to cooperate, Senior? Emperor, she sighed. This fruit of mine might not be able to ripen. If you guys find out, will you let me continue? If the fruit can't ripen, there's no way to replace me. As for finding those people from the 3 realms as replacements, to be honest, it's difficult. They're all smart people. It's not that simple. I still have to prevent problems from happening at that time. The final outcome might not be too good. Then I can only take the 3rd path. Kill an emperor and mend the hole for me. Fang Ping laughed. What about the hole left behind by killing that emperor? Emperor, she was surprised. What does it have to do with me? I'm already gone. Why should I care about them? He was speechless. What he said made too much sense. Emperor, she continued, kill an emperor and I'll steal his power. Of course, I can't leave now. If I leave, I'll be easily targeted. How about we cooperate in secret? Emperor Shi laughed. This is the simplest way. As long as you satisfy me, you can talk about the rest. His goal was very simple. Kill an emperor and steal his power to mend his hole. As for the others, who cares? Kill one person and you guys have less pressure. It's actually a win-win situation. Emperor Shi laughed. How about it? If you cooperate, I can provide some help. Of course, in order not to expose me and to have a chance to cooperate in the future, you guys will be the main force and I'll be the support. Fang Ping looked at him. After a while, he said, who is the easiest to kill among the 9 emperors? Emperor Shi laughed. If the Emperor God and the others don't say, it's too difficult. Be careful not to be killed. As for Emperor Spirit, Celestial Emperor has a relationship with her. Be careful lest you get killed by Celestial Emperor. That leaves only the Beast Emperor, Emperor Nan, and Emperor North. Emperor North is the strongest among the 3. It's best to give up on him. You guys may not be his match. The Beast Emperor and Emperor Nan are slightly weaker. But it's best not to touch the Beast Emperor. The Celestial Emperor may also be watching this guy to perfect the demon race's great Tao. As for Emperor Nan, this guy is useless. Emperor Shi laughed. Emperor Nan is neither good enough nor good enough. His presence is weak. Killing him is the easiest. I've learned his vitality restoration technique. Emperor Shi said disapprovingly, it's not prepared for you. It's prepared for the Tao tree. You snatched the opportunity yourself. That's your ability. What does it have to do with him? You've also learned Emperor Ren's technique, Emperor East's technique, and Emperor North's technique. Are you not going to kill them? Then just give up. When the realm wall shatters, let's see if they kill you or not. Emperor Shi said indifferently, don't take it seriously. What vitality restoration technique? It's only useful for you. Your power is more special. If others learn it, unless their strength is balanced, it would be a waste of time. Emperor Shi said, killing him is the least risky. The easiest. This guy's strength is about the same as mine. Killing him is enough to fill the hole I left. Then isn't it easier to kill you? Emperor Shi laughed and said, you can't say that. I'm afraid of death, so. I'm just here with some spiritual energy. It's not my real body. You can't find my real body. That fool Emperor Nan doesn't have the time. He's still in the 7th heaven. I've been watching him for a long time. His real body is there. Go there and kill him. It's very easy. You speak as if it's true. It's true. Emperor Shi hurriedly said, the key is that apart from him, you have no one to kill. Also, Emperor Nan is not a good person. When he said to replace everyone with a cultivator of the Qi and blood path, he was the first to agree. This guy was the most active in sealing the great Tao of the celestial source. During the killing battle, he went quickly. When killing Celestial Emperor Badian and Celestial Emperor, this guy was the first to rush. Over, I'm not a fence-sitter, it's him. He runs to whichever side is strong. You humans are not as strong as the divine emperors. When the time comes, he'll be the first to kill you. Don't doubt it. Emperor Nan is the worst. It's definitely like this. Look, this time when he came to the 3 realms to kill you, didn't Emperor Nan prepare to break his 9 clones? I didn't go because I didn't want to be enemies with you. Emperor Ling was forced to do so. Beast Emperor is a one-track mind. Only Emperor Nan really wants to get close to the divine emperors, so, killing him is the right thing to do. Fang Ping laughed. How do I know if you're trying to trick me? If you lure me over there and then make a big commotion, it's not your territory anyway. Even if you kill me, no one will suspect you. Then there's nothing I can do. If you don't believe me, this cooperation can't continue. Emperor Shi sighed. I'm full of sincerity. To be honest, if I can get out of trouble, why should I help them? There's no need. If you have the ability to kill Emperor Nan, I can't be happier. At this point, everyone takes care of their own. I can't take care of Emperor Nan. Fang Ping sneered. Aren't you old friends? Emperor Shi was speechless. Who's an old friend? We're not that familiar. When we achieved Dao in the past, we even had a conflict. In order to achieve Dao, we almost killed each other. How can we be old friends? Fang Ping thought about it and said, alright, then the premise of the cooperation is that you help us get a batch of Origin Stars fragments. I want to descend with my real body, and there's also the Azure Cat, Heavenly King subduing, and the person behind me. We all need this thing. You guys, Emperor Shi shook his head. How can there be so many? Do you think the source land is full of them? There were more in the past, but now they're nowhere to be found. Why is the Divine Emperor the strongest? The first Emperor is because he was the first to enter this place, found the most Origin Stars fragments, and integrated them into the origin. This thing is helpful to all of us. Everyone wants to ask for more and take more. Many of the 36 levels have been swept away now. I don't care. Fang Ping laughed. You want to get out of trouble, and I want the Origin Stars fragments. It's a win-win situation. Besides, without my real body, how can I kill Emperor Nan? Kill him with verbal cannons? Emperor Shi had the urge to vomit blood. I need too much. It's easy to deal with one person, but it's difficult with more people. The Azure Cat suddenly muttered, it's easy. Isn't this made of Origin Stars fragments and some other things? Just smash this, and it'll be enough. Emperor Shi's expression changed drastically. The Azure Cat was talking about this mentality seed. When he saw Fang Ping staring at the ground, Emperor Shi hurriedly said, Don't listen to this cat's nonsense. This is just the condensation of ordinary origin chi, it's not. The Azure Cat said unhappily, do you think I can't smell it? Emperor Shi's face turned purple, old Zhang laughed, and Fang Ping laughed too. This was it, that was really a case of wearing out iron shoes in vain. Emperor Shi, didn't you not care about this? After killing Emperor Nan, you don't need this anymore. Why don't you smash this and give it to us? This, Emperor Shi said dryly, if I fail, I won't even have a way out. If I fail to kill Emperor Nan, I can still count on this fruit, but if this is gone, then I have no way out. If you don't try, how do you know you'll definitely fail? Emperor Shi said gloomily, the point is, even if you try, you don't know if you can succeed. It's better to guard this small piece of land. The chances are a little higher. So, you were just fooling us before? Emperor Shi wanted to say something but stopped. He wanted to say yes, but after thinking about it, forget it, he would not say it. This is my savings for many years. If I use it myself, I can be a little stronger. If I really give it to you, then tens of thousands of years of savings will go down the drain. If I fail, I won't even have a place to cry. Emperor Shi struggled and said, Fang Ping, are you confident? Although Emperor Nan's vitality restoration skill is relatively useless, at a critical moment, if he uses it, his combat strength will still increase. 80 million calories is not a problem. Are you really confident that you can kill him? With Senior Emperor Shi's help, of course I'm confident. Emperor Shi struggled and hesitated. Old Zhang could not help but say, Senior, forget about acting. Actually, you won't lose anything. If you succeed, you'll gain a lot. If you fail, you'll only lose this bit of the star's origin. This place has actually been discovered a long time ago. They're just waiting for you to fall into the trap. Don't you know it? Emperor Ling and Celestial Emperor have both discovered these things. Emperor Ling has even locked onto Lin Zi. Otherwise, how do you think we know? Once you make a move, Lin Zi's side will definitely be noticed. Soon, someone will come to ruin your plan. You know this yourself, so you're actually just carrying some hope. But now, if this thing is destroyed, you'll be cleared of suspicion, and there's still hope to kill Emperor Nan to fulfill your wish. Isn't it more worthwhile than guarding this useless star? You can't say that, Fang Ping said impatiently. Cooperation? If you don't want to cooperate, then do it now. If not, then don't even mention cooperation. Everyone will go their separate ways. Let's see if we can't find anyone to cooperate with without you. Find Emperor Nan and say that killing you will fulfill his wish. He'll probably be very happy. Emperor Shi gritted his teeth. Okay, then we'll cooperate. But, we have to frame Emperor Nan. I'll destroy this place and stuff the broken things over to Emperor Nan. You guys will pretend to come out from the broken star over there, meet Emperor Nan, and have a great battle. This way, no one will suspect me. Emperor Nan secretly plotted against Emperor Ling's niece. If Emperor Ling finds out, he'll probably want to stab him again. If others find out, they probably won't stand up for him. Emperor, she said with assurance, this way, after killing Emperor Nan, the risk will be minimized. Besides, if I steal Emperor Nan's power, others will definitely suspect where Emperor Nan's power went. Speaking of this, Emperor Shi looked at Fang Ping and said with a smile, I'll need you guys to take the blame for this. If everyone contributes, we can cooperate better. If I hide here, we might be able to cooperate again in the future. If I expose myself, it won't do you any good. You guys can say that Cat absorbed it, or Fang Ping absorbed it, or even that old geezer Zhen absorbed it. That old geezer is still a good scapegoat. Emperor Shi began to plan what would happen after success. He continued, next to Emperor Nan, one is the Beast Emperor, and the other is me. We became emperors late, so everyone gathered together. Something happened to Emperor Nan. By right, the Beast Emperor and I should be the first to rush to the rescue. However, the source is dangerous and risky. I'll think of a way to trap the Beast Emperor for a while. When I kill Emperor Nan, the Beast Emperor will be the first to rush over, and I will be the second. Even if others suspect, the first suspect will be the Beast Emperor. What about you guys? After killing Emperor Nan, be careful of the Beast Emperor's attack. Also, although the Divine Emperor and the others are also suppressing the riots, they won't be too slow to rush over. According to you humans, other than me and the Beast Emperor, the third to arrive should be the Divine Emperor or the Emperor of Heaven reverse. At most 3 minutes. Within 3 minutes, kill Emperor Nan and complete the evacuation. Only then can we escape. Otherwise, you will be blocked at the source and surrounded. You will definitely die. He had even thought of an escape route. It was as if he had this idea for a long time. He continued, Emperor Nan is at the 7th heaven, I am at the 8th heaven, and the Beast Emperor is at the 6th heaven. When you guys evacuate, don't go to my place. Go to the Beast Emperor's place and enter the 6th heaven. Don't go to the 5th heaven. When Emperor Nan quiets down, then turn back to the 7th heaven. After that, continue to dive down and enter the uninhabited 9th heaven. Fang Ping looked at him in a daze. How long had this guy been planning this? He was familiar with the process, and he had an attitude of having everything under control. Sure enough, one could not judge a book by its cover. Emperor Shi was so evil. This guy had probably been scheming against Emperor Nan. Emperor Nan might even treat him as a brother. Emperor Shi was a little embarrassed by their stares. He laughed dryly and said, don't misunderstand. I'm just more familiar with this. That's why I said all this. It's also for your sake. Fang Ping sneered. Embarrassed? You'll be embarrassed? Your heart is even blacker than mine. He glanced at old Zhang. You've just arrived and you want to do something big, old Zhang. This is not what I want to do. Emperor Shi, this old bastard, egged me on. Should I do it? Zhang Tao was also a little speechless. As soon as they arrived, they met an emperor who was ready to kill for a long time. Was this a good thing or a bad thing? Emperor Shi was very evil. He was really worried that he would be betrayed by him. When bad people met bad people, it was hard to be at ease with each other. Killing an emperor was not that simple. Emperors were very difficult to kill. Even if they were killed, they might revive again. Since he had reached a cooperation agreement with Emperor West, Fang Ping did not stand on ceremony and went straight to the point. How to completely destroy an emperor? The emperor's Tao was rooted in the ground. As long as the Tao was not destroyed, the emperor would not be destroyed. In the past, the earthly emperor was killed, but now he appeared again. This was the emperor. Destroy his Tao. Emperor West laughed. If you destroy his Tao, you will naturally destroy him. However, Tao is invisible and intangible. It is difficult to find where the other party is rooted. Each emperor has a heaven. The emperor's Tao is different from others. Their Tao is not like others, it is a Tao. It may be a sword, a stone, or a tree. Each heaven is very big, very vast, and there are many dangerous places. Their great Daos might turn into dust, clouds, rain, and fuse with the world. If you can't find it, it will be difficult to kill him. This was the first time Fang Ping knew this situation. He frowned. In this way, it was too difficult to kill an emperor. The West Emperor continued, there's another way to completely kill a sovereign. For example, destroying that heaven. Of course, it's too difficult. If it were that simple, the earthly sovereign wouldn't have been revived after he was killed. However, the Tao of immortality is nothing. Even if the other party revives again, who knows how many years it will take. Emperor Shi didn't care much about this. He smiled and said, what I need is Emperor Nan's power, not his great path. It's enough to destroy him and devour his power. Let the Sky Emperor and the others deal with the great path. Fang Ping sneered. The Tao is still there. Maybe it will revive tomorrow. Besides, is it enough to devour his power? Without destroying the Tao, can the power alone help you get out? If it was so simple, no one would be able to get out after killing the earthly emperor. Emperor West was not honest. He definitely knew how to find the Tao and even where Emperor Nan's Tao was, but he did not say it. Why not? Maybe he could only get out if he got the other party's Tao. He was afraid that Fang Ping would trick him. If Fang Ping destroyed the Tao or simply took it away, how could he reason with him? Of course, this was Emperor West's thoughts. Fang Ping did not care about him. He pretended not to know and continued to ask. He wanted to find out how to find the sovereign's great path, where it was, and how to destroy it. Cut the weeds and pull up the roots. Fang Ping did not want to destroy the emperor's body today, only to have the other party resurrect in the blink of an eye. It would be a waste to kill it. How much did one have to pay to kill an emperor? If he was unlucky, it was normal for him to be killed instead. Emperor Shi laughed and said, don't worry, the other party won't wake up. It's not that simple. How to find the great Tao? I really can't find it, then give up. Don't. Emperor West glanced at Fang Ping, then at Zhang Tao. He smiled and said, Martial King, why don't we talk? Fang Ping is too young and has a bad temper. Old Zhang chuckled. I'm young too. I'm not even 100 years old yet. You can talk to Fang Ping. The West Emperor was mentally exhausted. After a long while, he coughed and said, finding the emperor's great path isn't completely impossible. Sovereigns also had their own origin. Although their origin no longer provided enhancements, it was actually the power of their origin that fused with their physical bodies. That was why others said that sovereigns did not need to rely on Source Tao, but in reality, this did not exist. Once the Source Tao was destroyed, even if the sovereign did not die, his strength would be extremely weak. Since the power of the origin has fused with the body, when you kill the other party, a part of the other party's power will return to the origin. At this time, you can explore the location of the Great Path according to the direction in which this power disappeared. Of course, the speed is very fast. It may disappear in a flash. You may not be able to capture this opportunity. That is why you have to determine some areas in advance. Areas that may exist, squat there, and capture them. This is easy. Emperor Shi said with a smile, this requires you to understand your opponent and have accurate judgment. Indeed, each layered heaven was very big. If you could not determine a general area, then it would be difficult to capture the opportunity to return the power to the origin at this moment. Only when you determined that the other party's origin must exist in this area and covered and monitored within a small area, then there would be a chance to completely destroy the other party. Fang Ping glanced at him and smiled. Senior, have you already determined the area? Emperor West smiled and said nothing. Nonsense. Of course he had. If he had not, he would not have said those things. Where is it? The weather is so good today. Fang Ping raised his eyebrows. It seemed that this old guy was unwilling to say. Emperor West was also very helpless. Fang Ping, you know your own business. If I really told you, would this Tao still fall into my hands? You are right. If I want to escape, then I have to use Tao. Use Emperor Nan's Tao to fill the hole I left behind. If you take it away, I'm afraid I won't have a share. Let's not beat around the bush. I won't let Emperor Nan resurrect. If there is a chance, he will turn on you and me. But if you want to take away the Tao, then it is obvious that you are not sincere in cooperating. Then, wouldn't my efforts be in vain? Fang Ping wanted to say more, but old Zhang continued, Senior is right. However, if we find it ourselves, then don't blame us for not keeping our promise. Emperor West said carelessly, Of course. You found it? You just came. Can you lock down the area in such a big place? Emperor Nan was killed, and his power returned instantly. He had already locked down a small area. In the blink of an eye, he seized the Dao and left quietly. Where are you going to find it? If he dared to cooperate, of course, he was fully prepared. Moreover, he had been targeting Emperor Nan for so many years. How could he not know? Emperor Nan better than you. At this time, old Zhang thought for a while and asked, I heard that Heavenly King Subduing has also taken root in the source of the Tao, him? Emperor West smiled and said, he survived. Not to mention, if it weren't for Zhang's interference last time, his 3 gates would have been broken, and he would have taken root and condensed the origin. At that time, someone might have attacked him. In the end, half of his Tao was inside, and the other half was outside. He had not completely condensed the Tao fruit. This is the materialization of the origin. We also call it the Tao fruit. If this fruit is not ripe, there is no way to help us fill the hole. Moreover, it is not condensed, and it is difficult to find. If he had taken root in that day, I'm afraid he would have died. Fang Ping and old Zhang were slightly stunned. So dangerous? No wonder Heavenly King Subduing said that he had been tricked. In that case, that time when the emperor left the 3 gates, it might really be to trick him. After all, before this, Heavenly King Subduing had begun to try to break the 3 gates, and the emperor knew. After entering the mystic realm, would Heavenly King Subduing not break the Real Gate if he seized the opportunity? Heavenly King Subduing cursed last time, saying that there were too many schemers. He probably realized it and almost lost his life. How could he not curse? Fang Ping said in a low voice, in that case, he has also fallen into the trap. Can killing an emperor help him escape? Of course. Emperor West looked at him strangely and said, there are a total of 9 emperors. Even if you include Dou, there are only 10. Do you think it is so easy to kill the emperor? Is killing an emperor that easy? He said it like it was a game. Killing an emperor helped Heavenly King Subduing escape. Why don't you just kill Celestial Emperor and the 9 emperors? Fang Ping squinted and smiled. Is it difficult? After killing Emperor Nan, I'll try again. Hee hee. Emperor West did not dissuade him. It was up to you. Just kill Emperor Nan. Anyway, I only need an emperor's path. It was not bad for you to die, lest you cause trouble for me. But soon. Emperor West's eyelids twitched. Fang Ping, Zhang Tao, and the cat, 2 people and 1 cat, all had a strange look in their eyes. Emperor West turned his head and thought. Who should he kill? If Emperor Nan died, the easiest ones to kill were, of course, the Beast Emperor and him. But he also said that the Beast Emperor might be targeted. After all, the Beast Emperor was the key to the Demon Clan's Tao. Who else would be easy to kill? Himself. Emperor West's expression changed again and again. He laughed dryly and said, don't mess around. We're all in the same group. If you find others to cooperate with, you might be swallowed whole. I'm different. If you don't trust me, then go to Emperor West's palace and capture that kid Celestial Polarity. Don't worry, our cooperation is unbreakable. Fang Ping curled his lips. You're really good at selling your son. Not continuing this topic, Fang Ping said, I know about Emperor Nan's vitality restoration skill. At a critical moment, vitality and mentality transform into force. Even if it can't be maintained for a long time, he may become stronger. It's very difficult to kill him, and he may even die. Are there any weaknesses that we can use to break through them? Weakness? Emperor West pondered and said, to put it bluntly, emperors are considered omnipotent. The weakness is not too obvious. At most, there will be some deviation in strength, but the deviation will not be too big. If you want to kill him, I'm afraid you can only do it by force. Of course, his mentality is still slightly weaker. He knows the vitality restoration skill. His physique and vitality are not weak, but his mentality is slightly weaker. Of course, this is only relatively speaking. According to your classification, His mentality is also above 200,000 Hz mentality suppression, then forcefully attack his physique. This should be the easiest. Fang Ping frowned. Emperors were indeed difficult to deal with. He thought for a while and said, my chaos vanquishing saber slashes people and slashes Daos. Can it slash his physique and break his Daos at the same time? Chaos vanquishing saber? You mean the 9 Emperors seal? Emperor West thought for a while and said, I'm afraid not. This thing was actually created by us. Back then, we worked together to create this. The 9 Emperor seal is considered a good weapon. It's mainly because it incorporates some origin stars fragments, so it can slash Daos. It's fine for ordinary people, but it's not very effective against emperors. Otherwise, we wouldn't have dared to create this back then. Emperors have incorporated origin stars fragments, so the effect of your chaos vanquishing saber will be much weaker against emperors. It's not very obvious. Fang Ping was a little disappointed. In fact, he had also guessed it. This thing was jointly forged by the 9 emperors. Of course, he heard that the Celestial Emperor also had a hand in it. However, if a weapon could kill emperors, he was afraid that the emperors themselves would not dare to give this thing away. However, the chaos vanquishing saber is sharp enough. That's enough. Emperor West explained, the emperor's physique is very strong. His jade bones have been successfully forged. Although it's not as good as the Celestial Emperor's jade bones, it's difficult for ordinary divine weapons to cut it. The chaos vanquishing saber can slash flesh. It's already considered the top weapon in the 3 realms. As long as you can slash his physique, Emperor Nan is dead. Zhang Tao thought for a while and said, kill Emperor Nan within 3 minutes. If we can't kill him, Emperor Nan won't let us retreat. How can we escape then? Emperor West was asked. How would I know? You're being held back. You're dead. That's your business. Why are you asking me? Zhang Tao smiled and said, I don't believe that Senior has no confidence at all after planning for so many years. We can only count it as a coincidence. Without us, I'm afraid Senior will also attack. If that's the case, Senior must have a foolproof plan. Senior, working together will benefit both sides. You know this too. There are some things that I hope Senior can give us some pointers. Emperor West was even more helpless. After a while, he said, if you fail to kill Emperor Nan, you can try and persuade him to join forces to kill the Beast Emperor. This way, he might be tempted. Of course, there's also a chance that he won't. This depends on luck. If you're lucky, he might be willing to cooperate. If you're unlucky, you'll be blocked. Even if you drag me down with you, you're dead. I'll just be one more person to die. After saying that, he added, it's just in case. In fact, the possibility of him agreeing is not high. Your reputation, cough, really stinks. Emperor West shrugged. I'm serious. Based on the experience of Fang Ping and the others, they killed their collaborator easily. Who would dare to really believe them? Of course, cooperating with them was also based on a certain degree of confidence. Fang Ping was too lazy to say anything more. He said quickly, then, Senior, please break this place immediately. We want to integrate the star fragments. Right, before that, can we break some mentality doors? Yes, but not too many people. If there are too many, there will be movement in the immortal source. Emperor West said in a low voice, if there's movement in the immortal source, then tell everyone that you're here. If you really come to the source, do you think everyone will be on guard against you? If it's less than 5 people, I can still cover it up a little. If it's more than 5, I'm afraid I can't. 5 people? Zhang Tao frowned. This was too little. Emperor West said again, besides, Celestial Pole is also one of them. Fang Ping glanced at him. Emperor West chuckled. In the past, breaking 8 was very troublesome. Now, there are many breaking 8. Not many people will care. Besides, Celestial Pole is low-key. He won't tell anyone that he broke 8. Not many people pay attention to him. It's not a big deal. Fang Ping said lightly, think about it carefully. Your son broke 8. Do you think others will suspect you if they find out? Emperor West was still taking a risk by letting Celestial Pole break 8. Why did Fang Ping and the others help Celestial Pole break mentality doors? As long as the Emperor found out, they might guess that this was done by Emperor West. The mentality seed was Emperor West's arrangement. Emperor West chuckled. It's fine. Celestial Pole is low-key. It's fine. There were benefits to being low-key, that was to not attract attention. Celestial Pole was really low-key. He broke 8. Would he dare to tell others? He would not dare to. About the wind and cloud list, it's fine. Emperor West laughed. I said I can cover it up a little and confuse the immortal source. Even if that guy judges the strength through the immortal source, it's not like I can't stop his prying. He might not be able to break through. Besides, even if he can, he won't dare to make a big commotion if it's too big. That's good. Fang Ping did not care about this. He was thinking about who to help break the mentality doors. There were still 4 places left, too few, there were too many people who needed to break the doors. Now, there was no way to break the doors in large numbers. Otherwise, it would easily cause a riot in the immortal source. The seed here did not completely steal the Tao. It was just a copy. If there was a big commotion here, the immortal source would also have a big commotion. Old Zhang glanced at Fang Ping, then at the cat. He asked, is Heavenly Dog reliable? The cat said hurriedly, Big Dog is very reliable. If Big Dog broke the mentality door, that would be breaking 9, the cat still wanted to fight for some benefits for Big Dog. Then count Heavenly Dog in. Zhang Tao said again, Heavenly Dog, Li Zhen, you choose the remaining 2. Fang Ping pondered and said quickly, War King, Jiang Hao. Zhang Tao looked at him. I thought you would choose Wu Quishan. Wu Quishan had also reached Emperor level, although he was still quite a distance away from Heavenly King. Fang Ping smiled and did not care. If I choose, of course I'll choose someone who is close to Heavenly King. Old Wu is still quite far away. Even if he breaks the door now, he won't be able to break 8. Why bother? Besides, Wang Ruobing still has a chance. If she breaks the vitality door, she can still break 8. Among the 5 of them, Heavenly Dog and Celestial Pole were not humans. The remaining 3 were all saints. Once they reached Heavenly King, they might be able to break 8 soon. This way, the human strength would skyrocket. Should we give Linzi, Heavenly Wood, and Dragon Transformation a chance? Zhang Tao looked at Fang Ping. These 3 cooperated with the human race and formed an alliance. They had contributed greatly previously. Now they could not give up on them just because they suspected that they might turn to the Emperor at the last moment. These 3 were all Heavenly Kings. Linzi was a Heavenly King who broke 7. If she could break the door, Linzi could reach 8 very quickly. This was much more reliable than War King and the rest. Fang Ping pondered for a while, looked at Emperor West and said, then add Linzi. This is her origin. I think it shouldn't be difficult to add her, right? If it doesn't work, we'll kick Celestial Pole out. Emperor West was speechless. He said it as if Celestial Pole was his man. He looked so selfless. He was his son. 6 people, that's fine too. Those few are very weak. It won't affect much. He was talking about War King and the rest. They were very weak. Even if the door was broken now, these few would not walk toward the door. Naturally, they would not receive the feedback of the door being broken. Then, it would not cause too much of a commotion. Who knew how long it would take for them to break 8? Then add a few more, Emperor West wanted to curse. He had said the wrong thing, this Fang Ping guy was insatiable. No, if I add more people, it will definitely attract attention. 6 is the limit. Add 1 more. Fang Ping said firmly, those few are not Heavenly Kings. Since it won't cause much of a commotion, adding 1 more will definitely not be a problem. Emperor West's teeth were aching. Who else? Wu Quishan, just Emperor level. Fang Ping still added Old Wu. Old Wu was MCMAU's Vice-Chancellor. The old Vice-Chancellor had always followed Fang Ping and the others on expeditions. Old Manly did not need to break the door. As for the others, they were still weak now. There was no need to consider breaking the door. Wu Quishan was already emperor level. Now that the human race had revived, he might be able to reach Saint Realm very soon. Heavenly King Realm, Fang Ping still felt that he had to help him break the mentality door. This door was actually the most difficult to break. Hearing that it was emperor level, Emperor West felt a lot more at ease. Seeing that, Fang Ping was about to speak again. Emperor West's expression changed drastically, hurriedly showing a troubled expression. I can't add any more. If I add any more, it will definitely cause a commotion. Fang Ping was a little unwilling, but after thinking about it, forget it. It would be the same if he went to the immortal origin next time. There was no hurry. Moreover, Wang Ruobing and Moon Spirit also had doors that could be broken. It was the same. Emperor West breathed a sigh of relief. He glanced at this origin, a little reluctant. Back then, he had spent a lot of effort to get it. He was prepared to be his biggest backup. Unfortunately, now that someone had broken in, plus Spirit Emperor and the others had been watching and searching, Lin Zi's side had been exposed, making him a little hesitant. One could not catch the wolf without risking the child. Thinking of this, Emperor West gritted his teeth and did it. If it was broken, so be it. If he killed Emperor Nan, it would be the same with or without this. The next moment, the big planet shook. Emperor West growled, "You guys go and break the door now. I will help you cover your movements. You must be fast." Fang Ping did not delay, saying quickly, "Move, put the celestial pole last." Emperor West rolled his eyes. "Really, do I know how to pretend that I can't hold on? I won't. Why must you put the celestial pole last? Who are you looking down on?" Fang Ping and the others could not be bothered with him. They quickly broke those honeycomb holes. Previously, they had found some people's passageways. Otherwise, they would not have reported these people's names. Soon, Fang Ping followed the holes and moved forward. The first one was Warlord. Fang Ping moved forward quickly. Soon, an illusory door appeared in front of him. Fang Ping threw a punch, but it did not cause much movement. Fang Ping understood in an instant. His mentality erupted. With a rumble, the mentality that had changed qualitatively was extremely powerful. In an instant, the door was broken. Earth. Warlord's mentality suddenly shook, a little dizzy. What happened? Why did he feel that his mentality had become stronger? Without thinking too much, Warlord continued his closed-door training. He kept feeling like someone had kicked him. Fang Ping and the others quickly broke those doors. On the Tengu's side, it was the most obvious. On the Tengu's side, the cat was in charge of breaking the door. The cat broke the door with one claw. On the other side of the door, there was actually a little Tengu. At this moment, a dog and a cat looked at each other, both looking curious. The Tengu soon realized something and was dumbfounded. Did it really succeed? The dumb cat actually helped him break the door. "Big dog, be quiet, don't move." Having said that, the cat threatened again, "Don't break 9 now, or else I'll poke you to death." "This cat is leaving." In an instant, the cat disappeared. The Tengu's face was blank. The dumb cat threatened me, but the dumb cat was really good. She actually helped me break the door. I didn't protect this dumb cat for nothing back then. The people who had their doors broken more or less had some reaction. At this moment, in West Palace, the celestial pole had already accepted his title of breaking 7 first and could not be bothered anymore. At this moment, he did not cultivate at all. When he had nothing to do, he played chess and drank a cup of tea. This kind of life was quite good. However, at this moment, the teacup in the celestial pole's hand suddenly shattered. His mentality suddenly skyrocketed. The celestial pole was beyond dumbfounded. My gate of void was broken. How was that possible? Motherf asterisk cur, how is that possible? The celestial pole was really shocked. I'm not cultivating anymore. I'm sitting at home and drinking tea. How could this work? Could it be that a cup of tea could break the door? Was it that simple? I'll break 8 if I go a little further? The celestial pole was really shocked. What was this? Could it be that he had to lie down until he broke 8 first? It couldn't be. The door of spiritual awareness was the most difficult to break. How many people were stuck on it for their entire lives? His spiritual awareness was not his forte, so why did he suddenly break the door? He could not reach the door, but he could sense that it was not far away. He knew that his door of spiritual awareness had been broken. The celestial pole really could not understand. At the same time, he had a face of sorrow. I'm not cultivating anymore. Could it be that I'll break 2 or 3 in a few days? After breaking 3, I'll break 9. At that time, if you say you don't participate in the battle, who will believe you? You're a broken 9. If you don't have any ideas, who will believe you? If you don't have a plot and secretly cultivate to break 9, who will believe you? If you say you'll break the door after drinking a cup of tea, who will believe you? Do you really think others are idiots? But this is really the case. The celestial pole's face was ashen. Am I destined to not be able to escape this calamity? At this moment, the celestial pole really wanted to cry. He, who had broken 7 first, could not understand how he could break 7 first. Now he was actually about to break 8. Should he just become an emperor in a few days? No one could understand the celestial pole's sorrow. In this era, who did not want to become stronger? Those who did not want to become stronger were probably only celestial pole among the heavenly kings. At this moment, Fang Ping and the others were not in the mood to pay attention to these things. Accompanied by a muffled sound, the star shattered. At this moment, more than 10 pieces of ores appeared. The moment they appeared, Emperor West's heart ached immensely. The star's origin fragment, he had only obtained this after risking his life in the origin many times. Now, it was going to benefit these bastards. Rumble, the origin expanded again. Fang Ping did not expect the effect of the star fragments to be so good. At this moment, the origin world was expanding and solidifying. Even if Fang Ping had laid the soil before and felt extremely solidified, only now did Fang Ping truly feel at ease. Yes, steadiness. The sense of steadiness with one's feet on the ground, it was not the feeling of floating like stepping on clouds and mist. This was the origin fragment. A fragment not only expanded Fang Ping's origin world a lot, but even those cities and those people had become real. Is this the real origin? Fang Ping could not imagine how strong the entire star was back then. Yet, Celestial Emperor chose to shatter the origin. Why did he shatter it? Did he borrow power? He had seen the scene of Celestial Emperor's transcendence. Celestial Emperor felt that the origin was borrowing power, not his own power, so he exploded the star and returned the power to himself. Did that mean that Celestial Emperor absorbed the power of the origin? A small piece of the star fragment had brought great help to Fang Ping. How strong was the entire star? Fang Ping was shocked. While shocked, he continued to devour the star fragments. There were a total of 12 fragments, about the same size. In the blink of an eye, Fang Ping consumed a piece. He opened his eyes shining brightly. At this moment, his origin body actually showed signs of solidifying. Looking at Emperor West, Fang Ping glanced at the tiger eyeing its prey cat. He was tired. I asked you to keep an eye on Emperor West, but you turned into a tiger and dozed off. Is this what you call staring at? Is this enough to deter Emperor West? You can't scare people just because you're a tiger. Okay, this cat is really unreliable. How many fragments can let Heavenly King and the rest enter the origin ground? Emperor West thought for a while and said, if his origin body enters, 2 pieces are enough. If you add in the beginner body, 1 piece is enough for a beginner body to break through peak 8. This thing can also be used by beginner martial artists. So if everyone wants to enter, then 3 pieces. Fang Ping calculated in his heart. 4 pieces, Heavenly King's beginner body might have broken through 9, or close to it. At least 2 pieces, broken 9, 2 pieces. Heavenly King needed at least 4 pieces. What about the cat? Cat? Emperor West glanced at the cat and was speechless. I'm afraid this lazy cat's consumption is not low, maybe 3 pieces. Meow. The cat called out. Emperor Shi smiled and said, it's a waste to give this cat away. It's better to let its origin body participate in the battle. The difference isn't that big. Meow. The cat was dissatisfied. It opened its jaws wide. Fang Ping could not tell if it was going to eat him or if it was yawning. Fang Ping felt that it was more likely that it was yawning. 3 yuan, would 2 pieces of the Heavenly King Crusader's origin body be enough? Alright, let's say it's enough. That was 7 yuan. Where is old Zhang? If it's a martial king, 1 should be enough. 8 yuan, Fang Ping calculated again. The subduing heavenly king, the old cat, and old Zhang all wanted $8. Was there a need for anyone else to enter? Study boy, the errand boy might also need 2 or 3 pieces. 2 pieces would be used to break the 9th floor. If one broke the 9th floor, he might need more. The errand boy might also need 3 pieces. 11 yuan, even he wouldn't have enough. Fang Ping frowned and looked at Emperor West. Not enough. 12 pieces of the debris of the stars are not enough for our people to enter. Emperor West was speechless. Isn't that enough? Kid, do you know how many years it took me to collect these 12 pieces? Let's put it this way. On average, I can find 1 piece every 1,000 years. After I became an emperor, I spent more than 10,000 years to collect these pieces. If you still think it's not enough, I can't help it. Under normal circumstances, 2 pieces are enough for someone who has just broken the 9th floor. It's enough for 6 people who have broken the 9th floor to enter. How many more do you need? Fang Ping said mildly, I'm not an ordinary broken 9. I'm not weaker than you emperors. 3 or 4 pieces is normal. I think 4 pieces is about right. Heavenly King Crusader, the cat, at least 6 pieces. Didn't I say that I have the support of a broken 9? Then, do you think 12 pieces is enough? Emperor West was tired. He smiled and said, do you really have other broken 9 behind you? Of course. Who? Guess. Guess your ass, Emperor West cursed. Silently. If he could guess, why would he need to ask him? He really could not. He had gone through all the powerhouses in the past and felt that there was no one who could do this. Hong Kuan and the others were being watched. Not counting the beginners, who else could break the 9th floor among the powerhouses of origin? None. He really could not think of it. He even suspected that Fang Ping was lying to him. However, he actually knew about Daoist Fingyun's ranking list. Could that guy be wrong too? If he was not wrong, then there really was a broken 9. Who was it? Could it be Qin Fengqing who slashed? He was a little suspicious. Could Qin Fengqing and that person have overlapped? However, if Fang Ping did not say it, he was too lazy to guess anymore. He frowned slightly and said, if 12 pieces is not enough, then I can't help it. It's too much. Don't tell me you want me to rob other emperors now? Fang Ping sneered. This place has been built for thousands of years, right? These things are from the past. In these thousands of years, didn't Senior have any storage? Emperor West's head hurt. He coughed dryly and said, this thing is also helpful to us. If we have it, we'll naturally absorb it. Who would keep it? That's hard to say. Fang Ping laughed. Everyone has a limit. It's impossible to absorb without limit, right? I haven't reached my limit yet. Give me another 3 pieces. Fang Ping said seriously, the stronger we are, the greater the chance of killing Emperor Nan. Senior, you don't want to waste these 12 pieces of the debris of the stars, do you? He had already given 12 pieces. Would he be short of these 3 pieces? If he failed, he would have nothing left. Emperor West gritted his teeth. He felt that he should not have cooperated with Fang Ping. He had not even started and he was already bleeding again and again. 3 pieces is too much, forget it then. Big cat, you have nothing. I'll try when the time comes. If I can't kill him, I'll retreat. Meow. The cat did not care. So be it. Emperor West took a deep breath. He had entered a wolf's den. After a while, he gritted his teeth and said, all right, I'll give it. But let's make it clear. If I fail this time, I can't get out. When the time comes, the human world will be my only hope. I won't be lenient. If he got out, the human world was not his only hope. If he did not get out, that was his only hope. When that time came, Emperor West would not be lenient. That was impossible. Let's put it bluntly first. After paying such a huge price and failing in the end, he would definitely deal with the humans next. Fang Ping raised his eyebrows. We'll see. I don't want to fail either. If I really fail and you want to deal with the humans, I can't do anything about it. Then we'll meet on the battlefield. Emperor West did not waste any more words. He threw 3 pieces of star stones to him. Fang Ping asked, how do we get them to Heavenly King Garrison and the others? Simple. Let the cat go back and send them. Lindsay's origin passageway is not completely broken yet. Now, the cat will go back and send it back, then come back. If the passageway is broken, it will directly enter from the door. If it is not broken, it will directly come here. Then how do we enter with our real bodies? Just materialize. Emperor West said quickly, use the star stones. If it's enough for you to materialize into the origin, your real body can appear in the origin world. If the origin world can appear here, naturally, your real body can descend. Fang Ping nodded. This was much simpler. The cat, on the other hand, had a bitter look on its face. It still had to go back and send things. Xiaoxi's origin world passageway was broken. It still had to fly here. It was so far, how troublesome. After arranging everything, Fang Ping was not in a hurry to let the cat send the star stones. He continued to absorb them himself. Of the 15 fragments, he only let the cat bring back 7 pieces. Heavenly King subduing and the boy servant divided them. Old Zhang only needed 1 piece. The cat had 3 pieces. Fang Ping could use 4 pieces himself. As for whether it was enough, it should be enough. 1 fragment was consumed. 2 fragments were consumed. 3 fragments. When 3 fragments were consumed, Fang Ping suddenly felt that his origin body and his real body could vaguely sense each other. He felt that he could materialize his real body. However, Fang Ping was not in a hurry to materialize his real body. He used another fragment. The origin world was still changing rapidly. Rumble. The origin world was extremely real at this moment. In the next moment, in the Hall of Myriad Origins, Fang Ping's real body suddenly disappeared into thin air. In the Hall of Myriad Origins, Heavenly King Subduing's expression changed slightly. The God Creation Envoy was also surprised. Then, he could not help but say, he got the star fragments? He just went in, right? Isn't this too fast? Fang Ping seemed to have just entered it. Now his real body had actually disappeared. Disappeared instead of being shattered. This meant that Fang Ping's real body was fine. He should have entered the origin. That meant that Fang Ping might have gotten the star fragments. Heavenly King Subduing nodded slightly. He was also surprised. Did he pick up a treasure when he went in? This thing was really rare. Those who had not been to the origin could hardly get it. Then, those who had been to the origin were the emperors. The emperors in the origin did not mean that they could do whatever they wanted. The origin was very complicated and dangerous. Even the emperors did not dare to wander around. If they got it, the emperors themselves needed it and would absorb it. The star fragments of the origin did not seem to have the experience of wandering outside. Even he, Heavenly King Subduing, had not seen this thing before. Now, Fang Ping's real body had actually disappeared. Did he get something good when he went in? Heavenly King Subduing was a little envious. Although he had also entered the origin and rooted in the origin, he had only gone to take a look the last time. Very soon, he was shot by Heavenly Emperor. He did not have time to look for this thing at all. As Heavenly King Subduing was speaking, suddenly, the cat's body trembled. In the next moment, the big cat opened its eyes. A few fragments appeared in its claws. It threw them to Heavenly King Subduing and said hurriedly, the liar said that he's going to do something big. He wants you to quickly materialize your real body and enter the origin. There's no need to guard the door anymore. Bring this guy and enter the origin with me. We're going to do a big deal. Silence. Heavenly King Subduing was stunned. Was it appropriate for the plan to change so suddenly? What kind of big deal was this? Holding the star fragments in his hand, his face was blank. He had a feeling that he was really going to do something big this time. Fang Ping materialized his real body and left. This was not enough. He actually wanted him to materialize his real body and enter. Was he not afraid of being caught in one fell swoop? The cat ignored him and shook its mentality. In the next moment, Book Fragrance heard a voice in the dark. The liar asked me to give you a few fragments. Materialize your real body and go to the origin with me. But you have to hide in my cat's world. As it spoke, the cat said with grievance, the liar said it's very dangerous. If you kill me, he'll kill you and old Wang. he'll dig up that blood-red guy's grave. Anyway, he's threatening you. Don't bully me. Book Fragrance was speechless. This cat, you're really direct. Kill old Wang, Book Fragrance couldn't help but laugh. Really, he had been here for a while. Fang Ping and Wang Jinyang had a good relationship. Of course, he could see this. Would Fang Ping kill Wang Jinyang? But Fang Ping did have some ability. Book Fragrance was still a little shocked. A person's origin world was said to be the most important defensive weakness. The key to daring to let him hide in the cat's world was not because of himself, but because Fang Ping could actually convince the cat to agree. The cat was not a fool. If he agreed, it meant that he trusted Fang Ping enough and felt that even if he let him in, it would not cause trouble. Or, as the cat said, if something happened to the cat, Fang Ping would definitely kill him and dig up Zhan Tiandi's grave. Book Fragrance laughed and said, the king's way of asking for help is unique. Threatening me, aren't you afraid that I won't agree? No way. The liar said that this time, he wants to kill Emperor Nan, kill the real Emperor Nan. Emperor Nan attacked your master back then. If you're not willing to take revenge, then it means that what you said before was false. The cat said proudly, if you're lying, then I'll take the opportunity to see you clearly, lest you go back on your word in the future. Book Fragrance laughed again and said quickly, okay, but Zhan and I have left, then the human world, it's okay, the others won't dare to come. As for the others, it's okay too. Our real bodies have run away, they can't kill our real bodies. Who would dare to rebel against the liar? The cat did not think much of it. Fang Ping and the others had run away, their real bodies were not here. If those people were not dead, who would dare to rebel, unless they were sure that they were almost dead, therefore, there was not much risk. Hurry up, I'm also going to materialize my real body and enter the source. The cat also began to quickly refine the star stones. Of course, Heavenly King Subduing and Book Fragrance knew that it was very dangerous. If their real bodies entered the source and the emperors were there, would it be dangerous? Even if it was, they still had to go. Heavenly King Subduing had no choice. That kid acted first and reported later. They had to go. On the other hand, Book Fragrance heard the news of killing Emperor Nan. Revenge. Emperor Nan was indeed part of the siege. He did not have a chance before, but now, the chance had come. He did not expect the opportunity to come so soon. He thought that he would have to wait until the final battle to take revenge, but now the opportunity had come in advance. If that was the case, of course, he had to go. Even if it was extremely dangerous, but the king, Martial King, Heavenly King Subduing, and the cat were all there. What was there for him to worry about? If these people were all dead, where would he go to take revenge? Without them, he was alone and weak. How could he hope to kill the emperors? Therefore, this was an opportunity. Book Fragrance no longer hesitated and quickly began to refine the star stones. After about 10 minutes, Heavenly King Subduing's body trembled slightly. He nodded at the cat with a smile on his face, looking satisfied. However, the cat looked at him strangely. This old man was so powerful. Fang Ping brought back 7 fragments, gave 3 to Book Fragrance, and gave him 4. In the end, this old man refined 4 pieces. He did not know if it was used to increase his strength or if he needed 4 pieces to materialize. It seemed like he only materialized 1 real body. The beginner martial body seemed to be useless. At this time, Heavenly King Subduing also split into 2. The beginner martial body disappeared in an instant. It seemed like it was hiding. It was unknown if it was worried that both bodies would die. The cat bared its teeth. What a coward! In the next moment, in the void, Book Fragrance's body trembled. Then, it quickly broke through the air. Without anyone noticing, it entered the cat's mouth in the blink of an eye. In the crowd, the God Creation envoy suddenly glanced at the cat. The others had weak mentality and might not have noticed it. But he sensed it, a breakthrough 9, it was definitely a breakthrough 9, a breakthrough 9 had entered the cat's source. This guy Fang Ping was really hiding a breakthrough 9. The God Creation envoy cursed in his heart. Old Devil Zhen must have known that Fang Ping and the others were hiding it from him. He really did not know who it was. Old man, let's go. The passageway is almost broken. If it's broken, we can't go. If we can't go, we have to go through the door. It's very dangerous, the cat urged. Heavenly King subduing did not delay. His body quickly disappeared and directly entered Lindsay's source. The cat also disappeared quickly. This time, his body disappeared too. The remaining people all wore solemn expressions. Heavenly King subduing left. The martial king's body suddenly disappeared too. Fang Ping too. The cat too. These were the top combat strength of the human race. Now they had all entered the source. What did Fang Ping want to do? Could it be that he wanted to kill the emperor? Was he going to carry out the decisive battle at the source in advance? In such a short time, what happened at the source? Where did Fang Ping get so many star stones? And the God creation envoy sensed Book Fragrance's departure. His heart was even more solemn. Not so many people, there was still a breakthrough 9, adding Fang Ping and the cat, there were 4 breakthrough 9 combat strength. And the martial king, 5 top powerhouses disappeared, he knew. Naturally, Old Wang also knew that Book Fragrance had left. Glancing at Iron Head and Old Yao, Old Wang's expression was solemn. He nodded slightly, signaling the two of them to be careful. The source might be in big trouble. So many people went in. They could not be there to watch the show. A great war might break out, in the source. The cat and the others had not arrived yet. Fang Ping closed his eyes to feel his changes. 4 pieces of the debris of the stars. It did not help much in other aspects. However, the source world had expanded, wealth, 480 billion points vitality, 5 million calories, 27. 5 million, mentality, 0 Hz, 225,000 Hz, force, 2250 original, 45 million calories vitality, source world, 6,500 meters. The source had expanded to 1,900 meters. This was the effect of the 4 pieces of debris. It was very strong. Because Fang Ping had materialized his real body, he had consumed a lot of energy. Even so, it had still expanded to 1,900 meters. It was beyond imagination. Only 4 pieces, Fang Ping was a little regretful. Previously, he should have absorbed all of it and not distributed it to the others. This way, maybe he alone would be enough. Then, he would be stronger, and it would be easier for him to obtain the fragments. Unfortunately, he did not expect the effect to be so good. When he absorbed the first piece, because the materialization of his real body had consumed a lot of energy, Fang Ping did not improve much. He only knew that the effect was not bad. Who knew that the effect of the 4th piece was so amazing? Fang Ping quickly began to change his combat strength. Very soon, his combat strength began to change. Wealth, 480 billion points vitality, 0 million calories, 25 million, mentality, 0 Hz, 250,000 Hz, force, 2,500 original, 50 million calories vitality, jade bones, 99%, additional vitality qualitative change, origin world, 6,500 meters origin amplification, pseudopath, 30%, combat techniques, chaos vanquishing saber techniques, plus 18%, power mastery, 99% limit outburst, 732600000 cal/740000000 cal. The limit of 74 million cal. The main path was broken by another 100 meters. Now, there was only a 30% amplification. Even so, it had still reached the terrifying figure of 74 million. Debris of the stars. At this moment, Fang Ping was tempted. Perhaps he did not need to borrow the help of the main path anymore. After this, he would obtain some more fragments to expand the source. After that, he would seal the source. Fang Ping felt that his strength would increase tremendously. As for Tian Chen's main path, he would just return it to him. Now, he was not interested in it. Just as he was thinking about this, the void trembled. In the next moment, Song Mao and Heavenly King Garrison arrived. At this moment, the source trembled slightly. The Emperor God's voice suddenly spread in all directions, bellowing. The gate of spiritual consciousness trembled again. Celeste, you go and guard the 3 gates. Song Mao and the others had just walked through the passageway that Lindsay had built previously. Emperor West had secretly done it. Today, they walked back and forth a few times. The tremors were continuous. The Emperor God still sensed the changes. At this moment, his tone was solemn. He dared not delay and immediately ordered Emperor West to guard the 3 gates. Emperor West was not flustered. His body near Fang Ping and the others did not move. In the distance, however, a voice exploded, saying weakly, "This old man's injuries are not light. If Brother Celestial is worried, you can go and guard the 3 gates yourself. Anyway, the 3 gates do not belong to this old man alone. I don't know who has secretly made arrangements in the 3 gates. This will disrupt other people's plans. What if they attack this old man? This old man's strength is not enough. I won't interfere. You guys can do whatever you want." There was silence everywhere. Emperor West's words made everyone speechless. This fellow, he rejected it directly. Whoever wanted to go could go, but he was not going. At this moment, another voice was heard, laughing. "Brother Celestial, are you not giving Celestial face? Aren't you afraid that Celestial will cause trouble for you?" Emperor Nan. In the next moment, a more domineering voice was heard. "Celestial, the gate of spiritual consciousness has trembled a few times. Will it be okay?" "Emperor," she said lazily, "that's also their business. Who knows who has secretly made a backup plan in the 3 gates? Now that I'm there, I've interfered with their plans. Whether or not they found the backup plan, they'll think that I've found it. When I go back, I won't be able to explain myself. What if they plot against me? The 2 of you better ignore them and focus on suppressing the turbulence in your source lands. End the suppression as soon as possible and leave the source lands. Let them do whatever they want." After hearing this, Emperor Nan and the Beast Emperor felt that it made sense. That's right. We still don't know who set this up. If you find out, it will be very troublesome. Do you want to expose this? If you don't find out, it will also be troublesome. The other party will think that you have found out, but in fact, you don't know anything at all. You might as well leave it alone. The Beast Emperor thought for a moment and said, "Could it be that Fang Ping and the others have come in? If they have come in, then so be it." Emperor West disagreed. "If the origin has entered, even if Fang Ping has the combat strength of Ji, Hong, and the others, his origin body can't fight us. If he really has that strength, he won't look for us. Isn't it better to look for Ji? That guy is in the immortal source land." Emperor West laughed. "So, even if Fang Ping comes, there's nothing to worry about. Just be careful, don't let him disturb the source lands. Guard the problem of your own origin yourself, lest others take advantage of the chaos and create more chaos. When that happens, it will be even more troublesome." "That's true." Emperor Nan agreed and said no more. Soon, his mentality retreated and disappeared into the void. The Beast Emperor did the same. Emperor West was right. If Fang Ping and the others were really that powerful, they might as well look for the Emperor. Why would they enter the source lands? If they were not that powerful, then there was no need to worry. It was best to guard their own land, in case Fang Ping really came and you were not around. If he caused trouble and the others ignored you, he might make a mess of your territory. Fang Ping could not help but look at Emperor West beside him and give him a thumbs up. "You're good, you're actually the military advisor among the 3. From the 2 of them asking, you knew that Emperor West might play the role of military advisor. In the end, this guy actually betrayed Emperor Nan. No, he actually befriended Emperor Nan and the Beast Emperor. Damn, he's not a good person. He probably had his eyes on the 2 of them for a long time. Who asked them to be weak? Who else would Emperor West target if not them? This guy was really too black-hearted." Emperor West cupped his hands and smiled, his face full of modesty. "You flatter me." Seeing that Zhen had also come, Emperor West smiled and said, "Brother Zhen, I won't participate in the specific matters. I'm afraid Huang won't leave now. He will hide in his own territory. Everyone, be careful. As long as you can kill him quickly, the rest will not be a problem." After the previous words were said, Emperor Nan would obviously not leave anymore. He would not guard the 3 gates. Not even the Beast Emperor. This was an opportunity. Heavenly King Zhen looked at Fang Ping. Fang Ping nodded slightly. Old Zhang wanted to speak, but Fang Ping hurriedly said, "Don't go. It's useless even if you go. It's better to look for treasures in the source lands." "It's okay." Old Zhang looked at the cat. "I'll go to your cat world. If there's really trouble, cut off your path for survival." He would not be of much help if he went, but his only use was also very important. He could provide a path for Fang Ping. This was his role. If he did not go, Fang Ping would not be able to turn this situation around when he encountered danger. With a path for Emperor, Fang Ping had hope of turning the situation around. This was why he had to go. Fang Ping also knew that he could not persuade him, so he stopped and nodded. The cat did not stand on ceremony and swallowed old Zhang in one gulp. Emperor West watched in amazement. This cat ate anyone now. Was he not afraid that others would do something to him, a group of insidious and cunning fellows? They did not guard against their own people. It had to be said that it was somewhat strange. Logically speaking, with these people's insidious attitudes, their own people should not even fully believe them. Fang Ping could not be bothered to look at him. He exhaled and asked, "Just dive and float? Will the other party sense it if I break through a world? The source lands are very big. It's not that easy to sense." "That's good." Fang Ping said seriously, "Senior, if you want to destroy it, then destroy it directly. Today, I want to see the three realms shake. If the Tao is not destroyed, it will not shake. When that time comes, don't blame me for not doing my best." "Don't worry." Emperor West was full of confidence. There would be no problem. Fang Ping did not speak anymore and quickly floated into the air. Emperor Nan was one floor above. In the next moment, Fang Ping, like a loach, drilled into the dark clouds in the sky. Soon, he disappeared. Emperor West watched for a while. After a while, he murmured, "They're really bold. These guys really dared to do it. This is the Emperor's headquarters." He admired these fellows, they were really ruthless. They did it without hesitation. He thought it would be difficult to persuade them. He thought these guys would let him attack together, but they did not. Little did he know that Fang Ping was more worried that he would trick himself. It was best if Emperor West did not go. If he went, he was afraid that Emperor West and Emperor Nan would join forces to ambush and kill them. Today, the three realms will be in chaos. Emperor West shuddered. If Fang Ping and the others succeeded, it would be chaos. If they failed, and these guys died, it would be even more chaos. No matter what, the three realms would be shaken today. And if they succeeded, the Emperor could also fall. When that time came, the Emperor would be in danger. Emperor West did not need to guess to know what kind of huge shock would follow. Chaos is coming. P.S. Only 2 chapters left. I'm dispirited. The more I write the ending, the more my head hurts. Dim. Emperor West's 8th heaven was also very dim, but after breaking through the 8th heaven and reaching the 7th heaven, it became even dimmer. Barren and dead silent. This was the source. The 7th heaven where Emperor Nan was, there was no sound at all. No wonder the emperors almost never entered the source, preferring to guard in the outer realm. Which heaven is Godfather rooted in? Fang Ping asked. Beside him, Heavenly Xianxia transmitted, the 3rd heaven. In the source, some spaces were empty, so he could take root. When Heavenly Xianxia entered before, he took root in the 3rd heaven and almost condensed the Tao fruit. Although he failed in the end, fortunately, he failed and did not have to return to the source to suppress. Otherwise, if he was here alone, the 9 emperors might attack him. Fang Ping did not say anything more. He poked his head out of the dark void and looked around. It was very, very big, vast and boundless. The 4 walls could be seen vaguely, but it was not very clear. The emperors were indeed like prisoners here. Therefore, for tens of thousands of years, the emperors had been thinking about how to transcend and how to escape. Did Fang Ping sympathize with them? Not at all. The suffering was caused by themselves. There was no reason to implicate others. No matter how much pain there was, they had to bear it yourself. Because they had obtained great power and a lifespan that was almost immortal, then they had to bear it. He did not see Emperor Nan, but he must be in this heaven. As for where he was, these emperors hid very well. They were also worried that other emperors would attack them, so they hid very well. Sitting in prison, they had to guard against their cellmates attacking them. It had to be said that the emperors' lives were indeed worse than death. Fang Ping only wanted to say that they deserved it. Big cat, did you find it? The cat was still good at finding people. Its nose was better than a dog's. The cat looked around and looked in one direction. Its nose twitched. It seems to be over there. Fang Ping's movements were light and slow. He gestured to Heavenly King Zhen and walked in the void, slowly approaching that direction. Cracks were everywhere. It was very dangerous here. As strong as Fang Ping was, he was accidentally cut by a crack, and a bloody mark appeared on his flesh. Fang Ping quickly recovered, preventing the blood from dripping and his aura from spreading. Danger had its advantages. There were too many cracks in the void. Even if one did not hide their aura, it could not spread too far. Otherwise, it would be difficult for powerhouses to hide their approach. It is indeed very dangerous. The emperors of the past had just proven their Tao. Their strength was average. It would be difficult for them to survive here, Fang Ping said telepathically. This place was also the current emperor's territory. The emperors who had just broken 9 would not be able to move here. It was already difficult for the emperors to be here. Heavenly King Zhen didn't say anything. A bloody wound quickly appeared on his arm. It was so deep that his bones could be seen. He hurriedly recovered from his injury. Seeing this, Fang Ping said, "Why don't you enter the source world too?" Heavenly King shook his head slightly. The source world also has its limits. Do you really think that you can enter as you please? One King Zhen shook. The heaven has. I Fang. The cat yawned and didn't take it seriously. This cat doesn't believe it. This king but this old king strong. This was. However, this old man was. He king though. Yang Wu king heaven. If, he. Fang Yang heaven is Ming, Yang, Wang, heaven, Yang heaven, king, heaven, Wang, Chen heaven. Chen Nan. Wang heaven. Wang. If. King heaven, if, Nan, heaven, king heaven, king emperor, let's see. King Fang Ping reminded, don't take the risk. Don't focus on the Tao. Emperor Shi paid a huge price for Emperor Nan's Tao. Do you think it's easy to find so many star fragments? He had given up on those things for the sake of the great Tao. Don't think that he was easy to talk to now. If we fail, he will betray us. He has nothing. Do you think he will care if others know his secret? When the time comes, he will try his best to kill us. If he gets the Tao, he will not be as good as the Celestial Emperor, my master, or even Emperor Dong Huang. He still needs to keep it a secret. King Fang Ping was wise. He reminded Fang Ping. Don't focus on the Tao. It was good that Emperor Shi succeeded. There was an unstable factor among the emperors. If they failed, Emperor Shi, who had paid such a huge price, would not let Fang Ping and the others have it easy. Fang Ping nodded slightly. He understood the logic. He was just not satisfied. Furthermore, Heavenly King Zhen Wang's base was also a huge unstable factor. Something could go wrong at any time. It would be safer if they could get the Tao this time. Be careful. King did not say anything more. His tone was much more serious. After all, there was an emperor here. The emperor's sense of danger was extremely strong, in the depths of the void. In a vortex, Emperor Nan sat in the void. Suddenly, his eyes opened. A bright light burst from his eyes as he scanned the surroundings. A sign of danger. Emperor Nan murmured, frowning slightly. Today was not peaceful. The gate of spiritual consciousness vibrated several times. Did someone come in, or was it caused by other reasons, or was there another emperor targeting him? Emperor Nan was vigilant. Now, chaos was coming. The realm wall was shattered. It was also a critical moment for him to transcend. At this time, they were also extremely vigilant. Any movement would make them feel as if they were facing a formidable enemy. A giant hammer appeared in Emperor Nan's hand. The power of vitality fluctuated slightly. His mentality scanned the surroundings. A faint wisp of origin force circulated in his body. The essence returning skill was ready to be activated at any time. Fellow Taoist, you came here as a guest. Sorry for not welcoming you earlier. Emperor Nan suddenly chuckled. His voice spread in all directions. Silence. Emperor Nan did not care. It was a simple test. It would be best if he could trick them out. If he could not trick them out, there might be no one. Maybe he was overthinking, or maybe the enemy was not disturbed. In the darkness, Fang Ping and Heavenly King were like hunters, lurking in the dark, motionless. They found where Emperor Nan was. They were less than 100 miles away, very, very close. For them, this distance was covered in the blink of an eye. They heard Emperor Nan's words. They were too vigilant. Fang Ping and Heavenly King thought that they did not cause any movement of fusion. Fang Ping and Heavenly King were even lurking near the void rift. The rift cut and shook the void. Even if they made a small movement, Emperor Nan should not have discovered it. But Emperor Nan still became vigilant. There seemed to be no hope of a surprise attack. This was a powerhouse. Fang Ping and Heavenly King did not even dare to look in that direction, lest Emperor Nan discovered anything unusual. Killing an emperor was not that simple. Fang Ping and Heavenly King actually did not know what was so special about the emperor and what special abilities they had. Who could guarantee that the emperor was the same as the others, that it was easy to kill them? In the center of the darkness, Emperor Nan did not let down his guard. At this time, he stood up. The void trembled. Violently, under his feet, a huge crack suddenly appeared. This crack extended in all directions, piercing through heaven and earth. This was the flaw of the source. This was the reason why the emperor was trapped in the source. The cracks crisscrossed and spread in all directions. Emperor Nan's body trembled slightly, but he did not care about this. The expansion of the cracks also caused him a lot of damage. However, at this time, Emperor Nan did not care about this. The divine light in his eyes burst out, and he said with a smile, "Could it be that fellow Taoist Fang Ping is here? If you are here, why don't you show yourself? Little friend, you have worked with this old man's mount many times. My bloodline has some friendship with the human race." Emperor Nan continued to probe. He was not sure if it was the emperor or Fang Ping who had come. If it was Fang Ping, he did not have a real body. He did not care if it was just the origin body. But he had to be on guard. If little friend is here, then let's sit down and have a chat. I can still provide a cup of tea. Emperor Nan smiled and said, "Little friend, don't you want to know who took away the power of the 3 emperors in the past? This old man also participated in this battle, so this old man knows more than anyone else." There was still silence. Emperor Nan continued to scan the surroundings and said with a smile, "If the hidden friend is not willing to show himself, then I will invite Qiong and Do to enter the 7th heaven." The sense of crisis was getting heavier and heavier. Emperor Nan was a little frightened. Was he really being watched by someone? He did not dare to rashly invite Do and the others to come, afraid that there would be problems. He was also afraid that they were hiding in the dark. The reason why he said this was just to scare the enemy away. Who was it? Even if he didn't find any clues, he would rather believe it than not. Fang Ping was in a void rift. He closed his eyes and did not look at Emperor Nan, letting the rift cut his flesh. Streaks of blood appeared and quickly recovered. There was no blood dripping. Was it painful? A little. He was used to it. At this moment, Emperor Nan was the most vigilant. Fang Ping would not appear at this time, nor would he attack Emperor Nan at this time. As for inviting the Divine Emperor and the others here, Fang Ping believed that the possibility was not high. The heaven that the emperors took root in was their own secret place. Whoever came meant that the other party had ill intentions. Their Tao fruit was hidden in this heaven. Was Emperor Nan not afraid of inviting a wolf into the house? Sure enough, Emperor Nan did not make it public. Right now, he was still not sure if there were enemies. At this moment, if he lured other emperors here, it was easy to welcome guests but difficult to send them away. At that time, he might not be able to send the other party away. Emperor Nan stopped talking loudly. He sat cross-legged again and said to himself, "Could it be that I sensed wrongly?" With some doubts on his face, Emperor Nan looked around again and exhaled gently. As if he felt that he had sensed wrongly, his body was no longer stiff. He closed his eyes and continued to suppress the rift. On Fang Ping's shoulder, the cat tilted its head and glanced at Fang Ping. Fang Ping did not move. On the other side, Heavenly King Zhen did not move either. Everyone knew how to act. The emperors were all old antiques. They were all experienced people who had lived for tens of thousands of years. Since they had sensed the danger, how could they let it go so easily? 1 minute, 10 minutes, Fang Ping still had some patience. A full 3 hours, Fang Ping's flesh was cut again and again. The traces of pain were reminding Fang Ping that he was still alive. He could not act rashly, otherwise, the dead would not feel pain. At this moment, there was a rumble. A giant hammer hammered the void. Boom, the void exploded, cracks appeared again. Emperor Nan's eyes shone and he said sternly, "Did you really think that I didn't notice you? You're very patient. You're targeting me because you think that I'm easy to bully." Emperor Nan's face was cold. His aura erupted. Cracks appeared all around him. At this moment, he was like a demon. His whole body erupted with a blood-colored aura. His murderous aura was boiling, the giant hammer was still hammering the void again and again, rumble, the void shattered. The giant hammer hammered again and again. In the void, the dark clouds were hammered. Some gravel-like fragments were hammered into powder. Crack after crack was smashed by the hammer. Emperor Nan did not relax at all. It was a matter of life and death. How could he be careless? Over there, in the void where Heavenly King Zhen was hiding, Fang Ping's expression changed slightly. This was trouble. Emperor Nan hammered the void, cleaning up the cracks. If this continued, Heavenly King Zhen would soon be beaten out. Fang Ping frowned slightly. His expression changed, and he shook his shoulders gently. The cat looked at him in confusion. Fang Ping's lips moved slightly. The next moment, the cat meowed in a low voice. Meow, rumble, the giant hammer smashed the void with one strike, killing toward the crack where Fang Ping was hiding. Fang Ping retreated and cursed, "Stupid cat." Meow. The cat felt wronged. "Did you ask me to meow?" Fang Ping. Over there, Emperor Nan broke through the air, holding the giant hammer in one hand. He looked at Fang Ping with a cold expression. "It's really you." After saying that, his expression changed slightly. Real body. Fang Ping did not come with his origin body. No wonder he could hide for so long. Previously, he suspected that other emperors were hiding in secret. Real body. Star Stone. Emperor Nan's expression changed slightly. He suddenly looked around and said coldly, "Who gave you the Star Stone?" At this moment, his heart trembled. Who gave Fang Ping the Star Stone? Fang Ping pinched the cat's neck, seeming a little annoyed. Hearing that, he looked at Emperor Nan and smiled. "Emperor, do you believe me?" Emperor Nan's expression changed slightly. Did he believe it? He did not dare not believe it, nor did he dare to believe it completely. Fang Ping was here. Were the others here? Probably not, this was his territory. Other people's great Tao was rooted in other heavens. If they came, he would more or less sense it. As for Heavenly King suppressing, he had not condensed a great Tao fruit. Even if he came, he would not be conspicuous. This meant that in this heavens, he was the only one who had condensed an imperial Tao fruit. Of course, he did not rule out the possibility that there were top powerhouses hiding their movements. The Divine Emperor and the others might be able to do it. Otherwise, he would not have suspected that there were emperors who wanted to attack him. Emperor Nan's mentality swept around and looked at Fang Ping. He was vigilant, but a smile quickly appeared on his face. "It's really the King Renhuang. It's beneath my status for a King Renhuang to hide here. I'm just a butcher. What status do I have?" Fang Ping's tone was calm. He looked at Emperor Nan and grinned. "You're very vigilant. I was still looking for an opportunity to kill an emperor in secret. But I've just arrived, and you're already on guard. A powerhouse is indeed a powerhouse. King Renhuang, aren't you afraid of being buried here?" Emperor Nan looked at him and said playfully, "I may not want to kill you, but Qiong, Hao, and Do will never let you be an obstacle to them. They're just jackals of the same tribe. Emperor Nan, why pretend to be pure?" Fang Ping laughed. "I can't kill you, but it's not that easy for you to keep me here." Fang Ping looked around and laughed. "I'm afraid you don't want others to come to this place, right? A battle broke out here. The Divine Emperor and the others saw the opportunity and swarmed here. I won't have a good ending. What about you?" Emperor Nan said calmly, they won't dare to do anything. If the 9 emperors are still fighting among themselves now, they may not be able to hold on until the realm wall shatters. They will kill each other. The celestial emperor is still here. They won't do anything to me. Fang Ping, you still underestimate everyone. Is that so? Do you dare to bet? Fang Ping laughed. You still have some advantages with me. Do you have any advantages against other powerhouses? Emperor Nan looked at him and did not say anything. Fang Ping laughed. Do you want to cooperate? Emperor Nan laughed without saying anything. Cooperation, what can you give me? Moreover, who would be willing to cooperate with Fang Ping? Fang Ping knew what he meant and said slowly, do you want to get out of trouble? I know the existence of a vitality seed. It's a mini-immortal source. Wang Ruobing, do you know? The daughter of dragon transformation. Her origin has been modified by someone. It's a vitality seed. If you get this thing, do you have any hope of getting out of trouble? Emperor Nan's expression changed slightly. He said quickly, the last time you came here, you came through this vitality seed? You know about it too? Fang Ping laughed. It seems that the last time I came here was not a secret. Yes, I came here last time, so I know where that thing is. Of course, if you ask me to look for it now, I might not be able to find it. But with some time, or if I tell you about the surrounding situation, you might be able to find it yourself. Emperor Nan's expression changed slightly. He suddenly said, then how did you come here this time? This time, it was the gate of spiritual consciousness that shook. I found the second seed, but I don't think the spirit seed is of much use to you. This can be sold to others. If you want to get out of trouble, I think the vitality seed is better, isn't it? Where is the spirit seed? Do you think I'm an idiot? Do you think I'll tell you just because you ask? Emperor Nan squinted at Fang Ping. He said slowly, how do you want to cooperate? I don't want to cooperate. I don't trust you, and you don't trust me. Fang Ping squinted and smiled. I like to cause trouble. If that vitality seed was not planted by you, then it must have been planted by someone else. I want you to snatch it. There might be a big fight. I'll sell the place to you. You just have to give me the star fragment. It's a one-off deal. Of course, if it's yours, then pretend I didn't say anything. Emperor Nan's expression kept changing. He dared not rest assured about cooperation. However, a one-off deal might not necessarily be impossible. If Fang Ping sold the place where the vitality seed was, he would need some star stones. This could be considered a win-win situation. After all, Fang Ping did not need that thing. Fang Ping saw that he was a little tempted. He laughed. Have you thought about it? 20 pieces. I'll tell you the place. Heh. Emperor Nan's expression was gloomy. Do you think that thing is so easy to find? All these years, I've only explored in 7th heaven. Tens of thousands of years ago, there were some discoveries, but they were all used by me. In these 10,000 years, only 2 star stones have been discovered. Do you really think it's everywhere? 2 pieces? Fang Ping frowned. Ren Huang, 6 pieces at once. The cat and I used 3 pieces each. You only found 2 pieces in 10,000 years? As soon as these words came out, Emperor Nan was slightly shocked. 6 pieces, this was not a small number. He was not surprised that Ren Huang could take it out. However, the cat and Fang Ping both used 3 pieces. This was also a symbol of strength. These two had already gone a long way on the path to breaking 9. Without piercing the root, it was purely breaking 9. Emperor Nan was envious, jealous, and a little unwilling. If he had known that the source had so many drawbacks, he would not have pierced the root. Unfortunately, it was too late for regrets now. You really know where the vitality seed is? Fang Ping sneered. Do I need to lie to you? Last time, the owner of the seed attacked me. After that, Ren Huang's broken finger came to save me. Broken finger and the other party's avatar were destroyed together. Wang Jinyang opened the passage and brought me back. I also obtained a drop of true blood at that time. Previously, I was ready to trade with Ren Huang. Ren Huang said that the vitality seed alone was probably not enough for him to transcend. There was still hope for a few weaker emperors. If not, do you think I need to trade with you? Emperor Nan frowned slightly. These words were in line with Renhuang's character. Even if Renhuang got that seed, it might not help him escape. But he still had hope. Although he did not want to admit it, among the 9 emperors, his strength should be in the bottom 3. However, in the next moment, Emperor Nan's heart suddenly trembled. No, vitality seed. He could roughly guess what it was. It was an existence that had stolen some great Tao and stolen some control of the immortal source. Once the seed was used, the great Tao controlled in it would collapse, and the owners of those great Tao might die. And martial artists who cultivated the qi and blood Tao were almost all humans. Fang Ping would use the lives of human powerhouses in exchange for this. There was a trap. Emperor Nan's heart trembled. His hands gripped the giant hammer a little tighter. His expression did not change as he continued. Then how much do you want? 10 pieces at least. That's too much. I don't have that much. Emperor Nan said calmly, you want to trade, and I also want to know the location. How about this, a total of 5 pieces? I'll give you 2 pieces first. You manifest the location, and then I'll give you 3 more. If you can trust me, then we'll trade. If you can't, then forget it. I'm also worried that you'll use a fake location to deceive me. Fang Ping raised his eyebrows. 3 pieces first. 2 pieces. Emperor Nan said calmly, after all, I'm still not sure if it's real or not. Stellar stones are extremely rare. If you lie to me, then I'll lose these things for nothing. On the other hand, I won't lie to you. Otherwise, you'll make a big deal out of this matter later and spread it to everyone. Then, I won't be able to get this thing. If that happens, I'll still lose for nothing. So, 2 pieces is my sincerity. Fang Ping smiled. That makes sense. Then give me 2 pieces first. Don't play tricks. You're not as important as the vitality seed. Emperor Nan sneered. In the next moment, 2 stones shot out from his body, heading straight for Fang Ping. Stellar stones. Emperor Nan really gave it to him. Fang Ping was a little excited. He really got it. He stretched out his hand and was about to grab it. At this moment, the cat let out a sharp cry. Fang Ping's expression changed slightly. He quickly broke through the air and left. As a result, space froze. Die. A piece of stellar stone exploded directly. The surrounding space was like solidified liquid, beginning to freeze rapidly. Emperor Nan held a gigantic hammer in his hand and hammered at Fang Ping. Withdrawing his mentality, his force erupted. This hammer shook the heavens and the earth. He struck first to gain the upper hand. Fang Ping wanted to take the opportunity to reveal the map and divert Emperor Nan's attention. However, Emperor Nan first gave out the stellar stones to divert Fang Ping's attention. Vitality seed. Who were you fooling? Fooling him for no reason. He must have bad intentions. How could Emperor Nan believe him? Fang Ping also reacted quickly. The chaos vanquishing saber appeared in his hand, and he quickly slashed. Boom! Fang Ping flew backward, the web between his thumb and forefinger exploding. Emperor Nan's gigantic hammer continued to fall. The cat screamed again, its mentality shaking in all directions. Emperor Nan's force erupted. With a rumble, it shook the cat until it was dizzy, its ears bleeding. Chaos vanquishing. Fang Ping also roared. His force erupted, and he slashed out again. Die. Emperor Nan fought 1 against 2. His force condensed into a hand, grabbing directly at the cat. He waved the gigantic hammer and hammered Fang Ping again, rumble, hammer after hammer. In the blink of an eye, Emperor Nan waved the gigantic hammer and hammered Fang Ping thousands of times. Rumble. The flesh and blood of Fang Ping's arms exploded. Even some cracks appeared on his bones. Emperor Nan was also shocked, very strong, so strong that it was a little unbelievable. Fang Ping was only at breakthrough 9. How could he do this? The feeling he gave him was not the slightest bit weaker than him. Their strength was comparable. Monster! Emperor Nan shouted in a low voice. A monster, a real monster. Even if someone was secretly adding fuel to the fire, it was still incredible that Fang Ping could approach him, a powerhouse who had been an emperor for tens of thousands of years, in such a short period of time. Kill! The two of them roared at the same time and quickly fought. At this moment, seventh heaven was shaking, countless voids exploded. Gradually, the impact became greater and greater, and the entire seventh heaven was shaking. At this moment, Emperor West's voice suddenly came. Huang, what's wrong? Huang, what happened? As soon as Emperor West's voice came, the Beast Emperor's voice also spread through seventh heaven. Emperor Nan's expression changed again. He did not want others to come to this place. If they came, they might not leave. However, Fang Ping's strength was somewhat beyond his expectations. At this moment, although he had suppressed Fang Ping, it was probably not an ordinary difficulty to kill Fang Ping. At this moment, Emperor Nan's heart hardened. Since he could not hide it, then he would not hide it anymore. If one or two came, it would be better to all come. If they all came and killed Fang Ping, even if the others did not want to leave, they would be wary of each other. The Celestial Emperor was not dead yet, and these people were somewhat wary. Thinking of this, Emperor Nan's vitality erupted, shaking heaven and earth. He shouted, Fang Ping is in seventh heaven. Brothers, let's capture and kill him together. Fang Ping's combat strength is close to mine. As soon as these words came out, the source was shaken. Fang Ping really came, and he was at Emperor Nan's side, fighting with him. The key was, his strength was close to Emperor Nan's. Disbelief. In the next moment, the Emperor God's voice came, shouting, hold him. Chen, you guys go to seventh heaven quickly. Emperor West and the Beast Emperor were closest to each other. As for them, not to mention the distance, they still had to pass through layers of heaven and earth. Some places had to be avoided, and some places were the territories of other emperors, so they could not rashly pass through. They still had to change paths. The speed was not that fast. Emperor West and the Beast Emperor could arrive soon. As soon as these words came out, Emperor West quickly said, okay. Rumble, heaven and earth trembled. Emperor West was about to pass through the void and come to seventh heaven. On the other side, the Beast Emperor was the same. Fang Ping actually came, and his combat strength was terrifyingly powerful. At this moment, who dared to be careless? An uncontrollable emperor, yes, an emperor. At this moment, everyone had already recognized Fang Ping's strength. This was an emperor, no longer a broken nine. At this time, Fang Ping's force erupted to the extreme, and he shouted angrily, Big Cat, force burst, help me. Get rid of him, retreat. Meow. Song Mao yelled, no longer using his mentality to intimidate. Countless little tigers condensed in his claws. The black tigers charged toward Emperor Nan. A great battle broke out in the blink of an eye. The giant hammer swept across the sky. Emperor Nan didn't even try to test the waters. He immediately unleashed his full strength. His control over his strength was extremely high, and his physical body was strong. The destructive power of origin power destroyed everything. A huge crack appeared in the void. Scram! How could Emperor Nan care about the cat's interference? As he fought, a sledgehammer appeared in his hands again. 2 sledgehammers, he swung the hammer with his left hand at the cat. Meow! The ash cat screeched. Its tail blinked and lashed out. In the next moment, the cat retreated in panic and kept throwing divine artifacts out. It suddenly felt that it couldn't win and would be hammered to death. Run, dang! With a loud bang, the heaven-trapping bell was sent flying by the hammer. The heavenly bell was also sent flying, then, flying carpets, fishing nets, long sticks, many divine artifacts were sent flying. Meow! The ash cat screeched. This was the first time it had encountered an Emperor Beast King going all out against it. Cats don't fight, yes, I'm going to beat you up. Emperor Nan snorted coldly. Cats don't fight, go and bluff someone else. At his level, why would he care about such things? His enemies had to be killed, and the wildcat Shatterer was not a weakling. If he allowed it to disturb him, he would be in big trouble. Die. Meow. The cat screamed in horror. Fang Ping did not make a sound. Taking advantage of this moment, he suddenly ignited his vitality and slashed out with his saber. Emperor Nan quickly waved his sledgehammer, hammering the saber. Boom, a loud sound rang out, shaking the void and rippling the entire 7th layer of heaven. On the other side, the Western Emperor roared, hold on for a while, hold him back. Don't let him leave. Emperor Nan thought that Emperor Shi was talking to him, but Fang Ping knew that Emperor Shi was talking to him. On the other side, the beast emperor turned into a golden dragon, soaring through the clouds and piercing through the void. Countless cracks sliced apart the golden dragon. The dragon roared, "Huang, don't let them leave." Seize the opportunity, Fang Ping had almost ruined the 9 emperors' plans. Now, he had actually entered this place with his real body and encountered Emperor Nan. A great battle had broken out. As long as Emperor Nan could hold him back for a moment, Fang Ping would definitely die this time. The 3 realms returned to the 3 realms from before, the 3 realms that they had schemed against. With Fang Ping's death, there were no more variables. What a bully! At this moment, the cat shouted angrily. Suddenly, from the divine mirror above his head, a golden light burst out and headed straight for Emperor Nan. The next moment, Emperor Nan's expression changed drastically. The golden light suddenly shone on his body. There was no lethality, however, this did not mean that he was fine. At this moment, a strange scene appeared in front of Fang Ping's eyes. On Emperor Nan's body, traces of meridians appeared, just like the time when Emperor Nan's projection taught him the vitality augmentation skill. The cat kept retreating, but it continued to shine on Emperor Nan. It was arrogant and shouted, "Liar, look at me peeping at the sky." Hit him. Divine peeking mirror, the sky peeking mirror. At this moment, Emperor Nan's body displayed the circulation route of his power, including the fusion nodes of various powers, and even related to the conversion of the origin returning technique. Fang Ping's eyes lit up. Puchi, the long saber turned into a sword that was extremely thin like silk. With a stab, it pierced a black dot on Southern Emperor's hand. Normally, such an injury would only cause Emperor Nan to bleed a little. But at this moment, the power in Emperor Nan's hand suddenly went out of control. His origin force collapsed and was converted into vitality and spiritual power. Bastard! Emperor Nan roared. His spiritual power shook violently, trying to get rid of the cat's lock. The divine peeping mirror was a divine artifact that could peep at the Emperor's great path in the past. If the heavenly hound had not taken it to peep at the Emperor's great path and been discovered by others, who knew how many people's secrets the cat had peeped at in the past. Now, the divine peeping mirror had recovered a lot. The cat once again used its ability to peep at the sky. It was as if Emperor Nan had been stripped naked. At this time, Fang Ping was merciless. He rushed over quickly and pressed forward. Kill, the 2 sides were entangled. The cat shone on Emperor Nan. Emperor Nan's power node was exposed, but his strength was slightly better than Fang Ping's. For a moment, the 2 were evenly matched. Although Fang Ping could prescribe the right medicine, the other party was stronger than him. He had to be able to attack. Rumble, the void collapsed piece by piece, and the source was trembling. It was as if they were separated by a world. At this moment, heaven-shaking projections were rushing over from all the other worlds. As for Fang Ping, he seemed calm at this time, but in fact, he was impatient. He had to speed up. Big cat! Fang Ping roared again. The cat was not careless either. Countless kittens appeared around it again, roaring at Emperor Nan. One by one, it threw out the force balls and attacked Emperor Nan. Emperor Nan's face was gloomy. He fought and retreated. Fang Ping was very strong, so strong that it was somewhat beyond his expectations. He did not want to fight too fiercely with Fang Ping. It would be easy for others to take advantage of him. In a while, Emperor West and the Beast Emperor would arrive. He was not in a hurry. The one who should be anxious was Fang Ping. The twin hammers were mainly used for defense. Fang Ping's saber slashed down, and Emperor Nan defended again and again. The bones in Fang Ping's hands were shattered by the recoil force, and Emperor Nan also staggered slightly. He stomped on the void and continued to retreat. At this moment, Fang Ping's saber slashed at the void. The void shattered, and dozens of void cracks erupted, quickly slashing toward Emperor Nan. Emperor Nan swung his hammers and smashed these cracks, continuing to retreat. Fang Ping pressed forward again and again, finally showing some eagerness on his face. Emperor Nan, how about a truce? However, Emperor Nan ignored him and sneered. A truce? You'd better stay. Fang Ping's face was cold. Suddenly, he retreated. As soon as he left, a hammer fell from the sky. Boom, Fang Ping was smashed into the ground. You're forcing me to burn my Dao to kill you? Fang Ping's face was cold. Let me leave, otherwise, you won't get any better. Try me. Emperor Nan shouted in a clear voice, then try it. He could still hold on for a while. Kill. Chaos quell. Space slash. Fang Ping roared. Slash after slash, he attacked Emperor Nan frantically, suppressing him. Emperor Nan retreated again. Beside the two of them, under the overflow of power, countless cracks appeared. The cat took back the divine weapon and smashed it again. However, the cat could at most play a role in interfering with Emperor Nan. Emperor Nan was the main defense. As long as he entangled Fang Ping and did not let them leave, they would be dead. Right at this moment, a crack in the void blended into the cracks in the surroundings. Emperor Nan took another step back. At this moment, Heavenly King Zhen held a large saber in his hand, his expression cold. Suddenly, he appeared from the crack and slashed. Do you think I don't know? A loud roar came out. The next moment, the giant hammer in Emperor Nan's hand exploded with a bang. Boom, a huge energy wave swept across the entire source. How could Emperor Nan not think of it? Fang Ping's real body came in, the cat came in. Who said that Heavenly King Zhen had no more star stones? Who said that Heavenly King Zhen could not come in? He was on guard. Of the two hammers, he self-destructed one. Heavenly King Zhen's expression changed slightly, but he gritted his teeth and slashed. At this moment, Fang Ping also used all his strength. With a roar, his veins popped out, and he also slashed. Meow! The cat screamed. At this time, it stretched out its claws and grabbed at Emperor Nan. This was the first time the cat stretched out its claws to grab someone. Its claws were extremely sharp. Usually, it was kept in the meat pad. Fang Ping and the others had almost forgotten that it was a cat. Perhaps they really raised it like a pig. Emperor Nan self-destructed a large hammer, ignoring Heavenly King Zhen. Heavenly King Zhen could withstand the self-destruction of the divine weapon. He held another large hammer in his hand and hammered at Fang Ping. Boom, a loud noise sounded again. Fang Ping's long saber and his large hammer exploded with a loud noise that shook the three realms. Cracks appeared on the huge hammer. Fang Ping's long saber also cracked slightly, but its quality was much better than his large hammer. In the blink of an eye, it healed itself. However, the collision force between the two was terrifyingly powerful. Fang Ping broke through layers of the void. Emperor Nan also kept retreating, deviating from Heavenly King Zhen. On the other side, the force of the divine weapon's self-destruction collided with Heavenly King Zhen. Heavenly King Zhen's face was as cold as frost. With a slash, he cut through everything and attacked Emperor Nan again. At this moment, Heavenly King Zhen's flesh and blood were also flying everywhere. On his arms, only bones were left, but he did not care at all. The long saber was as steady as Mount Tai, and he slashed again. Emperor Nan was very shrewd. He guessed that Heavenly King Zhen was hiding nearby, so he had already made preparations. This caused Heavenly King Zhen's surprise attack to fail completely. Even so, the divine weapon was destroyed. Emperor Nan's mentality was in turmoil, and he was still injured. He was slashed by Fang Ping's all-out slash. At this moment, the other large hammer was shattered, and his arms were also a bloody mess. Even so, Emperor Nan still showed a cold smile. Zhen was out. This was a good thing. You want to kill me? You're not qualified. Emperor Nan roared, and once again smashed the hammer toward Heavenly King Zhen. Beside him, the cat's claws were extremely sharp, clawing at his head. Get lost. Emperor Nan roared angrily again, and a powerful force erupted from his body. With the power of destruction, he instantly ignited the cat's claws. Meow, a cat's cry rang out. The cat was in so much pain that it was about to cry, but it still clawed down. Emperor Nan was attacked from three sides. In the end, he chose to let the cat take advantage of him. While attacking Heavenly King Zhen, he turned around and attacked Fang Ping. Using both his hands and feet, his feet were like divine weapons, like sharp blades, kicking Fang Ping horizontally, causing the chaos-vanquishing saber to tremble continuously. Kill! Fang Ping roared again, his vitality burning to the extreme, and his force erupted. As for the cat, this claw also scratched Emperor Nan's skull, emitting sparks. Boom, Emperor Nan's head appeared. His flesh and blood disappeared, but there was a hint of ferocity on the skull. Cat, you don't know what's good for you. We are resisting the Heavenly Emperor. If the Heavenly Emperor doesn't appear, when the Heavenly Emperor does, it will be your death. You don't know what's good for you, you're biting the hand that feeds you. Meow? There was some doubt in the cat's scream, but Emperor Nan was too lazy to care about it anymore. This cat would not have a good ending. When the Heavenly Emperor appeared, it would be its death. Of course, now was not the time. What are you talking about? The cat suddenly retracted its claws and said strangely, say it, if you say it, I won't hit. You, it flew closer, its cat face blank. Emperor Nan, old man, when the Heavenly Emperor appeared, why did he kill the cat? It flew closer. Cat, don't come close. Fong Ping roared, intimidate him. But, the cat said hesitantly, but Emperor Nan, old man has something to say. Liar, stop fighting, run quickly. Emperor Nan, old man, why did he kill the cat? Without the cat messing around, the pressure on Emperor Nan was greatly reduced. He suddenly laughed and said, come, I'll tell you. You were born in the source, but not the source. To be precise, you were born in that unique star, the source star, and not this broken source now. When the Heavenly Emperor broke the source, in order to collect all the power of the source, he gave all the flaws and imperfections of the source to you. You're not a cat, you're a scourge. Back then, the Heavenly Emperor thought that he had solved the flaws of the source, but who knew, even if it all belonged to you, there were still flaws. In desperation, the Heavenly Emperor thought of the method of using the source to mend the source, using you to mend the source. You're a scourge, using you to suppress the source's flaws, and then using you to mend the source's flaws. In the end, only the smallest flaw was left. Since you have broken 9, your death is near. The cat was a little confused, but Heavenly King Zhen and Fong Ping understood. At this moment, they finally knew the cat's origin. Fong Ping thought of the black swamp in the cat's world. The azure cat was originally formed from some flaws and loopholes in the source star. The Sky Emperor wanted to throw the azure cat out of the source star, but he didn't expect that even though the azure cat left with its flaws, the source star still had problems. At this time, the Heavenly Emperor had another idea. Let the cat grow stronger, suppress the flaws that were taken away by the cat previously, black swamp, suppress the flaws, and even in the end, shove all the flaws of the current source into the black swamp, and finally block the black swamp, solve the big problem. Fong Ping's heart trembled slightly. Was that so? The others did not seem to know. How did Emperor Nan know? Was Emperor Nan bluffing them, or was he serious? Fong Ping bellowed, nonsense. Then why did Chuwu kill the cat? Stupid. Emperor Nan sneered. After killing the cat, the flaws that existed in the source will erupt, a double outbreak. At that time, the Heavenly Emperor might not be able to suppress the scourge. The source will shake, and the source will have a big problem. Do you think that Chuwu will have a chance? Do you think that Chuwu killing the cat is really just a fantasy? Stupid. When the fire god attacked the cat, the Tao shook, and many powerhouses of the source became stronger. How did they become stronger? It was not because of the cat, but because of the source. Because the Heavenly Emperor could not suppress the source, the 9 emperors down no longer suppressed others, so others walked faster. Killing the cat, only the Heavenly Emperor and the 9 emperors were harmed, so they let the cat run wild, and the 9 emperors did not attack it. Now, since the cat is so powerful, some of the previous flaws must have been suppressed by it. The cat, you still dare to move at this time. If I were you, I would wish that the Heavenly Emperor and we would be in a stalemate. If the stalemate continues, no one will have any ideas about you, but if one side becomes stronger, you will definitely die. Emperor Nan laughed and said, Tian Chen is not a cat keeper, neither is the spirit. It's just a guardian. To prevent you from running away, to prevent the flaws in your body from changing. Do you think that you have been sleeping all this time to seek good fortune and avoid harm? It's just that every time the chaos breaks out, the source has an unusual movement. The demonic nature of the source, the darkness, will attack you, forcing you to sleep. So when you fall asleep, we know that someone has made up their mind. A great war is coming, a great chaos is coming. The cat looked sluggish and murmured, then what about the big dog? Tian Chen and Emperor Ling were both guardians. What about the big dog? Emperor Nan sneered and said, I just found you a playmate, lest you be too lonely, lest you have nothing to do. The heavenly hound works hard to cultivate, but you don't? But I didn't expect that you really don't cultivate, but now, you still can't escape this disaster. The cat's face was sluggish, full of despair. No. Big Fatty and the cat guard captain are good people, ha ha ha. Emperor Nan sneered. Fong Ping roared and attacked with his saber. Don't listen to his nonsense, intimidate him. Meow, the cat's cry was mournful, unconsciously flying toward Emperor Nan, still extremely sluggish. Emperor Nan snorted softly in his heart. The cat was already close at this moment. Approaching him, the cat was still sluggish and said, Then, will I definitely die? Not necessarily. As long as the Celestial Emperor dies, let the Celestial Emperor fill in the biggest flaw, let the beings of the three realms fill in the other flaws, you will not die, because your existence will collect some of the flaws of the origin Tao. Even if the flaws are filled in, the origin Tao may continue to produce flaws, give birth to demonic nature. You are the existence that cleans up these. Trash can? The cat murmured. This cat was a trash can, the cat brand trash can? The cat looked up again and said with a serious face, Then, do you want to kill me or not? At this moment, it was already close to Emperor Nan. Emperor Nan was a little impatient. This stupid cat, at this time, was there any point in asking these stupid questions? But at this time, Fong Ping and Heavenly King Zhen did not say a word, attacking him frantically. If this cat continued to cause trouble, he would not be able to bear it. Emperor Nan could only be patient, forcibly taking some time out, and said again, No, as long as you are obedient, the 9 emperors will not kill you. Only the Celestial Emperor would have such thoughts. Oh, then are we on the same side? The cat said in a daze, This cat is very strong. Do you want me to help you beat up the liar and the others? Emperor Nan was overjoyed, hurriedly saying, That's best, cat, you intimidate. Boom, mentality erupted, the cat's mentality erupted, intimidate. Nonsense, of course, it was Emperor Nan. Emperor Nan's expression changed slightly, and he wanted to curse out loud. You stupid cat, I've said so much, and it was all for nothing? However, at this moment, Emperor Nan suddenly felt a great sense of crisis. You, punish. A low shout was heard. In the next moment, a ruler came out of the cat's mouth, boom, mixed with the powerful power of breaking 9, this ruler directly struck Emperor Nan's face. His entire face was smashed into pieces. The cat scratched with its claws, scratching so hard that a large number of cracks appeared on the skull. And Fong Ping and Heavenly King Zhen had been waiting for this opportunity for a long time. Burn! Fong Ping roared, his Dao burning. The 300-meter-long Dao was burned by him for more than 200 meters in an instant. He did not dare to continue, quickly breaking the burning Dao, erupting with all his strength, slashing out with his saber. This slash was probably close to an outburst of 80 million cal. Only then did Emperor Nan realize that he had been tricked by the cat. From his rotten mouth came a shrill roar, incomparably furious. You guys are very good. For 9 break powerhouses, surround and kill him, Xianxia. This time, he recognized that it was Xianxia who suddenly attacked. It was this beast. You guys want to kill me? Dream on. Emperor Nan roared. With a boom, he became a man of fire, his whole body emitting flames. Crack! The entire void was covered with great Dao cracks. At this moment, Emperor Nan no longer had the heart to suppress the origin. The 7th heaven trembled violently. Emperor Nan's entire body was on fire. The last giant hammer, carrying with it a fiery light and a destructive aura, smashed toward Fong Ping. Even if his physical body were to collapse, he would make Fong Ping suffer the consequences. As long as his Dao was still there, he had a chance to resurrect again. As for Fong Ping, if he was injured by him, this time, he could forget about leaving. Chaos quell! Fong Ping shouted, his roar shaking the sky. Kill! There was only one chance. As for Heavenly King Zhen, he was also silent. He exhausted all his strength, mobilizing the Celestial Emperor's divine weapon, also slashing out, converging with Fong Ping's long saber, teaming up to unleash a killing move that shook the origin. On the other side, Xianxia and the cat also roared. Xianxia held the ruler, which suddenly collapsed, turning into a book, shrouding Emperor Nan in the book. You want to self-destruct? No way. In order to besiege and kill him, the four powerhouses had already given their all and exhausted everything. If they could not kill Emperor Nan, then the loss would be great. At this point, how could they fail? At this moment, in the sky above, a dragon tail pierced through the void. The beast emperor was coming. At the same time, a wretched old man suddenly appeared, emerging from the ground. Glancing at the dragon tail, the wretched old man grimaced, a little headache coming on. It came too fast. Would he be exposed? His eyes turned. At this time, the heaven-confining bell floating behind the cat suddenly flew away. The cat turned its head and looked. Emperor Shi bared his teeth and pointed to the sky. The cat blinked and did not refuse again. In the next moment, the heaven-confining bell flew out, aimed at the dragon tail, and exploded with a bang. Roar. A painful roar resounded through the source. The dragon tail exploded with a bang. Emperor Shi's voice came from afar, shouting, "Wild beast, what's wrong?" Separated by heaven and earth, the beast emperor roared, "Hurry up and save them." What? Emperor Shi was stunned, his aura suddenly stagnant, motionless in place. And at this moment, Emperor Nan let out a violent roar. Shu Xiang. Shu Xiang broke 9, kill them. Kill your ancestors. Fang Ping's cold voice resounded through heaven and earth. A long saber, covering the source, slashed down with a bang. Today, I will kill the true emperor. Fang Ping roared. Emperor Nan also shouted angrily, don't even think about living. I will return. Clean up the world. Slaughter your entire clan. Boom, an earth-shattering explosion sounded again. This time, the movement was too big, the entire source trembled wildly. In the distance, someone shouted, "Wild beast, celestial, stop them, don't let them escape." At the moment when the earth-shattering roar sounded, a ray of brilliance flashed and disappeared in the seventh heaven. And at this moment, a wretched old man quickly broke through the air, quietly. Suddenly, he grabbed a small gray stone that no one noticed thrown on the ground. He grinned and glanced at the cat that had just arrived. Seeing that the cat was covered in blood, Emperor Shi bared his teeth. Without any nonsense, he threw a piece of star stone and whispered, "I'll bribe you, just say that you didn't see me." With a crash, Emperor Shi disappeared. The cat held the star stone in its mouth, its face lifeless. So fast, it was over. It had met a bigger liar, and at this moment, in the void, suddenly, a terrified roar came. No. Boom, the entire source trembled violently, the sky collapsed, 3 realms. It was dark. Darkness. Boundless darkness. Huge figures appeared in the void. At this time, one of the figures suddenly collapsed. In the void, a mechanical voice came. Emperor Nan, wild, fallen. Rumble, the earth cracked, the sky cracked, above the source of immortals, countless amounts of blood appeared, pouring down. This was no longer a sign of the great path collapsing. The source of immortals did not cover the great path of emperors. This was a sign of one of the controllers falling. Blood descended. The forbidden sea roared wildly, the seawater boiling. The world trembled, the earth trembled, countless warriors walked out, looking at the dark sky, looking at the cracked sky, everyone's face was ashen. An emperor had fallen, a true emperor had fallen. In their hearts, a sense of sorrow rose for no reason. The 9 emperors of the origin source, one had died. On the name list, with a rumble, a name exploded, and Emperor Nan disappeared. Wild, fallen. Heaven and earth mourned. No matter how dark the 9 emperors were, they were the symbol of the source's strength. Today, Emperor Nan had fallen. Boom, in the sea, a palace exploded, and the water power wailed, its cries shaking the sky. Master! Master! Cries resounded throughout the sea. For the first time in 30,000 years, an emperor had fallen. The great path was destroyed, and there was no chance of revival. There was no Emperor Nan in the 3 realms. The 3 realms fell into boundless darkness. Emperor Nan had fallen. Emperor Nan died just like that. At this moment, the experts of the 3 realms couldn't believe it. The martial emperors in the origin land could not believe it either. How could this be? His physical body collapsed and fell into silence. They believed it. After all, this time, 4 rank 9 powerhouses besieged Emperor Nan. Among them was Fang Ping, a powerhouse whose strength was close to Emperor Nan's. But, The Tao fruit was here. Even for them, it would not be so easy to find Emperor Nan's fruit of the Great Path. How could this be? How could Emperor Nan's fruit of the Great Path collapse? How could this be? No one dared to believe it. Who? An angry roar resounded in all directions. Who did it? Emperor Nan's great Tao would not collapse so easily, but now, it was broken. In the seventh layer of heaven, countless cracks erupted, engulfing heaven and earth. The origin was rioting. The three realms were rioting. The warriors of the origin suddenly felt the turbulence, the uneasiness, and the aura of death. Who did it? The divine emperor bellowed. Something was wrong. Even if Fang Ping and the others could destroy Emperor Nan's physical body, how could Fang Ping and the others destroy Emperor Nan's great path? Someone must have acted in secret. The God Emperor didn't dare to believe it, Dou Yi didn't dare to believe it, and neither did Dong Huang. If it was so easy to destroy Emperor Nan's avenue, someone would have made a move long ago. But he couldn't find it. This person must be extremely familiar with Emperor Nan. He even frequently went to the seventh heaven. What's more, it was this person who lured Fang Ping and the others to kill Emperor Nan. Someone was working with them. The eighth heaven, rumble, the divine emperor had arrived by force. In the void, the West Emperor was trapped in a huge crack. When he saw this, he roared, "Qiong, what are you trying to do?" The divine emperor looked at him coldly and said nothing. Psychic energy swept out in all directions. He was not the only one. At the same time, Emperor of Heaven Reverse arrived at the sixth plane of heaven. His energy shook the void and swept across all directions. The Beast King had just been blasted back. He bellowed. "You want to start a battle between martial emperors? Is that so?" Beast Emperor roar. "Get out. Dou, are you trying to kill me?" Scram. Rumble, the wounded dragon tail swept through the void as the Beast Emperor went all out. Emperor Nan was dead, but at this time, Dou actually came to where his great Tao was. What was he trying to do? The Emperor of Heaven Reverse Emperor pulled a long face and punched. Boom, the dragon tail exploded. The Beast Emperor was thoroughly enraged and terrified. What are you guys trying to do? He had also guessed that there was a problem within the sovereigns. There was something wrong with Emperor Nan's death, but he didn't want to become the next target, and he didn't want to become a target for others to fish in troubled waters. Beast Emperor did not dare show any signs of fatigue. At this moment, the Monster King roared. At this moment, the great Daos of all the monster beasts in the three realms trembled. Beast Emperor's power had reached its peak. Kill. Boom, the void exploded, and the origin was in complete chaos. What are you trying to do by descending upon our land instead of chasing after the real culprit? The Beast Emperor let out a furious roar. Its huge eyes were filled with red blood. Did he want to take the opportunity to kill him, regardless of whether it was possible or not? Emperor Nan had just died. At this moment, he would no longer trust anyone. Boom, the dragon's tail was much stronger than before. Emperor of Heaven Reverse shouted with a frown, "I am just checking to see if it is you." Scram. The Beast Emperor roared, "You have no right to investigate." Who knew what he was thinking? Xian, Hao, Ling, are you just going to sit and watch? The Beast Emperor shouted, "This time it was us. Next time, it will be you." At this moment, in the void, Emperor Donghuang emerged. He scolded, "Enough. No matter who it is, capture Fang Ping and kill them now. That is the only way to find the real culprit and quell the chaos. Do you want the Monster Kings to fight among themselves?" At this moment, everyone had their own suspects. But this was not the time to investigate. Otherwise, once the Monster Kings panicked, there would be chaos. The world would be in chaos. In the eighth heaven, the Emperor God threw a cold glance at the trapped Emperor West. He snorted and slapped. The cracks were shattered. Emperor West hurried to get out. His first reaction was not to thank the Emperor God but to shout, "Get out! Or else I will destroy you even if I have to risk my life. Let's die together." Emperor West's eyes were bloodshot. This was their base. If the Emperor God and the others broke in, the Tao fruits would be easily discovered. Once that happened, they might be plotted against. The Emperor God said coldly, "You're on your own." The gate of spiritual consciousness vibrated. "You've been to the seventh heaven. F***CKU. Emperor West was furious. Are you suspecting me? Xiong, are you suspecting me? I'm suspecting you. What do you want to do? You didn't go after Fang Ping. Instead, you came here. What do you want? If one huang isn't enough, do you want me to do it? The Emperor God's face was gloomy. He did not speak anymore. With a rumble, the void exploded, a passageway appeared. Countless cracks surrounded him. The Emperor God did not care about this. He descended directly to the seventh heaven and said coldly, "Seal the seventh heaven. If Huang self-destructs, they will be seriously injured. Watch the sixth heaven and the eighth heaven. Don't let them have a chance to escape. Do, keep an eye on the places where the three emperors might appear. How, go out and seal the three gates. Spirit, go back. You raised the cat. Don't get involved. Go back and suppress the chaos. Why should I listen to you?" The Emperor God's voice was cold. "Get out. Otherwise, another emperor will die today. Let the Celestial Emperor talk to me." His voice was icy cold. Spirit Emperor wanted to say something more when Dong Huang shouted, "Spirit, get out." Spirit Emperor snorted and soon, he disappeared. Celestial, beast, suppress the seventh heaven. Xian, summon the air back. Without Fang Ping, who dares to go to the celestial origin ground? Heaven Reverse Emperors and Dong Huang's avatars were still here. Apart from Fang Ping and the others, who would dare to go, the Emperor God stepped into the seventh heaven after everything was arranged. His vital energy erupted, the entire seventh heaven was shaking violently, the Emperor God was like an ancient demon. He clasped his hands behind his back and unleashed his mentality. The void shook and the cracks disappeared. Fang Ping, you can't escape. Even if the three emperors open a passageway, they can't save you. You have crossed the line. The Emperor God's voice was calm. You have crossed the line, you have crossed the line, you killed an emperor. That was unforgivable. Tell me who the traitor is and I will spare your lives. The Emperor God started moving forward slowly. Wherever he went, the ground would turn into nothingness. At this moment, his vitality was unimaginably powerful. At this moment, a giant shadow of a Buddha appeared in the three realms. The Emperor God, an enraged Emperor God, was so powerful that the three realms would kneel before him. The Emperor God kept moving forward with his hands behind his back. He was not in a hurry. Every step he took, he paused. The void turned into nothingness. Behind him, the cracks reappeared. Emperor West and the Beast Emperor suppressed them. The two sovereigns suppressed the area once again after they passed through the void. The Emperor God was so powerful that the two emperors did not dare to disobey him. And it wasn't just them. Even the arrogant Spirit Emperor had obediently returned to his territory, not daring to descend upon this place. The Emperor God did not allow anyone to enter this place. He was worried that someone would make trouble and let Fang Ping and the others go. He walked forward step by step. Wherever he went, it meant that there was no one there. Fang Ping and the others were not there. Fang Ping and the others could not run away. Emperor West felt helpless. The Emperor God was furious. This was not good. Those guys might not be able to run away. He did not expect that the Emperor God would go to him and seal off the seventh plane of heaven. What was more, the Emperor God would suppress the other disobedient emperors. What dissatisfaction, what dissatisfaction. Just hold it in. If Spirit Emperor dared to make trouble, he would kill her. Let Heaven Emperor talk. Spirit Emperor was not qualified to be his enemy. Emperor East Emperor and Emperor Heaven Reverse had no objection. The others could not refute. Emperor West was worried. In front of them, the Emperor God kept walking in the air. He said calmly, "Fang Ping, you could have been patient for a while. I did not want to trouble you before the world barrier was broken. But you insisted on making trouble. Then don't blame me for killing you. Is the garrison here?" The Emperor God suddenly laughed. Then, he looked to the sky. At this moment, a figure emerged. The human sovereign. "Gee, stir up the third plane of heaven. I want to see where the garrison is. Xiong, go." The Emperor God's voice was cold. Go. Alas. The human sovereign heaved a sigh. The next moment, he entered the third plane of heaven. Suddenly, the sky and earth were in chaos. In the darkness, Heavenly King Zhen suddenly turned pale. Abruptly, he turned to look at Fang Ping, whose face was equally pale. He sent a voice transmission, "Brat, I've been screwed over by you. My great path is not completely rooted in the third plane of heaven, but most of it is. If this goes on, I will not be able to control my origin of great path and I will be exposed. Kid, seize the chance. Later, before I am exposed, I will burn everything and make a desperate attack. I will break the sky and earth. You run." Fang Ping's expression changed. "You want to die? It's okay. I still have the beginner body. It's worth it to trade my life for your life." Heavenly King Zhen did not regret it. He said quickly, "If this goes on, there will be no more chances. He is too strong. His vitality is over 100 million and that is another realm. You are no match for him. Don't even think about it. Even if we work together, we are not enough to kill him. Seize the chance. Remember, you must be careful. At the critical moment, burn the great path. It is not Tian Chen's but Zhang's. Run, get out of the source. He will not dare to go after us. Even if he does, he will be in danger. The source is in chaos and he cannot be distracted, you must get out. Kid, we have already profited. My body of origin has been schemed against. I did not want it for a long time. It is good to abandon it this time, listen to me." As Heavenly King Zhen spoke, a faint power of origin overflowed around his body. He was almost out of control. They were dead. Since they were going to die, he would help Fang Ping and the others escape from this place. Not far away, Fang Ping's expression changed. However, he did not hesitate too much and nodded. He knew, the Emperor God was too strong. He could feel it. He was terrifyingly strong. Emperor Nan was so difficult to kill, let alone the Emperor God. Heavenly King Zhen could not die. He still had the beginner body. What was there to hesitate about? Seeing this, Heavenly King Zhen smiled bitterly and scolded, "Damn you, you really don't care about your old man at all. Deceiving bastard, if you can't escape, I will really be screwed this time. Don't go to Emperor Dong Huang, don't go to Emperor Shi Huang. Go to Beast Emperor, go to battle, there is still a chance." Heavenly King Zhen explained some things. At this moment, he forcibly suppressed the trembling of the great path origin. He signaled Fang Ping to stay away from him. Fang Ping gritted his teeth and wandered in the exploding void, leaving quickly. Heavenly King Zhen's origin body was finished. Did he regret it? A little, but not too much. As long as he left this time alive, it would be considered a profit. He had exchanged Heavenly King Zhen's avatar for an emperor. Before this, he had been expecting a ninth breaker to fight against an emperor stage cultivator. It was worth it to exchange for Emperor Nan. At this moment, if the boy servant died and exchanged for an emperor, Fang Ping felt that it was worth it. Old Zhang died and exchanged for a few emperors. It was still worth it. As for him, he wanted to exchange for the celestial emperor and the sun god. Otherwise, he felt that it was not worth it. The powerhouses of the three realms were all dead. It was better to let this chaotic world end, Fang Ping thought frantically in his heart. Without the slightest hesitation, he quickly escaped from this place. Rumble, the seventh heaven calmed down a little again. The Emperor God continued to move forward. There was no expression on his face. It was just so calm. The calmer it was, the more terrifying it was. "Zhen, you can't suppress it," the Emperor God said as if it had nothing to do with him. "You want to risk your life to open the passage for Fang Ping and let him leave? You can't do it. Your body of origin will definitely stay this time. As for Fang Ping and the others, they can't leave either." "Xiang, are you taking revenge for Zhan? In the past, I was also present during the siege. Zhan died in the heavenly court. I forced him to do so. I am his teacher. He owes me, and he wants to pay me back. Xiang, since you're here, why don't you greet the Grandmaster?" The Emperor God's calmness was terrifying. "Fang Ping, haven't you always wanted to know what will happen to the human race in the end? I'm telling you, the human race will be destroyed. Completely destroyed. The human world will be destroyed. I have reached an agreement with the Celestial Emperor and the others. We will directly sacrifice the human world. We will no longer look for the seeds. We will sacrifice the seeds together and directly fill in the defects of the origin. If it doesn't work, even the 3 realms will be sacrificed. All living beings in the 3 realms will die. The Emperor God said coldly, "You all thought that this 10,000-year plan was to harm you, but our original intention was to help you all. Train some people to replace the 9 emperors. Train some people to fill in the gaps. At that time, not everyone will die, at least 80% of the people in the 3 realms will survive. But now, you have destroyed all of this. If that's the case, I will no longer be merciful. I will destroy the 3 realms and turn them into stones to fill in the gaps of the origin. The billions of living beings in the 3 realms are not killed by me, but by you, Fang Ping. If that's the case, I will fulfill your wish. Don't you want to be the savior? Then I'll let you destroy the world." The Emperor God's voice was so cold that it could freeze people. He wanted to destroy the 3 realms and fill in the origin. Before this, he did not want to destroy the 3 realms. He only wanted to kill some powerhouses, draw out the seeds, and find someone to replace the 9 emperors, but now, he did not want to do that. Because of Fang Ping had messed up his plan. Would he do that? He would. At this moment, a sneer was heard. Heavenly King Subduing suddenly stood up. His origin was turbulent. He did not fight to the death like before to break the passageway and let Fang Ping leave. Heavenly King Subduing looked at the Emperor God not far away and said coldly, "You want to shake his heart? Dream on. He is a demon to begin with. He was forced to walk this path by you. Would he care about these things? He only cares about that small group of people. If those people die, would he care about the other ants? And the people he cares about are the people you want to kill. So, whether the 3 realms is destroyed or those people are destroyed, to him, it's all the same." "Xiong, when did you become so childish?" The Emperor God laughed. A smile appeared on his cold face. "Subduing, it's been a long time." It really had been a long time. Previously in the mystic realm, the 2 sides had met for a short time, but they did not even have time to talk. Now, the town had appeared. The Emperor God looked at him and laughed. "You are very stupid. Fang Ping is stupid because he doesn't understand. He doesn't know, but don't you know? Don't you understand the consequences of killing Desolation? You are forcing me." Desolation was dead, and the origin was in chaos. Next, they needed to spend more energy to suppress the chaos left behind by Desolation. They were getting more and more passive and restrained. Only by killing Fang Ping and the others could they have enough energy to do these things. In this way, Fang Ping and the others would die. Heavenly King said gloomily, "What's the difference? Kill 1, earn 1. Otherwise, won't the result be the same? If that's the case, of course, kill as many as you can. It's a pity that I can't kill you. If you can kill me, you don't have to worry about being killed." The Emperor God's confidence was annoying, but it was the truth. "If you can kill me, Celestial Emperor can't touch you either." That was his confidence. "If you can kill me, Celestial Emperor can't touch you. What are you afraid of? Do you still have to worry about the war?" "No." Heavenly King Jin's expression changed. The Emperor God did not let his guard down. He kept moving forward and pacified the void. He did not charge at them directly in case they escaped. He walked toward Heavenly King Jin step by step. Since they were here, then they would not leave. Behind him, Emperor West and the Beast Emperor appeared. The next moment, Emperor Heaven Reverse and Emperor East also appeared. They were all looking at Heavenly King Jin. Heavenly King Jin was doomed. Where were Fang Ping and the others? This time, they would probably die as well. Heavenly King Jin took a deep breath and said quickly, "We can work together and fight Celestial Emperor together. Celestial Emperor will not let you go. He will never let you go. Don't worry about that. You are not qualified to work with us." "Yes, my master." Heavenly King Jin shouted, "I know where my master is. My master can show up and fight Celestial Emperor. Xiong, if you dare to kill me, my master will not let you go. You are just a chess piece. We are the players. Players don't care about the life and death of chess pieces. The Emperor God grinned. In the three realms, those who are qualified to play chess are Celestial Emperor, Young God, me, Do, and even Hao. The others are even less qualified. They are all chess pieces, you are not even as good as them. What makes you think you can work with me, Zhen? You have overestimated yourself and overestimated your position in Young God's heart. The Emperor God today was too domineering, he dared to call them chess pieces in front of the other emperors. They were not even qualified to be players. But this was the reality. Heavenly King Zhen sneered, you are a player? I'm afraid you are not qualified. I'm not qualified? The Emperor God laughed. Suddenly, his domineering voice spread throughout the three realms. Yang, do you think I am qualified? Why don't we play a game and see if you can protect your disciple? Silence, just as Heavenly King Zhen's expression changed, someone suddenly chuckled in the void. Qiong, why bother? Master. Heavenly King Zhen was overjoyed, the Emperor God's expression did not change. Pretending to be mysterious, Yang, I overestimated you. Today, you broke through the origin source and entered the origin source to fight me. I have overestimated you. Then how about you fight outside the origin ground? The laughter was ethereal, and the voice was not old. Qiong, do you dare to fight outside the origin ground? The Emperor God sneered, yes, he was mocking the young god. In the origin ground, he could erupt with all his strength, and so could the young god. After going out, he could not, but the young god could. If the young god was strong enough, then come and fight. He was not afraid of the young god. The three realms thought that the celestial emperor's young god was stronger than him, but was it really stronger? He did not think so. He was the Emperor God, an invincible powerhouse who had broken through 9, the first emperor in the world. It's useless to talk. Yang, you can't save Zhen. Is that so? The laughter continued. Zhen, you've disappointed me. Too weak, too weak. You can't even compare to Feng Ping. Embarrassing, really embarrassing. I won't argue with this guy anymore. I'll send you a beginner body. Fight him and win glory for the young god bloodline. Rumble, at this moment, the origin ground shattered. In the next moment, a figure appeared. Heavenly King Zhen was stunned for a moment, then, he cursed wildly. I'll F***CKU. Yang, screw your ancestors. He was going crazy. The young god had sent his beginner body here. At this moment, his beginner body was also extremely sluggish. Then, both heavenly kings cursed wildly. The Emperor God did not dare to leave the origin ground. If he did not leave the origin ground, he would not kill his beginner body. But now the young god had actually sent his beginner body here. He did not feel anything. Heavenly King Zhen was going crazy. You're digging a pit for me to die. This was too much. Previously, he had scolded Feng Ping for being a scammer. Now, he was scolding the young god crazily. No one would scam their disciple like this. Don't be afraid. Fight him. The young god was still laughing. Qiong is not qualified to fight me. Go kill him and let him know how strong the young god bloodline is. Go. Heavenly King Zhen was furious. Go what? How could he fight? He was going crazy, in the dark. Feng Ping was also stunned. He was really stunned. This was the young god. This was the Heavenly King Zhen's master. This was a scam. Since you can break the origin ground and send people in, you can't take people away? In the end, he did not. He had sent the Heavenly King Zhen's beginner body here. Feng Ping was about to vomit blood. How deep was the hatred between the Heavenly King Zhen and his master? He would not stop until he was dead. Although he was scolding, Heavenly King Zhen's body quickly became one, his face livid. As for the Emperor God, he sneered and said, 2 bodies as one? Yang, do you think he can be my opponent with 2 bodies as one? The young god's voice was faint, with a hint of mockery. Whether it's true or not, we'll know after we try. Even if it's not. I'm not the one who will die. It's not bad to test Qiong's strength. Disciple, fight him well. Let me test his strength. If his strength is average, I'll kill him. You old bastard. Heavenly King Zhen cursed. He cursed crazily. This time, he really could not hold it in anymore. It had always been me who tricked people. This time, it was really bad. He was going crazy. He had not seen him for 8,000 years, and he had not seen him this time either. However, his master had already tricked him badly. He would not stop until he was dead. The Heavenly King was flustered and exasperated. However, it was useless. At this moment, the Divine Emperor had a faint smile on his face as if he was waiting for the fusion of his two bodies. Yang, I hope to see you later. The Divine Emperor's tone was calm. He did not care about the fusion of the Heavenly King's two bodies. He wanted to fight the Yang God more. Unfortunately, the Yang God was cunning and did not appear at all. The Heavenly King's two bodies began to fuse, but he had no intention of going forward to fight. He slowly dawdled. The Divine Emperor was not in a hurry. The Heavenly King was not in a hurry either. Who was in a hurry to die? Since the Divine Emperor was willing to wait, he would wait a little longer. 1 minute, 5 minutes, the Divine Emperor smiled. Heavenly King, it's useless to delay. The Divine Emperor moved. He walked forward step by step and continued to calm the void. The Heavenly King kept retreating while the Divine Emperor continued to move forward. The turbulent areas on 7th heaven were getting fewer and fewer. The Heavenly King's expression changed. He could no longer retreat. If he did, Fang Ping and the others would have nowhere to retreat. If you want to try, then I'll satisfy you. The Heavenly King gritted his teeth and suddenly shot out like a bolt of lightning. Boom, the speed at which he flew out was almost as fast as the speed at which he flew back. The Heavenly King flew backward, a palm print appearing on his chest. Blood flowed from his mouth as he looked at the Divine Emperor in disbelief. The Divine Emperor smiled faintly. That's it? This is not the fusion of two bodies. If that's the case, then I'll have to underestimate you. This was not the fusion of two bodies, too weak. The Heavenly King's expression changed again and again. Although his two bodies had not completely fused, his strength should not be too far apart even if he was not as strong as the current Fang Ping. However, he was actually not a match for the Divine Emperor. How strong was this guy exactly? At the back, Emperor West and the Beast Emperor were also shocked. Although they knew that the Divine Emperor was very strong, the Divine Emperor today was unexpectedly strong. The Heavenly King was actually sent flying with one blow under the fusion of two bodies. It was too terrifying. Emperor West was afraid. It seemed that this old guy had not been serious before. He almost thought that the old guy was only a little stronger than him. Now it seemed that he might have underestimated him. The Heavenly King's expression changed for a while. The next moment, he roared and rushed out again. In the void, countless Heavenly Kings appeared, forming a large formation and attacking. The Divine Emperor, Rumble, the God Emperor was like a 1,000-armed Buddha. Countless hands appeared in the air. His movements were so fast that they left behind afterimages. Each hand would destroy a Heavenly King subduing's projection. In the blink of an eye, the God Emperor suddenly smiled and said, "Got you." As soon as he finished speaking, the entire void trembled, and only Heavenly King Xianxia remained. At this moment, the Divine Emperor grabbed him with one hand, clenched his other hand into a fist, and punched at his head. Roar! King Heaven Crushing's chi and blood surged, and rumbling sounds could be heard as he punched out with both fists, slamming into the God Emperor's hand. A massive boom echoed out, and yet, he wasn't able to shake off the God Emperor. The Divine Emperor's fist smashed down, the Heavenly King Xianxia roared again, and his body emitted a dazzling light. Boom, with a loud bang, Heavenly King Xian was sent flying again. This time, half of his head was broken. Too weak. The God Emperor said with a smile, "You're weaker than I thought. If that's the case, it looks like you won't be able to leave today." He continued to move forward. Heavenly King Suppressing's face was ice cold. His chi and blood erupted as he charged forward again. Incomparably fast, the God Emperor stood where he was and used both his hands to attack. Not long after, Heavenly King Xian was sent flying again. This won't do. The Divine Emperor shook his head slightly. This was just a simple fusion of the two bodies. It was impossible for it to do anything to him. Yes, Heavenly King Xian was very powerful after fusing, probably even stronger than Zhan's projection that day. The battle-ready projection was arrogant enough to seriously injure the Divine Emperor. What about the subduing Heavenly King? The Heavenly King Xianxia could only stop him for a while. this was the gap between them. Heavenly King Subduing wasn't weak, but he had two bodies. He didn't have enough control over his strength, and his reaction speed wasn't fast enough. Before he even made a move, the God Emperor already knew what he was going to do. No matter how strong one's strength was, it depended on how one used it. When a child swung a sledgehammer, the bigger and heavier the hammer was, the less of a threat it posed to an expert. Instead, it was more likely that it would hurt the child. In the darkness, Fang Ping's expression was grave. Was the Heavenly King Subduing strong? Strong. It gave Fang Ping the feeling that even if it did not have 70 million calories, it definitely had 65 million calories outbursts. But now that the God Sovereign had easily neutralized all of his attacks, he would return with injuries every time. If this continued, Heavenly King Suppressing would grow weaker and weaker. Soon, he would no longer be able to fight. Fang Ping was raring to go. He wanted to go and help. If this went on, Heavenly King Suppressing would be beaten to death. Right now, Heavenly King Suppressing had two bodies. If he was beaten to death, then he would really be dead. Just when Fang Ping was raring to go, in the void, an apparition condensed. It was right next to the God Emperor. Heavenly Emperor Reverse. Heavenly Emperor Reverse looked at the panting Heavenly King Suppressing, shook his head and sighed. It's not like this. This isn't the unification of two bodies. Suppressing, Yang had high hopes for you, so did we. We thought that you could become the next truly invincible powerhouse with two bodies as one. But you didn't. I'm a little disappointed. Heavenly Emperor Reverse was a little regretful. The unification of two bodies is not just a simple accumulation of strength. It's integration, unification. The unification of Broken Eight is actually applicable now. Unification is to integrate the strength into one. Even if the strength is depleted, it's still stronger than you are now. Now that you have two bodies, you might have hundreds of millions of strength, but how much can you unleash? Only by integrating completely can you unleash greater strength. Heavenly King Suppressing scolded. Nonsense, how can I not know? The key is that the strength is not balanced. It can't be integrated at all. Do I need you to talk nonsense? Do you think I'm a kid? What a load of crap, how could I not understand this principle? Most importantly, there was no way to fuse them. The Emperor of Heaven Reverse was not angry. He said with a smile, then make some choices. Don't try to combine all your powers. You must learn to let go of some powers. Your origin body is stronger, so you should give up some of your origin power. Let the two powers reach a balance before fusing. This way, the fusion will be smoother. The Emperor God looked at Emperor of Heaven Reverse and said with a smile, you are a warm-hearted person. The Emperor of Heaven Reverse said with a smile, not many warriors in the three universes can surprise us. It will be a beautiful story to tell if Xin can go further. The Emperor of Heaven Reverse repeated, Xin, learn from Xue Hao. Although our paths are different, Hao did a better job than you, which is why we have Don Juan today. Heavenly King Suppressing's expression changed. He ignored him and continued to charge forward, but this time, he was defeated even faster. The Divine Emperor's palm pierced through his shoulder blade. He raised his eyebrows slightly in surprise, but soon, he smiled and said, it seems that you still haven't given up. Why should I give up? Heavenly King Suppressing swore, aren't you pretending to be invincible? Is it lonely to pretend to be the best? Fine, give me some more time. The Emperor of Heaven Reverse grinned. The Divine Emperor said with interest, then keep trying. I will give you the chance. You don't understand. It has been too long. Since the death of Jean, it has been a long time since anyone could threaten us. Lonely to be invincible? Maybe a little. It had been too long. Heaven Emperor was asleep and the Sun God was gone. Emperor God and Emperor of Heaven Reverse were truly invincible. The three universes were a vast place. It was hard to find an opponent. Even if Jean died, he and the Emperor of Heaven Reverse would have to work together to fight against the Heaven Emperor and the Sun God. Therefore, they would not really kill each other. Sometimes, people could be so pretentious. When there were opponents, they were afraid of threats. When there were no opponents, they felt lonely. The Divine Emperor thought it was good that Jin could be stronger. Just like when he was guiding Jean, he thought Jean was talented. Therefore, he spared no effort to guide him and make him stronger. The divine emperor was not afraid of strength. As long as they were not enemies, it was also an achievement for them to train a powerful warrior. Perhaps it was fortunate to have an opponent who was on par with them when they were enemies. Powerful warriors were always this strange. At this moment, the divine emperor had given Xianxia a chance. Xianxia did not hold back. Again, he generated 2 avatars and the 2 avatars fought around the divine emperor. The divine emperor waved his hands and dealt with Xianxia's attacks with ease. But gradually, the others understood. Xianxia's origin body was getting weaker and weaker. The beginner martial body was getting stronger. Qi emerged and a beam of light pierced through the sky and earth. Rumble, the beginner martial body was shockingly powerful. At this moment, it definitely had the ability to break the 9th level. But it seemed to be just over 40 million calories. Xianxia was not satisfied. This would not do. He wanted to merge with the origin body at the peak of the beginner martial body and become one of the most powerful warriors. Gradually, people began to feel the difference. The beginner martial body was getting stronger, so much so, that it was abnormal. The divine emperor said no more. He was taking the fight seriously. The heaven reverse emperor sighed, this is too risky. One careless move and the beginner martial body will be wasted. Burning the beginner martial body to reach the peak and merging with the origin body is a good way to bring both bodies to the peak. But it is difficult. Your beginner martial body will last a long time. How can you do it in such a short time? You only have one chance. If you fail, the beginner martial body that you have been working on for tens of thousands of years will be wasted. At this moment, not only the heaven reverse emperor, but so did the other divine emperor. Xianxia was burning his beginner martial body. His beginner martial body was not as strong as the origin body. The difference in strength was huge. At this moment, Xianxia was not weakening the origin body. Instead, he was strengthening the beginner martial body. But this brilliance only lasted for a moment. If the merging failed, even if the origin body was still there, Xianxia would be nothing. At most, he would be as strong as an average divine emperor. Powerful warriors like this were rare. The 3 universes only had so many divine emperor. But if that was the case, Xianxia would not deserve the attention of the divine emperor and the heaven reverse emperor. Xianxia bellowed and laughed, do you think it's a pity? If so, Do, can you do me a favor? The heaven reverse emperor smiled, how do you want me to help you? I want to prove my origin body. Make it stronger. Break the 3 gates and become a divine emperor. Merge with the beginner martial body and become invincible. If not, then I will die here today. At least I can leave behind the fruit of Tao so I can have something to remember. He wanted to be even crazier. He wanted to become a divine emperor, to become the divine emperor of origin, to become the divine emperor of the 3 universes, and then merge with the beginner martial body as a divine emperor. If he died, he could leave behind the fruit of Tao. The heaven reverse emperor turned to the god emperor. The god emperor's expressions changed as well. Soon, he said with a smile, if that is what you want, then I will grant you your wish. At this moment, the others were bewildered. Emperor Shi murmured, you are so arrogant. Be careful, someone might turn the tables and kill you. Too arrogant, he was willing to let Xianxia become a divine emperor, but the god emperor said with a faint smile, didn't I plan to let him become a divine emperor back then? If so, there is no time like the present. Last time, I missed it. This time, I will make up for it. Desolation has fallen. If Xianxia becomes a divine emperor and he dies, I will not accept the fruit of Tao. Fill the 7th plane. What about the 3rd plane? He has just become a divine emperor. The crack is not big. It will be easier to suppress it. The god emperor said calmly. When Xianxia became a divine emperor, the 3rd plane would have cracks. But the god emperor would not mind. He would kill Xianxia, fill the 7th plane, and fill the hole left by Emperor Nan. The hole in the 3rd plane would be easier to suppress. That was why the other divine emperors were looking for substitutes. They would use their fruit of Tao to fill the hole. The hole created by the new divine emperor would not be big. Besides, they would be free by then. They would not care about the size of the hole. Up to you. Emperor Shi said no more. Xianxia laughed. At this moment, someone came out from the origin body. Origin body. The origin body flashed and disappeared. No one stopped it. The next moment, outside the origin body, Xianxia's origin body appeared in front of a door. With a boom, the door was smashed. The door was broken. Xianxia stepped in. Rumble. In the third plane, a fruit of Tao quickly condensed. At this moment, the entire three realms suddenly shone from darkness. Rumble. A figure appeared in the void of the three realms. Xianxia. No, today, it was Xianxia, in the catacombs. The powerhouses looked at the projection in the sky, shocked and envious. At the same time, they felt complicated. Xianxia had become an emperor. At this moment, a golden lotus appeared in the void. Golden light shone brightly. However, was becoming an emperor a good thing at this time? Not necessarily, but becoming an emperor was the ultimate goal of the powerhouses of the three realms. It was their greatest wish. Xianxia had proven his Tao, emperor, a true emperor, the seventh plane. Xianxuang's origin body erupted. An invisible force was tempering him. The power to break the door. At this moment, his origin body was getting stronger and stronger. Breaking through three gates also gave him an upgrade. Condensing fruit of Tao also improved. At this time, his origin body alone had a strength of no less than 60 million calories. It had been settled for too many years. A long time ago, he could have reached this step, but he could not and did not dare to. Today, he took this step. He was stronger than the emperor of the past when he proved his Tao. Xianxuang's bones, flesh, and mentality were all changing. The beginner body was also getting stronger and stronger, making the final eruption. The divine emperor suddenly stopped attacking and said lightly, "I'll give you a chance. Whether you can grasp it or not depends on you." In the void, someone laughed and said, "Xianxia, fuse. After fusing, you'll be invincible. When the time comes, we'll teach this old thing a lesson. Let's see if he can still be arrogant." Xianxia snorted. He was now full of resentment towards this master of his. "Invincible my ass, if I wasn't forced to this step, why would I make such a choice?" The beginner body burned and the origin body proved his Tao. The beginner body was destined to be finished, and it was hard to say what would happen to the origin body. If he failed this time, the divine emperor would probably not be interested in him anymore. If he got rid of the origin body and left the fruit of Tao to repair the seventh plane, he would really be finished. Ignoring the others, Xianxuang's origin body gathered again. The beginner body burned again, incomparably resplendent. Xianxia was getting stronger and stronger. Xianxia cursed, "When I succeed, I will drag them all out and beat them to death." You want to watch a monkey show, right? I'll let you watch as much as you want. All of you really think you're so great. Just wait and see. After a while, the beginner body began to fuse. Ah! A blood-curdling screech rang out. There was a sizzle. A chemical reaction occurred as if someone had fallen into a pot of boiling oil. At the moment, Xianxia was burning. The Heaven Reverse Emperor watched for a while. He frowned and suddenly sighed. There is still an imbalance. The origin body is still suppressing the beginner body. The divine emperor shook his head. He had failed. The balance between the two was not achieved. Xianxia, who had formed the fruit of Tao, had a stronger origin body. The origin body was rejecting the beginner body. At this rate, Xianxuang's beginner body would be burnt up and his origin body would be injured. The beginner body was still not strong enough. If Xianxia was not ambitious, he might have a chance to succeed. Sigh. Someone heaved a sigh, dissatisfied. The next second, a surge of energy came through the origin body. The sun god said with a smile, "What are you looking at?" He took away a lot of energy from the origin body and some came back. If he succeeds, then it is nothing. But if he fails, you can have some to fix the hole in the origin body. The beginner body had taken away some energy. The beginner body referred to the sun god. The sun god had taken away a lot of origin body's energy. It might even be before the Heaven Emperor had reached the origin body. In other words, the sun god might have discovered the origin body in advance. Only the celestial Arch knew whether it had been snatched away before or after. If it was after, the Heaven Emperor was prepared. He was so powerful that he would not let the sun god take away his energy. But today, the sun god had returned some of it. Even though it was for the beginner body, if the beginner body died, the energy would return to the origin body. Therefore, this time, no one stopped him. Taking energy from the beginner body was much easier than the sun god. Old man, you finally did something serious. Zhenhuang cursed. He was overjoyed. Finally, for once, at this moment, he felt the power of his beginner martial body. He could also feel that the repelling force from his origin body was much weaker now. The reason for that was because this power was the power of the origin. Origin. The land of darkness. The corpse opened its eyes again. At this moment, the huge abyss below the corpse seemed to have healed a little. The corpse looked outside. At this moment, an illusory figure appeared and chuckled, "What are you looking at?" "I'll return you a bit of power." "No, I'll return the three realms a bit of power." "The source isn't yours." The figure chuckled and said, "Xianxia and the others are not easy to deal with. Sooner or later, they will kill you. There is no way to fill this abyss now. When the immortal source matures, the human race will not be the first to be destroyed. I think the first to die will be you." The corpse opened his eyes, looked at him and said softly, "You don't have to do this. In fact, there is still a way." "Solution?" The figure smiled and said, "Of course there's a way. You and I are both dead. Filling it with power might be enough. Perhaps, if you die, the 9 emperors and the others die, it should be enough. Or, if you died, the 3 realms would be buried with you. That would be enough. Or, if the 9 emperors died, the 3 realms would be buried with them. The celestial, the arch, the young god, the 9 emperors, and the 3 realms. At this moment, they were equal to the young god, 2 people, 2 great forces. Choosing any 2 of them could make up for the defects of the origin. However, who would be willing to be a sacrifice? The corpse whispered, "There are seeds." The young god smiled and said, "Yes, there are seeds. Seeds count, so there are 2 choices. Seeds. Maybe I can suppress them with my strength. The key is that if you can't find them, you still have to let the human race lure them. You can find them, don't look at me, I can't do it either." The young god chuckled and said, "I have no choice. Why don't you commit suicide? If you die, I will help you find a way to kill the 9 emperors, and then you should be able to make up for it. There will be more in the future. Only seeds are the best choice. In the future, when someone becomes an emperor, it will continue to expand," the celestial, the arch said slowly. "That's a matter for the future." The young god laughed and said, "How about it? Try it? Commit suicide?" The celestial emperor did not reply. Yangshan laughed, glanced at the abyss below, and said, "It's getting bigger and bigger. You haven't made much progress these years. They made up for it in the past, but it's useless now." There was an arrow stuck in the abyss down below. The arrow quivered, and the vague outline of a woman could be seen in it. The long arrow pierced into the depths of the abyss, and many cracks appeared around it. The young god glanced at it and said with a smile, "Zhan is still so powerful." This arrow was merciless. The celestial, the arch said calmly, "There's no need for him to show mercy." What a pity. Say, if he had become a martial emperor back then, would he have been able to patch up this abyss? Impossible. The celestial, the arch replied in an indifferent voice, "There isn't that much energy left. The energy in the origin ground can only support the ascension of others to the battle emperor stage, but it won't be enough to support the ascension of the battle emperor stage. Unless, the seeds." But I think that year, Zhan felt that he was confident. Say, do you think he knows where the seed is? The celestial sovereign said nothing. The young god laughed, and the phantom disappeared. "I'm not going to chat with this fellow anymore. I'm going to check on the fellow in town. It seems like the fusion is about to succeed, at this very moment." Heavenly King Zhen roared, his voice shook the 3 realms. Zhen. With a loud roar, Heavenly King Zhen suddenly felt that he was powerful and invincible. He suddenly punched at the Divine Emperor, boom, the Divine Emperor also punched out, the 2 fists collided in the air. Heavenly King Zhen still felt that he was invincible, but in the next moment, with a loud bang, he smashed through the void and flew back tens of thousands of meters, and this time, the Divine Emperor was not as indifferent as before. Rumble, stepping through the void, the divine emperor retreated some distance, slightly raised his eyebrows, and soon smiled faintly. Interesting, it's almost an era, but unfortunately, still too weak. Behind him, the Western Emperor's teeth ached. Now, was it so easy to become stronger? Xiong, this guy, was really arrogant. What did he mean by close to an era, but still so weak? He didn't take them seriously at all. P.S. My toothache is so bad that my face is swollen. I'll try to make it to midnight tonight. Taking leave from Global Martial Arts. Please wait for a moment. After the content has been updated, please refresh the page to receive the latest update. End of chapter 1434. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.